2 years from now, you are going to remember this exact moment, because this is the day that you are uncovering the 16-hour free course that is going to lead you to making your first $1 million online. How do I know that? Because this information I'm about to share with you has made me a millionaire by the age of 24, and it took me only 2 years. And this time around, we're not just talking about one way or method to making money online. Instead, we are going to be covering 7 different wealth creation models in this very video. We're going to be covering everything from copywriting, sales, personal brand building, email marketing, funnel building, content creation, and even investing and diversifying your wealth. The reason why I know these work so well is because I myself has been able to make over 10K per month in my first 9 months of making money online. And then from there, I've been able to use all of these other wealth creation models to essentially just extrapolate and exponentially grow my own wealth. Every single one of the methods that I'm about to show you here today in this very course, I've been able to use to build the exact life that I wanted. See, I started as a 9-to-5 worker with 3 different jobs just to make ends meet. And now I'm able to do whatever I want, whenever I want, travel where I want, when I want. I get to work however much and if I even want in the first place. And there's no reason as to why anybody watching this video can't do the exact same things. I had no special advantages. I was just a construction worker / security guard / guy in the army who was working every single day, but still just not getting the results that he wanted. But here's the truth. We live in a world where people are selling $1,000 courses, but people still aren't getting any results from them in the first place. And usually the only free stuff that you come across is just used as bait in order to get you to buy some other super expensive course or program. But here's the thing. If you know me, you've known that we've done this before. I've already put out a free 4-hour copywriting course right here on YouTube that was responsible for so many people actually making money, to the point where it got 2.1 million views and has went completely viral. For example, just look at all of the comments that I'm putting on the screen right now of all of these people who have made money and gotten value from those courses in the past. And the crazy part is that what you're about to witness right now before your very eyes is twice as much, if not even more value, all put into one place. Now, let me address the elephant in the room. Tyson, why are you giving out a wealth of knowledge right here for absolutely free? And the answer is this. You're about to become part of one of the world's biggest case studies. Because the truth is, I've helped tons of people go from $0 to over 10K per month, and their stories are documented on this very channel. And there's no reason as to why you can't be the next one. Because I want to prove to people without a shadow of a doubt that if you have the discipline, if you have the hustle, there is no conceivable reason as to why you can't not only reach, but exceed your goals, especially your financial goals. See, when I was just first starting out, I couldn't find a single person who was genuinely out here helping people for free because I didn't have money to pay for courses or pay for mentors, etc. So I made a promise to myself that when I inevitably made it, I would be that person that I was looking for, that person that was actually there to show me the path and show me the way. So now not only am I going to be showing you and teaching you the exact path, I will also be giving you and handing you over the tools and the resources that you could literally just use, take from me to go out there and make money for yourself so that you can live whatever life you want to live. If you want to be the first millionaire in your family like I was, if you want to be able to live life on your own terms, then this video you're watching right now is going to be the path for you to do that. So with all that being said, without any further ado, let's lock in and begin. Yo, everybody, welcome back to the free 16-hour course. I hope you guys are ready. Buckle up because we are about to make history. So let me just hop right into the slides. Welcome to the course. Whoa. But before we go any farther, firstly, I just want to give you guys another little piece of information that I didn't even put in the intro, and that is that 3 lucky people who comment on this video are going to be winning $1,000 as just an extra gift of appreciation from me to you guys. I love my audience, and you guys have been able to make all this stuff possible for me. So, like I said, 3 people, just random comments, are going to be winning $1,000 each. Now, the winners will be announced on my Instagram at tyson.scales. So you're going to be wanting to follow me there as well to see if you won, because I'll be announcing them on my stories. So guys, let's get back to the amazing video on exactly how to make your first $1 million online in complete profit, no matter where you are starting from. And don't worry, because these are far from empty promises, and I'm going to show you and prove to you why here in 1 second. So here is my promise to you. In this course, I'll show you the 7 methods to financial freedom, how they all interconnect and actually work together, and how you can employ them. Every step that took myself from 0 to 100K per month in profit every month, and how you can implement these steps online to make a fortune. Now, this will essentially give you the infinite money glitch. It literally does not feel fair. People question what I do, the legality of it when they see my lifestyle and the things that I have. But at the end of the day, it's up for grabs. It's up for the taking. Anybody can do it. And this is how you can make way more money than anybody with any sort of job, career path, or anything of that nature. But why is this even different in the first place? Well, this is a full A to Z system. This is not going to be all like the vague advice that you get online or on Instagram or on TikTok, where you're still left wondering like, okay, where do I start? I'm literally going to show everything, and you're going to be able to use everything starting today to escape the 9-to-5 hamster wheel. First and foremost, that's like number one. What we want to do is get you out of the 9-to-5, because then you're going to be able to get your freedom and time back. Thinking back to it, I used to make $2,000 a month for backbreaking work. And it's just insane to think that that's how people's whole lives go. But today we set you on the path to millionaire status. Now look, here's kind of a expected timeline. Now it's been done a lot faster than this before, but I want to be realistic and I want to be conservative with the estimate. So for example, to make 100K per month plus might take 3 to 5 years. The 2 to 4 year path to making 20K to 100K per month, the 1 to 3 years to make 10K to 20K per month, and the 3 months to 1 year to actually make 0 to 10K per month. That's how this whole course is essentially going to be split up. Obviously, first we're going to start by putting you on the path to your first 10K per month. And there's no reason why, if you follow every single thing you see here in this course, you can't do it in 3 months. It's been done even faster than that. But again, I put 3 months to 1 year. It took me 9 months. I've had multiple students actually beat me to there, which is kind of funny, but I digress. This is exactly how it's going to be split up and how you can chase these goals while still putting them in a realistic time frame. Because let's be honest, you're not going to be a millionaire overnight. It's going to take work. It's going to take time. But oh my goodness, is it ever worth it? And that is what truly matters. We'll start right at the bottom and build the foundations that it takes to make 10K per month. We'll cover the next skills needed to double your income and begin scaling. Then I'll break down how to expand your business and enter new territories. And finally, how to protect your wealth for the long term. Because getting rich, hey, look, man, it is what it is. Staying rich is a whole nother game. There's a reason why you see so many people win the lottery and then a couple years later, they go broke and they're back to their 9-to-5 job. There's no reason for that, because you have to be a millionaire. Otherwise, even if you have $1 million, you're not going to be a millionaire. Be a millionaire before you become a millionaire. And I'll show you how to do that here. Now, how do I know all this works? Well, again, no empty promises on this channel. I've documented it well over a dozen times where I've had interviews with people that I actually helped hit 10K per month. In fact, in the last month, I helped 3 people get to 10K per month. And again, their interviews are right here on this very channel for you to go check out. 10K per month, 19-year-old making 10K per month, and another guy down here making $16,000 per month. Guys, again, how can you tell me you can't do this as well? We have a whole bunch of guys on here, and I'm gonna go through their individual stories a little bit later on in the program. But we have guys here where English isn't their first language. We have guys here that are from, places in Europe like Romania, etc., Bulgaria, and English wasn't their first language, like I said, and they had all the reasons as to why they can't do it. They're young. Some of these guys are like 18. Some of these guys are like 16 years old, but they're bringing in real money. And if you have any of those excuses, any of those doubts, don't worry. We're actually going to pick them apart one by one as we move on. But just know, if you're feeling those worries kind of bubble up inside you and those doubts, we're going to address those and we're going to get rid of them so that you truly do understand how simple it is to just make money. You do the action steps and you will get there. It's just like the gym. You go in the gym, you do your bench press, you do your squats, you do your deadlifts, you do your lat pull downs, you do your bicep curls, you're going to get ripped. There's just no other way. And even just from my free content, because I know people are going to be asking this too, even just from my free content, people are making money. And I haven't even given out as much value as I'm giving out in this course as well. People are making 5K per month, people making 4K, some more wins here as well. Now you can, stop the video, scroll it if you want, 4,000 right there. Somebody else with a bunch of money too. You can stop the video, scroll it, made 2.3K per month. And then some more wins down here from, these are my personal students as well. As you can see, guy making 21,000, et cetera, et cetera. So guys, I showed this to you, not to like brag or just be like, look, all these dudes are making money. What are you doing? I mean, kind of like that, but really just to prove to you, if there's so many people already out here doing it, what one man can do, another can do. So hopefully that takes away all of your excuses or your thoughts of, well, I don't know how realistic this is. Bro, there's so many people already doing it that I've already personally helped, not to mention all of the thousands of people that I haven't helped that have been able to make it as well. So here's the complete system and guide that we're going to be covering in today's video. 1, the mental frameworks required to actually hit 7-figure success. The no BS business models that actually work, because we're not going to, like I said, show you just one business model or go in depth on one. We are going to be touching on multiple ones and how they actually connect and will play a part in your journey. The complete marketing and copywriting foundation, building your own personal brand, sales psychology, email marketing systems, website funnel building, content creation, empire, investing strategies like stocks and in crypto, building your dream lifestyle, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what makes me qualified to actually give you these systems? Well, because I have actually hit 7 figures myself, over $1 million every single year. And I've also, like I've said, for the last couple of years, been helping tons of people make money online for free. Just to give you an idea of how valuable all the information that you're getting here is, I want to show you a couple of receipts. So pay attention to the dollar amount that you see and pay attention to the date, because a lot of these are going to say the same dollar amount, but they're going to say a different date. So I just wanted to point that out. And for the information that I'm giving you in this video for free, by the way, I've paid $5,000, $5,000, $5,000. That's $15K so far on mentorships, courses, another $5,000, $20K, $25K, and then this was $30K. If you're wondering why there's so many $5K, it's because I have a limit on my credit card. So I can only do $5K at a time. So I basically pay people, if it's like a $15,000 program, which I've been in like 4 or 5 of those now in the past year, then I have to pay in $5,000 increments. Another $8,000 invoice, $4,000 invoice, $2,500 invoice, $8,000 invoice. I have spent well over $50,000 in the last year or so on mentorships and programs to learn the information, the strategies, and the tactics that I am bringing you here today. I just want you to put that into perspective. Here is something that I like to tell people, and it's that you can read the book or you can hire the author, which is what I chose to do. One costs $20 and the other one might cost $2,000. One takes months to see full results because you're reading the book, you're figuring out how to implement into your business or into what you're doing. And the other one takes minutes because someone can just come in, look at what you're doing, and actually teach you the lessons that are relevant to you. Choose your pace and pay the price. And that's exactly what I decided to do. I've been investing myself like crazy. And we'll get onto this in a little bit later on when we go in the program. But all the extremely rich and famous or successful people that you know are all investing heavily into their own success. And that's just what it is. Now, as a complete beginner, you might not have the funds, which is why we're here right now. So the reason as to why I want to tell you that is because people who pay attention. Now, the downside of an amazing course like this, and if you're wondering why more people don't do it, the fact is that because it is free, a lot of people will not value it. So I want you to go through this course really understanding how much it costs to even come into production. I spent over $50K on the information, tens of thousands of dollars on editors and employees to help me actually create this, and then also a year's worth of my own time on researching, building this very course out for you. So I don't want you to take it lightly. I want you to absolutely devour every single second because that is how you're going to win. To put it into perspective, the information I'm sharing with you cost me enough money to buy a brand new BMW M5. I have a BMW M5 worth of information and knowledge that I'm putting into your hands right now. So it's up to you what you will do with it. But even still, people will literally still sit there and engage in watching brain rot, literal brain rot, then 50, 60K worth of information. It's insane. Here's the superpower of the elites. It isn't discipline or perseverance or intelligence. It's follow through. Look, it's the invisible thing, the dividing line to those who dream and those who actually achieve. Anyone can get excited about an idea for a day, a week, or a month. How many times have you been like, man, I'm going to go to the gym. You go to the gym for a week and then you fall off. Man, I'm going to learn this instrument. You play it for a couple days, then you play it less and less, then it falls off. But the ability to stay committed when the initial excitement fades is rare. And that rarity is what makes it so valuable. This long-form course isn't designed to be bite-sized content that you're used to consuming. It's not meant to be easy. It's intentionally in depth because real transformation doesn't happen in 5-minute videos. Think of this course like your first test of commitment. And if you can't wait for success, if you can't wait a couple hours for success, how do you expect to wait for the actual success itself? If you can't sit here through a video that you can finish in a weekend that is comprised of the information that will literally take you from 0 to 1 million, then how do you really expect to deserve that million in the first place? If you can't follow through on watching a course, you won't follow through on implementing what's in it. Completion is the first test of your commitment to success. Anyone can start, but only few will finish. Be one of the few. The marketplace rewards completion, not consumption. Most people abandon ship the moment learning becomes challenging because how you do one thing is how you do everything. So, for example, I have a graphic here. Maybe, let's say, hundreds of people will start the 60K free course, which is what you're watching right now. Only a few people will actually start implementing what's in it. And then only a few people will persist after a year. And then for the people who never stop, it's just one person, and then they will finally become rich. That's an easy way to visualize what it's going to be. Every single step of the process acts like a filter. So every time you're going through something hard, you're doing something you don't want to do, understand that you just separated yourself from another 10%. And now I want to show you exactly where I come from. And the reason as to why is because it's extremely relevant to the story. I don't want you guys to think that I'm some trust fund baby or something, or I had things handed to me, or I even had some sort of previous experience that makes it possible for me, but not possible for anybody else, my friends. I failed school, got kicked out at 18, and worked 3 jobs to barely survive. I failed multiple classes, didn't do very well in school in general. I got lots of 40s out of 100, 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's basically all of my grades. I was also here. I was in the Army as well. I was also a construction worker in the daytime, and I was a security guard at night. So to give you an overall look at my week, 1 or 2 nights per week, I would go and work with the Army. And then I would also work with them on some weekend trainings and also go away with them on the summer to get done some full courses. And then when I wasn't doing full-time Army stuff, I would be doing full-time construction worker. And then on top of that, at nighttime and on weekends, I would work as a security guard. So I'd be easily pulling in 70, 80-hour weeks consistently. And you want to know what? The crazy part is that I was only making like $2,000 to $3,000 per month on a good month. And rent was $1,200. Rent is $1,200 in the first place, bro. So I'm not keeping any money. I'm not living in any sort of abundance. I'm literally just scraping by, using the best years of my life and just working and grinding towards what? The other thing is that my career in all 3 of these stages, like even if I followed through with all of them, I was never going to be wealthy. I might make $4K and $5K per month, maybe one day if I'm lucky. That just didn't sound good to me. So that's what I would consider my rock bottom. I had a financial crisis. I had 3 different jobs. My living conditions were really not very good. And I was just escaping everything. I was turning to partying. I was just not living a very good lifestyle. I maxed out my credit card and I was in $4K of debt and had less than $250 in my bank account. Bro, my bank account was looking so sorry, bro. So sorry. I had 3 different jobs. Some days I'd be grinding 18-hour shifts as a carpenter, security guard, and in the Army. I would sleep in a sleeping bag on the floor of my very first apartment. Humble beginnings. I really wish that I had a picture. It's hilarious. It was like one of those photos where it's like, this is all a man needs to be happy. And I have a sleeping bag and I have like this tiny 18-inch TV. And that's just what we were grinding with. That's just what we had, what we were doing. Some weeks I had to go without food because I literally just couldn't afford anything. And I had to turn to partying, substances, and alcohol. It became my normal to get away from reality. All of these things were things to numb the pain of just never really having enough and all the anxiety, especially around finances, to the point where I didn't want to check the mail because I knew I'd had some red letter in there. Somebody saying, yo, man, we're coming for your debts. We're coming for collections and we need that money that I just didn't have. So this is when I started to toy around with the idea of trying to make money online. It'd been something that I had looked into every once in a while. Sometimes I watched a video that really inspired me, but I never really committed to anything or made anything work. I tried graphic design, to be a graphic designer on Fiverr or like a video editor. I tried affiliate marketing. I tried investing in crypto. I put all of my money in crypto, which we're going to talk about a lot later on how to actually win with crypto. But I did it the wrong way. And needless to say, I lost a bunch of money. I literally worked every single weekend and put every single spare dollar into crypto just to lose it. Now, if you'll understand, you don't really lose money in crypto or in stocks. You take it out while it's down. And that's what I had to do because I was in such a financial dire situation that I had to take out the money and I lost it. I basically worked for free for whole weekends, 18 hours a day. It was insane. And then I realized that every time you fail, it's not an actual loss. You found a way not to do something which pushes you one step closer to your solution. And all of these things amalgamated to me actually finally finding my way. And then I just committed. I went all in. I eliminated all my distractions, smashed my bong, flushed my weed, got rid of all of those distractions. I had an extreme schedule. I would wake up as early as possible before work so I could get done my online business, my side hustle, as soon as possible, rather than doing it after work. Because after work, you don't have any time. So I started waking up at 2 a.m. and I would work hard like crazy. Then I would go to work at 7 or 8, come back from work, go to sleep, and then do it all again the next morning. And even though I was already 4K in debt, I took out another 5K loan to invest in mentorship courses, and I was still investing in myself early on in the beginning with money that I straight up did not have. This was because I needed to change my life ASAP. I was extremely just unfulfilled in life. And I needed to learn from someone else's mistakes. I didn't have time to waste figuring things out on my own. I had no plan B, and this time it actually had to work. And the way that I made it work is I sacrificed everything else and I went through laser focus. And again, this course you're watching is the very first test. If you have like 25 different tabs open, dude, just cut them all off. Take your phone, throw it at the other end of the room. You need to cut out and eliminate distractions so you can actually focus and lock in. So I worked extremely hard for an extremely long time, and only then was I able to finally break through. So here's kind of like a timeline. 1, I got my first client, which was a commission deal. I didn't earn very much money, but dude, getting your first client, making your first little bit of money online, I do truly pray that all of you really experience what that's like, because my first dollar was a completely different feeling from like $100,000 a month or 50K per month or 10K per month. Making that first dollar is the most exciting. Then I finally got real clients that were paying me $3,000 and $4,000 per month. Then I grew my own agency. So I started to hire and outsource 2 people. I was making 20K per month. And then, like I said, I'm at 100K per month. And all of that took less than 3 years. I did it all in 2 years. I've been able to get all the dream cars that I want. As you can see, I'm right here with my Corvette. I also got a Ram TRX. Also got an Audi RS5. Any car for any occasion, I got it. I also have my dream home. I'm able to live in the penthouse. I'm able to live in a really nice apartment. Whereas before, I was literally living in like a trap house where it was like, you would literally see people who are on drugs just walk outside like zombies, just outside my apartment. Like that's what it was like. I was in bad neighborhoods. Now I've been able to travel to anywhere I want in the world. I've never left my home country until I was like 22, 23. And then I started making money, and then I started traveling. And now I've been all over the world. And I'm completely, absolutely blessed and forever grateful that I've been able to have all these opportunities, to the point where I feel as though I owe it to other people to help them do the same thing, because it's completely life-changing. And over the last 12 months, we've been able to make 1.51 million. And this is not including things like PayPal, my paid school community, bank transfers. So realistically, it's more than this. But again, completely blessed to be able to make that sort of financial income. But here's what I'm most proud of is the results that I've been able to help other people get, kind of like I showed you. People hit 30K per month from cartel infested city to actually being able to achieve freedom. People who in 50 days went from 0 to 5 figures per month, over 10K per month. And people hit $18,000 per month within 9 months of starting. And look, although most people know me for copywriting, I've also had a lot of success in other areas too, because I've mastered what I call skill acquisition. And that's all that success, making money, financial success, even just life success in general, really all is about being able to acquire the proper skills. And pretty much everybody has skills, but the problem is that they invest in the wrong skills. They want to be an amazing trick shotter or quick scoper on Call of Duty. They want to be really good at NBA 2K, but they're not actually willing to put in the hard work on the things that don't give them as much dopamine, like building businesses, building landing pages, understanding marketing, sales, etc. And by learning the art of writing persuasive copywriting, I reached my first 10K per month. Later, learned leadership skills to help me build an agency and double my income. Now I've been able to establish a personal brand with over 10 million views, mentorship programs, and investments that allowed for diversified streams of income. And I've used all of these same principles in all aspects of my life, even fitness. I'm into music as well, play guitar. Every single aspect of my life, I feel as though I'm a complete professional at. And that's the real reward. The real reward is not the money that you get. The real reward is the person who you become in the process. I went from incredibly skinny to being strong, fit, and in shape. And not because I'm lucky with peak genetics. Yes, I do have the black genetics, so obviously that plays a factor. But I mean, man, there was still hard work to come with it as well. I've trained hard, eaten well, and built an unbreakable mindset over the past few years. And you'll find that the skills you've picked up throughout your life will help you in seemingly unrelated times. Because learning new strategies without working on yourself is like downloading new apps on a broken phone. Fix the foundation, then add on the features. And you are the number one project. You are your number one enemy. And you are the only thing standing in the way between your future millionaire status. Because the cold hard truth is this is going to be 16 hours of intensive training. Most people won't complete it. I'm giving you the map, the key, the car, the fuel, the food for the trip so you can actually reach success. But so many people won't make it because they'll say, well, it's 16 hours. Oh my gosh, it's so much. Like, brother. Every single Netflix series that you've ever watched is over 16 hours easily. You're watching Game of Thrones. Like, bro, how many hours do you think is in Game of Thrones? How many hours do you think you've ever played a video game for? I bet if you log into your video game, you can see how much time you spent playing the game, and you probably spent days playing it, like as in like 24-hour accumulation of playing it. I know I have. I'm not innocent either. I've loved playing games and I've loved wasting time before in the past. But at the end of the day, 16 hours really isn't that long. 99% of people will waste 16 hours absorbed by things like Netflix, rot their brain with hours of doom scrolling, watch 20 minutes and think, this is too much work though. It's actually showing me something that I have to do. And then they'll walk off because they never really wanted it in the first place. But if you want to be the first millionaire in your family, then these are the things that you have to do and you have to remember. And you know what? That's fine. This course isn't for them. This course is for the 1% who are serious about changing their lives. So here's my challenge to you, should you wish to accept it. One is to complete all 16 hours of the free program. Watch every second, even the parts you think don't apply. Because again, guys, skills are transferable. Even though you might not be building a personal brand right now, you understanding what goes into it is always going to help you. Implement and document. So take action immediately, track your results. Next is to share your results. So comment why you even want to be a millionaire in the first place. I'm genuinely curious. And as you know, I'm doing a giveaway in this very video. So 3 people are going to be winning $1,000. And all they have to do is like the video, subscribe to the channel, and then also just leave a comment. And I'll be picking some of the best and just some random comments as well to win. And I'll be announcing them on my Instagram story. So you should probably be following me there as well at tyson.scales so you can see who the winners are as well. And if you won, you can go there and actually claim your $1,000. My investment to you to actually help you get started in this. And lastly, I want to address the number one objection that I'm going to get, which is, but Tyson, I don't have enough time. Not only just to finish a 16-hour course, I'm a busy guy. My friend, first and foremost, you're talking to the king of 9-to-5 jobs here, working 70, 80 hours a week, but still being able to make it, still being able to make just enough money online to quit those jobs, and then using that extra time that I just freed up to actually scale my businesses and make as much money as I want. And that's the process. So yes, you might be low on time, but here's how you need to think of it. Think of it about what's your 9-to-5 escape plan. And maybe you're making 2K, 3K, 4K, 5K per month. Maybe you're in school. How much money do you need to escape? And then you have all the time in the world. So I'm not trying to hear that. And look at this. Here's the truth. People with less time, resources, and advantages have been able to make it work. So why can't you? On the left is a picture of what my day-to-day looked like when I was starting my online business. Except I had 3 jobs, woke up at 2 a.m. every day, and still didn't make any excuses. And on the right, that's how the average person wastes their time every single day. They snooze. They snooze again. They check social media when they wake up. They go to Starbucks. They start watching YouTube. They go to their day job at 9 to 5. Then they go to happy hour with their friends. Then they go to a watch party. They're just watching TV. Then they start doom scrolling on TikTok. And then they overthink starting. And then they start all over again the next day. Whereas the people on the left are the ones who actually win. They work on their dreams, they go to the gym, and then they go to their job, and then they go back, and then they work on their dreams again, every single day consistently. I don't have time, while their screen time says that they spend 3 hours every single day scrolling TikTok. The truth is, if you don't have time, it's because you're not making time. And if you're not making time, then changing your life isn't just not that important to you. It's as simple as that. Every millionaire started with the same 24 hours per day that you have. They just prioritize things that push them closer to their goals. Look at Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world, runs some of the largest companies on the face of the planet, does work for the government for US. Now, by the time I wrote this, it's not really, he doesn't do work for the government anymore, but he also has a family of 7 children from like 3 different mothers and has a busy schedule, obviously, but he's still found a way to make it work. And he's still finding a way to make it work. And that's just one example. Whether you like him or not, doesn't really matter. Don't care. These people have crazy time management skills. And all you need to do is just use that for inspiration. Because here's the thing, everybody wants a mentor. And I want you to take this piece of advice and carry it throughout the whole program. Everyone wants a mentor until they realize mentors don't just give you the answers, they give you uncomfortable truths that force you to grow. You might not like a lot of the things that I'm saying here in the course or in the program, but they are what's needed to be said to you. I'm sorry, but I'm not really that concerned with your feelings, my friend. I'm more concerned with you actually changing your life. Am I saying you should do nothing but work? Won't that mean you end up on your deathbed with nothing but money and regrets? Yes, and yes, but with one exception. Work isn't everything forever. You grind for 1 to 3 years, and by the time you put your head back up, the rest of your life consists of complete freedom. Is that a trade you're willing to make? Let me know in the comments. But that's all you need to consider. Is that a trade that you are willing to make? Because if not, then this is not really what you want. But if it is, if you're willing to sacrifice those 1 to 3 years, and also those 1 to 3 years is not going to be like freaking slavery. I mean, brother, let's be honest. You're not in a coal mine. You're out here texting, typing away, learning things on a computer. You're fine. 1 to 3 years of grinding inside at a desk for a lifetime of freedom, being able to do whatever you want, whenever you want, having financial abundance and building generational wealth. Worth it? And don't just say yes with your mouth or with your words. I want you to mean yes with your actions. And here's an example of me still being able to live life and make money. Yes, I grinded 24/7 for years, but now I've been able to actually go on vacation, go on resorts, not have to worry about the bill, go to Miami, go to business events, meet just like famous people that I've been scrolling on my phone and looking at for years, and actually be able to meet them in person. It's just crazy. I also take my whole team, all my students out to Funnel Hacking Live, which is a business event, and spend time with them in Vegas, meet them all, and just have a great time in general. Because let's be honest, what's the point of having wealth if you don't get to enjoy the fruits of your hard work? So eventually, yes, you will get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. But again, first, you have to actually work. You have to labor in the first place. Now, I don't just want to give you life-changing advice in this course. I want to tell you exactly how to maximize your results right now. So here's what you need to do at this very second. You need to commit to watching every single second, even the parts you think don't apply to you. You need to take notes, multiple notebooks for key insights. Guys, I stay with the notebooks. This right here, this is my daily schedule, okay? And I want you to realize every single one of those blocks is actually one day. And this is just one folder, one binder. I have multiple of these that are already completely filled out, not to mention all the rest of the notes that I have over here. And the reason why I'm showing this is because I just want to show you that I practice what I preach. And these are just a couple. I literally have like a whole stack of ones that are completely full, completely filled, because taking notes is really that important. That's how you are going to not only just watch the course. This is not something you do passively. This is something that you interact with. So in order to actually maintain and retain all the information, you have to take notes. There's just no other way about it. You have to take notes. You have to listen intentionally. This is not something for you to just listen to while you're cleaning your house or something. This is something that you need to actively participate in, because exposure to knowledge is not learning. You can watch 1 million episodes of Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen, but guess what? At the end of that, you're not going to know how to cook just because you watched him do it. You actually got to get in the kitchen. Next, you want to save this video for later. Look, I'm not going to lie. You're probably not going to watch it 16 hours focused in a row. Probably not going to happen. So you'll be able to easily find it later if you go down below this video, actually leave a like. Then it will be in your liked videos playlist, and you won't have to lose it or try to find it again. It'll be super easy. Next is to watch it in segments. So you can just leave a timestamp down below by commenting what time you left off at. So let's say you left off at 1 hour and 15 minutes. You can go down in the comments, leave it as a bookmark. Then when you come back to the video, you can go down, click on the link to your bookmark, and then you'll be able to pick up where you left off. That way you're not searching for where you left off and then kind of stuck again. Next is to track your progress. So document your journey using something like Snapchat. Super, super important and helpful. Maybe I'll show you some of my old Snapchats in general, but it's kind of like a video log or like a video diary. And the great thing about Snapchat is that it will remind you when you actually did something a year ago in your memories. So really, really easy way to do that. So take a video of you saying, I'm starting this 16-hour course. I'm starting this journey. I'm committing to finishing it. I'm committing to actually taking the action and doing all the steps that's inside. And finally, don't go in alone. This journey is much easier with partners. So you want to share this video with other people that you know so that they can go through it with you. If you know other people who want to actually start a hustle, want to start making money, share it with them. And then I also have some free communities that I'll link down below. If you're just looking for other people to meet and meet other like-minded individuals who have the same goals and aspirations. And I want you to have every single chance possible of succeeding. Here's why this is more important now than ever. And one of the biggest parts is the AI gold rush. See, with not even just AI, but just online business in general, my friend, we right now are in the sweet spot. We are in the sweet spot where it's actually pretty easy. And here's the thing, easy is extremely subjective. Is it easy to lift 100 pounds? Well, it depends on who you are, how long you've been lifting, et cetera, et cetera. But it's been easier than it ever has in the world to get rich. But people have never been lazier. Everybody is lazy. All you have to do is put in a little bit of hard work and nobody will be able to keep up with you. It's so simple. But it won't be like this forever. You think you're going to start in a year, you're going to start in 2 years, start in 3 years, 5 years, start when whatever it is, start when you're out of school, start when your job requires less hours from you. Dude, these opportunities won't be here forever. These methods will one day be patched and it will be either harder or impossible to actually escape, especially in the age of AI. Look, how many times have you heard people say, oh man, I wish I'd bought Bitcoin back in 2010. That's the worst thing about hindsight, is that it's always 2020. The truth is, some opportunities don't always scream at the top of their lungs, but AI is jumping around in the spotlight right now, waiting for you to take advantage of it. It's still in the early days, and the people who jump on it right now are going to make boatloads of cash. There's no two ways of looking at it. So don't worry. I want to show you exactly how to leverage AI through this course so that you don't later regret the fact that you missed out. Because it's just going to be an exponential growth curve. It's a new technology. There's so many new things happening in the market right now where all you need to do is position yourself properly and you can't help but profit. We're still in the early stages. So later on in this video, I'll be showing you how to come up with infinite amount of ideas and concepts to bring your thoughts to life, produce a week's worth of work in hours instead of days, and find hidden opportunities that your competitors are missing out on, all while leveraging AI. On its own, AI just can't replace the strategy, the psychology, and the human connection that drives real results. So you're going to be able to use all of these things to your advantage. And if you're somebody who's worried about AI if it's going to actually take away your opportunities, let me say this. Over the course of time, there have been countless revolutions that changed the way the world worked. There are many people that are worried about AI taking their jobs. But let me put it this way. Did the Industrial Revolution take jobs? No. It created a whole new line of industries. Did the internet make business obsolete? No. It created trillion-dollar companies. Did automations replace accountants? No. It made them more valuable as strategic advisors. Here's an example. Mechanics kind of came out of the blue. For the longest time, humans were using horses for transport. And as soon as cars were invented, we needed people to fix them. And the bigger the role that the cars had within society, the more mechanics were needed. That's the same situation that we are in right now. AI is creating jobs that have never been needed before in history. The earlier you get in, the better. But I'll touch on this later. This is the opportunity of our lifetimes. And one day it won't be there. It's just like nothing lasts forever. Everybody knows that. So if you're watching this right now, understand and get a complete sense of urgency. I wish I never waited as long as I did. And you'll hear everybody say that. They wish that they started sooner. So start right now. Here's the course roadmap on everything we're going to be learning in order. Now, I've talked about these before, so I'll just leave it on screen so you can have an idea of what we're going to be covering in which order. But your journey to $1 million starts now. You have the map, you have the keys, you have the vehicle, you have the journey. No more excuses, no more limiting beliefs, no more waiting for the perfect time because it will never come. Right now is the only time that exists. I believe everything happens for a reason. And that's why you stumble across this video. So here it is. This is the formula. This is the system. This is everything I know about making money online. Look, I'll leave it at this. You could be doing anything in the whole entire world right now, but instead you're sitting right here with me, digesting this video and learning how to improve your life for the better. And you know what? I don't take that lightly. So your success is my responsibility. And that's why throughout this whole thing, I'm going to encourage you as much as I humanly can to not only finish, but implement and really get started and be done with making the excuses, be done with saying you're going to try later, be done with trying things for a couple days, for some weeks, for some months, and then quitting, but actually committing to making a difference. So with all that being said, man, let's lock in and begin. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 40. I am back. I am black. I'm ready to attack on the second installment of the free 16-hour course. Trust me, there's going to be a lot of introductions. So let's get used to it. Anyways, time to get into the topic at hand, which is mastering your mindset and unlocking your personal potential. Now, look. The word mindset is often overused and watered down. If you're anything like me, bro, when you hear mindset, you throw up in your mouth a little bit because it's always some dude who ain't never really done nothing talking about, bro, you got to be consistent. You got to be disciplined. You got to be blah, 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 blah. We've heard it all before over and over and over and over again. So today we're going to redefine what mindset even means and how to program your brain to become a millionaire, because that is where success truly lies. Not in the business model, not in the tactics, not in the techniques, not in marketing, not in sales. And don't worry, we're going to be getting into all of those, but it all comes down to you. It is actually all based upon you. The journey to financial abundance begins not with investment strategies or business plans, but with a fundamental restructuring of your core beliefs about wealth and your relationship to it. Now, when you transform these deep mental patterns, you'll find the actions required for wealth creation become natural extensions of who you are rather than forced behaviors that you must maintain. And the best part here is that everything we're going to talk about is action oriented. So let's lock in and begin. The difference between those who build wealth and those who don't often has little to do with strategy, tactics, or even opportunity. The real dividing line is mindset. And that's just the fact. And it's often overlooked. And that's why it's such a secret superpower. Without the right mental operating system, even the best financial strategies will eventually fail. I've watched brilliant people with perfect business plans self-sabotage because their mindset wasn't aligned with wealth. Meanwhile, other people who had far fewer advantages have built fortunes simply because they possessed unwavering belief and resilience. Look, everybody knows you should be disciplined. Everybody knows you need to work hard. Everybody knows you need to be consistent. Everybody knows you need to sacrifice. But how do you do those in the best possible way? And how can you do them without feeling like you're freaking torturing yourself? Well, we'll talk about that. Your mind acts as a filter for everything that you experience. When opportunity knocks, a poverty mindset hears only risk and danger, but a wealth mindset hears possibility. This isn't positive thinking fluff, but it's a practical psychology that determines whether you even recognize opportunities in the first place. So think about it like this, a little mental reframe. Your subconscious mind is constantly scanning your environment based on your existing beliefs. If you believe wealth is difficult, unethical, or not for people like you, your brain will literally filter out evidence that contradicts those beliefs. You'll notice all the failures and none of the successes. You'll spot only obstacles and miss all of the openings. A lot of people say that seeing is believing, but in fact, I believe the opposite. Believing is seeing. Whatever you believe, whatever you truly hold dear to your heart, know in your mind, you will actually see in the outside world. Will a positive mindset let you do everything? Oh, well, Tyson, all I got to do is believe positively and I'm going to manifest every single thing that I've ever wanted in my life. That's not what we're talking about here, my friend. No, a positive mindset will not let you do everything, but it will help you do anything better than a negative mindset will. For example, if you're going to box with Mike Tyson, prime Mike Tyson, not the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, chances are you're going to lose. But you have two options. One, you can walk into the ring sulking, depressed, and ready to get whooped. Or two, you can train hard, you can do your best, and you can go out with a fight with maybe even a small chance that hopefully he trips over his shoelaces or something and you get a lucky blow on him and then you beat him. Maybe. Either way, you'll probably lose. But one gives you the best chances. And a lot of people just go through life all cynical, being like, well, I'm not going to make it, so why would I even try? Where I would rather try as hard as I can and even not succeed than not try and still not succeed, but wonder what would have happened if I did. So here's a visual representation. I'm going to have lots of different drawn out frameworks throughout this whole course. I know I'm an artist. It looks amazing. So let me walk you through this graphic and what it actually means. You can have somebody who has the tools and the blueprint, but if they lack ethic, then here's the situation they're going to find themselves in. They're going to have an unfinished house and they're going to say, no, I don't actually feel like finishing it, even though they have the blueprint and they have the tools. Whereas someone else with bad tools and a vague idea, but actually has work ethic, will finish the house anyways, even if they only have a knife, not a saw, and even if instead of a blueprint, they only have an idea. Almost every decision you make, even those you believe are rational and strategic, is actually controlled by your subconscious mind. 99% of your mind is actually controlled completely subconsciously. You don't even realize that you're doing it. The studies on these are mind-blowing. Researchers at Harvard and Yale have found that we make up to 35,000 decisions daily, yet only 5% of those are made up with conscious awareness. Your subconscious drives your automatic behaviors around money and business and work. How you respond to opportunities, whether you follow through on commitments, and how you handle setbacks, even your work ethic is all subconscious. It's all already programmed into your brain. You think that you're making all these choices. You think that you have choice to make decisions, but realistically, it's not even you. These automatic patterns determine your financial outcomes far more than your conscious ever will. Think about it. Have you ever known exactly what to do to improve your finances, but you still didn't do it? That's your subconscious programming overriding your conscious intentions. Your subconscious beliefs about wealth, success, and your own worthiness are directing your actions regardless of what you consciously want. Think about it like this. When you tie your shoes, you usually don't go, okay, right over left, and then pull it, and then make one ear, make the other ear, and you turn it around, and no, you just do it really quickly. Boom, 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 done. When you walk, you don't think, okay, right foot, right heel, right toe, left foot, left heel, left toe. Now I'm about to make a turn, and then you turn. No, you just walk normally. When you read, you don't sit there and think, okay, THEV, GOOD, that's good. No, you just do all these things subconsciously. They're already programmed into your mind. You don't even consciously do it. You're not consciously sitting here thinking, okay, I'm going to breathe, or I'm going to beat my heart at 60 beats per minute. It all just happens automatically. So if you were to program your subconscious mind to automatically drive for wealth and deliver results, what do you think that would do to you? The good news is that you can reprogram these subconscious patterns through techniques like the ones we're about to cover. You can install new automatic responses that align with wealth building rather than repel it. And look, you can try to, force your way, willpower your way through the whole wealth building phase. By the end of the day, if it feels like absolutely pulling teeth, or if you would rather swallow glass than wake up and do some work in the morning, then the chances of you actually doing it are just zero. You're just never actually going to do it. So you can actually make all of this enjoyable. You can make it second nature, so that you always do it. This programming explains why some people seem to effortlessly achieve financial success. People who achieve financial success aren't just doing it by grinding. It's their subconscious is aligned with their conscious goals. So they don't even experience the internal resistance that derails most people. Their actions flow naturally in direction of wealth creation rather than away from it. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later on in the program, but at the end of the day, a lot of the people that are famous, that are rich, that are successful, that you look up to, they could have stopped a long time ago. They could have took all their money. They could have been somewhere. Myself, for example, I have enough money where I could live for a very, very long time, very, very comfortably. But here I am grinding, losing sleep. It's actually currently, you probably can't see my watch, but it's literally 1:49 a.m. I woke up extremely early, like I always do. And I'm out here working and grinding on this 16-hour course instead of doing anything else in the world. And I don't even need anything. I don't want anything. There's nothing in the world that I could even buy. If someone transferred $1 billion into my bank account today, I would still wake up and do the exact same things. The reason why is because I've programmed my subconscious to actually derive pleasure and fulfillment from the amazing work that I get to do, from the opportunities that I'm blessed to have. So when you start seeing work in that way and reprogramming your conscious mind behind actually enjoying the work, then this is where all the difference happens. When you understand this dynamic, you realize why mindset work is not optional. It's the foundation of all sustainable financial success. Without it, you're constantly fighting an invisible enemy, which is your own subconscious programming. So my friends, cultivating your mindset isn't a skill, it's a weapon. So pick it up, point it at your goals, and pull the trigger. Make it count. Here's what we are going to be covering. The whole foundation, everything from top to bottom. One, we're going to be covering productivity maxing. So making sure every hour of work is executed for maximum efficiency. And this is huge. If you're out here working for 4 hours a day and someone else is working for 4 hours a day, but they're getting twice as much done as you will never succeed. You can never make it. You can never, ever be wildly successful because there are other people that are just beating you. Not on how much they're even putting in, but just on how much they are getting out. On top of that is extreme focus. Go through periods where you get years worth of progress done in just a couple of months because you are that focused. On top of that is rewiring your thought patterns. See every setback and failure as an opportunity and build the fundamental advantage. This, how you respond to things when they happen to you, will make all the difference. And then finally, it's also self-belief because nobody in their right minds works for something that they don't think that they can achieve. So you need to understand and truly believe that you can make it happen. And we're going to go through ways to do all of those. So here's how to program your brain for success. We have one, which is a fixed mindset, and two, which is a growth mindset. Here's the difference. A fixed mindset believes that abilities are static and unchangeable. They avoid challenges and give up easily, and they see effort as fruitless and criticism as a personal attack. You guys ever meet somebody like this? It's like time to do some work, or you ask them to do something really quite simple and they're like, oh, I don't want to do that. That's extra work. Why would I want to do that? I want to avoid pain at all costs. They don't go to the gym because they're like, oh, no, that hurts. But on the other hand, you have the growth mindset, believes abilities can develop through dedication, embraces challenges as opportunities, and persists despite obstacles and learns from criticism. And something else that I want to note is that sometimes in certain scenarios, growth mindset doesn't necessarily make the most logical sense. Going back to the Mike Tyson example, I would be crazy to think that I could win. It would literally be probably improbable. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't try. It might be illogical, but if it helps you get to your desired outcome more likely than the other way of belief, I choose to believe what might be seen as less logical. Everybody who's hyper successful has a little bit of insanity towards them, where they believe things not because it's the most logical, but simply because it will get them the best outcome. And that's why they get the best outcome. A fixed mindset says, I'm not good at this. And then a growth mindset says, I'm not good at this yet. That simple 3-letter word opens up possibilities. Your potential isn't predetermined, it is cultivated. So now we're going to be covering sections 1 and 2, which is cultivating the self-belief and rewiring your thought patterns for success. Let's get it. So I want to start this section by showing you some of the clips from the beginning of my journey. These are clips from when I talked about this before, creating a video journal of my journey. They were just from a couple of years ago. That's the other crazy part. Or about 3 years ago or so. They start off with me talking about me going to work in the morning, car not starting, having to call a tow truck driver, not having any money, having extreme financial anxiety. And a couple of the other clips are about, some of the hard times that I faced as well. So I'm going to roll those right now. Check them out.
So I was humbled today. I was going to go to work, and of course, my car didn't start. But what's even better than that is that I got no money. Just paid the tow truck guy $200 that I do not have, bro.
So welcome back. Hopefully when you saw those, you really did realize that I was in the trenches as well. And the reason why I think that video is so important is because pretty much everybody I've ever met always has a reason as to why, yeah, but I can't. Yeah, but I have a real reason, or I didn't have this, or I didn't have that. When the truth is, what was really liberating, what I learned is that I'm not special. You're not special. Everybody who's been successful has had their rock bottoms. And in those videos, I was already grinding really, really hard for months and sacrificing so much, yet still not even seeing any results. But I kept going even though I wasn't seeing anything, because I measured my success not only by the outcome of my income, as in my financial outcome, I also measured my success by just my internal growth. So putting things into perspective, here's why most people will never succeed. And this is huge. I want everybody to, again, listen to this with an extremely open mind, because your mind is like a parachute. It will only work if it is open. So hear me out. Over-skepticism is a dream killer in disguise, and it's disguised as intelligence. If I had dismissed every opportunity that seemed too good to be true, I'd still be dreaming instead of actually building this stuff. Some opportunities actually are that good, but only for people who are willing to find out. A lot of people, when they see my videos or they go through my courses or whatever, what's the funniest thing is I'll make videos on Instagram showing people whatever, talking about copywriting or talking about making money online. People will go, we're not going to buy your course, little bro. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, my friend, brother, my courses are free on YouTube. I have 20 plus hours of free courses after this video is out, 40 hours plus of free courses on YouTube. So they're not actually judging me. They're just being overly skeptical and seeing everything that looks good, everything that looks like an opportunity is stupid. It's a scam. They're trying to famoose me, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what keeps them stuck. And it's unfortunate. The cruel irony is this: the same critical thinking that protects you from bad decisions can block you from life-changing opportunities. Balance is key. Question everything, but be willing to bet on yourself when the evidence points to possibility. Look, man, there is no winning in this game without risk. It just doesn't happen. And a lot of people are so extremely risk averse because they have a scarcity mindset. Critical thinking skills we're taught to value can secretly become our biggest obstacles to success. And the reason why this is so important is because this is one of the biggest reasons as to why people don't believe in themselves. People don't believe that's possible for them. I want you to do something really, really quick, and it sounds kind of corny, but actually close your eyes and imagine what it would be like if a few months from now or half a year from now, you're making $5K per month, $10K per month from home on your own terms. And 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, you are a millionaire. You're making tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. You're able to wake up, do what you want to do, work if you want to work when you'd like to work on whatever it is in the whole entire world that you want to work on. And you feel extremely fulfilled. That can actually happen. But a lot of people, when they even think about that, they recoil. They get scared, because then that means, well, if I believe that, then there's a risk of me being disappointed. And of course there is. There's always going to be a risk. When you love somebody else, there's going to be a risk that they'll leave you. When you start a new job or start a new business venture, there's a risk that it's not going to be like it seemed like it was going to be. But the only way to live life without any risk is to basically sit there and do nothing, be completely insignificant. And if you're watching this video right now, that already tells me that you don't want that to be you, my friend. It's a double-edged sword that determines your entire financial future. When we analyze every opportunity through the lens of suspicion, we create what I call the rejection first mindset, which so many people fall victim to. This is where our default response to opportunity is doubt rather than possibility. Why? Because our brains are wired with negativity bias. We give potential threats far more weight than potential rewards. This made sense for survival prehistoric times, but creates a massive blind spot in today's opportunity-rich environment. And look, I'll be the first to say, I bought lots of things online. I go on TikTok every once in a while to see what people are talking about. And bro, there's some people out there, look, between you and me, they're weird. They probably can't be trusted. But at the end of the day, there's tons of people out there that can be trusted that you can actually get value from and can help you. So you have to use your gut. You have to use your own mind to determine which ones are real and which ones aren't. And sometimes you might be wrong. I've been wrong lots of times, but that's just the name of the game. It's not about being right every single time. It's about trying consistently until you get it. All you need to do is get it right one time, and your life will never be the same. How do we overcome the rejection first mindset that ails so many people? Well, number one is to create a decision framework that evaluates both risk and reward. So when you're facing opportunities, list out potential downsides and potential upsides with equivalent attention. Assign realistic probabilities to each. Translation: if you come across a decision or something that you think will be good for you, really think it over, write it down, and weigh out both sides. Really see both sides and do it intentionally. Don't just think about something and then take action in 2 seconds. Just take another couple minutes to actually think it through. On top of that is this: practice small, calculated risks regularly. Take incrementally larger chances that stretch your comfort zone without risking financial devastation. This builds your risk tolerance muscle, and there's a reason that people say scared money don't make no money. So one of the ways that I did this at the beginning, I was a firm believer, same as a lot of people, but why would you ever buy anything online? Why would you buy any information online? Why would you do any of this? And I started listening to Kevin Samuels. He basically said, if you're not investing thousands of dollars in your own growth every single month, then something you don't even deserve the success that you want. And it really did hit me, because it really started to change my mindset and my paradigm. So then I bought a $50 a month course, and that was a lot for me at the time, but I bought it, I learned from it, and I started warming myself up. I was like, okay, I got it, $50 a month. I learned some things, I got into it. And then I started buying, bigger and bigger things, like I just showed you not too long ago. I started investing in freaking crazy $15,000 programs and even more and more. But I started small calculated risks, and then I saw what happened. Next is to surround yourself with balanced thinkers. So find people who are neither gullible nor overly cynical to help you process opportunities with more balanced perspective. Free communities are actually linked below. So for example, I have the free school community and the free Discord community where you can actually talk to like-minded people. Now, the reason why this is so important is because a lot of people get their financial advice from where? Their parents. Most people don't have rich parents. If you're watching this, you probably don't have rich parents. Otherwise, just go get your trust fund or just go get some money from them. Unless you just want to be more self-sufficient, then that's completely fair too. But it's like this. Parents, obviously, they're not in the same paradigm as us whatsoever. For them, the game, the hustle was, you got to go to school, you got to go to college, you got to go to university, then you're going to get a good job, good benefits, vacation time, and then that'll be your life, and it'll be awesome. But in 2025, it simply does not work like that anymore. And whenever I tell anybody over the age of 30 that whatever, they see my lifestyle, what I genuinely say now is just they're like, what do you do? I'm like, you ever see those stupid kids online that just make money online? And they're like, yeah. I do that. I just go, yeah, I do that. I heard someone else say it before, so I was like, you know what, I do that. Otherwise, you're just sitting there trying to explain it to them, and they go oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. This dude is definitely doing something completely illegal. All that to say, Surround yourself with other people who are hustlers, who have belief in themselves and also want to make it happen with them too, because it will take you so much farther. Next is practice possibility thinking daily. Just like I told you to visualize your success not too long ago, you should do that consistently, daily, all the time. Sit there and visualize what success is going to be like, because again, it will program your subconscious mind. Spend 10 minutes imagining how things could work out positively instead of always focusing excessively on what might go wrong. Another question that I commonly get is, can anyone and everyone actually get rich, including you? So I want to show this diagram because it perfectly exhibits what most people think competition and getting rich is like, how people think it is. So here's me, I have the whole pie. Here's me plus one competitor, and here's me plus three competitors. Meaning the more people who try, the less people actually are able to succeed. But instead, think of it like this way. This might actually be true if we're talking about like Apple versus Android. If you want to go out and make a smartphone company that's $1 trillion company, you're probably not going to, because yes, it's very, very competitive. But on the other hand, when we're talking about $100,000 a year, $1 million a year, my friend, there's so much opportunity for you to get to that level. And on top of that, one person's win and success doesn't mean someone else's loss and failure, because there's enough room for all of us at the top. And when it comes to competition, here's what it can feel like. It can feel like everyone else is absolutely grinding and they're so much better and they all have this bunch of years of experience and they all have these assets that you don't have and these advantages. But here's what competition can be like if you work at it hard enough for long enough, is you're the dude who's absolutely ripped and everyone else looks like a wet noodle, because you have the assets, you have the skills from staying in the game for longer than anyone else. And on top of that, competition is a huge illusion. It's a huge illusion. Because like I talked about before, millions of people will watch free courses. Millions of people have watched my free 4-hour course. But how many people finished it? Maybe a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. On top of that, how many people actually took action? Probably only a couple thousand. How many people stuck with it for years? Probably only hundreds. So if you stick with it for long enough, you will just absolutely, like, competition will be irrelevant, completely irrelevant. And everyone else is too afraid to start because they're afraid of competition in the first place. But again, the question still stands. What about the competition? What about them? Well, I can't get rich because there's so many other people trying to get rich already. This thought is fully valid, but let's reframe it. This is like saying there are more males in the world than females. Therefore, the dating market is oversaturated. So I guess I'll just die alone. I'll just die alone, man. You know, the odds aren't in my favor. All of the girls are already taken, so I'll just stay single till I die. Let me give you another hypothetical. Imagine if you're in a fight with 24 other people. You only have a 1 in 25 chance of actually winning. But what if the other 24 people were toddlers? Technically, the odds are the same. But once you actually take skill into account, the odds are swayed heavily in your favor. In short, if you become the best, you will win, period. Doesn't matter how many other people there are. And luckily for you, it's never been easier to stomp the competition. The same amount of effort that used to make a man ordinary will now make a man great. Everybody is so lazy, doing nothing, doom scrolling, entitled, thinking they deserve some results when they haven't even done anything. If you stick with this, you work a little bit harder than everyone else for a little bit longer than anybody else, your life will change. So let's address the question that silently haunts most people. Can anyone truly get rich? Or is it just possible for those with special advantages? The bottom line, the uncomfortable truth is that circumstances do create very real barriers. Someone born into poverty, lacking education, or facing systemic discrimination absolutely faces steeper obstacles than someone with wealth, connection, and privilege. Pretending these barriers don't exist is both dishonest and unhelpful. Like I said before, I'm not making this free course to help your feelings or make you feel good. It's to get you results. So I'm going to cut it straight with you. But here's what's equally true. While these circumstances make the journey harder, they rarely make it impossible. History is filled with people who overcame devastating circumstances to build wealth. Immigrants who arrived with nothing, individuals from impoverished backgrounds, people who faced discrimination, those with minimal education, and those who started later in life. All of these people, for example, Elon Musk, richest man in the world, immigrated from South Africa, came to the US with limited resources, built Zip2, PayPal, later Tesla, and SpaceX. Then we have Jan over here, Ukrainian immigrant who grew up on food stamps. He co-founded WhatsApp, sold Facebook, that was sold to Facebook for $19 billion. Oprah Winfrey, raised in extreme poverty, suffered abuse, later became the first black female billionaire through media. Richard Branson, Damon John, Colonel Sanders. Colonel Sanders actually started at 65. These other guys all had to go through hard times in order to actually make it work. So at the end of the day, what's your excuse? Like, what possibly could it be? Sorry, we got like Lambos driving outside. And I don't live in Miami either. My circumstances make wealth impossible often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, more limiting than the circumstances themselves. This is what I want you to wrap the whole part that we've been talking about around, is that the thought process that it's impossible is going to hurt you a lot more than the circumstances themselves ever will. This belief creates what psychologists call learned helplessness, a mindset where you stop trying because you've concluded that nothing you do will matter in the first place. Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson Fruity. I hope you guys are locked and loaded and ready for yet another installment of the free 16-hour mega course. And now, if you're wondering why I have your literal Call of Duty loadout here in real life, just for fun, bro. Just for fun. So now I want to get on and talk to you guys about the scarcity mindset virus that will keep you stuck, believing there's no room at the top for you. Now, this perspective sees opportunity as limited. If someone else succeeds, it somehow diminishes your chances of also winning. But wealth creation is not a fixed sum game. There is not only 1,000 spots at the top that need to be filled, and once they're filled, there's no other spots for anybody else. If you work hard enough, you can make room. The economy continuously expands, new markets emerge, and new problems always need solving. What's particularly destructive about this thinking is how it stops action before you even start. When you believe success is impossible for someone like me, you never actually take the first step. You never build the skills, make the attempts, or accumulate the experiences that could eventually lead to financial breakthrough. Now, this does not mean ignoring real challenges. Again, I'm going to be as real as possible with you guys. It means acknowledging them while refusing to let them define what's possible. It means replacing "I can't because" with "how could I despite." The truth is, the path to wealth rarely looks like a straight line. For those facing greater obstacles, it often involves more detours, more persistence, and more creativity. But harder doesn't mean impossible. It just requires adjusting your timeline and expectations while maintaining your destination. All very, very good information. What you really need to take away from it is this. I hear people say this all the time. I'll post one of my students or somebody just making $10K per month, making $16,000 in a month, making $18,000 in a month. And somebody in the comments, there's always that dude, will be like, yeah, easier said than done. I mean, yeah, I agree. Nobody said it was easy. These guys worked extremely hard. But if you're willing to work hard, you will get the result. And the result is more than worth the hard work. It is a small price to pay, my friend. So the question isn't whether anyone can get rich. It's whether you're willing to reject the limiting belief that your circumstances have written your financial future in permanent ink. We need to make a clear delineation between contributing factors versus determining factors. Contributing factors influence your journey, but don't dictate your destination. Determining factors actually decide your outcome. Most people make catastrophic mistake of confusing the two. Your background, education, connections, early advantages or disadvantages, economic conditions, and even your natural talents are all contributing factors. They make the path easier or harder. They influence your starting point and the obstacles you'll face. They're real, and pretending they don't matter is naive. These contributing factors, no matter how significant, are not determining factors. What ultimately determines your financial outcome are your decisions, actions, persistence, adaptability, and mindset over time. You wouldn't believe how many people I know, right? In the most humble way possible, I've inspired them. And they're like, yeah, man, seeing you win, seeing you make the money, seeing you make these moves, it really makes me believe that I can do it. So I'm going to go do it. Then they go try for a little bit. They try for a couple months. And they say something like, nah, I couldn't do it because I couldn't make it work. It wasn't working. I'm not going to focus on that. Don't think it's really for me. And they just don't want it enough. That's okay. But they never just say, well, I just don't want it enough. They always say it didn't work. But they only tried for like 3 months. Think about it like weather versus destination. The weather, contributing factors, can make your journey pleasant or miserable, fast or slow, comfortable or challenging. But it doesn't determine whether you eventually reach your destination. Your consistent navigation and persistence do. This distinction is why two people from identical backgrounds can achieve dramatically different outcomes. One perceives their circumstances as determining factors and accepts limitations. The other recognizes them merely as contributing factors and focuses on what they can control. One man can say, I was an alcoholic, and that's why I became one and failed in life. While another man says, my father was an alcoholic. That's why I never drank and I pushed to succeed in life. Another example, heroes and villains often have the same origin story. They just choose to do different things with it. Batman's parents were killed, so he wants to stop everyone else from feeling pain. So when else's parents were killed, and they want to make sure that everybody feels the same pain that they did. And just to drive this point home just a little bit further, I have a few people that I've met throughout my life and have worked with that perfectly embody this example and this idea, right? So this is Luca. I was actually talking with him in person at Vegas with him and a bunch of my other students as well. He lives in Argentina. English isn't his first language, yet he's still making over 30K per month, probably more now at this point, doing really well for himself. And then we have Benjamin, lives in Romania. Again, English isn't his first language either. And I want you to really take note of where these guys are from, some of the disadvantages that they have. You can go and watch these interviews actually on my channel after this video. But all these dudes, very successful, but they have lots of circumstances that were against them. We have Jasper here, is only 18, just graduated high school, still making more money than a doctor, still making six figures with copywriting, with marketing. And then we also have a whole bunch of other people, again, on this very channel, also had their own disadvantages. My own example, I was somebody who was in the Army. That's where I started. I was 16. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. So I just defaulted to being like, okay, well, I guess I'll get in the Army and do that. Now, this is not me actually in Army uniform. This is me doing a tasking where I don't need to be in actual uniform. Over here is when I decided I would be a security guard as well to bring in some extra money. I mean, seems easy, right? All you got to do is stand around. And literally our training was like, if anything happens, you write it down. If anything happens, you write it down. Don't get involved. So I was like, you know what? That ain't bad. Easy enough. Do that for nights. And then also to make a little bit more money, have a little bit more potential, I would get paid by the hour as a carpenter. And that's what I did there as well. Right here, I'm actually building a deck. Super, super, super hot day. So we worked in all conditions, whether it was raining, snowing, extreme sun. Like we were out here actually putting our nose to the grindstone. And hard work was just not a stranger to me, that's for sure. That's one of the biggest advantages that I did have, was that I was able to just work hard as hell all the time, no matter what, long hours, and just make it happen. The most limiting belief is this: my circumstances determine my outcomes. Your circumstances are real. They create advantages or challenges, but they only determine your future if you surrender to them. So here's to actively contribute to your self-belief, because this one is extremely, extremely simple: contributing to your own self-belief. And the reason is this, is because I've literally coached students and people, and I'll ask them a simple question like, do you believe that in 6 months, if you do all of these things and work extremely hard, that you can reach 5K per month, 8K per month? And they say no. They genuinely just don't believe it. But like I said at the beginning of this lesson, nobody's willing to work hard, labor, and suffer for something that they don't literally believe that they can achieve. Why would you? So if you genuinely do believe that you can achieve it, then and only then are you going to be ready, willing, and able to work hard for it. So self-belief isn't something you're born with or without. It's something you actively build through specific practices. Mindset isn't something that you're like, okay, I learned mindset, I did it, I'm done now. Now let's go over to business. It's more like an eternal struggle where you're always working on it, you're always succeeding. It's kind of like a relationship or being married. The goal of being married isn't to get married. The goal of being married is to stay married, which is the same with mindset, which is the same with business. It's a lifelong journey. Here are 3 powerful methods that transformed my own relationship with confidence and created foundation for my own success. One is just self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis sounds mystical, but it's actually a practical tool used by elite performers across every single field. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and real ones, a fact backed by neurological research. The key is consistency. Always listen to empowering content, be aware of your thoughts, and practice positive talk. You should be every day curating your algorithm. If you have brain rot all over your Instagram, click on it and say not interested, right? You just hold on it, click not interested. And then when you do see content that you actually like, that helps you, that's valuable to you, make sure you like it, make sure you save it or send it to people or whatever it is. So then that way it literally programs your algorithm. If you open up my YouTube or my Instagram, you actually won't find any brain rot. In fact, I'm not saying I never watch brain rot. What I do is I create a brand new Instagram account, a brand new YouTube account. And those 2 are the ones that I go look at, brain rot on. If I want to look at cool cars or whatever, I'll go on those ones. But if I want to actually always look at good content that is constructive to me, then I stay on my main accounts. Next is stacking evidence and confidence. Your brain craves evidence to support its beliefs. This is part of the reason why I always show so many wins in all of my videos and in this course especially, and I'm also going to show more in the future, because you need to know that these methods actually work. These are regular people just like you and I who are making tons of money just with the things that I'm showing you how to do here today. The brilliant strategy of evidence stacking involves deliberately collecting and celebrating proof of your capabilities, no matter how small. Start by documenting every win, success, obstacle overcome, and goal achieved, especially those related to discipline, persistence, problem solving, and growth. Review this evidence regularly, particularly before making decisions or taking on challenges. And then finally, keeping your word to yourself. This is so important. Perhaps the most fundamental yet overlooked aspect of self-belief is integrity with yourself. Each time you make a commitment to yourself and keep it, you build trust in your own abilities. Each time you break a promise to yourself, you erode that trust. Start with small, achievable commitments. Waking up at specific times, completing particular tasks, and following through on stated intentions. Treat these self-commitments as seriously as you would promises to someone that you deeply respect. One of the problems is that people are really bad at keeping their words to themselves. But you know what they're a lot better at doing? Keeping their word to other people. This is part of the reason why having accountability partners are so crucial and effective towards getting successful and building wealth. Again, if you want to find more like-minded people, I'll leave the link to the free communities down below. But just having other people there to hold you accountable, because people, when they don't keep their word to themselves, they make excuses and they accept them. But the other problem is that other people, if you take a promise and you make them a promise, now they are not going to take your BS. They're not going to believe in your excuses. They're not going to say, oh yeah, totally understand, it makes a lot of sense. They're going to say, you know what, man, that just sounds like an excuse. That sounds like you don't really want it enough. And we want to avoid that. So you just simply telling other people what you want to do, what your goals are, is going to help you. And then that will help it make it even easier to keep your word to yourself. Because if there's one person in the world that you should never let down, it's not even those other people that you, for some reason, value their opinions, it's yourself. Cultivating your growth mindset. Imagine your mind is a garden. Right now, it might have some weeds or fixed thinking, like those pesky, I can't, or I'm just not good at this thoughts that pop up uninvited. Cultivating a growth mindset starts by getting your hands dirty and pulling out those weeds by the roots. For example, when you catch yourself thinking, I failed, add that magic words that say, and that's okay, at the end of that thought. It's like installing a doorway where there used to be a wall. Same situation, but suddenly there is a path forward. So my friends, the bottom line, and I mentioned this previously as well, your mind is simply like a parachute. It only works if it is open. Come into this with full effort and intention, and only then will you reap the results. You got to come in here just actually taking the advice. That's the other big thing. Is it's said that people are only really poor for three main reasons. And the most prevalent one is just that people are arrogant. They will see other people with the things that they want, yet still not listen to them or still hold their previously thought beliefs. And that's obviously a problem. So what you can do is genuinely find evidence that supports all the things that you are learning right now. Because let's be honest, right? I want to talk about a belief really quickly. If someone were to hold a gun to your head and say that believe something that you don't actually believe that the earth is flat, you might just sit there and say that the earth is flat, but without any actual knowledge, are you really going to sit there and actually believe that the earth is flat, or you're just going to say it? You're obviously just going to say it. But for example, if it were proven to you and there was evidence to support it, you'd have no other choice than to actually just believe it. So we can influence our own beliefs, but we can't necessarily pick them. That's why it's up to you to pick how you're going to find influence to help your beliefs. Pick how you are going to find support and evidence so that you can program your own mind. Because it's capable, it's malleable, it's whatever you want it to be. So choose to make it the best working possible, efficient brain to get to your desired outcome. And that brings us into the next section, my people, which is using extreme focus. So protecting your focus is like guarding a superpower. When you cut out distractions, magic happens. One focused hour beats a whole day of scattered attention. This is something that a lot of people overlook. Like a lot of people, they think, oh, well, I'm working today, or oh, I worked for 4 hours today, or I worked 8 hours today. That does not matter. Here's another thing, is that society in work has programmed us to believe that 1 hour of work is 1 hour of work. For example, getting paid by the hour. I was in carpentry construction. All I did was get paid by the hour. If I take a lunch break, that's 15 minutes off my time, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in business, it is not the same, because here's the thing. There's a reason why in a lot of businesses, my business especially, nobody's paid by the hour, because when you're paid by the hour, you are then at a disadvantage when you get better at your job. If you could do the same thing that used to take you 8 hours and you do it in 6 or 5, now you get paid less. So that's not really how the world works. Instead, you want to maximize for output. And when you maximize output, you can actually work extremely hard. get lots of amazing results, but yet still have time free at the end of your day. I play guitar for hours every single day. A lot of times I go out, I enjoy nature, go for drives, hang out. I'm not sitting here working, grinding literally 24/7. I was at one point, but point still stands. Once you maximize your efficiency, you can get a ton of stuff done and still have a ton of time to actually enjoy the fruits of your labor. Your phone buzzing, social media notifications, people interrupting, each one steals more time than you think and realize. Not just seconds, but the mental restart time as well. This is called mental residue, and we'll learn more about it here shortly. See, most successful people aren't necessarily smarter or more talented. They're just better at blocking out noise and diving deep into their work. They build walls around their attention and treat their focus like their most precious resources, because it is. Master this one skill and you'll zoom past others who work just as hard, but they let their attention leak away all day long. So here's what focus really is, which in reality, it is just the absence of distraction. True focus isn't what most people think that it is. It's not about forcing yourself to concentrate harder or pushing through mental fatigue with sheer willpower. Focus is actually simpler and more powerful than all of those things. It's the natural state that emerges when distractions are removed. Think of focus like a clear mountain stream. You don't need to try and make the water clear. You just need to stop throwing mud into it. Once the sediment settles, clarity returns automatically. Your attention works the exact same way. This shift in understanding changes everything. Instead of asking, how can I focus better? The question becomes, what distractions can I eliminate? You don't need to force concentration. You need to stop interrupting it. So I see people do this all the time where they sit down and they're like, oh, I tried really hard to do this. I'm trying to sit in there trying really hard. It's like you can sheer willpower force your way through it. But at the end of the day, it's such a finite resource. You're going to run through it really quickly. And I'm going to show you how to actually avoid using discipline or willpower at all costs by instead setting up simple systems that make working and moving towards your goals automatic and second nature. What if working towards your goals and grinding and laboring could actually be easy, fun, enjoyable, automatic, and not a mental struggle? Because let's be honest, how many people watching this right now know exactly what they should do every single day at every single time, but they don't actually do it? So, destroying your distraction. Number one, do not disturb and other focus modes is a must. We're going to run through some rapid fire ways to increase your focus by decluttering your life and decreasing distraction. My phone stays on do not disturb all the time. So if you look at this camera right here, I have the new iPhone. I don't just have the volume, but I also have that third action button. And that third action button is a lifesaver because I have it set up for do not disturb. I literally have it set up for do not disturb. There's no other reason as to why you need the action button. I have it for do not disturb because that's what my phone stays on. And if I ever need to see a notification, I'll turn it off do not disturb for 1 second and then turn it back on do not disturb for another second. There's also other focus modes, but the main takeaway right here is just use what works for you. And what I mean by that is you want to use all of the things available to you. So I always come up with creative ways to destroy distraction. I'll tell you one that I actually have come up with recently. I have this app on my phone and it's called Brick. I actually have it open as soon as I go in here. And it's called Brick. It looks like this. And what it does is I can't access Instagram or YouTube or any of the other distracting apps on my phone until I go outside of my room, go over to my fridge where there's a magnet on there, and I have to touch my phone to the magnet, and there's like a NFC chip in there so that it knows when my phone is nearby. I can't touch my phone unless I go all the way out there and use it. But I can still use my phone as a tool. If I need to take a photo of something, send it to my team on Slack or one of my other business apps, I can still use it for that. Now, this is a great example of just creatively getting around distractions. It is that deep, as the Gen Zers would say. It is absolutely that deep. It is deeper than that deep. You literally have to do all this. Now, normal people think I'm crazy. They're like, what is this thing on your fridge? Everybody thinks that it's weird, but here's the thing. If you want to reach a weird amount of income, you're going to have to do weird things. This is what it is. Next is to never keep distractions around your work area. Now, I'm violating this rule, but I also have my thing on, like it's bricked. So don't have your phone around your workspace at all. Keep your phone in another room or in a desk somewhere. Next is to use softwares and apps to your advantage. This one is huge. This one's gigantic. Look up any productivity apps for your laptop, or anything that you can. I have an app called Brick on my phone. Actually, I already wrote it here. I don't know why I just went through it all if I already have it here. It allows me to access only certain apps I need for work unless I go unlock my phone with a sensor I keep in the kitchen. Unhooked is also great because when I go to my YouTube, I don't even see my home screen. I just search up a video that I need to watch. I watch that video. There's no suggested videos. There's no watch this video is up next. Again, I need YouTube for work because obviously I have a YouTube channel, etc. So I can actually use that again to my advantage. Finally, is to schedule distraction time after work. I'm not saying that you should never be distracted, but work is work. You got to get up, get to work, and then after work, you watch whatever brain rot you want to watch. You want to watch some stand-up comedy with some Temple Run gameplay down in the bottom, or some Minecraft gameplay or GTA 5 gameplay down the bottom, and some podcast clips up on top, and then scroll your life away for an hour or two a day. Bro, that's fine. But if you do that before work, you're already cooked. You're not even putting in any productive work after that because your dopamine is already just destroyed. So finally is the meditation method, no woo-woo version, right? I'm not telling you to like freaking transcend out of your body and start hovering and shit. Meditation in a real way that will actually help you. Most people hear meditation and immediately picture some monk sitting cross-legged on a mountain chanting Om while discussing spiritual enlightenment. I get it. That image kept me away from meditation for years. But here's what meditation actually is. And when you strip away all the mystical language, it's simply focus training for your brain. Focus training for your brain. That's it. Think of meditation as going to the gym, but for your attention span. Just like you do with bicep curls to strengthen your arms, meditation is a workout that strengthens your ability to notice when your mind has wandered so that you can bring it back to what matters. So here's the process that is surprisingly straightforward and works extremely well. I actually also use this with an app called Headspace. Really, really, really good app. And it does like guided meditations. And I do this very consistently as well. It looks like that when I open it up. So step 1, sit comfortably. No special position required. Step 2, choose something simple to focus on, like your breathing. 3, when your mind inevitably wanders off to think about work, relationships, or what you have for lunch, and it will, gently bring it back to your breathing. Repeat step 3 continuously for a set amount of time. Start with 5 minutes per day. That's it. No chanting, no crystals, no complex philosophies needed. And then what makes this so powerful is that you're practicing the exact skill needed to deep focus in your work, which is noticing when your attention has drifted and redirecting it back to what matters. Each time you catch yourself wandering and bring it back, you're strengthening your neural pathways that control sustained attention. The research on this is extremely clear. Regular meditation physically changes your brain. It strengthens your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for focus, and reduces activity in the default mode network, the part that generates random thoughts and distractions. So start small, even 5 minutes a day. And the key is consistency, and you will notice actual changes. I noticed that even after a couple of sessions of meditation, I'm thinking more clear and I'm not as distracted. The key is consistency over duration. 5 minutes every day beats an hour once a month. I watched this really funny reel the other day, and it was this person, and they were sitting there and they were laughing at their phone, and they were like, oh my God, look at this reel. And then they noticed, oh my God, my friend is dead, and I was calling 911, and then I got distracted by Instagram. Oh my God, that's terrible. I gotta call 911 right now. And they open their phone and then they start scrolling. And they just don't even realize. And that's literally, there's never been a reel that's kind of like hit me so hard. Is that like, I will literally be working and it's like the next thing I know, it's not even me. I didn't even make the decision. I'm like 4 reels deep in my phone. I don't know how it happens. It's like actual mind control. And this is a way that you can actually combat that. The best part about meditation as focus training is that it's completely free, requires 0 equipment, and can be done anywhere within minutes. And if you think that this is a waste of your time, my friend, you need to do a time audit, because I'm telling you, at some point, there is time in your day. You're watching Netflix, you're scrolling through your phone, you're doing something that you can simply replace with this. You know what? Even if you just want to start by doing it in bed, actually doing it in bed. You know those nights where you're sitting in there staring at the ceiling and your mind's just racing, or you're thinking about some embarrassing thing you did back in grade 3? Instead of doing that, just do some really quick 10-minute meditation. You're laying there anyways, you're not doing anything anyways, so just do it. The ROI on this simple practice is unmatched by any productivity tool or technique. And now, finally, we need to talk about entering flow state. Yo, what is up, everybody? We're back at it again with the free, gigantic, ultra colossal course. So now we need to talk about entering flow state, what that even means, what it's like, and how to use it. So this is the magical zone where time seems to disappear and your best work emerges effortlessly. A really funny example of getting into flow, which is kind of funny, is that me and my friend actually started playing Minecraft like not even that long ago, like a month ago. And we just played it for one night. We thought, let's get some nostalgia, go back and play it. And I was like, it's 6:00 at night. And we started at like noon. And they're like, no, there's no way. And I was like, yeah, it literally is that late. You don't even feel the concept of time. It's insane. And when you enter flow, your brain literally changes. So if you can use this state in order to not just brain rot yourself away on Minecraft, but actually be productive, goes a very, very long way. Your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for your self-criticism and doubt, temporarily deactivates while your brain releases a powerful cocktail of performance-enhancing chemicals: dopamine, norepinephrine, endorphins, and serotonin. I'm not going to pretend like I know what all those words mean, but man's had to do his research. So I went and got the facts for you. This neurological chemical state makes you feel good while dramatically enhancing your performance. This is what athletes and performers mentally put themselves in the zone. Like, I have to get in the zone, or I have to have that Mamba mentality, get in the Kobe zone, and just absolutely perform. So how do we do this? Well, here are some practical action steps to enter flow state at will. So here are the concepts that you can take to trigger flow states more conscientiously in your work. So number one is to create a 90-minute distraction shield. So block out uninterrupted 90-minute chunks on your calendar specifically for flow work. Now, there's a bunch of different ways that you can do this. You can use something called the Pomodoro technique, for example, which is 25 minutes of work and 5 minutes of break. And then if you're working for longer periods of time, or you need more periods of time, then you can do 55 minutes of work and then a 5-minute break. But also note that once you break flow state, it's harder to get back into it. So one big 90-minute chunk in the beginning of your day will actually go a very long way. This aligns with the brain's natural rhythm and gives flow state time to actually develop. So communicate to others that you're unavailable during these times. Like I said, everything on do not disturb, etc. Next is to build a clear pre-flow ritual. So develop a consistent 3 to 5 minute routine that you perform before attempting your flow state work, like arranging your workspace, putting on specific music, or taking 3 deep breaths. So for me personally, every morning I have my coffee, and then also I would play specific music every time I would start work. I don't really do that much anymore, but it would be just instrumental music. And I would do that all the time. And I used to burn incense or burn candles as well while I do work. And then I don't really do much anymore. But again, it just puts me into that flow state really easily. And then also now gives me a feeling of nostalgia, because whenever I smell candles, it reminds me of the come up grinding in my old dingy apartment, working like crazy. Next is to define crystal clear session goals. And I have lots of different ways to actually show you how to come up with these and organize them. I'm going to show you my own planning right here as well. And we're going to go over that. Before starting, write down exactly what you aim to accomplish in specific measurable terms. Vague objectives prevent flow. Precise targets enable it. And then finally, you want to practice mindfulness between sessions. So regular meditation strengthens your ability to notice and release distracting thoughts, a crucial skill for maintaining flow once you're in it. Even very simple 5-minute daily habits like this can increase your capacity significantly. And guys, when it comes to the mindfulness and the meditation, I want to give you another analogy just to kind of bring it back. So one that you might have heard me say before, either in this video or previously in other videos, is that it's more like you're always going to get those distracting thoughts. What am I going to have for dinner tonight, et cetera, et cetera. But the key is not to just block them out, because that will never happen. That is unrealistic. Instead, the key is to recognize that you're having an outside thought and then just don't even mind it. Don't go down the rabbit hole. For example, it's like when somebody calls you on your phone. You see the caller, you see that your phone is ringing, but you don't answer it. You don't give into it. You just bring your mind back to whatever you're focusing on, which is probably going to be your breath. You do that enough times, and it's a perfect example of what you're going to be able to do in business. If you're able to block out all of these other things, oh man, I have this notification. Oh, I really want to go out and do this today. I'm going to go leave and go to the cupboard, go get a snack. Even though I'm not even hungry, it's just because I want to distract myself and procrastinate. If you consistently practice the skill of bringing your attention back, then you're going to be an absolute monster. So now we have to understand deep work. So deep work is a concept that was created by Cal Newport. I actually have his book right here. Now, this book in particular has a lot of fluff in it. I'm not going to lie. A lot of studies, a lot of them just telling you random facts and things and neurological terms. But to cut to the chase, this is what deep work is and how we can actually use it. It's kind of like flow state, but not necessarily flow state. It describes work different from shallow work. So those are the two types, deep work and shallow work. So here's how we're going to use them. Understanding deep work. Deep work is the ability to focus without distraction on cognitively demanding tasks. That basically describes what deep work is: cognitively demanding and also priority and important. When you engage in deep work, you're operating at a very limit of your cognitive abilities, pushing your focus to its maximum potential. This state is different from casual concentration or multitasking. It's deliberate, intense form of attention that activates different neural pathways and produces qualitatively different results from shallow work. Deep work isn't just about productivity, it's about depth and meaning of what you create. The ability to think deeply about complex problems to create new innovation. So for example, in my own life, writing YouTube videos, writing courses, talking to people to a certain extent, those are my deep work tasks. Actually setting up my day, writing short form content, and recording this video right now is going to be deep work because, obviously it takes a lot of work to read consistently, come on camera, high energy, et cetera, et cetera. I also have a live class with my paid community later. I have a community of people where I do group coaching calls with them, and I have to do that later. So that's going to be deep work too. So those are some examples of some of my deep work tasks that I do throughout the day. Now, actionable steps to actually implement the deep work itself. Number one is to schedule deep work blocks. This is highly important. We're going to get into scheduling here in a second. So proactively add 90 to 120 minute uninterrupted deep work sessions to your calendar and treat them with the same respects as important meetings. So I have my calendar set up in two different sections. One is the deep work section, and one is the shallow work section. Now, just like noted right here, most people only have around 3 to 4 hours of deep work in them per day. So don't think you're going to be out here doing like deep work for 9 hours a day. It doesn't work like that. You can attempt to work on deep level activities for 9 hours a day. But at the end of the day, it's also about output. Remember, we talked about this where just being busy is not necessarily a badge of honor. You want to focus on output. So let's say you're creating slides for a presentation like the ones that you're watching right now. If you are able to start, you're doing deep work, you're in flow state, and you can get 10 slides per hour, 8 hours later, how many slides per hour you think? 2. 3 slides per hour. So at that point, you're getting such diminishing returns. Is it even worth still working on the deep work? Most cases, no. Next, track your deep hours. Keep a simple log of how many hours of true deep work you complete each day, creating accountability and motivation to increase this number over time. Now, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but I have a software that I always use, and I've been talking about this since like way back in the beginning when I first started YouTube. It's called Toggle Time Tracker, TOGGL. I don't currently use it, but when I was actually coming up, I was using it. Even before I made my first dollar, I used it because it would actually allow me to see where my time went. And then I would schedule all the times that I'd be doing things like scrolling or goofing off or messing around or just not tracking anything or not doing anything important or productive. And because I would track it, I would be less likely to spend a lot of time doing it. I'll give you an example. One of the best ways to lose weight is to not change anything about your diet, not go on a diet, not do keto, not do vegetarian diet. Literally just get on this scale every day. Because calling attention to a metric usually improves that metric subconsciously. Remember, we talked about subconsciously is what your whole body and your whole life revolves around. So you're able to actually program your subconscious by just keeping track of the numbers, knowing how much time you do each thing. Next is to build a shutdown ritual. So create a specific end of day routine where you review your accomplishments, you plan tomorrow's priorities, and you physically close the office. This helps your brain transition out of work mode. Right? So not work mode and recovery mode is also just as important as well. So just to recap, you have deep work, which is you working furiously. You have shallow work, which is you doing the tasks that need to be done that you can throw on some music to, or you don't have to give 100% of your full attention and effort. And then we have recovery tasks. These are the things that you do after work at some time and then actually also help you peripherally. So a meditation thing or just going out in nature and your environment and really bringing that feeling in so that you can work long periods of time. We also want longevity. You can actually touch grass every once in a while. Next is to start small and build stamina. So begin with shorter deep work sessions, especially if you're absolutely brain fried, you're a dopamine zombie. You don't want to be out here being like, I'm going to work for 5 hours deep work every day because you're probably not going to be able to. You have to understand and give a true, real hard look in the mirror and be like, all right, where am I right now? Mental capacity wise, because I've been there too. I have no life to video games where I would speed run Tony Hawk's Underground 2, and just see if I can beat the whole game in 3 days, where I just stay up and I just play the game and play the game and play the game. I was deep into that as well. So you have to give an objective look at where you are. Are you scrolling for hours and hours every single day? Are you addicted to video games, et cetera, et cetera? You need to reset your dopamine. Deep work is like a mental muscle and it needs training. So you'll get better at this over time. So make sure you understand just how long you've been doing it and aim to beat it next time. Being consistently uncomfortable is the only way to grow because there is no growth in comfort. It's like hypertrophy. Same thing. You go to the gym, you build your muscles, you do your bicep curls, and you're literally tearing the muscle. It's uncomfortable. It hurts. You're not tearing the muscle, you're tearing the muscle fibers, the fascia, so that it can regrow stronger. And it's the same with deep work. You have to go until you are mentally exhausted and it basically physically hurts your brain, your cranium. And then you just do it all over again the next day, but you'll be able to do a little bit more. That's the process. That's all it is. That's all life really is. Business is just a microcosm of life. So all of these lessons that you're learning are not only going to make you absolutely deadly in business, but just in life, everything you do. If you play a sport, if you pick up a hobby, you're going to be insane at it. Next is to use the 3 most important tasks rule. So identify the 3 highest impact tasks that require deep work each day and tackle them during your peak energy hours, typically in the morning for most people. Next is to establish rules of engagement. Communicate clear boundaries with colleagues, family, or roommates about when you're unavailable and what constitutes an emergency interruption worthy of breaking your focus. For example, everybody knows they're not getting in contact with me, pretty much period. I'm really bad at just answering messages in the first place. But just in general, people know that my phone is always on Do Not Disturb. Some people are like, oh yeah, I tried to call Tyson the other day and he hung up like immediately. And it's like, no, his phone is just always on Do Not Disturb, like literally always. Next is to prepare materials in advance. Before each deep work session, gather all the necessary resources, documents, tools, research to avoid the temptation of opening email or browsers during your focus time. Meaning that if you are going into a deep work session tomorrow morning, you should get everything ready for that deep work session tomorrow morning the night before when you're already exhausted, you've already done your deep work for the day. And then finally, it's to practice attention residue awareness. So allow 5 to 10 minutes between deep work sessions, emailing/messaging to prevent mental hangover that comes from task switching. So for example, if I were to work on these slides, then go answer some emails, then come back to working on these slides, now I've created a mental residue tax on my focus. Now I have to go all the way back into flow state, all the way back into deep work. I have to focus again. I have to concentrate again. And a little bit of my willpower is diminished because I already went and looked at something else. So it's taking up mental capacity. And see, I used to learn things like all the stuff I'm showing you right here, and I would understand them, right? Take them into account. But I never truly understood how important it is to maximize your productivity in your mental space than when I was able to quit my job. Because I went from, like I said, working as a security guard where I basically did nothing. That's not true. I didn't do nothing. Working as a construction worker where I did a lot. And then also working in the Army, which I also did a lot. Now in the Army, I was in infantry. So I wasn't like, solving complex equations or anything crazy. I was just doing drills, going to shoot some targets, et cetera, shooting at the range. And I wouldn't really mentally exhaust myself at work ever. And I only had about 3 to 4 hours to work on my business on the side anyways. So I never really understood what true mental exhaustion was until I quit all my jobs, did nothing but working business online, and had to stay up sunrise to sundown just working. And I was like, you know what? I better start taking this stuff more seriously. So take it from somebody else who's been in your shoes. Take this stuff seriously early on and you'll save yourself a lot of time and trouble down the line. Finally, huge one. Not even finally, because there's still more. But very, very important is understanding productive procrastination. Now, I know it sounds like an oxymoron, which is 2 words that sound opposite that don't seem to go together, like a tall midget. But productive procrastination is real, and it can rob you of tons of time and focus. Here's how. Productive procrastination is one of those dangerous forms of self-deception in the professional world. It's the art of staying busy with work that feels productive but ultimately doesn't move the needle on your most important goals. Unlike obvious procrastination, which is scrolling through social media, watching videos, productive procrastination disguises itself as genuine work. You're busy, you're focused, you're even producing tangible outputs, but you've systematically avoiding the high impact, uncomfortable tasks that create real progress. The most common forms of this trap include excessive research, so watching just one more video before the actual work. Next is over-planning, creating an elaborate systems and schedules instead of executing on it. Perfecting the trivial, so spending hours on insignificant details like font choices or minor features. I can't tell you how many people are like, bro, I'm going to blow up on social media. For the last 3 weeks, I've been figuring out what my username is going to be. Look, I'm guilty of it too. I've been there. Finally, it's skill hoarding. Continuously learning new skills without implementing what you already know. Oh, bro, I can't actually get clients. I can't actually start making money. I can't set up my store because I need to master sales first. I need to master investing first before I even start making money. Does that make much sense? Of course not. Now, what makes this form of procrastination so dangerous is a false sense of accomplishment that it provides. You end your day feeling tired and believing you've been productive, which makes it difficult to actually recognize the pattern, recognize that you have not been productive whatsoever. Your brain gets the satisfaction of checking items off the list without facing the discomfort of tackling the most challenging work. A good way to see where your true north is, or what you should actually be doing, is figure out what you want to do the least. Usually as a service-based business, what you want to do the least is like get clients, outreach, look for clients, look for your next client, or fulfill for your current clients and do the work for them. What do you want to do most? Create your website, write a blog post, write a post on Facebook, on Instagram. That's probably what you want to do most. So remember, activity is not achievement. Being busy is not the same as being productive. True productivity is measured by meaningful progress towards your most significant goals, not by how occupied your time is. And now, we've mentioned this a couple times, which is attention residue, but now we got to get into it even deeper. So look, every time you switch tasks, your mind doesn't fully follow. Part of it remains stuck on what you were doing previously, creating what psychologists call attention residue, which is a cognitive drag that silently sabotages your performance in the next new task. In short, multitasking isn't real. Your brain can't actually do multiple things at once. Imagine trying to ride a bike, but every 10 seconds you have to stop. You'd be 10 times more fatigued than if you were to just kept riding without stopping. You're checking emails, then you're sending an outreach, then you're watching a video, then you're getting a snack, all within 30 minutes. This type of spray and pray approach to your focus will leave you with no results to show. And it's actually a really good analogy. You could use it with anything. Like you're driving a car, and every 2 minutes you have to stop, get out, do 5 push-ups, and then get back in the car and then go. It's like, yeah, I'm working out and driving at the same time. I'm multitasking. Those are very, very obvious analogies and obvious hypotheticals and scenarios. While this is less obvious, which is like, I'm going to do some work, then I'm going to check my emails, I'm going to check my Instagram real quick, but then I'll get back to work in a second. It's a lot less obvious, but it's even more fundamentally harmful to your success than all those other obvious ones. Single tasking. Practical steps to breaking the multitasking myth. So, number 1 is to schedule batch processing times. So, group similar small tasks. Think of all of your tasks like an assembly line. As an assembly line, you see what? Let's say this bottle, for example. You don't have one guy and he takes a bottle. He puts the sticker on it, then he puts the liquid in the bottle, and then he puts the cap on, and then it goes to the next. They don't do that. What they do is they have one machine make the bottles, and it's just making bottles, making bottles, making bottles, making bottles. That's all it does. And the next machine or next guy fills the bottle with liquid. The next guy's filling it with liquid, filling it with liquid, filling it with liquid. That's all he does. He doesn't put the cap on. He doesn't put the sticker on. He doesn't do any of that. And then finally, you have one dude, and his whole job is to sit there and put caps on, put caps on, put caps on. Why? Because that is by far the most efficient way of utilizing your time. So you have to be meticulous with this. Next is to use the phone in the other room rule. I talked about this. You can either just toss your phone in the other room, or you can use the brick like I showed you guys before, or you can just get another phone or use your old phone, and that is your work phone. You don't even have all of those other brain rot apps even on it. On top of that, embrace the single browser tab policy. You guys should be single browser tabbing it right now. Only the course, nothing else. If you have other crap up there, take it off, bro. You don't need it. You don't need it. Close all unnecessary tabs and use browser extensions to block distracting websites during focus time. This eliminates temptation to hop between tasks. Next is to practice task switching penalties. So build a 5 to 10 minute buffer between different types of work and give yourself time to fully transition. This prevents the cognitive switching costs that hurts productivity. Next is to implement themed workdays. I usually do this because, again, I could do a billion things. I could write short form, I could record short form, I could write the free course here, I could record the free course, I could write my YouTube videos, I could record my YouTube videos, I could go live with my subscribers, I could go live with my paid community, I can go live with my one-to-one students and help them. There's a billion different things that I could do. But instead, I put them all on different days. That way, I know exactly what I should be doing on each day, and I don't have to spray and pray. Again, a little bit of everything. I can just go really hard and deep in one thing. Next is to use the context preservation technique. So before switching tasks, write down exactly where you left off on your next action, and this reduces mental energy needed to actually start again. So write down where you left off. Now, something else that I didn't actually put here, which is really good, and a lot of these I'm actually using this very second. So I find it, it's important to practice what you preach. So me being able to show you exactly what I'm doing, you guys see that I'm not just showing you guys or telling you guys to do something that I would never do. Okay, yeah. So I have a do later list. I had to see if there's any sensitive information on there. A do later list. So all you need to do is have a notebook next to your computer, and that is your do later list. Whenever you get a thought in your head, so for example, mine is buy track pants / workout pants because I need a new pair. Check Amazon packages. I wanted to see if they're on their way or what. You know how you buy an Amazon package and then you just check every 2 seconds if it's made any progress. And then also figure out a new recording setup. I have some new short form content that I'm coming out with on my Instagram at tyson.scales. So I'm going to figure out how exactly I'm going to record those. Now, when I am deep into work, into a task, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you know what? I actually wanted to buy some track pants. So I'm going to go online and look for some. Oh, you know what? I'm going to check my Amazon packages right now. Instead, I will write it down and do them later. Next is to set up office hours for interruptions, like I said before, but make sure everybody and everything knows that you are not available between the hours of one time and another. And then now we have to talk about maxing out your productivity. Now, if this kind of picture describes you right now, right? You're Lenny, absolutely locked in, and or SpongeBob and Patrick, write that down. This is what you should be doing. So if you actually, kind of going along with the whole theme here, if your attention is wandering, if it's getting hard, if it's getting distracting, if it's getting difficult to keep up, man, hang in there. Because trust me, you're going to need it. You're going to need it. So stay locked in, stay here, stay with me, keep writing your notes, keep paying attention, and let's get it. So I have a few things. The first big thing is time blocking versus to-do lists, how they're different, why they're different, and how to implement them and use them. So the to-do list seems productive on the surface. You write down tasks, you check them off, and you feel accomplished. But in reality, it's often a recipe for disappointment and scattered attention. To-do lists are not your friend. To-do lists are better than not having anything and just saying, I'm going to work today and just doing whatever comes to mind. But to-do lists still are not effective. Time blocking fundamentally transforms how you approach work by forcing you to confront the brutal reality that time is finite. While a to-do list allows you to pile on unloaded tasks without considering how long they'll take, time blocking requires allocating specific timeframes to specific activities on your calendar. Most importantly, time blocking prevents your day from being consumed by reactive, low-value tasks that tend to dominate your to-do list. By pre-allocating time for most important work, you ensure these critical activities actually happen instead of being perpetually postponed. So I have over 1,000 days planned and executed. Over 1,000 days where I planned them and executed them. Now, I have the kind of template for what I do and how I do this, but I'll show you my current binder that I'm using right here. I think this is a 500 page, 300 page. This is a 200 page. So this is a 200 page binder, but I have each side of the pages filled out. This is the current one that I'm working on. I have a couple more that are done, that are already filled out. Now, each one of these vertical blocks represents one day. And as you can see, there is a lot of days that have been scheduled. I use graph paper, line it all up, and I do this at the beginning of every single day without fail. So that's what it looks like. And I've developed this by myself over time. I didn't actually learn it from anyone. I just started out with actual to-do lists, and then I wrote them down. So here is what it actually looks like. So on the very left, you have schedule. Middle, you have time. Then you have your accountability, whether you did it or not, check mark or X. And then you have your get to do. So I start off with the get to do right here on the very right. Now, this is where I brain dump. And again, you can actually take everything that I'm doing here, using here, and make it your own if you'd like. But this is what worked for me. So On the very right is where I just brain dump, meaning I just put down everything that I have to do today. So yeah, I'll actually go over kind of some of the stuff I have to do today. So today I'm going live with my private community. On top of that, I'm recording the free course, which is what I'm doing right now. Writing some more of the free course, writing some short form content. I have to go to the gym, going to play guitar later as well. I have to build out this fulfillment for my clients. I have to talk to some of my teammates on that side of the business as well. That's everything. Right? Now, some of those tasks are 2 hours, some of them are 1 hour, but long story short, I woke up at around 2 a.m. this morning and I'm scheduled from 3 a.m. to 2 p.m. So most of my day is scheduled. The rest of it is my quote unquote free time. And I want to talk about this very quickly, which is what a lot of people are thinking when they hear your days are meticulously tracked out. They think, wow, that sounds boring. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a bad life. You sound miserable. Why don't you let yourself be happy, et cetera, et cetera. My friend, let me hit you where the rubber meets the road here. Having a strict time schedule isn't prison. In fact, it's the opposite. It's what allows you to get the most out of your time. It's not something that you have to abide by no matter what. I change my plans all the time, but just taking 10 minutes out of the beginning of my day to have everything set up and set out, it works wonders as far as not only productivity, but maximizing your time. It was Bruce Lee who said, if you love life, don't waste time, because time is what life is made out of. I highly recommend that you schedule every second of your day. So on the very right, like I was saying, on the get to do list, you have your brain dump. Now, why do I call it a get to do instead of a to do? Because it's a little piece of gratitude that I enter into my day. I don't have to do all these things like, oh man, I got to do this, I got to do that. I get to do this. I get to have a private community of hundreds of people who pay to hear me speak and hear me review their copy and help them every single month. I am blessed enough to even be able to record this free course, to have the knowledge to give to other people, and also just have all this amazing recording equipment and all the other things. So they're all blessings that I get to do. So therefore I label them as get to do. And this is where I put my brain dump. And then I prioritize here on the very left. So in the very beginning, I'm going to work on writing the free course. Then I'm going to write some short form. Then I'm going to record the free course, which is where I am right now. It's kind of funny me explaining my schedule when I'm literally in it right now. And then over here we have time. This is where you make your time block. So from 3 to 5, I'll be writing it. From 5 to 6, I'll be writing my short form. And from 6 to 7, I'll be recording the free course. Right now is 5:53 a.m. and then et cetera, et cetera. And then I have the accountability, which is whether I did it or not. Let's be honest, I'm not going to complete it perfectly every single time. Some of these I'm going to have check marks, some of these I'm going to have no. It feels good to complete a task and give it a check mark. And then it's not supposed to feel bad when you give yourself an X, but when you give yourself an X, you understand the next time that you are filling out your get to do's, you know that, okay, I didn't do that yesterday. Should I do it today instead? So you being able to prioritize your time, block it out, be accountable, all is going to contribute towards your success. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 4D, and it actually just happens to be my birthday today, if you guys haven't noticed. And I thought I would treat myself to do what I love and do what I like best, which is come on here and provide some value to the world. Now, there's another reason why I think it's so important, and the other one is because I truly do want you guys to know that I practice what I preach. Most people would be doing what? Taking the day off and going and doing, I don't know, whatever it is that people like to do on their birthdays. Go have a birthday party and sing and wear birthday hats and eat cake. But I will be doing none of those things. Not because I'm like, trying to be one of those hustle grind dudes who thinks it's just really cool, but genuinely because I just would rather do this. I like doing this. There's no other reason for me to do this other than the fact that I just like it. So with all that being said, man, let's get it. The next topic that we're going on is decision fatigue, which is an invisible force that impairs people without their knowledge. And then I'll show you how. This is how eliminating tiny choices supercharges your day. Decision fatigue is a phenomenon when your ability to make quality decisions weakens after a continuous series of choices. Each decision you make throughout the day, no matter how small, depletes your limited mental energy. By the end of the day, filled with countless choices, your willpower is drained and your decision-making quality significantly drops. When it comes to building a daily schedule, eliminating these trivial decisions is absolutely transformative. Here's why. The average person makes approximately 35,000 decisions every single day. Most of these are insignificant. What to wear, what to eat, when to check your email, which tasks to start next. Yet each tiny choice draws from the same limited reservoir of decision-making energy that you need for your most important work. See, again, most people overlook these things because they're so tiny. But here's the thing, is that speed comes from never wasting effort. For example, you know how in those like ninja movies and karate movies, when someone dodges a punch, they do like a backflip? There's a reason why you don't see people do that in real life. It's because it is horribly inefficient to just dodge a punch with a backflip. What do you want to do instead? Like literally just knock their punch off course just a little bit with like the tiniest block, or just move your head just 1 centimeter so that they don't punch you. That's all you want to do. Whereas if you're doing the opposite, you're going to get tired too quickly. And it's the same with decision fatigue and just mindset in general. This is probably the biggest takeaway that I want you to have in this video. If you listen to any part of this whole 16 hours, then this is going to be the part that I want you to walk away with. So lock in if you've been even slightly distracted. Systems design over discipline. Building environments that make productivity automatic. The fundamental mistake that people make when trying to improve their productivity is relying on willpower and discipline. They believe that with enough motivation and self-control, they'll consistently make the right choices. But this approach ignores a crucial reality of human psychology. Our environment shapes our behavior far more powerfully than our intentions do. I have kind of a funny analogy on this, and I don't want you guys to think that I'm some freaking red pill creator or anything, but I'll put it this way. Fellas, right, let me know in the comments. Would you guys be happy and okay with your girl going on a girls trip to Miami where she's going to be on yachts? But she's loyal though. She is loyal. She does genuinely love you. And even if you do let her go, you're still going to have those thoughts in the back of your mind. Is it insecurity? No, it's just you being smart, because everybody understands that it is literally never impossible for somebody to fall into the clutches of temptation. No matter how locked in they are, no matter how loyal they are, no matter how good of a head they got on their shoulders, then that comes back to you. You don't want temptation to even be present. You don't even want it to be around. So if we eliminate temptation, then we're much more easily going to be able to control our actions. I'll give you another example. I don't keep junk food inside the house. Nothing. I live in a pure ingredients household. Ingredients and or just chicken. And this actually goes back to another point that I was making here. I make I think the actual numbers somewhere in the midst of 20 chicken breasts every 40 days. And I eat nothing but chicken breasts every single day. And I love it. Chicken breasts. And I also have some quinoa that I throw in the microwave and eat as well. And that's what I eat breakfast, lunch, dinner every single day. Why? Because then I don't have to decide, oh man, what do I want to eat? Do I want to go out? Do I want to stay in? Do I want to get Uber? And then also I don't have to calculate the macros on new foods. It's extremely simple, extremely easy. It's just done. And I value efficiency way more than I value taste. And it works out for me. Works out for me very, very, very well. But going back to systems, it's really all about just having the systems in place. And I've told this story in my past courses as well, but the only reason I'm able to even wake up at 2 a.m. is not because I was able to, just willpower, sheer force, discipline it. It's because I didn't give myself a choice otherwise. I would make it so that my phone would have a very, very loud alarm, and I would put it at the end of the room so that it would wake me up, but I'd have to actually get out of bed in order to turn it off. On top of that, I also had my smart lights set up in a way so that they would flash at 2 a.m. every single morning, so that when I wake up or when 2 a.m. hits, it's like, brother, there's no option. I don't have an option. I'm getting up. There is no pressing snooze while laying in bed, because I took that option away. And that is the biggest way to actually do it. I'm really not more disciplined than most of you guys watching this right now. I know it seems like I am, but I'm really not. I just have already done the work to put those positions in place. And whenever you come to a fork in the road, which is the decision to do something that is long-term gratification versus short-term gratification, you need to think to yourself, how do I take this out of the equation every single time? I don't want that to even be in the equation. I don't want it to even be possible. Because if you take the temptation away, then it will no longer be there, and you will always make the right decision. It's the same reason why I have app blockers on my computer, on my softwares. It's the same reason why I have the Brick app on my phone, so that I don't have the option to even go there. So sorry, Mr. David Goggins, but discipline isn't that important. And I don't mean to have David Goggins just catching strays, but it's basically everybody. Everybody tells you need discipline, you need to wake up, you need to choose this, you need to choose that, which leads a lot of people to be in this constant cycle of, I'm motivated right now. I know I want to do good. I know I want to hit the gym. I know I want to work hard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then them not doing it every once in a while because they fall victim to decision fatigue, which again, we're just humans, so it's going to happen. And then they fall into this feeling of guilt and despair, like, oh, I'm not that good. I messed up. I took the day off yesterday. And then it causes them to watch more David Goggins, more motivational content. Then they get hyped again. Then they get back on track. And then it's just that cycle repeats over and over and over and over. It's like, guys, the way that I've been able to solidify these habits so well and not miss a day is just because I took that option away. Willpower is a finite resource that depletes throughout the day. Even the most disciplined person will eventually exhaust the reservoir of self-control. This is why relying primarily on discipline is a fundamentally flawed strategy. It requires you to fight against your natural tendencies rather than working with them. System design offers a superior approach. Why? Well, because instead of constantly battling your habits through sheer force of will, you engineer your environment to make productive behaviors the path of least resistance. And that right there is probably the best one line that I can give you. Make productive behaviors the path of least resistance. You have to add resistance to the things that don't serve you and take away resistance to the things that do serve you. All the things that you shouldn't be doing and you know you shouldn't be doing, you should add as much friction to them as possible. When productivity becomes the easiest option, you no longer need heroic amounts of discipline to stay on track. When productivity requires heroic willpower, you've already lost. True productivity masters don't fight temptation. They eliminate it from their environment entirely. Discipline asks, how can I force myself to focus despite these distractions? System design asks, how can I eliminate these distractions so I don't need force to focus at all? One approach depletes you and the other energizes you. The power of printouts and physical reminders. This is absolutely gigantic. So, physical reminders work in ways that digital ones simply can't. Another way that I like to create my own environment is I understand that if something is closed or in a book or on my laptop, chances are I'll probably never, ever see it. That's why I do my scheduling old school style, baby. I do it old school style, pen and paper, like it's freaking the 1900s. And I don't even do it on like a Notion, or people get fancy with it. I don't like to do that. I don't like to do it on my phone. The reason why is because I won't see it, or I have to go and open it up. And it leads to distraction more often than not. And that's part of the reason why printouts are so important to me. So I have this printout in my bathroom. I'll go over here once I read the slide. When information exists in a form you can touch, your brain processes it better through multiple senses, creating stronger memory connections. Unlike digital alerts that disappear, printed materials stay in your space, catching your eye throughout the day without you needing to check anything. This constant presence keeps important things top of mind without making your brain work any harder. In a world full of digital distractions, sometimes the most powerful tool is just the right object in the right place. And I have a few examples of that, as you can see right here on the camera. This is a quote about discipline, and then the other one is a quote about sacrifice. And then I also have these quotes up here: discipline, ambition, success. And then I also have way here, this one, entrepreneurship, nutrition facts. And those are all things to kind of keep me going, things that I read every once in a while to just put the right mindset into myself. And this right here is what I have on my bathroom wall. And essentially what it is the weight. So I'm cutting right now. Right here on the left is my weight that I should be by the date. And I'm losing 1.4 pounds per week on average. And then on the other two are some ways that I can do that, right? And this is right above my weight scale. So that every time I step on the scale, I'm reminded of some of the things that I can do in order to lose weight faster. So 1, increase my NEAT, my non-exercise activity thermogenesis, aka walk around more, do more things. 2, dial in sleep and recovery. And you get the point. This is an example of me using it in my daily life. And I've also done that with multiple things like my vision board, things that I wanted, printed it out and put it on my wall. I have other reminders around as well. For example, I have one up here and I have one over there. You can't see it that well, but right there on the whiteboard, it says 40K per month because I want to get my agency to 40K per month by September, which was a decision I made 6 months before September. So as you can see, I still use all of these to this very day. Of course, there's somebody going to be out there saying, what about balance? Now, I want to talk to you guys about the seasons of success, which I've touched on a little bit earlier, but I want to get into deeper here. The idea of work-life balance sounds nice. Equal time for work and play every single day. But this approach actually prevents real success and stunts your growth potential. Life doesn't work in perfect daily balance. It works in seasons. Just like farmers plant in the spring, work intensely in summer, harvest in the fall, and rest in the winter, your career follows similar patterns. The most successful people understand this truth. There are seasons for extreme focus and seasons for rest. Trying to maintain perfect daily balance means you'll never generate enough momentum to create breakthrough results. The most successful people go all in for a few years to create freedom for decades. The temporary imbalance creates permanent advantage. And the balanced mindset assumes that life is a marathon at a steady pace. And the reality is a series of intense sprints followed by recovery. Your 20s can either be a playground or a battlefield. And the choice, my friends, is yours. So you can figure out what you want it to be. You can live it up in your 20s and then regret it in your 30s, or you can do the opposite. You could work really hard in your 20s and then live whatever life you want in your 30s. Next is I want to go over how to use AI to strengthen your mindset. See, there are so many use cases to AI, and this is one that's extremely overlooked. Guys, I need you guys to lock in here because this is going to be huge. And if you're not using AI on a daily basis to strengthen your mindset, your habits, etc., you're missing out completely. AI tools like ChatGPT offer something remarkable that was not available in previous generations. It wasn't available when I was actually starting in 2022. You guys do not understand how lucky you are to be right here, right now, with AI at your fingertips. On-demand mindset coaching that's personalized to your exact situation. And that right there, personalized to your exact situation. Look, you can watch tons of videos, but at the end of the day, you Google things, you read blogs, you might have to watch a 20-minute video to find 30 seconds of the value that you were actually looking for. But AI, you tell it your exact situation, how you feel, what you're thinking, what you're doing, what's happened to you before, and it will give you a completely personalized response. When you're facing challenges, your brain naturally gravitates towards negative thinking patterns, and you might overthink problems, catastrophize outcomes, or fall into self-doubt spirals. These mental patterns happen automatically and can be difficult to break when you're stuck inside your own head. This is where AI becomes a powerful mindset tool. See, when something difficult happens or you're feeling mentally stuck, immediately open your AI assistant to explain the exact situation you're facing, how you're currently feeling about it, and how you want to feel or respond instead. And just so that you guys know exactly, again, I love just showing that I practice what I preach and how I do it. I actually have some prompts that I've given to AI. So for example, this is not one about mindset, but I want to show you just how much I use it and what situations I use it in. What is the best option to eat at Subway for someone who's trying to build muscle and lose fat? And it basically said like a rice bowl. And I would have never gotten that before. I would have never known that. I could have just Googled it, but then I'd be wasting time scrolling through blogs and crap. And then they try to get me to pay something. So this is just a way better way. I feel like I never have enough time to get through all the things done that I want to do. It's hard to have all my desired habits while doing things that I want. And then it gave me an answer. Another one. I get quite anxious and avoidant when it comes to taxes because I'm a bit behind on them and I almost never know really what's going on with my accountants or where I'm even at with it. What should I do? And then it let me know. And then I conquered my taxes. Next is I wanted to decrease the amount that I'm on my phone, specifically scrolling Instagram, but I need my phone for work. What should I do? Another one. I'm trying to send a wire transfer from my personal bank account and the option doesn't show up like it does on my RBC business account. What should I do? Now, this is one where I'm like trying to do something with tech or software and I've hit a wall where I'm like, I don't know what to do next. It's not working for me. The things that I've been able to do with ChatGPT is insane. And it's helped me so many times because what else am I going to do? Go look at the help page. Usually they're useless. They don't even tell me what the actual solution is. Whereas with AI, I can give it screenshots of what I'm looking at, what I'm facing. And it's been able to help me do so many things from payroll to setting up my website domain in a certain way, especially with tech. It really helps with that like crazy. Next, I had a problem with my printer. Again, I sent it a screenshot. A lot of people don't know you can actually give it pictures. Sent it a screenshot and I just said, what's this mean? Right? You can even ask it stupid questions like, what's this mean? And then I also tracked my sleep with an app called Auto Sleep. As you can see right here, my sleep score for that night was 76. There's some things that are red, some things that are green, some things that are orange. What does this tell you about my sleep? I feel great, by the way. And then I sent it over to ChatGPT, and then it gave me a breakdown of my sleep, what I can do in the future. And then finally, write me a little something about gratitude. Make it a couple paragraphs, make it insightful, and make it in a way to start my morning and start feeling great. So everybody feels like this every once in a while, where things are doomy and gloomy. But I went to AI and I said, write me something about gratitude because I just wanted to feel grateful that day and I wanted to reground myself. So all different and effective ways that you can use ChatGPT for problem solving and also to help your own mood and mindset as well. Now, we're wrapping up the amazing mindset module right here. And I want to cover one of the biggest objections, which is like, what if I fail? The worst thing that I could say here is, but you won't fail. Not acknowledging the possibility of failure doesn't make it go away. Anyone promising guaranteed success is lying to you. But there's true meaning to the expression, get rich or die trying. It's not about the outcome. It's about who you become in the process. The person who gives everything to their mission, who pushes through obstacles and who refuses to quit when others would, that person gains something far more valuable than just money. The real question isn't what if I fail, but rather, what if I never truly try? 10 years from now, which would haunt you more? Trying with full commitment and not reaching your goal, or never knowing what might have happened if you'd given it everything? The true gift behind attaining financial freedom isn't the money, but it's the person who you become in the process. I'll tell you right now, the Tyson that made $100 million in profit is going to be a better man than the Tyson who got stuck working a 9 to 5 his whole life. And that's who I want to be. Take away the money. It doesn't matter. If we all lived in a communist society where we weren't able to actually build wealth, I would still be proud of what I built. I would be happy that I built it. And I would be happy that I'm a person who knows what it's like to work hard and defer gratification. So yeah, what if you fail? But on the other hand, what's the alternative? To not try? I would argue that would be multiple times worse. And finally, you need to understand that in the year of 2025 and beyond, knowledge is no longer the bottleneck. So for example, in, a long time ago, hundreds of years ago, it used to be lineage. In order to get rich, you had to be born into wealth. Otherwise, there is no conceivable way that, what are you going to do? Open up a business? It just was not really realistic. Wouldn't actually happen. And then knowledge was the big bottleneck. So you had to go to school and you had to go to college in order to get access to the knowledge for you to be an actual professional and work. So you'd have to go to college, pay the money, spend 4 years or more getting a degree, get an internship, et cetera, et cetera. And then one day you'd be able to be upper class, not wealthy, not rich as hell, just upper class. And then if you wanted to be a business owner, that usually came with lineage and knowledge that you got from school as well. Those were the big bottlenecks. Those were what stands in the way. But now those are no longer the bottlenecks. Knowledge is no longer the bottleneck. You have every single thing you could ever possibly need right here on the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. You also don't need lineage. You can actually just start from scratch, be the first millionaire in your family. The only bottleneck now is effort and resourcefulness. It's not about your resources, it's about your resourcefulness. And finally, effort. A lot of people try to convince themselves that it's the first two. Well, I wasn't born into a lineage, or I don't have the knowledge, or I'm not able to get the knowledge or have access to the knowledge. It's just not true. The truth is that they just don't have the effort required. So, my friends, here's your personal action plan for this entire module. Implement daily time blocking. Huge. Create a physical printout of your ideal week with specific time blocks for deep work. Hang this on your workspace and follow it religiously, treating these appointments with yourself as non-negotiable. Next is to build a distraction-free environment. Remove all potential focus disruptors from your workplace. Put your phone in another room, install website blockers, and create visible signals to others that indicate you are in deep work mode. You are not to be disturbed. Next is to start a 5-minute daily meditation practice. Use a simple timer and focus on your breath. When your mind wanders, which it will, gently bring it back. And this directly strengthens your focus muscle of deep work. And guys, one more tip on deep work that I didn't actually get to previously is to use a timer. And this is extremely, extremely, extremely important. I have 2 timers in this room, actually. I have one right here that's actually taped to my desk, so I can't bring it up and show you, but I have another one back there that I'll grab right now and show you. So this right here is my other timer. Now, it's a very, very simple timer. You can get this somewhere like Amazon, really easy to find. But just having this to go like this, boom, and now I know that I have 32 minutes more to work. And it does 2 things. One, it keeps you accountable because you see that timer ticking and you know, okay, I should be working right now. And this is exactly how long I will be working on it for. And then it also gives you the sense of urgency because you only have whatever it is, 30 minutes or an hour to work on something. So getting a physical timer, huge hack. I highly, highly, highly recommend it to all of you guys. It's like $5. Just get it. Create physical reminder cards. Write your top 3 goals on index cards and place them where you'll see them first thing every single morning. This environmental trigger keeps your priorities front of mind without requiring active recall. Next is to use AI for daily mindset reinforcement. When facing challenges or negative thought patterns, immediately consult an AI assistant with your exact situation and desired mindset. Make this daily practice, especially during difficult periods, which you are going to have. You are entering a difficult period, my friend. Next is to commit to a season of intensity. Define a specific time, 3 to 12 months, where you'll prioritize focused work over balance. Create clear boundaries around this season and communicate them to those around you. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough. It's going to be lonely. It's going to be a chapter of loneliness, extreme work, and no payoff until the very, very, very end, or still until later. And you don't know when it's going to be. But I'll say it again since I've already said it once. It's more than worth it. Up next, my friends, is the high income skills and business models module. So what I want is, first of all, since it's my birthday, I want you guys to let me know, how old do you think I am? What's your best guess? I'll give you a hint. I'm younger than I look. Might be approaching Unk status. I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments. And also go down in the comments and let me know, what's your biggest aha moment from the mindset section? Something that made you stop and think differently. Something that was like a big unlock for you. Share it with us so that other people can also see that they were affected by it too. And we can all see if there's like a common theme where, wow, I really liked this part. This part really stuck with me. By you actually writing it out in the comments, you're also solidifying the lesson in your head. When you write something down after you've learned it, again, it will help you solidify it. It will help you keep it in your mind. Our brain processes information differently when we put it into our own words. Plus, I'll be personally reading the comments and responses in the next few days, giving you direct feedback and answering any questions that you may have. So guys, that is today's lesson. And of course, I'll see you guys on the next module. Congratulations for completing your very first real module. Yo, what is up, everybody? Today we are going to be covering the high income skills and business models module. Now, we've covered the principles on how to build an iron mind capable of success. And now it's time to answer that burning question of what to do. In this module, I'm going to show you exactly where you want to go, what you want to start with, exactly what buttons to press, and everything in between. In this section, we'll be comparing the most common business models and methods side by side so that you not only know what works, but you know what works for you, which is a huge part of this module that I cannot stress enough. Here's why this conversation is crucial and unskippable, unavoidable. When you're new to entrepreneurship and eager to make money online, it's tempting to skip straight to the tactics like building a website, posting on social media, and creating products. But diving into those activities without first understanding business models is like trying to build a house without having any blueprints. Sure, you might hammer some nails, maybe build part of a wall, or even pour some concrete. But in the end, you'll create a mess and not a home. Understanding what I'm about to show you can easily save you years of trial and error, not to mention thousands or potentially millions of dollars. So listen up. I need to tell you about the business model mismatch. Now look, one of the most heartbreaking things that I see is someone choosing a business model completely misaligned with their personality and their goals, their desired outcomes. For example, the introvert who hates sales calls trying to become a remote closer. The person who needs steady income sooner rather than later, but choosing a model with a 6-month delayed revenue time span. The creative who values freedom, picking a model requiring strict systems. These mismatches just lead to business failure and personal misery. If happiness is your goal and just fulfillment in general, this is something you really need to get right. Otherwise, it could be a huge, gigantic setback. Understanding different models helps you find the one that works with your strengths instead of against them. Now, I love this quote by Albert Einstein, and it's this: everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. So, my friends, don't be that fish trying to climb a tree here, because you have certain aspects of your personality, your preferences, and your values that you can use in order to create yourself wealth in the best way possible. So here's exactly what we'll be covering, some of what we'll be covering: the fundamental business models and principles, a deep dive on how to pick the best business model, and how business models work together. As a teaser, the business model you start with may not be the one that gets you $1 million. It probably won't be the one that gets you $1 million. And this is a huge problem that I see people make. I'm going to talk about it a little bit more later on, but they see business models as this has to be the business model that instantly gets me to millionaire status. Otherwise, why would I start it? But we'll handle that once we get there. Fundamental rule number 1 is the best business model myth. Here's how it usually goes down. You stumble across some guru with a Ferrari, a rented Lambo in Dubai, in a beachfront laptop lifestyle, probably a Miami balcony boy. If you go to Miami and look up at the balconies, you probably see 90% of people just up there with their phones talking about they have some money glitch or something. They're absolutely convinced that their particular business model, whether it's dropshipping, affiliate marketing, or course creation, or whatever is trending right now, is unquestionably the best way to make money online. And guess what? Their pitch is always the same. All other business models are outdated, too hard, too expensive, oversaturated. My way is the only smart path to success. And by jumping on this unknown opportunity early, you can take advantage. But think of it this way. If there was truly one perfect business model that worked best for everybody, wouldn't we all be using it by now? Wouldn't that be the only type of business left standing? But here's the cold hard truth. that the gurus won't tell you. Different business models shine in different situations. What works brilliantly for one person might be a complete disaster for somebody else. The one perfect model narrative. Look, there's a simple reason why most online gurus insist that their method is universally superior. It's because they're selling you something. Think about this for a second, right? If a guru admits, well, my approach works great for people with specific background, skills, resources, but might be terrible for someone in your situation, let's be honest, that doesn't make for a very compelling sales pitch. They want to tell you it's for everybody, it's for anyone, and anyone can make a ton of money with it without any work, without any effort, in zero amount of time. It's much more profitable to claim that they've discovered the ultimate business model that works for everyone, every time, everywhere. The truth is that business success depends on matching the right model to your specific situation, skills, and resources. But of course, that doesn't sell as many 2,000 courses or mastermind mentorships. So that's why most people are not going to have that narrative and not going to actually tell you and be upfront with you and be actually transparent with you. But I already got money, so I'm just going to tell you how it is. And it really is this. Look, nowhere in this video am I ever going to tell you that making money is extremely easy. It's simple. You won't have to work hard for it. You won't have to sacrifice it. No, you're going to have to work hard. You're going to have to hustle. You're going to have to understand there's no such thing as passive income. There's no magic tool or AI agent bot thing that you could just buy and it would just create an infinite money glitch and create money over and over and over and over and over again. It simply does not exist, because if it did, everyone would do it. A little bit of elbow grease. Methods I'm about to show you in this video, and you will get there. Again, it's worth it. So to put this into a visual model, you want something that the market will pay you for, something that you're at least somewhat interested in, and something that you already have somewhat of an existing skill around. So to give you an example, I started with copywriting. Now, the market loves copywriters because every single business needs one. Period. And then there's also a ton of opportunity because you can start with copywriting and move on into other marketing aspects. Was I that interested in copywriting? I really wasn't that interested in copywriting. Did I have an existing copywriting skill? No, not at all. I wasn't really a good writer at all, but it was still able to work for me, partly just because the market demand was so high, and because I wasn't not interested in it. I was just somewhat interested in it, and I was pretty decent with words. I'm overall pretty articulate, so that one was just all right as well. So I guess you could argue I was in one of the green or yellow zones here. Now, you probably don't want to be in one of the red zones. For example, you can make money with it, right? The market's good, but you're like terribly uninterested in it. You hate the idea of it. You don't want to do it. And you're also like, it doesn't appeal to your skills whatsoever. Then you'd be in a red zone. Now, I will say, if you are in a yellow or green zone, then just pick it. Pick it, stick with it. Commit to it. Yellow zone is fine. Green zone is also even better. Ideally, you want to be in the green, but you can also just be in the yellow. So here's the real determining factors that go behind picking the best business model. So instead of asking what's the best business model, the smarter question is, what's the best business model for me right now? And to be honest, it is not a simple one-size-fits-all answer. It depends on your current skills. So the fastest path to profit usually involves monetizing skills you already have or are at least interested in, rather than learning an entirely new one. Now, again, in my case, I did have to learn an entirely new skill, so it's not the end of the world. So let's be honest. If you're sitting there saying, I don't have any skills that can translate to money, dude, I didn't have any. I knew how to shoot guns, I knew how to build houses, and I knew how to watch and look out to see if there's any crime happening. And if it happened, I knew how to write it down. Those were my jobs. Those are what I knew how to do. That's all I knew how to do. So none of my skills were transferable into business, but I still started from scratch, and it wasn't the end of the world, especially with copywriting nowadays, is because you can just use AI in order to do a lot of the copy for you, and it makes up for the knowledge gap that you have. Now, obviously, you can't just go to AI, tell it to make you some copy and sell that, because that's just not going to be very good. But we're going to get to that and how to do it later on. But I just want to paint a picture of my own experience, because I know that's going to help you guys, because again, I was sitting on the other side of the screen in your exact same position in the chair, watching some other dude talk about how to make money and just learning and being a sponge as well. So I know that I would have appreciated that when I was first starting, so you guys probably will as well. Next is your available resources. So some models require significant upfront investment, while others can start with almost nothing. This will play a huge part in the path that you choose and start with. Now, another thing to note and recognize is that nobody watching this video is like probably rolling around in money, right? It just has the Benjamin Franklins hanging out of their pocket. If they did, I mean, like, that's like a professional Olympic swimmer watching a YouTube video called like How to Swim for Beginners. It's not a mishmash. So the reason that you're here tells me that investing in something when you don't even know that there's going to be a guaranteed payoff is probably not what you want to do. So we're going to talk about that and go into that a little bit more as we go. Next is your timeline to revenue. Now, I get it, bro. All right, the quicker, the faster, the easier, the better. But with that being said, the question of how important the quickness is to you is something else we'll dive into. If you're looking to make money soon, not fast, not get rich quick, but soon, a business model with a 12-month runway to profitability isn't going to work no matter how perfect it might be otherwise. Next is your risk tolerance. So some business models have higher ceilings, but also have higher failure rates. Your personal comfort with uncertainty should factor into your choice. I'll give you an example. Being like a crypto trader or a day trader. So you have to start with thousands of dollars to begin with. Otherwise, you have no business even doing it. And then on top of that, you have the ability to risk the money that you have in there. So you have a life savings of 15K, for example. You're probably not going to lose that whole 15K, but there's no reason why you can't turn that real quickly into like 10 or 5K. And how would that feel if your whole life savings went down to 5K? You're not profitable. And then you can either choose to keep going back to the casino where you lost it all, being like the guy who's revenge trading, being like, yeah, bro, I'm going to make it all back. Or you can take your losses and leave the casino. But either way, I mean, my friend, I don't recommend it as a beginner. Don't worry, we're going to get into every single make money online business model, but that's one of the ones that beginners love to start with the most, and it's the most beginner appealing. But again, they don't factor in the risk, which is why, unfortunately, I've seen dudes, bad things have happened. I might as well say it. I met a guy online and he was working Uber. And what happened was he had tens of thousands of dollars in trading. He got into a deal and then it went south really, really, really fast. He didn't have a stop loss. He didn't have his things set in place to limit the amount of money he lost, I'll put it that way. And his investment was down bad, but he didn't want to take it out because once you take it out, it's real. So what he did is he left it in there and just worked Uber for the time being. So he was like professional trader and then the next day, Uber delivery driver. Now, I don't want any of you guys to fall into something like that. But again, risk is something that you can take into account. So for example, if you're going to be a remote salesperson, there's not really any risk there. You're not going to lose money working for businesses and selling things for them. Same with being a copywriter, same with being a marketer, same with being a service provider of any sort, building your own agency. These things, you don't really have that much risk. So it's something else to factor into the equation. And then the next is your personality, who you are, what things you value, what things you're good at, what things you want to do. Introverts and extroverts often thrive in completely different businesses and business environments. Working against your natural tendencies creates unnecessary friction. Now, with that being said, I'm an extreme extrovert, which most people don't even believe. I tell, like, especially the people that I watch my content, they're like, bro, you're literally the most charismatic, enthusiastic, and articulate teacher that I have. You're going to sit here and tell me that you're an introvert. Bro, I'm more introverted than you even understand, bro. You don't even get how introverted I am, dude. I have the smallest social battery you've probably ever seen in your life. At the same time, I'm not really the super average example. Again, I went into a bunch of things that probably weren't the quote unquote best for me. I didn't know very much about the skills. I also am out here with a whole YouTube channel, a whole personal brand, but still an introvert. And I just want that example to go to show to you guys that, again, even if you don't max up completely with what you want to do, your extroversion is also a skill. Articulation is a skill. Being on camera is a skill. I started just like everybody else. And talking to an inanimate object is weird. It is unhuman. It is not a human thing to do. And it takes skill, it takes practice to do well. But it just goes to show that life is just a game of accumulating skills. You accumulate the skills over time. And even if you are an introvert, you can do extroverted things. I've done sales calls. I've been on 5 sales calls per day, pretty much every day. It's happened to me before. And if I can do it, my friends, you can do it. What one man can do, another can. So something else to take into account. All of these are nice to haves. They're not all need to haves. That's what I'm trying to say. Fundamental number 2 is that the worst thing you can do is get shiny object syndrome. We talked about this in the mindset program, but this is also something that I want to bring up here because it's way more relevant to the conversation as well. Shiny object syndrome isn't just a form of distraction. It's usually a chronic pattern that plays out like this. You start with enthusiasm on project A. You're learning, building, making some progress. And then week 3, right when things start to get challenging and the initial excitement wears off, you see a YouTube ad about Project B. This new opportunity looks easier, faster, and more profitable. So you abandon Project A, dive deep into Project B, and a month later, the cycle repeats. Project B hits an inevitable obstacles, and suddenly Project C captures your eye. This is the real opportunity, you tell yourself. Those other things were just, stepping stones to find this. 6 months, 5 abandoned projects later, you have spent thousands of dollars on courses, tools, websites, countless hours of work spread across multiple unfinished ventures, 0 actual business generating meaningful revenue, and also a growing sense of failure and self-doubt. The most painful part, if you were to just stuck with project A, you'd likely be making money and having a functional business by now. And I know this because he is me. I started with graphic design, trying to edit. My very first way to try to do anything online was at 13 years old. I tried to make Call of Duty's quick scoping videos and editing, and I tried to be an editor, and I'd be like, yeah, man, I can edit a video for you for Call of Duty for like $10, $15. And I tried to make money that way. And then I tried to do graphic design when I got a little bit older, around 19. Then I tried to do like investing. I even tried to be like a music producer, but I never actually released any music. So there were all these different things that I tried to do, none of which actually worked. So something else to note is that you want to just stick with one thing. Now, obviously, I'm a little bit glad I didn't stick with Call of Duty editing, but at the end of the day, if I would have, then I would have been able to be profitable. But one of the reasons why I sucked so much is because I was trying to make so many different things happen at once. The best example of this is when I started graphic designing, a YouTube channel, also affiliate marketing, and also Instagram theme pages. I tried to be profitable with those too. And I tried to do all of them at the same time and tell myself, well, one of them I'm going to make money with, and then I'll go all in on that one. And then if I make $5,000 from each of these different ways to make money, then I'll be making whatever it is, $20K per month, and I'll be golden. That's what I genuinely thought because of this. I saw somebody online say that millionaires have on average a stream of 7 income streams. So I was like, well, I want to be a millionaire one day, so I want to start my 7 income streams right here. But that is not the case. That is the worst advice possible for beginners. Beginners read that and they misinterpret it so much, and I was one of those. The effort needed to make one thing work is far more than most people realize. So if you spread yourself thin across multiple things, you will never succeed at them. Instead, you want to build them all one by one. And now I have many income streams. I got investments in certain things, certain asset classes. I have multiple digital products. I have clients as well. I mean, there are lots of different ways that I make money, but all started with one and then added on from there. So go hard and go all in on one thing. Here's why we're so vulnerable to shiny objects in the first place. The first thing is pain avoidance instinct. See, switching to a new project lets you escape the difficult middle phase where real work begins and happens. New projects are always exciting and obstacle-free until you actually start building them. There's actually this meme that perfectly encapsulates this part, and I want to bring it up to you guys really quickly. Okay, this is the meme right here. I posted it on my Instagram and everybody absolutely adored it and loved it. It's this: copywriters writing their first emails and they're happy, they're doing good. They're like, yeah, this feels awesome. I'm making my first product. Outreach. And it's like, outreach is a grind. Outreach is hard. And this is what it is for everything. You can change these captions for anything. Remote sales closer, outreach. Or you're trying to build a dropshipping store and then marketing, trying to get sales, watching 0 sales come in. Like, it's every single thing. The reason why the meme blew up so much is because it is truly relatable. And that's why things are funny, is because they're relatable. Next is the perfect business fantasy. This is probably one of the biggest ones. Look, there's a persistent myth that somewhere out there exists a business model with no downsides, no hard work, and guaranteed success. It's like a freaking unicorn. This fantasy makes every new opportunity seem like it might be the one. And then finally is the Dunning-Kruger effect, what we talked about before, which is when we know nothing about a business model, it looks simple. The less you know about something, the easier it appears. This makes new, unfamiliar opportunities seem more attractive than the ones that you're currently struggling with. And this is what it looks like over time. And you just go down and down and down and down instead of actually sticking with something and then finally going up the mountain. So the antidote is this: strategic commitment. So next is to set a non-negotiable timeline. Commit to specific business model for at least 12 months, regardless of the new opportunities that appear. This is the minimum, 12 months. And this isn't forever, but a defined period to give your venture a fair chance. Because let's be honest, maybe you start something and it's actually not for you. It's actually not the best thing to do. It's actually not your thing. A lot of people don't stick with what they start with. I didn't stick with editing Call of Duty videos or being a graphic designer or being a producer or affiliate marketing, but I came across copywriting. I committed to it. 9 months later, 10K per month. Now, at month 5, 6, and 7, it was tough. It was rough. I was barely making much. I was making like a deal here and there. And then I made a whole bunch of progress in 1 and 2 months. That's how it usually goes. If you watch any of the interviews on my channel with the people that I helped make it 10K per month, which is like, geez, damn near a dozen people now, all of them say the same thing. It was tough. It was rough. They tried for a long time. And it was not a linear fashion. They literally lost for a long time, were making basically no money. And then all of a sudden, everything happened at once. So you don't want to be that guy who works hard as hell and then quits right before they're about to win. And I was literally about to quit right before I was about to win too. That's hilarious. The next is implement the one course rule. So allow yourself one learning resource at a time. Complete it, fully implement it, what you've done and learned before purchasing or watching anything else. And you are on a $1,000 course at least right now, more likely a multi-$1,000 course right now, where we've already talked about it. You have $50,000 worth of information in here. So all that being said, stick to it, implement it before you move on to binge watching other courses too. Next is to institute a cooling off period. When tempted by a new opportunity, force yourself to wait 30 days before taking any action or even entertaining it. Many shiny objects lose their shine when given enough time. Fundamental number 3 is that cash flow precedes empire building. And this is one of the biggest ones right here. There's a dangerous fantasy floating around in entrepreneurship, and people think that you should start by building your dream business right out of the gate, the revolutionary brand or industry disrupting app. But this approach gets things backwards. The hard truth most people, entrepreneurs, is eventually they learn is that cash flow must come first and empires come second. I've met so many beginners who genuinely ask things like, but how am I going to buy a Bugatti one day with this business model? They learn a business model like a service-based business model. In most service-based or freelancer-based business models, you can only really make 10 to 15K per month without hiring other people. And then people look at that, they're making like $1,500 per month. And they're like, well, this won't get me a Bugatti. It's like, bro, it will get you out of the matrix. It will get you a bunch of skills. It will get you cash flow that you can invest. And then with all of those other things, then you can take all of those amazing resources you already have, all those unfair advantages, and then you put them into something that will build your empire. And I'm going to show you how to go from scratch to having all of those resources, having all that unfair advantage, then putting all of those things into another business model or venture or endeavor to help you multiply your wealth over time. That is the game, not just starting something and then having it make $1 million. Think of cash flow like oxygen and your business dreams like climbing Mount Everest. No matter how passionate you are about reaching the summit, oxygen comes first because without it, nothing else matters. So what should you do instead? Well, smart entrepreneurs solve this by starting with models that generate cash quickly, even if those aren't their ultimate vision. They use this cash to fund their living expenses. So when things slow down or get really hard, they're not forced to quit or try something else or resort to desperate tactics. They invest in the bigger vision. So cash buys creative freedom and ability to build strategically an empire step by step. They learn crucial skills that transfer to larger ventures, service skills, offers, client management, all stack long-term and will help with future business ideas. And then finally, build industry relationships that open doors later. Even your starter clients can become partners or funders later. Creating a network on wealthy contacts is priceless. So again, you're going to build all of these advantages from building your first 100K per year business so that you can eventually get to that $1 million business. So for this, you need to understand the cash flow first ladder. Think of the first business model you start as the first rung on the ladder. It's not about being flashy. It's not about Lambos in Dubai. It's not about Miami balcony boys. That won't help you in the long term. The goal is to find something real, repeatable, and bankable. Each step earns you proof that you can deliver value, income that buys time and freedom, market-tested skills, confidence and clarity, and a bigger runway for your vision business. The only wrong move is trying to leap to the top without climbing. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 4D, and today I'm gonna be standing because, as usual, we are standing on
business, is it? At the beach.
And if it wasn't clocking to you, now it is, my friend. So without any further ado, let's get back into these slides. We were talking about the cash flow first ladder, and now I need to take you guys through another fundamental, which is fundamental number 4, understanding profit and loss. And a lot of people, especially beginners, don't understand this principle and they get famoosed, they get confused, and they stay broke. So here's how we're going to fix that. First thing to know, one of the most dangerous misconceptions for new entrepreneurs is confusing revenue with profit. When you see someone, I made $50,000 this month with my online business, your brain naturally pictures $50,000 sitting in their bank account, just there, completely untouched. But the reality is usually very different from what they're saying. Understand that this difference is crucial to your business survival. And the reason why, let me just break down revenue versus profit and how it actually works. So revenue is the total amount of money coming into the business before any expenses. So what's actually left after all the costs are paid is called profit, which is the money you can actually spend, you can actually use, the money that's actually yours. So when someone says I made 10K, they're almost always talking about revenue and not profit. Here's the real math behind what it looks like. So let's say you spent $3,000 on ads, $2,500 on product costs. So you're selling a physical product that you had to buy, and now you're selling it for a markup. The software and tools cost $500. The contractors who helped you cost $1,500. The transaction fees on something like Stripe, which takes fees from everything or anything that you process payments with, is going to take some sort of fee. And then finally, you have taxes. And then the actual profit after everything is said and done is $1,400. Dudes will really be out here talking about how they're making six figures. They're literally in poverty. They're literally only making $1,400 a month. Suddenly, that 10K a month means they actually put $1,400 in their pocket, which is a very, very different picture. You're not even surviving at that point. You're just like literally trying to make it through. Now, I'm going to show you some business models, of course, in this section and going on where you actually can keep 100% or at least 90 to 100% of the money that you do bring in. You can still make over 10K per month and actually make it in profit, like pocketable profit, and not like all of these, different business models where it looks like people are making a lot of money, but they're not actually even on the back end. Many businesses, especially new ones, run even thinner margins than this example. So for example, some of the biggest companies in the world that you know, like McDonald's, Starbucks, Walmart, these guys have one single digit profit margins, meaning like 1%, 3%, meaning their company brings in $1 billion, but they only get to keep 1% of that. Now, 1% of $1 billion is a lot, but a lot of the people that you see online are either making very, very low profits and they don't mention it, or they're making little to no profits or actually going in the red. There are people who will go out there who will spend, like I said, $15,000 to make $10,000. They're losing $5,000 a month, but they're selling programs on how you can get rich with whatever. It's insane. It's insanity. And a lot of people get famous and don't really even understand because they literally don't understand the basic business economics of revenue versus profit. It's a shame, really. So here's how to assess business models realistically. Always ask about profit margins. First thing, all the time, every time. When someone claims impressive revenue, consider what percentage typically remains as profit. You guys will hear me say this, I make over 100K per month in profit, which means our revenue was higher. It was like around 140K in a month. And those are really, really high profit margins. 140K per month, somewhere around 30 to 40K it took to run the business itself, contractors, softwares, et cetera, and then 100K left for profit, in the pocket profit. So you'll hear me delineate that because I actually have really high profit margins in a lot of my businesses, but other people, not so much. So that's why you have to actually inquire about it. Now, when someone claims impressive revenue, consider what percentage typically remains as profit. In some business models like drop shipping or paid advertising, 10 to 20% profit margins are common. If anything, they're good. In other business models like digital products or services, they might be 70 to 80% profit margins. So consider the full cost structure. Different business models have radically different expense profiles. Physical products have costs that digital ones don't. Agency models have staffing costs that solo services usually tend to avoid. So there's a give and take with each. So for example, you might read this and think, oh, well, selling information is the best way, or selling services is the best way. And even if that is true, it's not for why you think it is. So for example, if you're trying to sell something like an information product or a service, it's extremely difficult to sell because the trust in the market is as low as possible. Nobody trusts anybody. Everybody's like, yeah, bro, nice try, Diddy, under everybody's ads, or put the fries in the bag, or they're saying, yeah, ain't nobody gonna buy your course, little bro. Like all of these comments, nobody wants to buy any information online in 2025. So if you're able to be successful in the age of information selling info, then honestly, that says a lot about your marketing and sales skills, and probably about your product development skills as well, because the people on the inside of your product have to feel like they actually got their money's worth and have to actually get results so that you can show that in your marketing too. So the main takeaway that I want you to have here is that a lot of business models are more than meets the eye. People will come on a 60-second TikTok or reel and tell you all the good things about it, but will hide a lot of the more difficult parts about it. Now, the main theme of the whole video here, the whole 16-hour course is, yes, it's going to be difficult. There are going to be things that you don't expect, but it's worth it, man. It's the game. Real things happen and your life changes when you stop looking for the shortcut and you start just building something. Fundamental number 5. Clarity beats creativity for beginners. Simple, proven business models are the way. So there's these trendy business models that you're going to see all of the time. And, I don't even call them business models. I usually just refer to them as methods. So there's a difference between business methods and business models. Business methods are like, oh yeah, I'm going to make money clicking these buttons using Instagram Reels to sell this affiliate product or something. But the business model is, there's only a few. You have service-based business, you have e-commerce-based business. You can sell your own product or you can sell other people's product, which is basically affiliates. And then there's different ways you can do that. You can do that through organic content. You can do that through paid advertising. Extremely simple. But then where people go wrong is they see this big trend like, oh, everybody's using this to make money. Everybody's using that to make money. And they ignore the model itself. So you want to stick to proven processes that have been done time and time again to actually go ahead and make money. So for example, when you're new to business, there is a powerful temptation for you to try to reinvent the wheel. Now, that's not even describing the problem of people who say, well, I'm just going to get rich and I'm just going to make something up. I'm just going to make something up. Tell me a business to start. I've heard this once before. So going through my whole entire life, there's going to be tons of people who come up to you and are like, hey man, give me a business idea. How do I start a business? And they expect you to be like, they just watch too much like Dragon's Den and Shark Tank and think that's what business is. But that's not even really the truth most of the time. You don't just come up with an idea and do something completely unproven. You just do something that a lot of people are already doing and has been proven for a long period of time. You want to create something unique, revolutionary, and distinctly you. While this creative impulse comes from a good place, it's often the exact instinct that prevents beginners from achieving their first success. So here's the counterintuitive truth. The more you innovate in your business model, the less likely you are to succeed as a beginner. And that's just the truth. That's why you see people on Shark Tank who are like, yeah, I'm 7 years into my business. We've never made a profit and we're still working on development. It's like, brother, that's not where you want to be. So here's the beauty of boring business models that are unsexy. Boring business models might not win innovation awards or make for exciting dinner conversation, but they are crucial advantages for beginners. So, number 1, that they're clear, proven paths to revenue and profit, like we mentioned. The roadmap already exists. You don't have to figure out if people will pay for your offering because thousands already do and already have. Next is abundant learning resources. So countless people have documented exactly how these models work, what pitfalls to avoid, and how to actually scale them. And then next is predictable challenges. The problems you'll face have been solved before. You're not navigating completely unknown territory. So remember this, your first business is likely not your forever business. Its primary purpose is to generate revenue while you learn, build your entrepreneurial skills, create resources for future ventures, and also prove to yourself that you can succeed. I've shown you the examples before, but people usually start with something completely different than what they end with. So a simple proven model accomplishes these goals far more reliably than a highly creative, untested one. Many of today's most innovative companies were actually founded by entrepreneurs who cut their teeth on simpler or conventional business models first. They built their creative empires after mastering the fundamentals through more straightforward ventures. So we need to come up with a way that we can actually compare these business models. So again, there's not one best for everybody, but you can know which ones are best for you and your particular position with what resources you currently have. And that is the FACTS rating system for business models. And we're going to go through exactly what that means and how to actually use it. So the first one is funding required. How much capital is needed to get started? If you haven't picked it up yet, this is an acronym. Next is accessibility for beginners. Is there a low barrier to entry? Now, low barrier to entry is good, don't get me wrong, but there is a possibility of the barrier to entry being too low and then you just being seen as expendable. For example, the barrier to entry to being a McDonald's employee is very, very, very low. As long as you don't have a criminal record that's too bad, they will hire you. And that's basically it. Any able-bodied human being, you can get hired. And that's why the pay is so low. But for example, the president of the United States, maybe that's not the best example, but people want to see that he is qualified for many, many, many different decades. And he's been doing this for a long time, and he knows what he's talking about. God, I really don't want to get into politics, but we'll carry on. Next is the cash timeline. So can profit be made quickly or is it a slow burner? Now, obviously, man, the faster the better. Everybody want to make money tomorrow, this week. But right, if you're someone who's like, I can wait a few months to a year to a couple years to start making real profit, then it's something to consider. Next is the top earning potential. So are there any income caps? Now, like I said, these business models their main agency is to get you off the ground, and then you're probably going to be switching business models somewhere else along the way. You have a starter business, and then you have a business to where now you have the skills, now you have the capital, now you have the revenue, now you have the funds, now you have the relationship and the network with people so that you can build something really big and really amazing. Next is schedule freedom. So do you choose how to spend your time? And is that something that's highly important to you? Some people are like, well, I don't care. I'll sit here and work all day, every day. And that's really good, especially when you're just starting out. Eventually, you're not going to really want that. So we'll talk about it as we go on. So without knowing what you're looking for when it comes to these 5 sections, you'll struggle to find the ideal model for you. So let's go through number 1, which is funding required. So this measures how much capital you need to get started. Low funding businesses can be launched with minimal investment, while high funding business models require significant upfront capital. And look, nobody's clicked on this video because they're already Mr. Moneybags. If you were, then I'm not really sure what you're doing here. Maybe you're trust fund baby. I'm not really sure. But either way, you want something ideally that doesn't cost that much, if anything, to even start. There are lots of business models that cost nothing. And if you're sitting on a pile of cash, then we're going to talk about what you can do with that as well. Now, as a beginner, starting small is the smartest move. So for example, let's say you want to start playing guitar. Are you going to go out and buy the baddest, craziest $5,000 guitar, and that's like your whole life savings when you don't even really know if you like it that much? I would advise against it. Look, every new entrepreneur pays a learning tax. These are mistakes that cost time and money as you figure out how business actually works. This tax is unavoidable. It costs to be the boss. Let's just be honest. The only question is how much you'll pay, because the truth is you'll either pay with time or money. Don't forget that time is money. Now, next is to understand how to reduce your learning tax. So when you start with minimal investment, your learning tax is small. A $200 mistake in a low-cost business model might sting, but it won't destroy you. But the same mistake amplified to $50,000 investment could be catastrophic. Think of it like learning to drive. Would you rather practice in an old used car in an empty parking lot or in a brand new Ferrari on a crowded highway? Both will teach you to drive, but one environment forgives mistakes while the other punishes them severely. Next is accessibility for beginners. So success in business compounds. Each small win builds confidence that fuels bigger action. When you choose a highly accessible business model, you create the confidence ladder with manageable steps rather than intimidating leaps. Imagine 2 different paths to learning swimming. 1, the first approach, you're thrown into the deep end immediately. And 2, in the second approach, you start in the shallow water, mastering one skill before progressing. Maybe you learn how to tread, then you learn how to swim, then maybe you learn some backstroke, etc., etc. The deep end approach might work for a few exceptional people, but most will panic, develop fear associations, and potentially give up entirely. The progressive approach builds confidence through incremental mastery, creating momentum that carries forward. Business works in the same way. So when your first business model allows you to experience small, frequent wins, you develop confidence needed to tackle much bigger changes later. Each success creates psychological evidence that you're capable of the next step. And that's where confidence even comes from. Confidence isn't about shouting affirmations in the mirror or, writing down things multiple times. I am a winner. I am a winner. It's just from making the small wins, actually getting up and doing what you said you're going to do and providing results for yourself and for other people. Every business has hidden complexities, as we've discussed, that only become visible once you are operating. The more accessible a business model, the fewer surprises you'll encounter. I call this the iceberg effect. What's visible above the water is just a piece of what exists below the surface. Accessible business models have smaller icebergs with fewer hidden challenges. Next is the cash timeline. So choosing a business model with a fast time to revenue isn't impatience, but rather creating the best odds of success. Prioritizing a fast cash timeline dramatically increases your odds of building something sustainable. The ultimate validation of any business concept isn't praise, social media followers, or even investor funding. It's actually someone willing to pay you money. A fast cash timeline accelerates this crucial validation. Even if it's a small amount upfront, making that small amount in the first 3 months versus 9 months out is going to be gigantic. It's going to be huge because on month 6, 7, and 8, when you're sitting there with zero cash to your name, a whole bunch of sunk cost, you're going to start questioning yourself. So I want you to imagine two entrepreneurs with similar business concepts. Entrepreneur A chooses a model requiring 9 months of development before the first sale even is possible to occur. And then Entrepreneur B adapts their approach to generate their first revenue within 30 days. By the time Entrepreneur A learns if anyone will actually pay for the solution, Entrepreneur B has already confirmed real market demand through actual sales, gathered feedback from paying customers, not just interested prospects, tested different messaging offers and price points, generated data on customer acquisition costs and conversion rates, and also potentially pivoted to more promising opportunities based on the market response. This creates a validation velocity gap that becomes nearly impossible to close as time progresses. You're already so far ahead of the other guy who took so long to even go to the market. And that's part of the reason why massive, messy action is the best type of action to take. Take massive action early on as much as possible. Human psychology responds powerfully to tangible results. The first time someone pays you, even a small amount, activates motivational systems that abstract goals and distant rewards simply cannot match. And I call this the first dollar effect. This initial payment creates a neurological reward pattern that fuels persistence through the inevitable challenges of entrepreneurship. Man, my very first $600 paycheck, I will never, ever, ever forget it. And with that paycheck, I immediately went out and spent it, of course, as you do. But I spent it on something that I still use to this very day, and that's the standing desk that I'm on and using right now. And it's kind of like a momentum to my very first dollar. And I remember that moment. Yes, I was dancing around the house and I'm man enough to admit that I probably shed a tear or two. But I genuinely cannot wait to be the person and of course just see you guys make your first dollar and be the person to lead you guys to your first dollar made online. Because with that first dollar, you understand that it is real. It's actually possible. If you can make $1, you can make 10. If you can make 10, you can make 1,000. If you can make 1,000, you can make millions, which is what we're going to do. Number 4 is the top earning potential. Now, understanding a business model's top earning potential matters, but placing too much emphasis on this factor early in your entrepreneurial journey can actually undermine your success. Here's why this metric deserves attention, but shouldn't drive your initial business model selection. So consider these two scenarios. Business model A has a $250,000 ceiling. You have an 80% chance of reaching 70% of its potential. So 140K is the expected outcome. Business B has a $1 million ceiling, a lot higher potential, but you only have a 20% chance of reaching 40% of its maximum potential. So the chances of you making money in it are way lower. So your expected income is only $80,000, which is much less than the other one. So sometimes it really is more intelligent for you to just go after a business. Or sure, the top earning potential might not be $1 million a year, but as long as it will, like I said, get you off the ground, get you disposable income, and help you learn entrepreneurial skills, then the choice is obvious. You can go out there today and try to make the next Amazon or the next Uber. You really can, but it's going to be tough and you're going to be competing with some big dogs. So what does this actually mean? Well, starting a business with a total earning potential of $500 per month probably isn't worth it. You don't want to try to be a data entry specialist or something, or just like a virtual assistant for $500 a month. You're just not making that much money. So starting a business with a $5 million per month total earning potential doesn't mean that it's the best thing to start as a beginner. So the smartest path, something that can get you to 5K to 20K per month reliably. Now, depending on where you live, that's either a decent amount of money or a lot of money. I mean, 20K per month doesn't really matter where you are unless you're in like freaking LA or Miami. That's still quite a lot of money. And at 20K per month, you also have so many more opportunities to make way more money as well. If you can make 20K per month, I can speak from experience. There's not really that many changes that you have to make to your life and to yourself to make 50K, 100K per month plus. Now, at this sweet spot, you have enough total earning potential and capital to choose your next business model. And on top of that, the total earning potential isn't so high that the business model is no longer even beginner friendly. Then last but not least, it's number 5, which is schedule freedom. This is an entrepreneur's true measure of wealth. As you progress in your entrepreneurial journey, a shift occurs in how you value time versus money. This creates what I call the freedom appreciation curve. New entrepreneurs typically focus almost exclusively on income, but seasoned entrepreneurs often make decisions that prioritize time flexibility over maximum profit. This isn't because they've become less ambitious, it's because they've recognized that control over their time is the ultimate form of wealth. So consider the difference between making $300K but working 70-hour weeks with constant client emergencies. So that's 10 hours a day. You're having constant client emergencies. So even when you're off, you're not even really off. You could be out, right? Maybe like on a date or just out with your family. You get a call and now you're like, oh crap, I gotta go home right now. Versus making $200K, working 25 hours a week. That's 5 days a week for 5 hours a day with complete schedule control. You work if you want to. On paper, the first option appears more successful, but entrepreneurs who have experienced both scenarios almost universally prefer the second. The ability to attend your child's events, care for your health, pursue side interests, or travel spontaneously represents a form of wealth that raw income figures just cannot capture. Now we must discuss profit over passion so that you can one day put passion over profit. So I'll give you an example, right? And I mentioned this example a little bit earlier on in the course, but the average return of the S&P 500 is about 10% annually. So for example, if $1 million invested, you would earn on average $120K per year. Now that's not like every single year reliably. It's not smart to take income out of the market like that. We're going to talk about more of that stuff when it comes to investing. $2 million invested will of course double your income, meaning that after this amount of liquid capital is generated, there's not much to need to work. After you already have $1 million in the bank, you could make certain investments in things like real estate, stocks, etc., and then live off that for essentially the rest of your life. There's no reason as to why you couldn't. You can be in the top 10% of income without even lifting a finger. The point I'm making is the entrepreneurial world loves to repeat the thought of follow your passion and the money will follow. This advice is misleading and backwards. The smarter approach is pursuing profit so that you can eventually fund your passions without financial constraints. And the reason why I say that is this. A lot of the richest people in the world are still going and working hard as hell as if they don't have any money, truly just because they just love what they're doing. There's a reason why I'm losing sleep bringing this 16-hour course to just online and to YouTube. Right? It's because it's something that's important to me. I read the comments and they're touching. So doing this is the use of time that is best for me, that I genuinely want to do. There's no reason other than that to do it, because at a certain point, especially after $1 million, money in your bank account is just money. It's just an extra zero. It doesn't actually affect anything. So what that means for you guys is this. You might really like carpentry. And this is actually a story from my own past. I really liked carpentry. I really liked building things. I really liked woodworking. And I was thinking, well, maybe I'll start my own construction business. That would be a terrible idea. Some people can make it work. I do not want to do that. Some people start an Etsy store and like sell their stuff online or just sell their stuff around. Maybe these things are conceivable ways to work, but at the end of the day, I was not passionate about copywriting or online business or marketing or sales at all. But I made the profit and now I'm doing what I do love, which is making the videos, training people, teaching people, and still doing marketing as well on the side. So the bottom line is this. Forget your passion for now. It's really not that important to actually making money. And a lot of people are saying, well, I have to follow my passion to make profit. Is like saying, well, I really want to be tall, so I'm going to start playing basketball. It's like, that's just not how it works. That is a misplaced modifier. You will do what you're passionate about later on in your journey. But for right now, you need to focus on what is going to make you profit so that you can have the means, have the time, have the funds to go ahead and pursue your passions. I pursue my passions all the time. I love playing guitar. My guitar is just right back there. And I love going to the gym. I love working out. And I have lots of hobbies outside of business as well. And I consider business to be my favorite hobby. The power of proven business models, why innovation is overrated for beginners. So the entrepreneurial world glorifies innovation and disruption, like we chatted about, but this goes a little bit deeper. But for most beginners, choosing a proven business model that's working right now dramatically gives you better odds. In other words, life ain't like Shark Tank. I can't explain that enough. And that's what most people's paradigm is, that they have to create some, new product or new service to the market. But really, it's not like that. Here's why. When you choose an established business model, you're getting a form of validation that can't be replicated through theory or planning. You get real customers, a functional delivery system that already exists, and the unit economics can work. You already know. So I can't stress this enough. You need to pick something that's already out there. Now look, you can divide most business models into two separate categories: e-commerce versus service. We're going to cover how they both work and which one is going to be right for you. So both of them have their own pros and cons. We're going to take a look at both models and see which could work better for beginners and for you personally. So the first one is e-commerce, which is selling stuff. E-commerce is all about moving products from point A to point B while taking a cut in the middle. This means things like drop shipping, creating your own products, or flipping items on Amazon FBA. All those things can be put under e-commerce. Core model is always going to be the same. Buy things for cheap, sell them for higher than you bought them, and try not to pull your hair out managing the inventory and shipping. The appeal is pretty obvious. Products can be sold while you sleep, systems can be built to handle most of the work, and the income isn't directly tied to your time. You can potentially scale to big numbers without proportionally scaling your effort. But again, here's the iceberg, here's the reality. E-commerce is far from passive income dream that is often painted as. The upfront costs can be huge, gigantic. Inventory, advertising, website development, and the inevitable product duds that won't even sell. Competition is fierce, with margins getting squeezed from every direction. Dropshipping is like the number one most popular business model ever. You have so many people selling things online now. And look, I already talked about, the saturation effect and the size of the pie fallacy, but to a certain point, it's got to be at least a factor that everybody and their mother has started some sort of dropshipping store in the past. When people see my lifestyle and the cash that I got, the very first thing they think is, bro, you do dropshipping? That's how popular the business model is. And customer service issues can quickly turn your passive business into a very active headache. The e-commerce winners today aren't selling random products. They're doing something deeper. They're building brands people connect with or solving specific problems better than anyone else. It's become less about the transaction and more about the relationship with customers. Next, we have service-based business models, which is essentially you selling skills in your service. So service businesses revolve around trading expertise, skills, or time for money. This includes freelancing, consulting, coaching, agency work, or any other business where you're selling what you know or what you can do rather than a physical product. Now, the big advantage here is the startup speed. You can literally be in business tomorrow with nothing more than a skill people will pay for and a way for them to find you. The margins are usually great since you're not dealing with physical costs. Now, there's also different headaches here as well. You're more tied into the business, but again, like I said, pros and cons to everything. So like I'm saying, the time for money trap. Traditional service-based businesses create a ceiling on how much you earn based on the hours you work and the rates you command. The smartest service providers have figured out ways around these limitations. So they package their services into productized offerings with clear deliverables and prices. They build teams to multiply their impact. So you start out and it's just you, but down the line, you can build teams that actually do the work for you so that you get the same benefits of e-commerce. But again, you don't have to deal with all of those other problems and things. And of course, you can outsource your time and your effort with e-commerce as well. But again, you're going to be cutting into your already razor thin profit margins. And if 1 month you're just not profitable, your profit margins go down by a few percent, that can make you at least like almost no profit, or God forbid, negative profit. You actually lose money. Run a huge business where you're bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, but you're also spending hundreds of thousands of dollars per month as well. But with service-based business, they create systems that let them deliver consistent results without reinventing the wheel each time. So it's efficient, choosing your path. Now, so which is right for you? It comes down to three main factors. So 1, your starting point. What skills, resources, connections do you already have? Services let you leverage existing skills immediately, while e-commerce might require learning entirely new skill sets. So when it comes to where you're already at with your skills, this is where I like to reiterate the fact that I had no skills relevant at all. I knew how to shoot guns and clean guns and run offenses in the Army. I also knew how to build things like buildings in construction. And then I also knew how to witness crimes and write it down as a security guard. So I didn't have any relevant skills. Now, having skills is very nice to have when you're first starting out, but you don't necessarily need them because chances are you're going to be learning lots of skills along the way. Next is your timeline. How quickly you need to make money. Service-based businesses typically generate revenue much faster, while e-commerce often requires more upfront investment without seeing any returns. Not to mention, if you're starting any sort of e-commerce, you want to have at least, and I'm talking about at least, like this is as low as it goes, at least $1,000 that you're willing to invest and lose. Because like we just talked about, your first store or product could just be a dud. So you could actually start it and try to get sales from little to no money, but it's really, really, really difficult to even make that work. So having $1,000 at least is probably what you're going to have, and you're going to have to be comfortable losing it. So if that's like your life savings, again, I really don't recommend it, because again, you need capital that you can start with and are willing to lose, even if it doesn't work. And it can take even longer to make money in general. And next is your personality. So do you enjoy working directly with people, or do you prefer working with systems and processes? Now, another disclaimer that I have to give you guys here is, the whole introvert thing. I hear people hide behind the word introvert a lot. And believe it or not, I'm probably the biggest introvert you've ever met in your life. I didn't want to do any presentations in school, to the point where I would skip school or skip classes just so that I didn't have to do them. And now obviously I have a whole personal brand, which kind of goes against what I used to do, but extroversion is a skill. So again, it's something that you can just learn as you go. If you're still not sure what to do, think about this. Some people come alive in client interactions, while others dread the thought of another Zoom call. The most important thing is starting with a model that matches your current situation, skills, and resources, not the one that sounds the most appealing in theory. The right business model isn't the one with the highest theoretical ceiling. It's the one you'll actually stick with long term and long enough to make it work. So here's why we're going to be focusing on service-based business models in this course. So even if you do decide you wanted to go into something e-commerce, dropshipping, Amazon, FBA, that's fair game. And the things that you're actually going to learn here are still going to help you. And the reason why is because I'm teaching you overall marketing and overall sales, which it doesn't matter what you are doing, what you're in, what business model, you're going to be able to use these skills because they're the most transferable skills in all of business. Like I actually put right here. I've decided to go deep on service-based business models in this course, and there's a good reason for that. So e-commerce is something that's beyond the scope of this very video. Service-based businesses give you the fastest path to real revenue with the lowest upfront investment. If I'm the one here teaching you how to become a millionaire in the future, then obviously that's a broad spectrum of people. So I'm going to cover everything that has to do with marketing and everything that has to do with service-based, because I'm also an expert in that. That is all that I've done to make money, and I've never actually made money personally with anything e-commerce. But I know that it's not usually the most beginner friendly, even though it's perceived that way online. So like I said, service-based businesses give you the fastest path, and they also let you start making money based on your skills you already have, while teaching you the core business fundamentals that work anywhere. So essentially, you can get paid while you are learning the skills. You can learn while you earn. You don't have to have a freaking marketing degree or anything. You literally just first couple weeks, learn copywriting, learn marketing, learn sales. Then you can have a client that's paying you a few $100s to a few $1,000s per month, and you can learn more as you actually work with that client. And that's the best way to learn, is just by doing. So let's get something straight. It's about why service businesses make the most sense as your starting point. First, the math works immediately. You can literally get paid this week if you have skill that someone needs. There's no inventory, no product development cycles, no waiting months to see if your idea has legs. You offer something, someone pays you, and you're in business. There's also no actual risk. So you're not spending any money to start. You can actually start with $0 today. Second is that the feedback loop is lightning fast. When you work directly with clients, you learn exactly what they want, what they'll pay for, and how to communicate value in ways that open wallets. This real world market education is priceless. Third is that the startup costs are minimal. You don't need fancy technology, inventory, or complex systems to begin. Your brain, a laptop, and an internet connection can be enough to start generating income today. But here's what people miss. Starting with a service business doesn't lock you into that service business forever. It's just the smartest entry point to the business world. You're going to learn how to master some essential transferable skills. The ones needed to build a successful service-based business model are the exact same foundational skills needed in any business model. So let's say you start your service-based business model, you're making a few $1,000s per month in a couple of months from now, and you want to start e-commerce. You can actually do that as well. And now you have way better skills to do that. I've actually had students do that before in the past, where they started with copywriting, they made their first thousands of dollars, and then they transitioned over to e-commerce and started making tens of thousands of dollars per month over there as well. The truth about copywriting is this: once you're competent, which happens faster than most realize, clients can't tell the difference between good and great. Get decent, then you learn more skills quickly. All you have to do is show people that you are competent and they will hire you, especially if your low price reflects that or you're able to give them a risk reversal, which we'll talk about more as we go on. Now, right here, I'm talking about copywriting, but it's essentially all types of marketing. We're going to get into different types of marketing and how to actually start here as we go on. So skill number one that we're going to be learning is understanding what the market actually needs in the first place. Most people build offers based on what they hope that people want. But the thing is, service work forces you to know what people want. When you go face to face with real buyers, vague ideas die fast. You stop guessing because you have to. You start noticing patterns, buying signals, hidden pains, and silent demand. This skill alone is what separates the rich marketers from the broke ones. Number two is effective marketing. So selling services means you got to get sharp fast. You're not hiding behind a funnel or throwing up some template ad. You're talking to real humans one-to-one. If your pitch is weak, they will ghost you. If your angle's off, they'll scroll past. But when you nail it, they lean in. They crave the link. They pay with no questions asked. This is where persuasion stops being a concept and starts becoming survival. Next is sales psychology. Most people suck at sales because they never had to sell one-to-one. Have a service-based business will actually fix that fast. You're not dropping a checkout link and hoping for the best. Why? Because that doesn't predict results. You're on the phone, in the DMs, closing deals one-on-one. You learn what makes someone say, I'm in, what makes them run away. Once you sold with nothing but your words, you'll never be scared to sell anything again. This is why so many people who make a ton of money and start their businesses actually start on things like cold calling and door-to-door sales. Is because it literally molds you into a killer. Skill number 4 that you're going to be able to pick up is client psychology. So getting paid once is easy. Getting them to pay you again over and over and over, that's the real game. Services teach you how people actually judge what they buy. What makes them happy? What makes them feel like they've gotten the lucky side and actually won the jackpot? You'll start hearing things that no dashboard could ever tell you. Real feedback straight from the source. That intel is how you build offers that people stick with and brag about and give you referrals for. Skill 5 is pricing strategy. So you could charge $50 an hour or $5,000 for a result. Same work, different positioning, entirely different outcome. Service forces you to stop thinking like a worker and start thinking like a strategist. You learn to anchor value, frame ROI, and make your price feel cheap. And when you figure that out, you'll laugh at how people price their products. Number 6, finally, is systems building. At first, it's messy. Too many clients, too many steps, too much in your head. All right, it's not super easy. But then you build systems. Your delivery gets faster, your clients stay happier, and you get your time back. You get to smooth out the entire process from scratch, and you start seeing the real world in SOPs, workflows, and automations. These are just the same skills that scale any business. You don't just build a better service, you build a machine. Now it's time for us to get into the types of service-based businesses that you can start. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson4D, and I'm joined by the one and only beautiful 4D kitty right here. There's actually 2 4D kitties, but today we just got the one with us. So let's get into today's lesson. Yeah, fellow cat owners are gonna know the struggle on this one. You have to keep the lint roller on standby. So today we're gonna be starting by going into the types of service-based businesses. So before we had money and before we had governments, we had services. It all started with services. All business, all comes from services, essentially. One person had a skill, another had a need, trade happened. Value got exchanged, and that's how it all started. The service-based business model is one of the oldest on earth. No, rest assured. It's not going anywhere because no matter how advanced tech gets, humans will always pay other humans to solve problems, save time, or do work that they can't or won't do themselves. Essentially, you need to know the difference, and I'm going to get into this a little bit more in the video. As I was saying, you need to understand the difference between a business model and a business method. A business method is something that's essentially just fly by night. It is short term, it is trendy, it is attractive to everybody. And usually people hop from a business method to business method to business method, but instead we want to pick a reliable business model. A business method is like hyper specific and it's something that works right now and only right now. But instead, we want to make sure that we're picking something that has been just around forever, will never die out or fade in any type of way. And that is a service-based business. People paying for your time, skills, and effort overall. They're paying to have their problems solved. So there's 2 main ways to break it down to sell a service. So we have 2 main ways to make money, which is e-commerce and service. And then inside of service is also 2 more delineations: freelancing versus agency aka SMMA, which is social media marketing agency. You might have heard of that before as well. That was popularized by Tai Lopez and then Iman Gadzhi as well. And then now we have like AI automation agencies. So people are selling AI agents, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to get into the specifics of every single type of agency, but in short, we'll go through the difference between freelancing versus agency and which one you should actually start with. So at the start, you've got two lanes. You can go solo and freelance, keep it lean, fast, and personal, or you can build an agency, which is scaling with systems, people, and margin. Both paths can make you rich, of course, but don't get it twisted. They're built for very different kinds of players. Freelancing is you versus the world, direct contact, full control, and pure craft. Agency is a team sport. Delegation, infrastructure, and you build the machine. One isn't better, just different games, different rules, and different stakes. Pick the one that fits how you are wired. Now, if you're just a beginner, well, there's a couple notions around agencies. One of the first ones is that you can hire people who are really good at a skill, and then you can get clients and then outsource the work to that person. I've never, ever seen that work, because why wouldn't the person with the skill just go and get the client in the first place? Like, if you don't have any skills, opening up an agency isn't really going to be your best bet, because you are trying to team up with people and become a company owner and own a whole group of people before you even know the skills itself. Again, I really do recommend starting as lean and as small as possible. That is the freelancing route. Now, if you have already been doing freelancing, or you already have some sort of skill that you know you can sell and you know you can scale it big, and the offer is already there, the demand is already there, then maybe an agency is something that you can look into. But what I see as far more of a gradual process that makes a lot more sense is just starting with freelancing, and then not even just transitioning to an agency, but just outsourcing little by little by little. Now, I'm going to go over that a little bit more as we go on. And I also have a live recording coming up of me talking about what that process actually looks like, going from 10K per month freelancer to 30K per month business owner by only making a few small tweaks. And we're going to get into that as we go on. So here's the freelancing advantage. Freelancing is nearly always the smarter starting point for one simple reason. You need to master the craft before you could effectively manage others doing it. This creates several powerful advantages. So, for example, 100% profit. I already told you, the difference between profit and revenue is a lot of people flex their profit. With freelancing, you keep literally everything. No staff, no payroll, no bloat. Every dollar earned is yours. Next is direct learning experience. You are in the trenches. You hear objections, you close deals, tweak offers, and everything else, all firsthand. Next is client relationships. You're not a project manager behind the curtain. You're the face, the trust, and the reason that they buy in the first place. Next is low overhead, means low risk. So no office, no team, no tools you don't need. And you start lean, you stay nimble, and you scale on your own terms. I can't tell you how important that is, because look, I love working with other people. I have a team of over a dozen people working for me. But man, sometimes the solopreneur life looks intriguing. I'll put it that way. And I do kind of miss it sometimes, because it's literally just you versus you. And then you have some other clients. And it's a shame when you and someone else who's totally intelligent and is a good person as well don't see eye to eye on certain things. You have to, negotiate on terms and things. And then also, not to mention the people you are going to be working with that just aren't the best in general. And the next is simplified operations. There's no bottlenecks. You move fast, fix problems, and ship results without waiting on anyone. It is a very nice place to be. But now let's talk about building an agency like an SMMA, and how it sounds glamorous, but it's usually far from it. I've done this as well before. I have outsourced and built a little agency as well with my copywriting and marketing, and this is more or less what I learned. So you hire experts, you connect them with clients, and then you don't even have to learn the skill, because it's just genius. You just get somebody else who's really good at the skill. You don't have to learn anything, and you just make money by being the middleman. Well, in reality, you have to deal with reduced profit margins. So you're paying a team before you pay yourself. And the more you scale, the thinner that margin gets. So now you're only actually taking home 20%, 30%. Then there's time-consuming management. Every fire lands on your desk. Every delay, mistake, or missed call is your problem now. So now when you have a client and the client says something like, hey, this deliverable is just not very good for these 3 reasons, and you didn't even make the deliverable, you're still on the hook for that. You're still on the hook for everything. Next is cash flow complexity. So you're juggling invoices, team payroll, and project delays. One slow payment ruins everything. Man, I can't tell you how long payroll takes. Payroll takes like 3 to 4 days. I have limits on all my cards and all my things. Everybody wants to be paid in a different way because they're all from different countries. Everyone's remote. Some people need to be paid in crypto. Some people need to pay on Wise, on Stripe, on Payoneer. It's extra complexity. I'll just put it that way. So here's the smart progression. that I was mentioning earlier. Freelancer to agency owner. The most successful agency owners typically follow this progression. One, they start as a freelancer and master the craft, or just have some sort of skill that they know that they can sell on demand and at scale. Next is they begin creating documented systems and processes. This is things like SOPs, so that anyone who can come into your business and just follow the instructions and just do exactly what you do. Next is to hire your first contractor for overflow work. There's a different process for hiring out and hiring out the first things on your calendar, the first things that you do. Again, that's going to be in the live that I'm going to put on a little bit later. But sometimes you want to hire out different contractors to do the fulfillment work, but sometimes it could be as simple as just hiring very, very cheap VAs. You want somebody for like $5 to $10 per hour that can do some very menial tasks for you, like outreach, for example, then that can be done. Next is to gradually transition from a doer to a manager as systems prove effective. And then you want to build a team around proven processes and establish client relationships. Now, this staged approach allows you to build an agency on a foundation of real expertise and validated systems rather than trying to manage services you don't even fully understand yourself. Man, I'll just leave it at this. Don't be that guy. You think you have imposter syndrome now? Wait until you're out here trying to sell people this huge result and you have other people who are working for you that are just way smarter than you when it comes to delivering, and you're trying to build an agency that way, or even just trying to build an agency from scratch with other beginners. You guys are going to be trying to split profits. I mean, it's just not very good looking. There's this gentleman who has a YouTube channel, and he's in the SMMA space himself. He was talking about like a lot of people show their Stripe screenshots, right, of how much money they made. And he has many Stripe screenshots of like 600K in a month. But first of all, he's splitting that with his business partner. So they're splitting 50-50 already. And then there's tons more overhead after that. So the numbers, I'll just leave it at this. The numbers are very, very often deceiving. And I'm not gonna lie, it's partly their fault as well, because it's like, if you don't educate yourself on even what revenue is and the difference between what it is with profit and someone's actual numbers down to a T, then, I mean, you're kind of just playing yourself at that point. And here's the hybrid approach when you actually start your agency and when you want to go about the whole process. Many successful service providers eventually adopt a hybrid model that combines the best aspects of both approaches. So this can mean something as small as hiring a $10 an hour VA to do a lot of the busy work for you once you're at 10 to 20K per month. And this approach preserves much of the profit advantage of freelancing while incorporating elements of scale from the agency model. Man, it's almost like I'm like pre-moving these slides right here. If you know anything about chess, it's like I know exactly what I'm going to say before I say it. Maybe it's because I made these. I don't know. Here are some skills that you can start with. Here's the exact business model breakdown. You have things like remote sales, which is learning sales. You have copywriting, which is the introduction to marketing. You have appointment setting, or SDR, which is sales development rep. In short, you are messaging and contacting leads to get them booked on calendars, to get them on calls, and you are also following up with old leads that didn't actually close if the sales cycle has become extended. I'm going to get into all the nitty gritty to that as we go on. Then you have funnel building, which is essentially just building out the systems for businesses. So if businesses are running an ad, someone is going to be behind the tech for all of that, the marketing plan for all of that, price points for all of that, et cetera, et cetera. Next is brand marketing. So this is kind of things like social media content creation. Next is content editing / clipping. So that's another skill that you can sell to people. Next is media buying. All that means is running ads, and you're the person behind the ads. So you look at things like what's the cost per acquisition, what's the cost per lead, what's the average order value, et cetera, and then you optimize based on all of those numbers. Next is monetizing a personal brand, which is, you actually building a business from scratch. And there's way more. There's lots more. We're going to scratch the surface on some of these and then also go deep on some other ones. So here's the thing. When I say this isn't just about making your first 1K, I actually mean it. I'm thinking about how you're going to make your first $100,000 and who you will become in the process. The right call gives you speed now and leverage later. It builds income and identity, skill and status. And getting paid isn't the main goal here. There's a greater goal in building something that actually scales with you. So here is the real path to wealth. You want to master a skill first and then build an empire. So with a lot of these, for example, like funnel building, brand marketing, content editing, media buying, monetization of your personal brand, and even the other route that we didn't really talk about too much, which is e-commerce, all of these you're going to have to learn and know what. You're going to have to learn how to sell and know how to sell and know how to sell things, and you're going to know how to sell things at mass, which is essentially just marketing. So if you're going to need to know these two skills in order to do anything, you might as well learn them first, make money with them first, and then the world is your oyster. Now you have the skills to pay the bills. Now you you have the funds in the first place. Now you have that safety net. So once you have all of those things, that's when it's time to really start taking risks and really start going hard. And it's honestly very funny how predictable these conversations have become and will become for you as well. Hey, Tyson, how to get rich? I always give them the same answer. Learn a skill and go from there. And without fail, they immediately try to correct me. No, that's not how it works. I need to invent a product. I need to start a revolutionary business. I need to create the next big company. They're so convinced that they need to immediately build some complex business empire or invent the next Facebook. But they're skipping the most crucial step in the wealth building process. Here's a pattern that you cannot ignore, and I have so many examples as well here. Look at nearly every self-made millionaire, and you'll see the same pattern play out over and over again. For example, Alex Becker, you might have seen him before on YouTube. He didn't start with a massive software company. He began with affiliate marketing, a straightforward skill he could monetize immediately. This is basically a marketing. He started with marketing. He started by selling other people's products. He mastered digital marketing, understood what worked, what didn't. He saw gaps in the market, and then he built one of the biggest ad software platforms that he eventually sold for tens of millions of dollars. He sold it for tens of millions of dollars. He's made tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars as well. And next we have Alex Hormozi. He didn't launch right into a complex business empire, right? He runs a business where he essentially buys other people's businesses, and now he has a portfolio of companies. He started as a personal fitness trainer, learning how to deliver results and communicate value. From there, he opened gyms. Then he created a gym turnaround business where he will help other people make more money with their gyms. And now he runs multiple business ventures generating hundreds of millions of dollars. He's in different softwares, et cetera, et cetera. Each step built on the expertise from the previous one. The Tate, Mr. Bugatti. Tate has the life many people dream about and aspire to achieve, but things weren't always that way. He started in sales at a company he didn't own, pitching products he didn't care about. Now look, I don't care what your opinion of him is. It doesn't really matter. You can look at the story and see the pattern. Just to sharpen his tongue, learn skills, and actually stack cash. Later, growing into a business model. So kickboxing, affiliate marketing, he sold digital products, he did his other business ventures that we won't mention here. And he didn't wait for permission, a recession, or the perfect time to start. He found cracks in the system and he built leverage through pure aggression, clarity, and confidence, and he just started. Next, we have Sam Ovens. Sam didn't immediately create School, which is his business that he has right now. It's a software company where you can go on there and create your own paid community. He started as a consultant, working directly with clients to solve their problems. That expertise showed him what businesses actually need, which led him to digital products. He was selling his own consulting services and mentorship and mastermind, which eventually evolved into his platform that he now runs. The pattern is undeniable. Skill mastery first, then business expansion later. It's happened so many times. So oftentimes people think that they need to build this huge thing just to start, and it's just not like that. And me as well. Don't know much about me? Well, I started with copywriting back in 2022. That business model took me from 0 to 11K per month in 9 months. And I noticed that others in the copywriting community were having struggles and questions in areas where I had already succeeded in. So I made a few Loom videos to give some helpful tips to some people. Next thing I know, I blew up in the community and people begged me to make a YouTube channel. Like, bro, make a whole YouTube channel. You should be a YouTuber. You explain things so well, et cetera, et cetera. So I did. Fast forward a couple of years and I'm rapidly approaching 200K subscribers right here on YouTube. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I make videos that are awesome like this all the time. And this is just one of many free courses I'll be releasing within the next few months. Since I started, I've made money with 8+ different income streams and surpassed multimillionaire status. And again, it all started with me just learning a skill and selling it to others. And unlike a lot of other people as well who end up going the whole YouTube route and personal brand route, I just started making videos for people because they were asking me to. They had questions, so I'd make a video and I'd be like, that video actually got quite a few good views. It got thousands of views and hundreds of comments. And I do it again and I do it again. And then I kind of let it go while I was still working with my clients. And then eventually I was like, you know what? I think I can monetize this. And then I did. So the 2 core skills that power everything. Now, if you strip business down to its essentials, everything revolves around marketing and sales. Master either one of these and you have the foundation for virtually any business venture. Now, there are so many different types of these. I'm kind of tripping out about how this AI guy kind of looks like me. But anyway, there's so many different types of these that you can go down. So for example, you can start with media buying. You can start with, I'm going to run ads for businesses. But at the end of the day, when you run these ads for businesses, what do you need to know? You're still going to need to know the core skills of marketing, which is copywriting. That's like a high income micro skill, for example. And it's the same with sales. You want to learn the basics of sales before you get on a call with somebody and try to sell them, because in that moment, you're going to realize that sales actually isn't extremely easy. But I'll show you how to get into those the best way possible as we go on. These services are transferable to every industry, every product, and every service. These services look like copywriting, social media marketing, direct sales, and appointment setting. These are all variations of the core skills and all infinitely more practical starting points than inventing the next big thing with no experience. So here's the skill first wealth path. The most reliable path to wealth isn't just some overnight success story. It's more predictable progression. You master a marketable skill, you develop systems, you hire others, you package your knowledge, and then you scale through automation and team building. Each step funds the next. Each step builds on the knowledge from the previous one. Each step reduces risk because you're evolving based on the market feedback and not just your assumptions. So the bottom line, my friends, is this. When people dismiss the learn a skill first advice, they're usually looking for shortcuts that don't exist. People are like, Tyson, give me a business idea. You have a lot of money. I'm like, brother, that's really not how it works. I'll give you an analogy. It's like going up to an amazing musician, say they're a guitar player, and saying, bro, how do you do that? Teach me how to do that. And it's like, do you expect them to show you right there and then what notes they're playing? No. You want to know how they did it? They sat in their room for probably 2 to 3 hours a day, maybe even a little bit more. And they played and they played and they played and they played and they got really good. It really is just that simple. It's a skill just like anything else. You can just learn it and you'll get good at it and you'll get results. They want to skip the foundation building and just jump right into the empire. But without the foundation of skill, market knowledge, and cash flow, they're building on sand. The irony is that the boring skill-first approach is actually the fastest path to wealth. I say this often, but the fastest path to wealth isn't by skipping steps. It's by going through all the steps quickly. It generates income while you learn, connects you with real customers, and reveals authentic opportunities with no amount of theoretical planning could ever uncover for you. So when someone asks me how to get rich, I'll keep saying the same answer every single time. You learn a skill and you go from there. The ones who listen will be building their empires, while the shortcut seekers will be stuck daydreaming. And if you want to know the difference, the big difference between marketing versus sales, just like this. The relationship between marketing and sales has never been explained more perfectly than through the Jake Paul fight strategy. I can't remember where I've heard this. I didn't come up with this, but here it is. Jake Paul has built a fighting career on a brilliantly simple formula. He only fights opponents he's confident that he can beat. Typically retired MMA athletes crossing into boxing, or fighters well past their prime. I don't need to remind everybody of the Mike Tyson event. This strategy isn't an accident. It's calculated business brilliance that perfectly illustrates the relationship between marketing and sales. So marketing, for example, is setting up the perfect match. Marketing is everything that happens before the fight. So for example, it's the arena, it's the crowd, the storyline, all designed to create the perfect conditions for victory. Before Jake Paul throws a single punch, his team's already won half the battle. They scout the perfect matchup, the big name, check. Washed up, double check. Easy win with max hype, full house. Nothing is left to chance. And that's what marketing is like. But how do they do this? They create compelling narratives around each matchup that generate maximum attention while minimizing actual risk. Just as Jake wouldn't randomly challenge the current heavyweight champion in their prime, smart businesses don't try to sell everyone or compete in saturated markets without a strategic advantage. If your marketing is sloppy, your sales will bleed. You set the table right and the closes become automatic. Sales, on the other hand, is winning the fight. It's one-to-one. Sales is the fight itself. The moments of truth where all the preparation and position is put into the test. Now, it's the one-to-one conversation, the proposal, the actual close itself. When Jake steps into the ring, he's already done most of the hard work. He's chosen an opponent that he can beat. He's trained specifically for their weakness. The crowd is energized, the expectations are set, and now he just needs to execute. And with great marketing, the sales conversation becomes dramatically easier. So here's the flywheel relationship, how they work to improve each other. With great marketing, sales is easy. And with great sales, you'll make the most out of your marketing. This statement captures the perfect symbiosis between these functions. You don't have to make things harder than they need to be. Smart positioning and preparation, which is marketing, can make the actual execution, which is sales, significantly easier. And in business, this means investing in both capabilities. Marketing attracts the right people, and sales skills effectively convert that interest into revenue. And now I need to explain something to you guys, which is going to change how you even see learning skills, business, making money extremely. This is why some people can sell skills and just be a freelancer and make tens of thousands of dollars per month while other people are stuck being like, hey man, can you work with me for just like $100? I'll do it for 50. I'll do it for $25 and a cheeseburger. Like they are extremely desperate while other people are just raking in the cash. And it's really just because of this. A, B, and C players, understanding your market value. So here's the thing about service providers. They are not all created equally. And the market, it pays accordingly. If you don't understand the value ladder, you'll underprice yourself, get overlooked, and stay stuck with low-tier clients. There is a hierarchy. It's real, it's brutal, and it decides who eats. So it starts with C players. This is the implementation layer. So C players occupy the bottom rung of the value ladder. These are the implementation specialists whose work, while necessary, is increasingly commoditized. So short form video editors, basic graphic designers, data entry specialists, general virtual assistants, simple content writers, and social media posters. These are the people who do these small and menial tasks who are never going to be paid all that much because you can just outsource it to somebody in a third world country. And to them, $800 a month is a lot. They're already living like a king. So what actually defines a C player? So they're easily replaceable. You're doing tasks that anyone with a keyboard and an internet connection can do. One wrong move and you're swapped out. They have limited strategic input. You're not in the room where decisions get made. You execute and follow the plan. Next is they have a low compensation ceiling. Your income is capped by the hour, by the task, and by the budget. Just a flat line with a ceiling made of concrete. Next is that they have minimal client interaction. You're kept behind the scenes, no influence, and no ability to upsell or expand deals. You also have limited skill transferability. You're stuck. Most of the skills aren't portable. They don't position you for power in other models. The market reality for C players is harsh, but it's undeniable. Businesses view these roles as expenses to minimize rather than investments to maximize. Now, with increasing automation and AI capabilities, the future outlook for many C player positions is challenging. But on the other hand, you do have B players, which are the tactical specialists. B players sit in the middle tier, not entry level, but not top tier, but they're solid. They've got the real skills, they got real value, they get results, but they don't drive the strategy and set the rules. These are the execution pros, the ones who show up, plug in, and produce. Copywriters, appointment setters, content writers, for example. Up here is more like I said, the short form video editors, basic graphic designers, data entry specialists, etc. So what defines a B player? There's skill-based value. You are a weapon. You've got technical skills that move the needle and get things done and not just fill time. They are harder to replace. At this point, you've got experience, nuance, and context. Replacing you means someone must be trained properly, and it's a big hit to the company. Next is tactical decision making. Wave goodbye to following all the SOPs and all the rules that are laid out to you. You make judgment calls that keep the system running clean. Next is direct revenue impact. Your work doesn't support the business. You drive conversions and your name's on the scoreboard. Growth potential. You're close to the fire every single day. With the right moves, you can step up and graduate from B player to A player. B players occupy a relatively comfortable position in the market. Their specialized skills ensure consistent demand, and businesses recognize the need to pay reasonable rates for quality work. Most importantly, B player roles provide the perfect foundation for advancing to A player status through strategic skill development. When you're at a C player, it's hard to get up to a B and an A player because you're learning these skills that are just not that transferable. It's hard to graduate to the next tier. But B players, it's a lot easier for them to graduate to the next tier because all they need to do is just start doing more of what they're already doing. They need to look at more adjacent skills, and then soon they'll build a system that works for anybody. I'll show you what's next. Finally, is the A players, baby. The strategic value creators. This is the top of the food chain. A players don't play around because the business depends on them. They are busy creating outcomes to make sure that the business is successful day after day. A players are literally hired to win. So these people consist of top tier closers, strategic consultants, marketing strategists, and fractional executives like CMO, COO, etc. So what defines an actual A player? Practically irreplaceable. You won't find their value sitting in their resume, but you will see it in the stats they provide to the business. Next is strategic direction. These A-list team members build a game plan, align the team, and they make tough decisions that most people would want to avoid. They have premium compensation. These roles attract top dollar not because they demand it, but because the crazy ROI is impossible for them to ignore. They also have direct client relationships. Their phone rings first when something breaks or something big is coming because they are dependable. And finally, business impact. Their fingerprints are on the biggest wins. Revenue jumps, churn drops, ops smooth out. And their name is tied to all of it. A players enjoy tremendous market leverage, living in the league of their own. So here is the strategic career path. Now I'm looking over here at the elevator. I don't know why C is on top, but you get the point. You want to go from C to B to A. And A is the best place you want to be. Now, the smart career strategy in service businesses follows a clear progression. You want to start as a B player if possible. I can't really think of a hypothetical scenario as to where being a B player is impossible, but here's how you want to go. While many begin as C players out of necessity, starting as a B player whenever possible gives you both instant income and room to grow. So with me personally, I wanted to be a video editor and I wanted to be a graphic designer at one point. And the main reason was because I wasn't really looking to quote unquote get rich. I wanted to, follow my passion, do what I loved. And this was back when I was like probably 18, right? Where everybody was saying that, everybody was going to college for things that they liked, blah, blah, blah. So that was me. That's why I decided to do that. But I'm all about optimizing for desired outcomes. So if your desired outcome is to be financially fit, then starting as a C player is not by any means what you're going to want to do. So roles like copywriting, appointment setting, or specialized virtual assistants provide valuable foundational skills. And when you do things like specialized virtual assistants, it has to be around a certain outcome that you're providing. More on that later. All while offering clearer paths to advancement. So you want to develop A player skills while working as a B player, and that is how you graduate. While delivering B player services, consciously develop the strategic thinking, business skills, and specialized expertise that characterizes A players. This might look like this: learning the business models of your clients, understanding how your tactical work fits into larger objectives, developing skills in areas that complement your current expertise, and building direct relationships with decision makers. So here's how it looked in my past, for example. I started out copywriting, and on one of my first copywriting gigs with one of my first clients, he told me to go into his email service provider and build him automations. And at the time, I was learning from some really, I'd just say lower quality places where they didn't even tell you what an email service provider was. They didn't show you what email automations were. So I was completely lost. I was like, but I thought I was just going to be, writing the words and getting paid. But I started out as a generalist and then I became a specialist. And this right here is what drives the huge results, is starting as a generalist, a problem solver. And then from there, you will learn these high income specialized skills that people need and will pay big money for. I have a lot of examples coming up here in the slides, but that is essentially the overall progression that you're going to want to go on. So here's how to make this strategic leap. At some point, being the person who gets stuff done isn't enough. Some people like to stick at B player. B player is pretty cushy, but again, outcomes. If you want real leverage, you've got to make the shift from technician to tactician to a trusted advisor. That means stepping out of execution mode and stepping into conversations that shape direction and not just deliver results. So here's what it usually looks like. So you stop pricing time and start pricing judgment. So clients aren't buying your deliverables, they're buying clarity, confidence, and outcomes. Right? So for example, if I come to you and say, I can make you an extra 20K, now paying me $5,000 makes a lot more sense. And the crazy part is this: you don't care what I do. If I tell you I'm going to make 20K, you don't care if I flip a switch. You don't care if I write you a one-page document. As long as it gets that result, then that is how you get paid. And that is the beauty of service-based businesses, is that eventually when you get good enough, people literally don't care how long you work on something, how much work it costs you to do it, whatever it is. They literally just want the outcome. And if you can get them the outcome, they will get you the income. They will get you paid. Your marketing changes too. It's no longer, here's what I do, but here's what I do that moves the needle. And also, you get pickier. Not every client is a fit. You work with the ones where your impact is impossible to ignore. And your offers evolve because high leverage clients don't want more tasks. What matters is a solution that makes other problems irrelevant. Now, we need to talk about avoiding the C player trap because a lot of people get stuck here. The most dangerous position is getting stuck in the C player with no clear path to advancement. If you currently find yourself as a C player role, develop skills that move you to B player territory as quickly as possible. This might mean learning complementary skills that create more complete service offerings, developing expertise in specific industries or niches, building direct client relationships whenever possible, and creating systems to scale your work beyond just a one-time exchange. Now it's time. How to pick a skill that will pay you for life. Let's start with the marketing gateway drug, which is copywriting. How do I know? Well, it changed my life completely, and I probably wouldn't be here without it. I've heard people say they can't do it because they're not writers, for example. It's kind of funny. The thing is, it's not writing per se. It's more like engineered influence. A lot of the times, honestly, it's really funny. I just go to my clients, I take some of their top performing content, I repurpose it into an email, and then I have made emails that have brought in $35,000 plus per email. And it's funny because did I even write that? Or did I kind of just synthesize everything that's already in their marketing? The thing is that it's not writing per se, kind of like I said. The ability to reach inside someone's brain and twist the right knob, change how they feel, then what they do, that's power. You won't be just learning to sell. You'll be learning how people think and how to bend that thought toward a button, an action, a sign up, or a sale. So a very, very quick test. Do you want to see if copywriting is for you? Do you want to try it out just a little bit? So copywriting is essentially you saying things in a way that make people want to take action. You go to Apple's website, you're going to see what? Copy. You go to Google's website, you're going to see a lot of copy and ads there. Any ad, any words that you see, any things that people are saying was from a script. That script is copywriting. So if you want to see if it's for you, here's a very, very quick exercise. Take this sentence and rewrite it in the comments to make it more compelling and persuasive. Get the body of your dreams in 90 days without hours of daily cardio. I'll give you guys feedback in the comments. As you guys know, I'm going to be reading them all. The comment with the most likes wins. And I want to see what's the best one that we can come up with. Because if you see a sentence like this, it's very, very simple, it's very, very plain, and you can make it into something that really someone can relate with, someone really identifies with, and it drives them through an emotional way to actually take action, then you're a natural copywriter. Even if you're not a natural copywriter, still, I got like a 60 in English in school, and it was just never really my best class. And I never really saw myself as a writer. Here's why I went into copywriting. Not only is this cool, but this is a skill that if I learn it and I truly, truly, truly master it, it will serve me throughout my whole business career. And it still has to this very day. It literally can never go to waste. Whereas I tried to become a video editor. I'm not gonna lie. I don't do any video editing on a daily, weekly, monthly, even yearly. I don't touch a video editing software, maybe like once a year when I put together these massive free courses. But still, because the skills are so transferable, that's one of the things that really drew me to it as well. So go down in the comments and let me know what you guys have come up with. Now, if sales is your lane, if you like sales, appointment setting is essentially the dojo. So you're not closing just yet, but you're getting your reps in. You're facing real humans, you're dodging objections, and sparking curiosity. So learning to lead conversations without sounding like a telemarketer. You build the nerves of steel, rhythm, control. You learn to hook attention, qualify fast, and you also get people to show up to the calls as well. Because if you can do that, closing becomes easy. So appointment setting, kind of like I was explaining earlier, is you getting people to set appointments on the sales calendar. Very, very simple. There's lots of different ways you can do this. There's lots of different methods. So sometimes, for example, you will work with a business and they'll get a ton of DMs, people asking about the program or the product. And your job will be to go into that business's Instagram account or their Facebook or their LinkedIn and answer those messages and get people to sign up on a call and see if they are qualified. Qualified, for example, let's say if you are working for a business and they work for other businesses that are making $50,000 per month or more, if you're talking to a business and they're only making $5,000 per month, they do not qualify. So you don't get them on the call. Now you're doing two really important main things. One, you're disqualifying people, and two, you're setting appointments. And it's very important that the salespeople don't get on calls with people who are completely unqualified, because what happens then? Salesperson shows up, they're like, hey man, how much revenue are you making? 5K per month. Oh, well, we might as well just end the call here. Waste of everybody's time. This is not the best. So you as an appointment setter actually have a huge role in this. There's also, for example, calling. It's not really like cold calling, it's more like warm calling. So let's say someone buys a product. They buy a product for $27 and they leave their phone number. You as an appointment setter could call up that number and say, hey, I noticed that you bought this other small thing. Were there some other things that you wanted to buy as well? And now you're not really selling, but again, you're seeing if people are qualified. And then if for whatever reason they want to buy the highest ticket item or package, etc., then you can, again, set the appointment for them. And you get a cut of every single sale that's made. Now, as a reminder, we have lots more money-making skills that are coming up. Again, these are the starter skills. We also have other skills that are going to help you scale, right? Scale skills. So for example, we have email marketing, landing page building, investing, lifestyle design, outreach, sales, personal branding. We have all of this. Right now, we're going to focus on these couple small ones. And these skills together can and will make you a fortune. Most people treat skills like apps, download one, use it for a bit, then move on to the next. But this isn't actually the case. Sales and marketing are the DNA of every successful business venture, two sides of the same sword. When you stack these two abilities, you've essentially learned to speak the universal language of money. These skills translate across every industry, business model, and economic environment that come to mind. Think of your skill development like building a skyscraper. But each additional skill doesn't just add to your capabilities. It creates what I call the skill multiplication effect, where 1 + 1 + 1 equals far more than just 3. So copy times positioning times sales equals total market power. All it is just skill stacking. That's why guys like Alex Hormozi are so successful, is because they've learned from every single new iteration of business model that they've been in. He's probably seen dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of businesses' inner workings. So how can he not be good at business? It's unreasonable to even think, after all of that experience, all of those different businesses, all of those different consulting sessions, that he wouldn't be a master. And that's all it is. You just need time in the game. You need time under the bar. You need more reps. And you know what nobody ever talks about? Nobody ever talks about how to learn a skill. Isn't it kind of funny that in school they teach you all these things, but they never really teach you how to learn? You're just expected to know. So here's exactly how to go about learning a skill. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson40, and I'm back with another installment of the 16-hour free course on how you're going to become a millionaire. And today we're starting with how to actually go about learning a skill in the most efficient way possible. Look, shortcuts are not the way to learning high income skills fast. It's really about being ruthlessly strategic with your time and your approach. Most people spend months or even years developing skills that could have been mastered in weeks. The biggest lie in online education is that consuming more content equals better results. So here does that mean? Consuming content? Yes. Consuming a lot of content? Yes. Consuming a lot of content without taking action? No. There's where you got me right there. People collect courses like trophies, binge watch training videos like Netflix series, and convince themselves that they're making progress while their bank accounts tell a different story. Most people approach learning backwards. They think that the sequence is this: learn everything about a topic, everything down to the very minute detail, feel confident enough to try it, and then start taking action. But this is so wrong. This approach creates an endless cycle of just one more course, just one more video. There's always another technique to learn, another expert to follow, another system to master before you're gonna feel quote unquote ready. However, successful people flip this sequence upside down. They learn the bare minimum to start, they start taking action immediately, and then they learn more as their problems arise, because you having that in-action experience is going to give you a new lens to look at different value in different videos. But here is the power of community and having feedback. Learning in isolation is inefficient. There's no two ways about it. You need external feedback to identify your blind spots and accelerate improvement. And let's be honest, man, you're not gonna open up a dinner table family conversation about what outreach you're doing, et cetera, et cetera. So like I said earlier, you wanna have some other people in your corner who are going through this with you. I had people who I was talking to, training with, and really bouncing ideas off of when I was first coming up as well. They held me accountable, I held them accountable. And overall, it was an iron sharpens iron sort of situation. Here's what to look for when you're actually searching for a community. So real-time feedback on your work, accountability for consistent action, access to different perspectives, motivation through shared struggle, and also opportunities for collaboration, right? All of those things. So like I told you guys before, the Discord, free Discord and the free school communities are down below if you're looking for any communities like that. There's a lot of people who have already been familiar with my content, and they're doing various things, mostly copywriting. A lot of them are making money as well, and also reviewing each other's work. We have review channels in there where you can just get your copy reviewed, for example, which is a really efficient way to just getting better. So here's how to master your chosen skill, whatever it may be. Learning a skill gets you in the game. Mastering it makes you irreplaceable, highly compensated, and in demand regardless of the market conditions. You've probably heard the 10,000 hour rule, but it's often misunderstood. Translation, or you need to be doing something for 10,000 hours in order to master it. But watch this. It's not just about putting in time, it's about the quality of that time. Most people log hours without progressing towards mastery because they're not practicing deliberately. Ordinary practice is repeating what you already know. Deliberate practice is continuously pushing beyond your current capabilities. The difference is enormous. Someone who spends 2,000 hours in deliberate practice will often outperform someone who spends 10,000 hours in ordinary practice. Deliberate practice means this: constantly working at the edge of your current ability, getting immediate feedback on your performance, identifying specific weaknesses and targeting them, and pushing through discomfort rather than staying inside of your comfort zone. A really easy analogy for this is like, imagine you are trying to get really good at guitar and you're like playing while you're watching Netflix. You think that you're really doing something, but you're not. Or you're trying to get huge arms or huge muscles or whatever. So you're going to sit there and watch Netflix and do like 100 curls with one arm with like 2.5 pounds and then do the same with the other one and expect to look like Arnold. That's just not going to work. You have to put 100% of your focus, effort, and attention in on it. To give you guys actually a little bit of perspective, I'll go in on this a little bit. So there are certain techniques with guitar that I don't feel very confident in and I'm not really good at enough yet. So I hyper focus on them. So I pick one exercise to do with that one technique and I do it over and over and over again for 20 minutes every single day with a metronome before I even just start jamming out or playing random songs. I hyper focus on the things that I'm not good at so I can bring up my technique so that those bad habits and those poor techniques don't carry over into all the other things that I try to learn. Whereas most people will just pick it up, play what they know, and then they call that practice. But it's not really just practice. It's more like playing, just playing around. So if you want to take this seriously, then it all comes down to what is on the screen right now. Next is mastery through explanation. One of the most reliable indicators of mastery is the ability to teach others effectively. If you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it deeply enough. Masters often discover gaps in their own knowledge when they start teaching others. The act of explaining concepts forces them to identify the core problems behind their methods, understand why something works, not just that it works, and also develop better frameworks for thinking about their domain and spot their own unconscious competencies. Now, this is why the highest paid experts often combine service delivery with teaching, coaching, and consulting. Teaching deepens their own mastery while creating additional revenue streams. Now, the side note is that, well, Tyson, I don't know it I don't know it very well yet. I've only been doing this for 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, insert whatever menial time lapse that's happened since you've started learning. Well, it doesn't really matter because if you're on day 2, someone else is on day 0 and you can give them a pointer. If you're on day 2 and someone else is on day 2, maybe you picked up some stuff that they didn't pick up. If you're on day 2 and someone else is on month 2, maybe there's something that you heard or learned recently that they still don't even know. So to deepen your own knowledge, to deepen your own understanding, I highly, highly, highly recommend you to go out and give others advice. If you, of course, you have advice to give. If it's just something you made up in your head or whatever, you can say that and be like, look, this is just my opinion. But at the end of the day, if you're going into things and you're explaining them in new ways, not only is it going to uncover some of the things that you don't know, but it's also going to help you solidify a lot of the knowledge. That's why, honestly, like me as being somebody who teaches other people online is part of the reason why I do this. Why do you think I make a whole 16-hour course on making money? How much better at making money do you think that makes me? A lot better. So next is getting your first client even with no experience, or getting your first little bit of money, or just breaking the barrier between now and getting paid, and how to do that, why it's so important, and some of the things that you need to overcome in order to do that. Look, I'm not going to start off by saying, don't worry, it's easier than you think. Most people think clients hire based on years of experience, but that's not what clients are actually about. Now, we're going to cover this more in depth when we talk about the getting clients portion of the video, but it's also important here as well. Clients often hire based on confidence that you can solve their problems, aka just having hunger and ambition. A business owner with a struggling email campaign doesn't care if you've been doing email marketing for 5 years or 5 days. They care whether you can fix their specific problem and generate more revenue. If you can demonstrate understanding of their situation and present a clear plan to improve it, your lack of extensive experience becomes irrelevant. It just doesn't matter. This is why some brand new service providers land clients while experienced professionals struggle. The newcomers focus on solving specific problems while the experienced providers assume that their credentials speak for themselves. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, credentials are extremely important, but at the end of the day, people just care if you can get them to where they want to go. If you can alleviate their pain, that's it. So, my friends, you understand business models. Now what? Well, here comes your 90-day path to $5,000 to $10,000 per month in income. Now, this is going to be a challenge, but the reason as to why it's going to be a challenge is because it's effective. If it was easy, it wouldn't be effective. It would be called the 90-day, the 90-day comfort plan to maybe making some money. But this is going to give you the highest chances of success of reaching $5,000 to $10,000 per month, which is where most people can not only live comfortably, but actually have a full-time income and don't have to work a 9-to-5 job. And then you can 1,000% focus just on your online business. And that is huge. That's a huge step. So this is where we're going to get serious, because it's time to stop planning and start building. We're going to follow a strategic learning sequence designed not just to educate you, but to get you paid as soon as possible. There will be work, but man, will it be worth it if you actually lock in. So first is the psychology first learning strategy. We're starting with copywriting for one crucial reason. It teaches you the fundamental psychology that powers every other business skill you'll ever need. Like we've talked about, copywriting is about understanding why people take action, what makes people even buy and open up their wallets in the first place, how decisions are made, and what makes prospects go from interested to invested. When you master copywriting psychology, you're actually learning how to identify what people truly want, not what they say they want, the emotional triggers that drive purchasing decisions, how to overcome objections before they've even been raised, the art of creating urgency without manipulation, and how to build trust through strategic communication. You will need these in every single realm of business endeavor. I'll put it that way. These psychological principles form the foundation for everything else. If you nail these foundations really early on, they'll pay dividends in your future business ideas. Why? Because you can do a lot of marketing yourself and have to spend money on marketing staff in the early days. And later, if you do have a team, you can clearly present your ideas and strategies in meetings. In the long run, your sales conversations become more effective because you understand buyer psychology. Your client acquisition improves because you know how to communicate value. Your personal branding resonates because you understand what creates connection. Being like a master marketer and a master copywriter has helped me do what? Not only just make money with copywriting, also build my own business, and then also create a gigantic personal brand. In all of my videos, there's copywriting in them. People always comment below them, right? And of course, they are discovering this themselves for the first time. But yeah, there's a lot of copy in my videos. When I open up with something with a big hook or something that's really intriguing, and then I give you some intrigue to just keep you hooked throughout the whole video. I mean, that's just copywriting right there. This whole channel is copywriting. Every single YouTube channel or people that you watch on Instagram, it's all copywriting. All of it is designed to make you sit there and grab your attention and just watch what they do and then take action. And me, I'm not taking action for you to buy something. I'm taking action for you to actually just want to change your life and make money. That is the action. That's the CTA of this whole video. But we'll get into how to do that as we move on. Copywriting doesn't just teach you to write. It teaches you to think like customers, which makes every other skill in business exponentially more powerful. So here's the logistical skill progression. Here's how to build and multiply. Our learning sequence follows a deliberate progression where each skill builds directly onto the previous one. So copywriting first, sales second, client acquisition third, and then advanced skills fourth. Right? So those are the skills that we're going to be learning here. Each skill amplifies the previous ones. And by the time you're learning the advanced strategies, you have the psychological foundation and practical experience to implement them effectively. So here's the 30, 60, 90-day revenue timeline. This is a loose, rough estimate of how you're going to make money. So day 1 to 30 is the first dollar foundation. Master your copywriting fundamentals. Complete your first paid copywriting projects, even if you're small, if you decide to do with copywriting. But we have some other business models we're going to be chatting about here in a second. Develop basic sales conversation skills and target $500 to $2,000 in revenue while building those skills. Next is day 31 to 60. And of course, I have proof of tons of people already doing this. We're going to talk about that more when we get into the cold outreach and client acquisition, client getting models, but we'll stick with here for now. is the system building and scaling. So you systematize your client acquisition process. So systematize how you actually get clients. You develop reliable prospecting and closing routines. You begin your personal brand through consistent content. And then you target $2,000 to $5,000 in monthly recurring revenue. And then finally, day 61 to 90, you optimize and you expand. You refine your service offerings based on market feedback. You implement advanced client acquisition strategies. You add complementary services like email marketing and funnels. And then your target is $5,000 to $10,000 per month in income. This timeline is aggressive but realistic because each skill builds directly on the previous one, creating compounding effects. So once you're at that 10K per month, reaching millionaire status is a little bit of a different ballgame because you're going to need to do things like outsource, hire people, and just scale in general. You're going to need to understand not only how to do marketing, but how to do marketing for your own business. But even that we will cover and we will get through today. So here's the millionaire trajectory. The $5,000 to $10,000 monthly target seems like an arbitrary goal. Why does it matter if I want to get to millionaire status? But it's the foundation for millionaire level wealth building. Here's why this income is so important. It's because it gives you financial breathing room, right? That 5 to 10K monthly covers most people's living expenses, eliminating the survival pressure and allowing for strategic thinking later on. You also have investment capital. You have confidence that you're actually building because you're making money. You get access to a bigger network, and you also can develop your skills even farther, right? I've shown you guys me literally within the last year investing over, it's like 60 grand, $60,000. And the ROI that's had not only on my business, but just on my life is groundbreaking. So being able to have that disposable income to actually invest in yourself, in your business, and what you're doing is priceless. So here's a little bit about what the blueprint will look like, right? We talked about C players and B players. We talked about A players, and we talked about being a business owner. So when we first start, we want to be the B/C player. So this looks like copywriter and or SDR/setter. So I talked about SDRs and setters before. These are people who set sales calls. So they get people's audience to actually book calls with them to see if they qualify for whatever they're selling. And then the other option is copywriter. Very, very simple. You write copy for businesses and they pay you. That's basically it. And then once you know these, you graduate to being an A player. As if you start as a copywriter, this looks like being a digital marketer. If you start as an SDR/setter, this looks like being in remote sales. And if you want to be a business owner, this is how you reach $1 million. You go with the marketing agency/scaling and you outsource your remote sales. True congratulations for making it this far in the course. I want to take a moment to acknowledge something important, which is that you're still here. That might not sound like a lot, but it actually means everything. Realize that most people who started this course with you have already dropped off. They got distracted, they made excuses, and they convinced themselves, I'll come back later, when they know that's not entirely true. But not you. You're still here, you're still learning, and you're still pushing forward. So ask yourself, but why? Right now, at this very moment, you could be doing literally anything else in the whole entire world, in the whole universe. Scrolling social media, watching Netflix, hanging out with friends, or doing any of the 1,000 other things that people do to avoid the hard work and building something real. But instead, you chose to be here. You chose to invest your time in learning skills that can change your life. That choice, especially when no one is actually forcing you to make it, reveals something important about your character. It shows that you have what most people lack, which is the willingness to delay gratification and to do the work that success requires. And I don't take that lightly. Your time is your most valuable thing that you have, and you're choosing to spend it learning from me. That's a responsibility that I personally take seriously. So here's my commitment to your success. Look, because you've shown the dedication to make it this far, I'm making you a promise, a genuine promise. I'm going to dedicate the next several months of my life to giving you the absolute best chances possible of success, getting paid from these skills, if you're willing to put in the work. We've got a long way to go in this course. We've covered the foundation, but now we're diving into the tactical skills. This is where we get into exactly what keys to press on the keyboard and how you're going to start making money. This is where most people's attention starts to waver the most. The excitement of the beginning starts to wear off, and it starts to feel like a grind. And then this is the real work. And then this is where the real work begins. The next few sections require focus, dedication, and a willingness to push through when things get challenging. So, my friends, with all that being said, let's lock in and begin. You're going to feel an invisible force pulling you away, but your first challenge, if you can't handle watching a long course, I will admit it is long. That is easily worth $60K in value. If you can't handle that, then how do you expect to handle all the challenges and hardships that come with success? So, this is your first challenge. Let's see what you do with it. Yo, hey, what's up, everybody? You're back, and we're going to be hopping into the copywriting and marketing psychology masterclass. In short, this is just how you get people to buy stuff. How you get people to buy stuff, because all business is convincing other people to give you money. Maybe you're giving them something, maybe you're teaching them something, maybe you're showing them something, maybe you are doing something for them, doing a service. There's lots of different things that you can do, but it is really just that, showing people that you can solve the problem and you're the best at solving the problem and you are the best option to solve the problem. And here's how you do that. Because today we're going to be spilling the sauce. This section isn't about writing better. We're going to be learning how to get inside someone's head and stay there until they buy. We're unpacking the real sauce. The psychological switches that billion-dollar companies use and flip on purpose. The frameworks that you can apply to any product, any offer across any industry, and you'll learn how to write words that move people. But more importantly, you'll understand why they move. Because the best marketers, they write in a way that digs into the brain of the reader like a parasite that cannot be removed. It literally makes people buy. So, going into this, I want to first start by showing you the free resource database. Now, like I said, if you want access to this, you can just message me on Instagram at tyson.scales, or you can download it with the free copy starter kit down below in the description. But as you can see, we have a lot of resources when it comes to copywriting, and we also have a lot when it comes to client acquisition, so actually getting clients. But there's just a ton. There is just a metric ton from like writing copy with AI, email examples, 120 winning hooks to get you inspired so that you can write really good copy. So before we get into everything, you have everything at your fingertips. No lie, no joke. It is literally all there, and it's free. It is actually all free. I'm not charging no $27, no $299. Free. Man, leave a like on the damn video, bro. This is absolutely nuts. So, marketing is the ultimate money superpower for online beginners. Here's what nobody tells you about making money online as a beginner. Every successful online business is essentially a marketing business that happens to sell something. Think about it. Amazon is a marketing platform that happens to sell products. Netflix, marketing, that happens to sell streaming content. Uber, marketing. Your favorite influencer, marketing expert. They're all in the business of getting attention, building trust, and converting that trust into revenue. Every single one of them. That's marketing in a nutshell. But there's so much more to dive into. So think of making money like upgrading your character, right? Right here I have Dark Souls. I think this is Dark Souls 3, right? I don't know. One of the Dark Souls games. It's basically one of those games where you get to build your own character. You get to pick which attributes you want to build. If you want to build a tank, you can build a tank. If you want to build like I don't know, there's different like magic builds. I'm not that into it, right? I am a little bit nerdy, but I'm not that crazy. I can't tell you every single build. But you have certain attributes that you can increase. And as someone who wants to get rich one day, this is one of the ones that basically everybody has to have. Like it's like your HP or something, or like just your attack power. Like you're going to have to consistently, all the time, put time, energy, and effort into marketing, into having people know you exist, knowing what you do, knowing you, liking you, building trust to the point where they actually want to spend money. Not only with you, but with the businesses that you work for. Because this, again, goes both ways. You have double opportunity when it comes to learning a skill like marketing because of this. You're able to sell your marketing skills to other people and get them paid, which in turn gets you paid, and you're able to market yourself to those people so that you get those opportunities and you get paid. Marketing is always going to be your biggest stat in the game and will always pay off the most. So here's what you're actually going to be learning. First is marketing psychology, so how to grab attention and convert it into cash. Next is actually writing the copy itself. This is where theory meets the actual keyboard. And then finally is the advanced marketing strategies all in one. And this is going to be a big one. So let's hop in. Here's what you're going to be getting. So the most usable knowledge. So you're going to get more usable knowledge than most people get in a 4-year university degree in this one video. The exact tools and systems that I've used to make millions with marketing, and they're the exact tools that I've learned from other people, like the biggest copywriters and marketers in the industry today and for the last 50 years that have made billions and billions of dollars, and a step-by-step game plan to getting you paid within the next 30 days or less with copywriting while you're still learning, because you can learn and earn with this skill without spending any upfront cash, and that is the beauty of it. So here is the psychology fundamentals when it comes to marketing. Now, the first thing you need to know is this. From fear to desire. Attention is rarely sparked by desire. It's driven by fear. Fear of missing out, fear of being stuck, fear of choosing wrong. That's the spark. But no one buys from fear alone. They act because they believe that the pain can end or that something is just within their reach that's better. Good copy starts with fear, but then later pivots towards desire. You actually show them what they want. So a very common way to do this, right? I have lots of different frameworks and things that I'm going to give you, but you'll notice a lot of ads, right? And the first thing that they'll do is they'll point out a problem that's highly relatable to their target audience. So, for example, it would be something like, hey, do you know those guys that go to the gym every single day for months but still don't get any results? You don't want to be one of them. When you look in the mirror, are you thinking, wow, I got so big in the last 4 months? Or are you thinking, where's my progress? Right? So that's how a lot of people are going to be thinking. And then that is how it would start off. Now, I'm just going off the cuff with this, so don't expect this to be some crazy high-level marketing. But then next, they give you a little piece, a little taste of what the solution is. So they say, well, I used to feel like that, but I used to have a solution. That's right. I used to feel like that, but I have a solution. You see, I packed on 10 pounds of muscle within the last 4 months. Here's my before picture. Here's my after picture. And I went to the gym 4 days per week, and I was able to eat chocolate every single night. Now, people are intrigued. And then they go back to the problem. They say, look, you see all this misinformation online, you see all these people, but here's the exact simplest, minimalist, getting ripped system that's out there on the internet right now. And then he'll give you something, then maybe he'll sell you a program, or he'll tell you to do some personal, I don't know, right? That's just completely off my imagination. But you see that it is an easy way to get the right person's attention, to prove that you know how they're feeling, and now they are susceptible to actually learning more about your solution, because in the actual ad itself, you are showing them how you are going to help them and actually giving them some hope and some value as well. But don't worry, because we have so many more examples coming up. So the brain is lazy, and you want to actually use that. So look, the brain is trying to save energy always. You might not even realize it. When you read text, your brain doesn't even read everything word for word. It just looks at everything, it just scans it and skims it. It kind of scans for shortcuts, skips what feels hard, and finds the fastest path to the end of the page. Now, I mention it. Now that I mention it, you probably know what I'm actually talking about right now. That's where copy becomes a game of control. It's 2025, so shouting louder does not work. Complex writing doesn't work, and big claims don't work either, because there's a very, very small amount of trust in the market. Focus on shaping the rhythm, pacing the lines, and breaking just enough rules to actually keep it interesting. Write with the focus to keep them reading instead of trying to impress. So I've seen this all the time where people think that writing more is really good. I call this copy compensation, Or you think that like writing this huge ad that's really big and it just like, oh, here's some studies from Harvard, and they said this, and this is why you need to buy, and this is why you need to buy. That's not what you want to do at all. Instead, you want to do the opposite. You want to be as concise as possible. Really great copy says a lot in just a small amount of words. Now, as a little disclaimer going into the rest of the copywriting course, I've already done about 12 hours just in those two videos, and I did another 2.5 hour copywriting course. So in short, I have over a dozen hours of copywriting content on this channel. So I'm not going to reiterate the basics for anyone that is here. I'm going to cover the foundations. Then I'm going to give you guys a whole bunch of calls from my paid communities that people paid a lot of money for. And then I'm going to set you off to where you can learn more. So if you haven't already watched the 4-hour and 8-hour copywriting courses, then those are, again, must watches. They're like this video in the same style. So if you like this, you're going to love that as well. I just thought I would go through that. So in case some of you guys are thinking like, why does it feel like some of this is missing? This isn't as tactical as I thought it would be. Just take that into note that if you want the real nitty gritty, getting really extremely into the details on every single letter of every single word, then that is available in the free 4-hour and 8-hour courses. So here's why you want to make reading feel like scrolling. You ever start reading something and then 5 minutes later you realize you haven't stopped? That's the goal. Right? Sometimes you get so entrenched in something and you're like, wow, I actually read that whole thing. That's exactly what you want to do in your copy. Good copy shouldn't feel like effort to the reader, more like a sharp ice skate gliding across the rink, like skimming a feed. Like your brain already knows what's coming and wants to see if it's right. It's kind of like when you play a video game and you lose track of time, or you watch a movie and you lose track of time, or you watch a new show and already you're on like season 8. So what's the trick? Write it in a way that makes each line set up for the next. Even if the next line is just 3 words, even if it's empty space. Don't be clever. Don't try to make the reader disappear. Don't be clever. Just try to make the reader disappear in your writing. Next is moving the needle. Forget the fancy tactics for a second. What really moves someone to buy isn't specifically the product, the brand, or the platform. It's what's happening inside the customer's head. And here's what I mean. Marketing psychology is about understanding a particular moment. The one where attention flips into desire. And the desire, that's what we'll be weaponizing in a good way, of course. This is how to get into their head or be ignored. Because getting into people's head and being so relatable to them that they think that you're like listening to them through their iPhone microphone, that is how much you want to be able to get into their head. Because once they really truly feel like you understand their problem, they will then assume that you also understand how to solve their problem. If you can enter the conversation that's already happening in your buyer's mind, you win. And at that point, you don't even have to convince them of anything. You just have to show them you get it. Their hopes, fears, what they're sick of, and what they secretly want but won't say out loud. If your copy feels like it was pulled straight from their thoughts, you've already won. And that's how trust gets built instantly, and action follows that trust as well. Now, another part of probably one of the biggest ways and determining factors that actually get people to take action is urgency and the fear of missing out. And they completely equal sales. So for example, people respond to time limits, not logic. Give them a reason to act now. You've seen, countdown timers, sale ends soon, this sort of thing. Now there are, very cheap ways to do it, like, oh, get this now, or else you're not going to be able to have, or this is not going to be around for long. Or you can make it feel real and genuine by actually making it real and genuine. And I'll show you how to do that. But another marketing term that I don't think that I have down is that the best marketing simply states the facts and tells the truth. That's it. States the facts and tells the truth. So that's going to be highly more effective, and I'll tell you why. So for example, I've shown you already, I've already done multiple interviews with people making 10K per month with copywriting, right? 16K per month, 18K per month, etc. Now, me just showing you that and you watching those videos is going to be far more effective than anything that I could say, but not having results. So I could say, yeah, man, you're going to make this much money and you're going to make this much money because businesses are going to want you. And because I know the best outreach strategies and I know how to get clients and I know how to scale them. And I know how to do this and I know how to do that. Instead, I'll just shut up and I'll just show you that I've already done it for so many people. And that's what gets people inspired far more than you sitting there, again, trying to convince them. So if you state the facts and tell the truth, it is going to do far more for you than simply just trying to convince people. Next is quantity versus time scarcity. So limited spots is more like quantity, and then limited hours is time scarcity, how much time you have left. Use both, but be careful and know when to use which. We'll get into that. Next is seasonal urgency. So take advantage of what they already feel. Back to school or Black Friday or New Year. These sorts of urgency work really well as well. And then next is personal/universal pressure. What matters most to them beats what matters most to you. And by using all of this is how momentum is actually built. This isn't by any means forcing a decision. You're getting the customer through the fog so that they can make the choice they already want to make. They're already on the edge. They already know they want it. They already have their credit card details and they just haven't really clicked it yet. And then they say, oh, you know what? This is only going to last a couple more days, so I might as well just do it. I might as well just take action on something they already want to take action on. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson40 in the flesh, and we are on like recording session number 9 with the 16-hour course. So if I'm able to pull through, this is probably going to be like 30 plus recording sessions. My brother, you can finish a complete 16-hour course. If I can do it, all this, and I know you have it in you. So with all that being said, we're going to go to the next part of the marketing psychology, which is social proof and herd mentality. The thing is that most people don't like going first. Most people don't want to be the guinea pig. I'll give you an example. Actually, I just thought of this. I just got a fresh cut. Imagine you have a homie and he wants to be a barber one day. And he says, hey, brother, I want to practice on your head. I want to practice on you. Would you rather go to him or would you rather pay, even if it's a premium price, some dude who's been doing it for 7 years straight every single day of his life? The answer is obvious and simple, unless you like getting messed up. But you know, it'll always grow back, so it's not the end of the world. But still, you don't want to go first because you already know it's not going to be a good situation. I'll give you another example. Do you want to be a heart surgeon's very, very first patient? Or would you rather the dude and pay more for the dude who's been doing this for multiple decades? It's simple. We all want to believe we're independent thinkers, but most of us check the room before we act. And that scenario is very visible when people are spending money. They want to see every review, results, and piece of proof. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm going to buy from Amazon, bro, I'm checking the reviews every time. If it's got 700 5-star reviews versus one that has like 2 reviews and they're both 3 stars, which one are you picking? Even if the one with more reviews costs substantially less, you're still picking that one because it has way more reviews, way more people have tried it and given it a good review. You're gonna go scroll down, you're gonna see what people are saying. Most people are loving it. Some people don't really like it, but they're haters maybe. So you still buy it anyways, and you will actually pay a more premium price. Screenshots, wait lists, follower counts, anything and everything before handing over a simple single cent. Now, another example actually of this. I have a lot of examples and analogies for this one for some reason. I have a private one-to-one mentorship, and for that, people apply. And I showed a screenshot on my Instagram before where it was literally over 9,000 applications we've gotten over a few months. We only let in around 100 students, active students at a time. So there is real, actual scarcity. Again, one of the best ways to market is to just tell people the truth. Just tell them the truth and tell them what's actually going on and just give them proof of that. So another example is when I showed you guys that there is a $99 per month community that other people have paid $500 just to join. I actually showed the screenshots, but what most people do is this. They will say like, yeah, man, I got this mindset course. It's valued at $2,000, but you get it today for just $200. Everybody's BS detector is going off like crazy because they know that that's not true. Where did you get this valuation? You just pulled it out of thin air. But if you can add proof to basically anything that you are doing, it goes an extremely long way. It's not the time to start bragging the achievements. People want to see safety. If they see others saying yes, they're more likely to say yes as well. They're just written in the fundamentals of human behavior. Next is to understand that authority breeds instant trust. When someone looks like they know what they're doing, we stop questioning and we start listening. It's literally a way to fast track your way to earning trust. See, the thing is, in 2025, we live in the age of information overload. There's too much information. Too many people want our attention. Our minds are filtering machines. And what that means is our minds tell us exactly what to ignore, and we ignore 99% of the stuff that comes across our eyeballs. So you, my friend, have to prove as to why what you're saying is actually true and why it matters. Not just if it's good information, but who it comes from is huge. For example, imagine if I was a complete brokey. Would you sit here and watch a 16-hour course of me showing you how to become a millionaire? I hope that you wouldn't. I hope that you would not. Not to mention I've helped tons of other people become financially free and make over 6 figures as well. So if I didn't have any of those accolades, please, I would hope that you would skip the video and maybe look for somebody with more authority, with more proof under their belt. But luckily, you already have that in front of you right now. But that just shows you how important authority really is. In a world full of noise, that's an easy way to actually get leverage and get people to listen to you without a PhD, developed brand, or a blue check mark. I mean, you can just buy one right now, but you get the point. You just need clarity, show certainty, and a track record that speaks louder than just what's inside of your Instagram bio. Position yourself like an expert, and people start leaning in before you even say a word. The rule of reciprocity. This one is hugely important, and if you nail this, you will go far. And so it's really simple. You give first. That's it. You give first. That's the move. Giving something of value. Now, it's no secret. Again, people will try to point out, oh, Tyson, you do this. Oh, Tyson, you do this. Oh, Tyson, you do that thing that you're teaching right there. Yes, I give like crazy, but that's part of the reason why I never have to sit here and ever beg a person to buy. Here's the thought process you need to understand. I've had people buy things from me and be like so eager. They literally say, Tyson, take my money. The reason why is because they've gotten so much value already that when they pay for something from me, they're not any longer paying for the thing that they're going to get. They're paying for all the stuff they've already gotten. They think, you know what? I've already gotten like $1,000 worth of value from this guy. So why don't I buy something from him anyways? And even if it were bad, which it obviously won't be, but even if it were, I would have already gotten the value anyways. So it's impossible for me to be disappointed. And here's the other thing. If the free content is this good, if the free stuff is this good, if all of the stuff he gives away is this good, can you imagine if you actually paid? It would be insane. And this is what I teach everyone to actually do in order to get their first clients, make their first sales. This is like the ground level. Number one is giving first, and then you can ask. This is beautifully put in a book from Gary Vee called The Thank You Economy. It's back there on my bookshelf somewhere. I think it's actually this one right here. It has a red cover and has the yellow text on it. The Thank You Economy is essentially an economy that is driven off of thank you, as in you giving people things and then them actually reciprocating by giving you something. A useful insight, a tool, a piece of clarity that they didn't have before. It can be something small, it can be something medium, it can be something huge. Something that makes them think, damn, if this is free, imagine what's paid. When you give it real value up front, people want to pay you back. It's built in our psychology. If someone holds the door open for you, you're going to say thank you and want to hold the door open for them next time. It feels uncomfortable not to give somebody something after you've been giving something. And that's exactly what makes this so powerful. Next is the fear to desire spectrum. And understanding this and the points in between is going to help you really figure out what to even say to people and when to say it. So every buying decision lives on a spectrum that you need to be in control of and tilt in your favor. At one end is fear, the fear of wasting money, looking stupid, picking the wrong thing, wasting time. And at the other is desire, for ease, status, control, relief, power, whatever they think the outcome gives them. Your job is to bridge that gap. Ease the fear just enough, then spark the desire so strong it feels irrational not to act. A lot of copy only speaks to one side, but the best pieces dance between both. And it really is a dance. You guys remember that structure I talked to you about a little bit earlier? Problem, agitate, solution. Now, this is a structure in all of marketing that's you'll see it all the time. We mainly use it for emails is when I actually say that. But it's like this. You talk about a problem that most people have. You tease the solution. Then you agitate the problem even more. And then you give someone the solution. So I'm going to give you another example of what that would look like. So you start with a problem, right? Let's stick with the fitness example since that seems to be what I'm on more on lately. So the fitness example, the people who go to the gym consistently, but they don't actually get any results because they're off. Their consistency is off, their intensity is off, and they're just overall off. And then you give them a little piece of the solution. I used to think like that too. Or I knew somebody else who thinks like that. Or it's no wonder why you think like that. This is what people tell you. But I've actually found out the truth that's been able to get me this great result. So you just show them the problem, right? Their fear, the bad thing. And then you tease the problem a little bit, or you tease the solution a little bit, and then you agitate the problem even more. So here's how this goes. You have fear on one side, which is like the extreme, what's the bad thing that happens long term if this never gets fixed? Then you have obstacles, which are like, what are the bad things that are happening right now or within the next few days that you're struggling with? Then you have want. It's like, okay, if all of these things were alleviated, what would you be able to do in the short term? Then you have dreams. If all of these things were alleviated, what would you be able to do in the long term? What would that look like? So I'll take you through each one of these sections. When it comes to fear, what would that look like? Fear that you're going to be old one day, you're going to have muscle problems, you're going to have arthritis because you don't have any muscle supporting your bones. You're going to waste a bunch of time in the gym just to get absolutely no results that you could have spent doing other things. You're going to be at the park with your child and you're going to be running around with them out of breath, and you won't be able to actually spend quality time with them because your body is holding you back. That's like the long-term fear. Next, you have obstacles. Knowing how to track your macros, what macros exactly to eat, how hard you should train, what sets you should do, how much volume you should do, what exercises you should do, etc. Next, you have wants. I wish that I had someone to keep me accountable. I wish that I had a very, very easy and simple workout plan that I could follow, where I could get in the gym 1 hour and then out. Or I want to be able to get results while still eating the foods that I love and not feeling like I'm eating rabbit food every single day that I hate. Then long-term dreams. I want to have the body that serves me forever. I want to be the person that is at the beach or is at the swimming pool who just loves to take their shirt off and doesn't feel self-conscious about themselves. So I just walked you through every single one, the whole fear to desire spectrum, from fear, obstacles, wants, to dreams. And understanding every part within that is going to help you very much. So here is the PAS formula, but broken down into the fear spectrum. So you start with giving them their obstacles. Are these the obstacles that you're struggling with right now? And then you give them a little bit of a taste of their dreams. Well, I used to deal with those obstacles too, but now I got whatever you want. But then you talk about the agitate. And the agitate is, how does it show up in your life and how are things going to look if you don't fix this? It can all be boiled down to that. You tell them how it's going to show up in their life, why it's going to make their life awful in the long term, and then you finally get to the solution, which is the advice, the actionable advice that they can use in order to get results, and then you loop that in to whatever your product is. Now, we have tons of examples on how to do this, but giving you a little bit of a taste of how formulaic all marketing is going to help you really realize that it's really not as daunting as it seems. It takes a few hours to learn how to write copy. Of course, it takes longer than that to master it, but that's all you really need to know. Finally is risk reversal psychology. So even when people want to buy, there's a silent voice in the back of their head going, what if it doesn't work? That's the hesitation killer. And it's the reason why many businesses lose a sale. But the pros, they've become immune to it. How? They use risk reversal to shut out that voice. Guarantees, trials, proof. Whatever makes them feel like the downside has disappeared. These are safety nets that put the customer at ease. You remove the friction and suddenly the offer feels like a win before they even click buy now. Now we're going to cover this a little bit more when we get into like outreaching and client getting, but this is also just really important when it comes to overall marketing as well. Things like guarantees, things like low ticket offers, for example. So a low ticket offer is like, $27 and I'll give you these 10 templates. Very, very small, very, very simple. And again, it does almost the same thing as the feeling of reciprocity where people get it, they really like it, and they feel like they want to do more business with you because they already did one transaction. And then that lowers the risk. And because the price is so small of $27, again, it lowers the risk even more. A lot of people have a guarantee. 60-day guarantee. That lowers the risk even more. So by being able to lower the risk, more people are going to want to buy because it doesn't feel like there's as much downside. Next is premium positioning. The higher the price, the higher perceived value. I don't know if you guys have ever done this. I definitely have. But sometimes I buy the more expensive product just because I assume it will be better. This is one that I've actually done very, very, very recently. Within the last couple of days, I went on Amazon looking for a laptop backpack, something small that I can take to a coffee shop, do some work on, put my headphones in, put my AirPods, put my book, notepad, etc. And I went to Amazon and I just filtered anything over $100 because if something is $30, I immediately think the zipper is going to break, the fabric's going to break, it's going to smell weird like a factory, which it is true. A lot of the times when I buy something just as cheap as possible, it's crap. But when I take the time and spend a little bit of extra money to get something premium, then it usually comes feeling a little bit more premium. So this goes against what most people think, and I want you to really try to understand this on a fundamental level, is that anybody can make their prices lower, just in general. A lot of people think, well, having lower prices is better because more people are going to buy and you're going to make more money. Well, that's not always the case. Not always the case at all. A lot of the times when you have a very high priced item, it will be seen as higher value. So it's counterintuitive, but sometimes raising your prices actually will get you more sales. This is something that happens a lot in like B2B or agencies. I've worked with a lot of those before in the past. So a business that helps another business make money. And the thing with businesses is they have money, they have capital, and they have the budget. The thing is just convincing them that they're going to get an ROI. So oftentimes, businesses who sell something for $10,000 will actually get more sales if they sell it for $12,000, $14,000, $16,000 because the business sees that as more valuable. This is the expensive, this is the luxury brand, this is the premium option right here. Here's the paradox. The higher your price, the easier to close in some circumstances. Sounds counterintuitive, I know, but this is because in most minds, price equals quality. I actually make this joke with my friends and just people that I know, is that I'm like, I look at something where I'm buying something at a store where they have the little price tags, and I'm like, this one has a higher quality number, so I'll take that. I don't even call it the price, I call it the quality number because it's kind of a flex, but it's still just the fact that things that are more expensive usually just are really good. For example, I actually got the Colgate I.O. or something, some special toothbrush. It's like a smart toothbrush. It hooks up to your phone. It shows you if you're pressing too hard on your teeth. It was like over $100. But I was like, you know what? I want good teeth. I want good teeth. And $100 is a lot for a toothbrush, but I could get the $12 toothbrush, but I don't feel like my teeth will be as white. I don't feel like my teeth will be as clean. I don't feel as though I will be my very best self. So I'm going to spend the premium price. Anyways, that's what I did. That's what lots of people do. And that's why the companies make these extremely high priced things. Why do people spend thousands of dollars on Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton instead of Costco, Walmart, and Target? Because they are higher quality products. One of the richest men in the world, I believe his name is Ronald something, owns a luxury brand. And he's the richest man in the world. There's a reason why he's one of the richest men in the world and not the people who own Walmart, Target, Costco, etc. They are very rich, don't get me wrong. But there's a common pattern that you're supposed to see because they are higher quality products, even though a lot of the times they're made in like China, but they are perceived as higher quality. A cheap price makes people hesitate. They start asking, why is it so affordable? Is it because there's something wrong with it? But premium prices signal confidence, results, value. This is how luxury brands are so successful. It works just as well for services, coaching, and digital products as well. So if you want to charge more, become worth more in the eyes of your customers. Next is the before and after effect, which is story selling. Stories are one of the most, if not the most effective ways to sell things. And you will notice them a lot in advertisements and in videos and just how captivating they are. To drive the point home even farther, stories have been entertaining humans since the beginning of our inception. Since humans even existed, what were they doing? They were drawing pictures of people and animals on like the cave walls with a rock. And these were all telling stories. Storytelling has been around for that long. This is something really important to grasp. People don't buy products. They buy better versions of themselves. And that's why storytelling works so well. The reader will naturally embed themselves in the universe that you create, making them relate to your message and feeling the emotion. This is where you show them where they are, frustrated, stuck, doubting, and where they could be, confident, clear, and thriving. The story becomes the bridge, and this is where the magic happens. When your offer becomes the perfect vehicle to make them start the journey, you build a whole new reality for someone within just a few seconds. And the next principle is ultra specificity. Vague doesn't sell, but clear does. Very clear. The more specific your copy gets, numbers, names, scenarios, details, the more real it feels. And when something feels real, it becomes believable. Nobody remembers grow your business, but book 11 qualified sales calls in 7 days without running paid ads. That gets attention. Specificity clears the fog of doubt the customers are lost in. Say what you mean and show what it looks like, and you let them see it. So combining these last two we just learned, story and ultra specificity, I'll put it to you like this. So let's say there's a story and you're somebody who wants to lose weight. That makes you a lot like Justin. See, when I met Justin, he was quite overweight. And he would fall into this constant cycle of feeling guilty about being overweight. And then because he felt guilty, he would feel just emotionally drained. But one of the best ways for him to recharge was eating. So this one day, he was feeling particularly bad about himself. So he decided to go to Wendy's. And he was ordering himself his usual, a Baconator and a large Frosty. And as he was ordering, he noticed this little group of teenagers off to the side, snickering, and he could hear them making fun of him because he was an overweight dude buying overweight food at the store. And at that moment, it really hit him. And he just wanted to cry right there in the middle of the store. He decided not to even finish his order. He left Wendy's that very day and he sought help. So the reason as to why that works so well is one, because it's telling a story, and a story that's hyper specific feels so much realer. Imagine if I just said, Justin was this guy, he was a little bit overweight. He didn't like being overweight. So he came to me and I helped him lose weight. It's like, that's what happened overall. But because it wasn't as specific, it was just not as impactful. Next is the attention economy. While capturing focus is everything, AKA hooks. There's a common misconception that you are going to be fighting your competitors in the market, but this isn't the case. You actually are fighting something far worse. Notifications, YouTube, TikTok, and countless other dopamine traps is what your marketing is competing against. If you don't get attention, you don't get heard. And if you don't get heard, you don't get paid. If nobody knows you exist, there's no way for you to make money. It's as simple as that. Hooks matter so much more that they're arguably the most important thing to all of marketing. All because your window to grab someone's attention is shrinking every year, every day. Learn to grab it fast and then learn the right way to keep it. How do you do this? Well, another easy and simple way is the value equation. This is how you increase perceived value of essentially anything. And this is from Alex Hormozi's book. Actually, I'll bring it up right here. $100 million offers. You would think that I'm like sponsored by bro or something. I literally have his book like on deck. I'm always strapped with Alex Hormozi's book. But that principle and a lot of these other principles are in his book, $100 million offers. And he also has another book here called $100 million leads as well, which we're also getting thoughts, ideas, and frameworks from too. Now, I know you're taking notes right now, or at least you should be. So make sure that you don't forget this. Alex Hormozi shows you exactly how to create value for your target customer. Because the truth is, people don't buy based on your effort. They hand their cash to you based on the value they feel in the moment. And the value isn't a mystery, it's simple math. So the dream outcome, like we talked about, their dream, what they want long-term, times perceived likelihood of achievement. So risk reversal. What we already talked about, right? We're using all the things we chatted about. We talked about like addition, we talked about subtraction, and now we're about to learn multiplication and division. So pay attention in class. This is a clear hierarchy of information, and the more information you know, the more it can actually build off of itself. So here's what that looks like. Dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay and the effort and sacrifice equals value. So I have a workout plan, the dream outcome. The workout plan is that you will lose 20 pounds of fat. It's like Jenny Craig, Jenny 20. Perceived likelihood of achievement, well, it has a guarantee. So if it doesn't work, you get your money back. And you're actually going to be able to keep it off because if you gain that big weight back, you also get your money back. So that's like, okay, now I'm really going to make it work. Time delay, 90 days. Effort and sacrifice, all you have to do is you eat food from this cookbook and you're done, filled with delicious recipes as well. So that's kind of an overarching way that you can do that. Again, we're going to apply these principles to more actual pieces of copy as we move along. So if you want your offer to feel more valuable, do this. Crank the top half and shrink the bottom of this equation. Make the outcome vivid and let them see it. Increase belief, show proof, build trust. Speed up the results and remove friction, pain, and confusion. So make the outcome vivid. So I made the problem vivid in my Justin example with the overweight guy, but I could also make the outcome vivid by saying things like, I actually used in my other example of being that guy who likes to take their shirt off, but someone who makes better food choices and instead of recharging by stuffing their face, he actually decided to recharge by getting better, by getting results. And this one simple shift not only changed his life when it came to fitness, but it changed his life in everything. He was making more money. He had a better relationship with his wife and kids. And he was overall just winning in life. And his happiness, fulfillment, and his overall intellect all just skyrocketed. So again, another way you can be hyper specific about not only the problem, not only the fear, every part of the fear to dreams spectrum you can be hyper specific about, and you should be hyper specific about in your marketing. The more you shift those variables in your favor, the more your offer becomes a no-brainer. And that's not because it's cheap, but because it feels like a shortcut to something that they already want. The power of the no-brainer offer. I actually mistakenly thought that I had already shown you a couple slides from here. So if something I said earlier didn't really make a little bit of sense, then this next little bit is what's going to fill in the blanks for you. I mean, we have so many damn slides, and I've made so many of these. It's kind of hard to keep track of them because there's like 1,000+ slides up in here, but it's okay. I'm only human. The power of a no-brainer offer. The common offers that you see advertised are designed to make people think, but a no-brainer offer makes people move and take action as soon as possible. Because in the mind of your prospect, thought is friction, and friction kills conversions. When your offer is this good, the decision bypasses your logic. It triggers instinct. It sells without explaining. It closes without pressure. The secret is this: simplify the decision. Make it too good to pass up, too clear question, too immediate to delay. If they hesitate, your offer is not good enough. It's not burning them enough. So you need to turn up the heat. So here's an example. This is one of a high price point. And it says this: for coaches, consultants, agencies, and service providers looking to build a personal brand while spending only 1 hour per week creating content. Learn how we can install a podcast growth system that grows your audience, expands your personal brand, and brings in warm, high quality leads with 1 hour per week. So it is simple. 1 hour per week. So that's less effort. And then there's nothing really here about time delay or when you're going to be able to see results, but it's implied that it's going to be soon. A very high and specific dream/outcome, which is you get to grow your audience and expand your personal brand, bring in warm, high quality leads. And as for a risk reduction or risk reversal, that's not really here either. But a lot of offers, a risk reversal wouldn't really make that much sense for, because in this one, for example, if someone doesn't do the work, like they don't record the 1 hour per week, but they still want a guarantee, then it gets tough for businesses to give people all the help that they want, then the people not take the help, and then with that, they still have the guarantee, so they cash in on a guarantee even though they didn't do any of the work. So, on a business standpoint, having a guarantee obviously has its risks. So, example, the program might be $16,000 for 4 months, right? That's a very, very common price point. Your product might be $6,000. Right? Let's say you have a $6,000 product. You net one sale of each every 2 weeks. So if you sell one time every 2 weeks due to this strategy, at the end of the 4 months, that's going to be $48,000 in total. So as you can see here, the ROI makes a lot of sense. So that's what's going through a business owner's head when they read this headline, which is just a piece of marketing. And then there's a 20-minute VSL underneath it. Again, all of this is written by copywriters. He paid somebody to make all of this for him, the script and the headline. So with all that in mind, that is what a no-brainer offer looks like. Could it be a little bit better? Yes. But at the same time, making a really, really crazy good offer is also difficult to fulfill on. So the better the offer, the more difficult the fulfillment. So that's where you have to, sometimes tone it down a little bit. Because you could just say, I'm going to make sure you get $1 million within the next 30 days. Otherwise, I'll refund you. And that might sound good on paper, but actually making that happen is going to be difficult. So you need to find a balance. So this is what I was referring to earlier, which is the paid community that I run, which is a low price point. So I'll take you through some of the bullet points here. Most offers at this price range will provide you with two things: video course content and some templates. That's basically it. I'm obviously a believer, as you're watching right now, that the video content and courses should be online for free. So in here, what do we even charge for? Well, this offer provides you with over 100 hours of course content. So there's way more content. And because it's paid, it's even higher quality. Dozens of templates on basically everything that you could ever need, tons of tools, daily live mentorship from coaches who usually charge $500 to $1,000 per hour. This one's huge too, because again, it shows you the exact contrast. You can go get a mentor that you pay hourly, which will be $500 to $1,000 an hour. Or because I've been able to pool the funds from all of the members, there's over 400 members in here. Because I've been able to pool all of those funds, I'm able to myself pay these coaches that are really expensive to come in and do coaching calls with multiple people at a time. So then that way, everybody gets their copy reviewed, everybody gets their questions answered, and it's every single day as well. So you could just actively participate on every single call, every single day with multiple coaches. An active community of like-minded people, guest speakers from successful coaches, and then also has sold hundreds of times for $499 plus $99 a month. And now the extra $400 fee to join is gone. So when people see this offer, again, I don't even have to market it. They just understand the offer exists and they're like, all right, say less. All for literally the equivalent of $3 per day. And this is an example of a no-brainer offer because the value far outweighs the investment. So take these two examples in mind where it's like, you read it and you're like, honestly, bro, how could I not? How could I not? It just sounds too good to be true. So we've talked about the marketing principles. Now it's time to get into the actual copywriting masterclass. What keys to press on the keyboard, what exactly to say, and when to say it. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's the man himself, Tyson 4D, coming back with yet another series in the 16-hour free course. And we're just getting started in the copywriting masterclass. So without any further ado, let's hop right into it. What even is copywriting in the first place? You've heard me mention it multiple times. So what is the actual Webster Dictionary sort of definition so that you can understand exactly what copywriting is and what a copywriter is and does and everything else. Copywriting is a lot more than just writing that sells. It's more like the art of making people feel something specific and then helping them to take action. At its core, it's psychology on paper. You're not just choosing the right words to create a result. Think of it like you're choosing the triggers: desire, doubt, status, urgency, safety, belonging. Copy is persuasion in printed form. It's what turns a maybe into a yes, a click into a customer, a product into someone's solution. But what does the path of a copywriter actually look like? Well, everyone starts in the same place, guessing what might work, throwing words at the wall, downloading every template under the sun, trying to mimic marketing leading brands. But over time, that changes because you stop guessing and you start seeing. You begin to recognize patterns, and eventually you know what makes people open, click, and buy. It's like you stop writing for the brand and you start writing for the brain. You'll progress from writer to communicator to quiet puppet master, pulling invisible strings behind every single sale. If curiosity is a drug, your words are the needle. Curiosity is something crazy you can take advantage of and make your clients a lot of money because it hijacks the brain. It whispers, what happens next? What if I miss something? Why does this feel important? That's how powerful copy works. Raising questions the reader has to know the answers to, like start a story, but you don't finish it. Or you hint at something without actually revealing it until the end. And make the gap between what they know and what they want to know impossible to ignore. Curiosity is tension, and the tension is what drives action. It's what drives people to actually read the whole thing and input and just learn your whole message. So does this actually work? I'm gonna play a clip from a word from my past students from some conversations that I've had with them on why they started copywriting and what their overall experience has been like with copywriting so far. So now that you've seen that, what does being a copywriter actually look like? What is the end goal? Number one, you learn copywriting for free, which you will do right now in this course and are doing as we speak. Next is you start writing some copy and you start practicing. Just like that. You learn and you start writing. And then when I tell people this, they think something like, well, where do I go to school? What kind of degree do I get? How do people know that I can do this? Just stick with me here. You don't need any of that stuff because in 2025, people don't care about a piece of paper or what it says. They care about what you can do. And if you can produce, if you can do, then they don't really care. Next is when you send your practice copy to businesses as outreach. So you take the copy that you've written for this business and then you send it to them as outreach, as you trying to get clients. Now, I have a whole outreach section that's coming up shortly that will show you how to get clients in every single way to do so and get high paying clients. But for now, this is just the overall bird's eye view. So you get a gig for little to no pay in your first couple of weeks. You work and you earn while you learn. And it won't be that much, but even if it's a few $100s for just like a email sequence or a website or a landing page, I mean, bro, are you gonna say no to that? You're literally making money pretty much out of the gate and you're learning the skill and you're actually putting it into practice because you fulfilling client work is the best way possible to actually learn the skill in and of itself. Next is you get your first $2,000 to $4,000 per month client. This can be anything from daily emails to just writing their overall copy for their brand on social media or writing some landing pages, some VSLs. We're gonna go over all of those, what they are and how to write them later on down here. But first $2,000 to $4,000 per month client, you've been working for them for probably a couple hours per day. And then you want to scale your income up to $10,000 per month. So you continue expanding your skill set and leveraging your worth to hit that within your first 3 to 6 months. That's the goal, to hit 10K per month. As long as it's in your first year, I mean, that's still a W. I got my 10K per month with copywriting at around month 9 myself. Then you start outsourcing, hiring, and increasing your prices. And now more work can be done and your income can scale to $20,000 per month plus. And so that is overall the progression of what it will look like. And we'll get down all of those steps here momentarily too. So marketing follows important structures and frameworks, just like music. All of those songs that you hear on the radio that hit number 1, for example, are built with a formula that works. And marketing is no different. Once you understand the frameworks, you don't need to guess what works. You just mix things up a little to see small changes that make small improvements. You master the structure and you make it your own, just like those number 1 hits on the radio that you always hear. So I have a training aid here for us. So you can think of, words as a note. Probably can't hear that very well, but it's like a note. And then if you create like a structure in an email, it creates almost like a scale. And then you could use all of the notes in that scale to make yourself a very short song, for example. For example. And the reason why that's so important is because it really isn't as creative as it seems. You're not going to be like a story writer where you need some inspiration. It is literally just fill in the blank, more or less. Now, that's an oversimplification, maybe a hyperbole, but it's very formulaic, it's very structured, and you just take the structures and you use the brand voice, you put them together, and you can create consistently high converting copy to where anybody in the ideal target audience sees the words that you've written and they are most likely to buy. So here is the $3,000 email copywriting tutorial. It is free, but it should definitely cost at least $3K. So we're gonna hop into it over here. Now, I'm not going to cover every single thing that is inside of this document because again, it's downloadable down below in the link in the description, or for whatever reason, if you can't find it, you can just send me a message on Instagram at tyson.scales and I will get back to you and send it over, whatever resources that you are trying to get your hands on. So these are all the things that are actually inside the 3 copy frameworks that can sell virtually anything, creating subject lines in your emails to get them opened, etc., etc. So as you can see, I have exactly who you could write for right here, ranging from easy, medium to hard. Now, the main niches, I guess, that you can break them down into is health, wealth, and finance. So writing something about finance, for example, that you don't really know much about the actual niche itself is going to be more hard, but writing something about relationships or fitness is going to be easier because most people have some sort of idea about that. So it's going to give you a little bit of an advantage. So these are everything right here, all the methods. Like I said, I'm not going to go over it because you already have full access to this. And this is how to write copy with AI and everything in between. So if you want the real nitty gritty, you're going to want to go through that. And now another resource that we have that I'll open up and show you is the free AI prompt pack. So I'm going to open this up over here and it's very, very simple. It is simply just a small couple of prompts that you can go into ChatGPT or Claude.ai. Those are the 2 main AI websites that I use. Go in there and take whatever you've already written, put them in there and give them some of these really, really easy prompts. I wanted to make this as simple as possible, as not complicated as possible so that you can get started and you don't want to copy and paste it. I'm going to obviously show you exactly how I write it. I'm going to write copy right in front of you, but you don't want to copy and paste it. Ideally, you want to give it what you've already written and then take what it comes up with that's actually better than yours. And you want to then merge them together. That is the process. So here is also a swipe file. So here's the thing. A swipe file is essentially a collection of copy that you already like and know already converts. Chances are you're not going to come up with bangers every single time you sit down to write. No one does. That's why your swipe file matters. It's like a backup brain for hooks, subject lines, and angles. Anything that made you pause, click, or think, damn, that's good. But here's the key. You don't just save great stuff. Save the weird ones, the cringy ones, and the ones that made you mad or curious or slightly annoyed that they worked. Because even bad copy teaches you something when you know what to look for and what to look for to not do as well. So here's one of our resources that contains 120 plus winning hooks for your inspiration. So this is how you can start emails or any part of copy. As you can see, there is tons and tons and tons of different hooks in here. So go through these, check them out. And I also have like a full free swipe file as well available in my huge list of resources. So if you're wondering what copy looks like, or you're sitting down and you're about to write and you're staring at a blank screen and you want to figure out how to start, go through some copy that already exists to get some ideas. Next is copywriting tools. This one's really, really important. Some tools make you faster. Others just make the process less annoying. So Google Docs is where you're going to be doing most of your writing. You're going to be writing live documents in there. Hemingway and Grammarly help clean up the clutter without killing your tone. And they also help you fix any typos. So if English isn't your first language, and of course you're wondering if this is something that's suitable for you, you're always going to want to use something like Grammarly. And AI like ChatGPT or Claude.ai can help you when your brain is fried or when you're just coming up with more better ideas. They're not here to write for you. They're more like someone to bounce your half-formed ideas off of. And that's it. Use what helps, ignore what doesn't. Very, 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 very simple. Now, probably one of the, if not the most important parts of all copywriting or just skill building in general is training your inner mentor. At some point, you stop needing feedback. And it's not because you've made it, but because that voice in your inner head gets sharper. You start spotting issues mid-sentence and you hear the objections before the reader even sees the page. That's your inner mentor talking. It's built from repetition, patterns, and watching better writers work in public. You won't notice it right away, but eventually it starts finishing your sentences. So what this looks like is if you've ever watched something for a long period of time, you will naturally start to outwardly display all the things that you've already watched. So for example, if I just sit around and watch like big debate videos of people debating points, all of a sudden I get like super argumentative and start arguing as well, just a little bit more in my everyday life. And the same goes for education as well. Now, education without execution is just entertainment, but you are still going to be taking action. But when you are already brain fried, when you've already taken your action, it's really important to sit there and quote unquote, watch the game tape, right? Watch the game tape over and over and over again, because it will be burned in your mind. If you hear me 100 times consistently say something like, all right, this lead in your email or this lead in your copy is too long, you're going to want to shorten it. Then next time you're writing an email, you're going to sit there and be like, Tyson does say that you want to make that really nice and short, so I'm going to make it short here. And this is a really easy way to expedite the process and get better much faster. But this is your warning. Prepare for what is coming next. You're about to watch 6 to 7 hours of real community content from my private, exclusive, and high-level masterminds. So I'm going to break down real copy from real people, and there are no polished examples, just raw early attempts that needed fixing and the exact notes I gave to make them better. Most people skip this stuff, but if you pay attention here, your instincts will level up faster than you expected. You'll start seeing what I see, and that's when everything starts to change. You'll be able to more or less to see through the matrix. You'll see an ad, you'll see other things, and you'll be able to understand them on a much deeper level. So this is the real world gym versus the theory classroom reality. Everything up until now has been like learning about fitness. You understand how muscles work, you know the proper form for exercises, you memorize the nutrition principles, and you feel confident about the concepts. The next section is like actually going to the gym for 6 months straight. You'll see real people struggling with their problems. You'll watch me diagnose copy issues in real time. You'll experience the messy, imperfect process and improvement, and you'll build the pattern recognition that separates pros from amateurs. Whether you become a copywriter or not, just understanding the marketing messaging and psychology behind everything is going to make you money. It's impossible to argue otherwise. The compound interest effect of watching other people's work as well. So you'll develop marketing X-ray vision. Right now, you can probably spot obvious bad copy. After this section, you'll instantly see the subtle psychological triggers being used or missed, why certain offers feel irresistible while others fall flat, and the tiny tweaks that can easily multiply revenue that's actually generated. Now, it's like becoming fluent in a language. At first, you translate word by word. Eventually, you think directly in that language. And this section gets you to thinking in copy. And then next is that you'll actually build that inner mentor. So every time you watch me critique someone else's work, you're downloading my thought process into your brain. Months from now, when you're starting and you're staring at a blank page and you'll hear my voice asking, what's the real transformation here? What objection are you not addressing? How can you make this more specific? Where's the hook? This internal guidance system is worth more than any template or formula that you can find or that I can even make you or give to you. And then the pattern recognition superpower. So after watching dozens of real examples, something magical happens. You start seeing patterns behind the patterns. You see the overall structure. You see the architecture of how marketing even works and operates. So how do you go about maximizing this experience? One, you want to take notes on any patterns that you're seeing. If you see me point out something consistently in most people's copy, then that means it's usually a very bad habit when inside most beginners. So don't just watch passively. Write down common issues that appear across multiple examples. Next is to pause and predict. So this one's actually interesting. Before I give the feedback, pause and ask yourself, what would I change about this copy? What's the biggest issue that I see, and how would I improve this offer? And then if you and I, after that, say the same thing or have the same critique, then you know that you're actually finally starting to get it. Next is to apply immediately. After every few examples, look at your own copy if you haven't yet and ask, do I have the same issues? How can I apply these insights to my work, and what patterns am I seeing? So business schools use case studies. Why? Because real life examples are better than theory. This section is your copywriting case study library. Dozens of real businesses, real challenges, and real solutions, all analyzed by someone who's written a copy that's generated millions in revenue. Yes, it's hours of content for free, but it's also the difference between knowing about copywriting and being able to perform as a copywriter at a professional level or just a business person in general. So without any further ado, you're about to watch me absolutely roast beginner copy. So I'll see you there. I'm taking no prisoners today. If your copy sucks, I'm going next. If I read the first 3 lines and you got grammars and you got errors or it's just bad, I'm skipping you. We have a whole lot of dudes up in here who want their copy reviewed. So I'm going to review the people who genuinely, visibly, clearly put the work in, put the effort in. It's not about skill level, but if I open your document and it looks like a steaming pile of dookie, I'm literally exiting it and I'm going to the next. What's that Ariana Grande song? Thank you, next. So with that being said, let's get into the roast session. Angle, focused on one pain point. Okay, this is a pretty cool detailed doc. I may have written a different email not fully aligned with the angle because I struggled to coming up with one. What's your angle then? Why making more money makes it harder to switch off your brain. This will free you from the constant exhausting mental loops that keep you working 24/7, even with your family. Okay, here's the thing that I'm confused about. Is the product, and of course I could just watch the whole VSL, but I'm not gonna do that. Is the product about, actually no, I know what it is because I watched the VSL, or I read the headline. So here's where you're wrong, my friend. This is for people who wanna make more money, not for people who want mindset coaching. What was the headline? Do you want to make 100K, 200K, 500K, or even $1 million a month? Something like that, right? So this isn't about, hey man, this is how to actually relax when you're not working. That's not what, that doesn't align with the VSL. So here is the overview of how you want to even create your copy. Okay, right now I'm going to do a macro level. Zooming out, you want to look at their VSL and you want to look at every single belief shift that is in the VSL. Then you want to have those all down on a document, and all of your emails are essentially going to be about those. They're going to be all types of those belief shifts. For example, one belief shift that's in my business, that's in my company that you guys should know by now is that copywriting is a great way to start making money online. Probably the best way to get to 3K per month, to 5K per month. But to get to that 10K per month, you're going to have to add some more to your, what I call, copy toolkit. And this does 2 things. When you add things to your copy toolkit, 1, you get more employable. Your total addressable market grows. Now, instead of only going for businesses who need copywriters, now you're going for businesses who need copywriting, email marketing, funnel building. So you go from 1 million possible clients to 10 million possible clients just because you're diversifying your skill set. On top of that, because you are more skilled than you otherwise would be as just a copywriter, you're also making more money. That's one belief thing that I have in my business. So you're gonna wanna go through his VSL and find all of those ones in his, right? And always tie it back to how it makes him more money. Now, if somehow, some way in the email you do tie it back to making more money, which right here, it doesn't say, then that's where you're gonna wanna switch some things around, because I read the angle, I read the what's in it for me, but I didn't really see anything that's like, oh, you want to learn this because you want more money. It's more like you want to learn this so that you can relax, which is not what entrepreneurs want to do. So let's go. Let's look. Sacrifice peace for money. Okay. Stuck in business means more energy. No, that's booty cheeks. I don't know what the hell that even means. What? Nah. There's a 75% chance you're dealing with booty cheeks. No. Like what? No. Money doesn't bring freedom? Nah, bro. I don't care. Make peace with your business. Nah, bro. What? You're repelling freedom when making money. Nah, bro. You're literally writing an email to entrepreneurs saying, in every single one of these subject lines, what is it saying? What's the one sentence actual meaning of it? Making money bad. What does that even, why would you imagine somebody who's obsessed with making money and your product is about making more money and you are sending an email saying making money bad? Let's just read the email. Let's just read the email. Hey, first name. If you've been feeling like your brain is shutting down lately, and if being present at dinner with your family makes you feel a challenge, being present at dinner with your family feels like a challenge, then listen close. You can definitely fix this. Okay, so what we have here is 2 if statements in the lead. This is, in copywriting, there's not a never or always, but I wouldn't do this. I would not do this. If you've been this, full sentence, and if you've been this, full sentence, then listen close. So there's 2 reasons as to why I wouldn't do this. One, it spits in the face of the rule of threes. The rule of threes is like, if you're making like a little list, you don't make it 2, you don't make it 4, you make it 3. 3 is just a satisfying number in the human brain. It's psychology. And it's your damn lead, bro. It's your lead. I know you've heard me say this before. You have to be choosy with your lead. Pick one thing. People go in their lead. Are you struggling with being overweight? You have excess body fat. You don't like who you see in the mirror, or you're trying all these diets and it's not really working, or you can't really figure out how to lose weight, or you struggle without having to eat all of your favorite foods. It's like the one thing, one problem, one if statement, one relatable sentence, one idea, one, not 2. 3 if it's later on in the email, but that's it for another day. Then listen close. If you try to make any more money, it's going to decrease your chances of achieving success. If I'm a money-obsessed entrepreneur, which is who you're looking for, this email is going to be like, bro, this is dumb. This is, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like one of those fairies online that's like, in order to be happy, all you need is your family. All you need is peace. You can be peaceful and broke. That's the life. And as a business and entrepreneur, I don't want to read that. And that's what it sounds like you're getting into. Whether that's getting financial freedom, spending more time with your family, and even hit the next level with your business. Let me translate what you just said. If you try to make any more money, it's going to decrease your chances of hitting the next level in your business. If you eat more food, it's going to decrease your chances of gaining weight. Why? Because at this stage, at what stage? Most business owners can't handle their own success. Now, when you say this stage, you're probably referring to this line up here, right? Look at how far away this is. In order for me to know what you're talking about right here, I would have to remember what you said like 10 lines ago. This is called assumed readership. You know why it's called that? Because people don't read. I know you think people go through their email and they say, if you've been feeling like your brain is shutting down lately, and if being present at dinner with your family feels like a challenge. No, they go like this. If you listen close, you're trying to make more money. Why? Because at this stage, at what stage? I'm confused. Click off. They skimming. They ain't reading, they skimming. So if you're going to say this, it, that, all those words that refer to something, just say the actual thing. You know what would be good here? To say a revenue number. So the dude's landing page, let's go back and give it a little peekaboo here. 6 and 7 figure online businessman. Wait, what? This literally says 7-figure online businessmen who want to get to 100K months. Bruv, this headline gets worse and worse every time I look at it. If you're at 100K per month, I'm going to show you how to get to 100K per month just by changing how you think. Most business owners can't handle their own success. Every decision that they make either comes with hesitation or guilt. And that's the worst state you could be in when building a business that brings you freedom. Most business owners can't handle their success. Right here is a perfect time for a why, and then tweetable / line that needs explaining. For example, most business owners can't handle their own success. Every decision, because at this stage, at 7 figures, actually, I would just put 6 figures here, right? Because at 6 figures and above, most business owners can't handle their own success. Why? Because they're being pulled in 2 directions. They either work harder and make more money, or they enjoy what they have and risk everything that they've built so far. And this is why it's so difficult for so many people to move past 6 and 7 figures, start climbing towards those $1 million months. Let's say that. The answer? Well, it's not what most people think. It's not, this or that or that. The real answer is understanding that life has 0 balance. But otherwise, life actually comes in seasons. Let me explain. See, in life, there's a season for work. There's a season for unhesitatingly grinding your face off. Because guess what? There's no way to build a huge business that stands the test of time otherwise. But you have to understand also in business, there are seasons of peace. There are seasons of leisure. There are seasons of vacation. And having those seasons live in harmony within your life is not only going to help you build a bigger business, but also a business that you love. And then I'll go to CTA. And that's the worst state you could be in when building a business that brings you freedom, bruv. This is no, the sentence is, this is so crazy that Google Docs is like glitching out over here. What? That's like long as fuck. Like, tell me you can't say that sentence in way shorter. And that's the worst state you could be in when building a business that brings you freedom. I've been there. Where? I know what you're saying, right? 2 lines ago, again, you're assuming readership. Like, literally pretend like the person who's reading has no memory. You have to mention every single thing that you are saying. And I know what it feels like to keep just don't even say there. Just say, I know what it keeps like to keep your worry radar up 24/7. Okay, we got a pseudo unique mechanism. Okay, I see you, Neo. Okay, all right. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the momentum. Having to make sure your team is doing things right. Yeah. Your competitors are crushing it, making you feel demotivated. Yeah. Okay. And ensuring your clients are constantly being dealt with. Okay. Right. We got a good unique mechanism, pseudo unique mechanism. We got 3 good relatables, right? You actually did use the rule of 3s. Okay. I like what I'm seeing now. Okay. Can he save it? Can he save it in the second half? You had us in the first half, but you don't have to be in that constant loop of solving problems. Okay. Instead of that, I would use A, but that's all right. That's okay. Let's go. After building multiple 7-figure businesses and consulting with thousands of others to 6 to 8-figure brands, I've come to one conclusion. Okay, we building up. Okay. It doesn't take you any tactics/systems to make more money after 6 figures, but emotional skills. You know what? I mess with this so far. Yeah, okay. Tell him, Neo. Let's see. Because you've already proven you can make money. And the more you scale, the more you realize that it's actually possible to hit the next stage every time. Okay. I'll cut the word actually because it's a filler, but okay. It's only when you clear out your hesitations and take decisions in a way where they push your business forward instead of slowing it down that you're going to make it. No, but okay. This sentence is way too long. This is called an Oxford comma when you do the insertion like that, but because it's so long, it's like, this is too much. Now, I know this is easier said than done. Okay, he just did a problem solution loop. Let's go, Neo. Come on, let me see what you got. Which is why I want to show you the 6-pillar mindset protocol that's helped me and thousands of other 8+ figure brands establish those emotional skills. Okay. He's probably saying this in his VSL, but dog, like, nah. But if he says it in the VSL, then sure. Because here's the other thing, is that business owners, entrepreneurs value logic much more than emotion. When they hear emotion, they hear like your girl getting upset because you pulled your hand away to itch your ear when you guys were holding hands. That's what they think of when they hear emotion. They hear emotion, they hear irrational. So I wouldn't use the word emotion. I would use something else, a synonym. But you know what? Maybe he says it in the VSL because his marketing is clearly absolute booty cheeks, dookie balls, but that's neither here nor there. Not only its purpose is to help you make more money. You're missing a word here, bro. Come on, man. You were doing good. Come on, bro. These last 3 lines better speak to me, bro. But also remove all worries around problems in your business. If you feel like they could help you go further in your career, click here. Nah, same thing, dude. Don't do that. Assuming readership. So you're assuming readership like crazy. Okay. So you had me going there for a little bit. All right. Overall, in the second half was way better than the first half. CTA kind of fumbled a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, you fumbled that end. You were like 1 yard line away, and I was like, it could have been such a good build up from like the middle to the end, but it didn't happen. So yeah, the biggest thing that's killing you here is assuming readership, and you have some messy sentences, dog. Like some of these sentences are like, bro, where did you get this? Where did you get that? Unique mechanisms are honestly one of my favorite parts about copywriting. Unique mechanisms are honestly my favorite part about copywriting. There's 3 types of unique mechanisms. Pseudo-unique mechanism is one of them, and let me give them to you. In a business, you usually have 4 main unique mechanisms. These are the ones on the VSL, like the main system. So for example, I'm going to show you the XYZ copy system, and it's comprised of 3 parts, 3 pillars. If you want to study exactly what I'm talking about, go look at Ravi Abuvala's VSL for what he calls the short form funnel. Yeah, so actually I'll just go over his. The main thing is called the short form funnel, and there's 3 parts to it. There is maybe like brand ecosystem, then there is something else, and then there's something else, right? Now, a pseudo unique mechanism is something that is not those. It's like one unique mechanism that you use in an email. So keep your worry radar up 24/7. I would consider that a pseudo unique mechanism. Or if you add things to your copywriter toolkit, it's going to make you more money. Copywriter toolkit is a pseudo unique mechanism because it's not one of the main ones that I ever talk about. It's like one that I might put in a YouTube video, or I might put in an email. Another one that I have on the top of my mind is called the hesitation tax. What is hesitation tax? It's your loss of potential that you've given up because you hesitated. Imagine how much farther along you would be if you never hesitated. The difference between that and where you are right now is called your hesitation tax. Some people's hesitation tax is a lifetime of potential. So start soon. Hesitation tax would be a pseudo unique mechanism. I wouldn't say complicated. I'd say it's a little bit advanced, which is why most of you guys don't have access to it. I have a lesson inside of the boot camp called the 3 different types of unique mechanism, or it's like a unique mechanism masterclass. Some of you guys might have access to it depending on what level you are, what you've unlocked so far, but you unlock it when you need it, right? If you're just like working on freaking your structure, your email structure, worry about your email structure. Don't worry about the unique mechanisms, really. Thanks for the reviews. Of course, brother. Wanted to send in an email without making it perfect? Nah, don't do that, bro. You could send them in without being perfect, but I'll tell this to everybody. And I'm not just saying this to you, Neo, so don't feel picked on. Guys, is there even a name for this? It's kind of like an excuse. Just don't give excuses. When you beat somebody in chess, what's the first thing they say? Bro, I'm rusty as hell, man. If I was really good, I would have beat you, bro. But like, I just haven't played in a couple months. Like if I was like brushing up every once in a while, dude, shut up. You lost. When people send in copy, they're always like, oh, well, I didn't really try that one. I made it before I hopped on the call. It's cope, bro. It's cope. This is your copy. This is your copy. It's okay. Own it. Once the copy is on the page, it's no longer yours. Don't take it personally. It's all right. It's okay. Just take it on the chin. It's okay. There was some really good parts of the copy, man. Don't even sweat it. And also it says week 1, day 2. Are you really in week 1? There's no way. Anyways, if you're in week 1, then, bro, that's crazy. Most people who are in week 1 can't even form together a sentence. So first approach. So what's the key to making ads work? Well, here's the problem, is that most of the time when people get your ads, they have no idea who the hell you are. Now you have to take them from stranger to buyer. And this is extremely hard. But I figured out a way that you can take people from watcher to buyer, which is literally so much easier. And then you don't have to worry about, well, how do I turn strangers to buyers with my ads? You only have to worry about, how do I turn strangers into watchers, and then my ads will do the rest for me. The answer? Retargeting ads. Yeah, I feel like that's more compelling than. One method I use is retargeting ads, so my audience feels they need to buy my products. I don't know, do you guys feel the difference? Maybe I'm tripping. How do I make the sale? By associating my products with an emotion that drives the feeling of need in the customer. By associating my products with an emotion that drives the feeling of need for a customer. This is another example of in short, people buy with emotions and justify with logic. So I sell the feeling. Yeah. So same thing that I said in the other email where it's like, how do I make the sale? By associating my products with an emotion that drives the feeling of need in the customer. I'm like, bruv. So instead, in short, people buy with emojis and justify with logic. So I sell the feeling. And then you can go into your example. Makes way more sense for people who are skimming. Take Ferrari, for example. We all know the gunshot sounds the car makes when it's redlined. LOL. This image immediately pops up in your head. Mm-hmm. Brand association is exactly how I became a millionaire in my 20s, using the meta flywheel strategy. I feel like this analogy could be said better. People associate Ferrari with refinement and wealth. If you see a guy driving a Ferrari, what's the first thing you think? A, this guy must be homeless, or B, this guy must be wealthy and really cool. Or there's a guy who hopped out of Ferrari and a guy who's like homeless on the side of the road. Which one do you want to go up and talk to? The guy with the Ferrari. But what you don't know is that the guy with the Ferrari is actually homeless, and the guy who's homeless is actually just taking a vacation and wearing his sweatpants or something. And the reason why is because you associated the Ferrari with wealth, even though you don't actually know what's in the guy's bank account. You just assume because of the branding. That's just a suggestion / example. If I were to use that, I would make it much shorter and better, but you get the point, right? So what you're saying here does make sense, but it's not as obvious. You kind of have to work a little bit to understand it. So using the meta flywheel strategy, I help up-and-coming e-commerce stores scale to stupid numbers through our strategy. No. So using the brand association is exactly how I became the millionaire in my 20s. I would say, here's how to use the MFS, whatever you said there, strategy to scale to stupid numbers with ecom. I do see this happen sometimes. People just like say the unique mechanism and put a link to it. I've personally never been a fan. So again, suggestion, not a critique, but I wouldn't go with that. Also, this is already salesy before the CTA. That's like me saying the best way to outreach is by doing the Ferrari outreach method that I created that you can click here to buy. It works it's like nobody's going to click that and be like, oh yeah, I'm sold. So you kind of want to sell it before you even drop the CTA. It's the same as the justification first approach. I help up and coming, finding a product that prints money for years, setting up a storefront that hypnotizes customers, ad campaigns that build movement. Now, me and my students have cracked that. Yeah, this is the problem. This is a promo and nurture email. In my humble opinion, you shouldn't dookie where you eat. Translation: don't shit where you eat. You guys ever hear that expression? I realize that some people from like not Western society, so people who are, I guess, like European and in other countries, Asian, don't really hear a lot of like the sayings and idioms that I use or people in Canada and the US use. But yeah, don't shit where you eat. So what I mean by that is if you're going to do a promo email, do a promo email. If you're going to do a value email, do a value email and sell the click. And then on the page itself will sell the product. If it's a promo email, you are mentioning the product, mentioning why it's so awesome and why it's important to get right now, and then you're sending the link. With a nurture email, you are shifting beliefs. That's like the number one thing you have to do, shift beliefs. Now, once people's beliefs are shifted, they'll be somewhat interested. And then you leave the CTA, and then they go to the CTA on that page and they look at it. Not really in the email. This is kind of like both. Now me and my students have cracked the Zuckerberg code and no longer paying for his PJs. It sounds like you're saying pajamas right here. I know you're saying private jets, but I know how no longer have to pay for Zuckerberg's pajamas. We've noticed consistent sales and a crap ton of ROAS. So if you want virtual handheld guidance using my meta flywheel strategy, apply here. Here's what I would do. Give them the strategy for free. Explain how it works in this email, and then offer your help at the end. So here's exactly what this means. Nobody buys from you if they don't know that your system works first. They want to know your system works first. In order for them to know that your system works, they need to have belief shifts. Example, I was literally listening to Tanner Chittister say this the other day. There are lots of offers out there that say, I'll help you make more money. I'll help your business to make more money. I'll just help you overall. Those offers never convert well. They never do well. The people who do the best in the industry always have a system, and they tell you their system. They don't say, I have this system where I find products that print money for years, set up a storefront, and ad campaigns that build a movement. It's like how? I help you find winning products that print money for years by using the outlier strategy. How does this work? Well, I go to look at products that were very popular 10 years ago that aren't very popular now. I figured out how to put a new spin on it because it's already been proven to sell, yet it's not trendy right now. But the thing with trends is that they come in and then they go out. It's the same with Crocs. See, Crocs, they went out of style for a while and now they came back into style. The same with these products. So using this exact strategy, I'm able to make people a lot more money. Now, there are two other parts to the flywheel strategy. If you want to learn exactly how they work, click this link. Then they click the link. Then they go to the VSL. Once they're on the VSL, they find out how the whole system works together. They're like, wow, I really like this system and I want to see how it works. I want to implement it into my own business. And then in the VSL, it says, if you want to implement it into your own business, all you have to do is go down below and book a call. And then this way, you've shifted their beliefs before you try to sell them. Because that right there is how you make sales. That's marketing. Instead of, I can help you scale your e-com store to stupid numbers, so work with me. It was like literally it's the CTA before I even hear what the system is. And it doesn't usually work. Like my offers aren't, I'll help you become a copywriter. It's like in the boot camp, for example, there's the unique sales proposition, which is here's what you get. You get daily coaching calls. You get a bunch of content. That's not what you get. But how it works is I'll show you a very in-depth system on learning copywriting in 90 days. And then with the with the 40 CI, there are different unique mechanisms inside of there as well on how it works, strategies that you learn, and how they actually get applied. For example, we teach you high conversion client getting, right? So instead of just like giving you guys a template and telling you send this template to any business you come across, like most people do and most people think, instead we teach you guys how to send out high quality outreach where you're much more likely to get clients, and also how to apply on things like Upwork and job boards because they give you a better bang for your buck when it comes to getting clients rather than just outreaching mindlessly. That's an example. And now that you guys are, you get the idea and it makes sense to you and you want to be a part of that, only then would you really consider being a part of the 40 CI or move or whatever, the system, considering that the system works. There's only so much tailored mentoring we can provide, so doors will close after the first 100 applicants. I'll be quick. Mark. Okay, I feel like I kind of reviewed that one to death, so I think it's good. Email value plus soft CTA. Interesting. This makes or breaks your funds approval. Okay. Is your grant application backwards? Okay. Want your funds approved? This is how. All right. The number one framework for securing grants. This is how you take home big money. A lot of these are similar and pretty basic. I would say add in a little intrigue if you can, sort of like a so sort of like a unique mechanism. So is your grant application backwards? So basically what you can do is summarize a subject line. So this subject line basically says, here's how to get your funds approved. You're doing your funds backwards. This is how you get your funds approved. This is how you secure a grant. So these three are basically the same. This is how you take home big money. This is a little bit the same, but even more vague. So I'll bring it back to copywriting. So how to get clients without outreaching, right? How to get clients is like a level one, like, here's the best framework to get clients. But how to get clients without outreaching feels just like a little bit more intriguing because now it just has that one word that makes you want to click just a little bit more. So I would say, I'm not going to even say which one is better, but I'd say try adding some that are more outside the box / curiosity based. Oops. When you make alternatives, you want to make them like very different. So like one talks about a problem, which you did here, is your grant application backwards. And then other one talks about a solution. And then another one is like, talks about something that's like extremely curious. And the other one more familiar. And then when you make them more different, you have a better idea of which ones are going to work better if you do a split test. Split testing, I'd say like split test every email if you have the chance, for sure. Because it will give you, it will always give you the best results. I need to come clean about something first, name. If you've tried applying for grants thinking they will be read, you're throwing away thousands in potential funding. I think this could be, maybe, this is a suggestion. Obviously, I'm like a very cold audience because I don't know who this person is, what funding exactly they're talking about, growth bundle sales page. But if you're applying for your grants thinking they'll be read, it's like, what do you mean by that? Thinking that they'll read them, that they'll actually process your application. I think there could be a little bit more context there. You're throwing away thousands in potential funding. Keep reading and I'll show you my framework to get approved in no time. Yeah, I would try to add something here. Try to add or give a hint as to why it's different. So the thing is that on an email list, these people will probably already be trying to do XYZ framework, getting approved for funding. So you could even just say, here's my winning framework, or here's my counterintuitive winning framework, or my counterintuitive framework, or my framework that goes against what most people say. Why? Most people tell you to do X, but I actually tell you to do XYZ, and this is why it's way better. And the reason why is because one of the biggest reasons people don't read is because they think that they already know what the email is going to be about. I've said that on the last boot camp call. But the same goes here. Time to get approved in no time. Because the truth is, assessors don't read applications linearly from start to finish. I think this is not only redundant, but also above third grade. So you could just say they don't read applications start to finish. Then they'd get that. They scan for disqualifiers first, looking for reasons to say no. You could definitely come up with a good, you could give a great UM, like a problem UM here, and what's the word? Problem unique mechanism, and use it for intrigue throughout. And you kind of did it. You kind of did it with, are you submitting your application backwards? But scan for disqualifiers first. And most applicants go straight into talking about their business background / history. I'm going to take this and put it into Claude AI and see what it gives us. Maybe it'll give us something nice. Maybe it'll give us dookie balls. But there's only one way to find out for science. Create a unique mechanism that describes this. Make it catchy. I know you guys can't see the window, but I'm going to put it over here now. Let's see if we can come up with something. The reverse funnel application mechanism. Oh, no, give me 10. Give me 10 variations. Here's how to do a reverse application. Here's my reverse application strategy. My backwards application strategy. I call this the elimination game, and it's a huge reason why people don't get their applications processed. Oh, I call this the rejection reflex, to where they're literally just looking for the first thing to disqualify you. Not knowing this is what's going to lose you thousands of dollars in AYZ, the rest. The veto first. This kind of makes sense, but most people don't know what veto means. The red flag radar. That's actually pretty good. They all they do is scan for red flags. So with this knowledge in mind, you're going to be able to structure your application so that it has the highest chances of approval. Most people just try to, just come up with whatever the problem is. The negative filter funnel, disqualification first doctrine. Jesus, that's long. The reverse assessment ladder, the vetting guillotine. Jesus, that's kind of fucking brutal. The deal breaker detector. That's decent as well. Okay, so yeah, you could definitely use one of those. Those are pretty good. Hint, the assessor doesn't care. This inverted structure forces assessors to hunt for critical information, creating friction, which leads to rejection. So how do you grab your... This would be a perfect time for, in short, and then put like one tweetable line here. They're trying to skim your application. Make them pay attention, and your chances for approval, I don't want to say skyrocket because that's the fucking ChatGPT-ism, but I'm going to say it anyways, skyrocket. So a suggestion like that would be really good. So whenever I make something that's a little bit more explainy, right? This inverted structure forces assessors to hunt for critical information, creating friction, which leads to rejection. So a little bit advanced or reading level sort of thing. So I would be like, in short, I even do this sometimes. In short, more this equals less that. In short, making it harder for them to skim increases your chances of getting approved. That way, it's just like when people are skimming themselves, like skimming this email, they get it. So how do you grab your grant assessor by the eyeballs and force them to pay attention to you? This is where my grant framework comes in. Okay. If you're going to go listicle here, if listicle is your game here, I'd be careful to not make the intro too long. Right now, it's just a tad long, but not terrible. Listicles, I'd want ideally the intro to be maybe 3/4 to a half of the length that I'm seeing right here. Now, there is no never or always in copywriting, but again, that's me ideally. Let's see. Not a PS. I guess whatever, PS, it'll do. Your other ones don't have PSs, so I'll let it slip this time. 320 words is all right. Ideally, you want 200 to 300, so it's erring on the longer side. Grant. So G, grab attention with qualification. Start by immediately confirming you meet all eligibility requirements. This prevents the assessor's brain from hunting for disqualifiers. Sweet. R, reveal the outcome. Okay, so your listicle is nice and short, which is good. That's really good. Reveal the outcome before the process. Front load the specific details your project will achieve before explaining how you'll get there. Showing outcomes first creates a destination that makes the journey details more meaningful. Authenticate your capabilities with proof. Don't claim competence. Demonstrate it with specific past achievements. Sweet. R, narrow the focus to a specific problem being solved. Present clear problem solution pairs rather than general narrative. T is tie benefits to stakeholders. Extend impact beyond your business and community, industry, and economic benefits. There you have it. Hope you found this useful. If you want to apply the grant formula to your business without the headache of figuring things out and risking failure, we've laid it out step by step. We've got grants approved fast inside the Grants Academy. Okay. Grow with the grants. Here's what I would do if I were you and you were me. You can probably guess what I'm going to say. I don't know why, but George is almost like a chameleon. It's almost like everything I say, he can recite months later. He quotes me from things I don't even remember I said. And apparently he does a really good Tyson 4D impression, which I have to see sometime because apparently it's really good. But in short, I would problem solution loop this instead of PS. Now, in theory, the reason why you do a PS is to make it soft, right? Oh, well, I don't want to feel like I'm selling them. And that's true. That works. But it doesn't really hurt goodwill, from what I understand. At least it wouldn't in my eyes, if you just did a little problem solution loop. So here's how I might end it off. And next, you tie in benefits to the stakeholders. If you do these 5 things, you will greatly improve your chances of being approved. But what's the next problem after that? But how do you do this? Or do you want access to our complete template? Or let me see. I'm not sure how you would problem solution loop this because I'm not a master at this. Damn, this page, man. Why do people need to center text everything? I'll never understand. Okay, it's only 39 AUD. Jesus, Australia. Okay, so that's like what, $20 a month or something? I don't know. I don't know, but it's cheap. So that's also not going to hurt you. Or if it was like a 997 Academy, then yeah, you'd probably want to be a little bit more sensitive about how you do it. But people aren't mad when they get asked to pay $30 or something. So, guide to find, submit, and win government grants and funding to grow your business in 2025. Okay, so what do you get? Expert tools and templates. So you have a few options here. So if you want to go soft, this is okay, or you can problem solution it. If you wanted to go harder on the CTA, you could do a pretty good double CTA here. So what would that look like? And if you want my templates, tools, and resources so that getting your grant approved is as easy as possible, click here to check out the Grant Academy. Inside, you'll get bullets, and then maybe something about urgency. Like the sooner you get help with this, the sooner you can get approved, and the sooner your business can start making money with government grants. So whatever, click here to join, or click here to check out, whatever it is. That could work really well here as well. Obviously, it's a little bit more salesy, promoty, but yeah, overall, I think it's good. Like I said, I might shorten the intro. The value points are pretty good. The acronym is pretty cool. The CTA, I feel as though it could be more strategic rather than just PS course. That's kind of like the easy way out, but there's nothing wrong with it. if you want to apply the grant formula to your business without the headache of figuring out, that's actually a pretty good problem solution loop right there. I don't know why you wouldn't just put that in the email, then PS. That's a good one. Okay, sweet. So you can just use that actually up here. Then it flows better. We've laid out a step-by-step way to get grants approved fast inside the Grants Academy. Okay. Click here to access it. Okay. And find out your approval rates, 3x the industry average. Oh shit, that's sick. 3x the industry average. Yeah, okay. Good. Overall good. I think you can just make some tweaks, make it even better. Should we review this? This is tough. So in case nobody is aware, I'm sure maybe some of you guys have heard, some of you guys are a little bit newer, so you maybe never heard this before, but on a sales page, and this is somewhat opinionated, but realistically, why would you center align your paragraphs? Because it's like this. There's a reason why books, you read them from left to right, and all of the stuff on the left is aligned on the left. Is because that's the easiest way to read. When you read like this, you're starting the sentence here. Then you're starting the sentence all the way out here. Then you're starting the sentence all the way in the middle again, in the middle-ish, and then you're starting the sentence all the way out here. So your eye constantly has to strain and look. It just makes it less consumable and harder to read. Not to mention, another thing with this page is that the text is way too wide. I shouldn't have to read from the very left of my screen to the right. It should be more like in the middle. So it's very unaesthetic. I never read the copy, so we'll say that it works. All right, let's see it. Instagram stories highlights. Let's see. View story. Okay, so he has a little
home every day to be see him right after school and all that. And that, to me, that's priceless. I missed that before, and now
I see. So Tom made $700 in his first week, and now trades from home full time. Sweet. And then he had a post here as well. Tom didn't see his kids as they were growing up, but now he trades on a daily basis and spends time with his kids. That's what I call freedom. Imagine working a 9 to 5 and trying to make all this extra money just to not be able to spend time with your family. That's what Tom was facing before getting into trading. And after learning how to use AI as a leverage in the market, he made his first $700 in a week by just trading for less than 1 hour per day from home. Sweet. Let's see. Most people think you need 8 hours a day to make good money. There's $65 trillion options market that most people don't even know how to tap into. The smart players are using AI to do the heavy lifting. Okay, sweet. So we got 2 hooks. We got another ad set too. Okay, I'll check out this ad set. The problem that stops most people from being financially free isn't their 9 to 5. It's an extra 1 hour a day that they don't use. Yeah, I would say, hey there, Cameron here. I just wanted to share something cool that changed my life. I discovered that setting aside just 1 hour a day for smart trading was all I needed to finally break free from my 9 to 5. What's interesting is that I'm basically using similar strategies to the pros at big investment firms like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs use, but I've simplified it for regular people like us. I'm excited about this because I've helped so many of my friends already. So what I would do if I were you and you were me, so there's nothing necessarily wrong so far, but there's a few things. One, handling early objections in body/hook. The reason why is because, bro, trading is so ran through. Like everybody and their aunt and their uncle and their pet dog, they're like, bro, if you just do trading, man, you'll just get rich for like decades. Like Forex was a huge thing too. So most people have a very, very, very bad taste in their mouth when it comes to anything to do with trading. So I might come up with some sort of objection handling early on, where it's like, I don't know. I don't even have any examples, but something along the lines of, you've probably heard of trading before, but most people don't do it like this. Differentiate really early too. Like this isn't the regular trading or Forex that you've heard of. This is something brand new that AI is bringing to the market. Right? Make sure that it's brand new type of trading as well, because things like trading and drop shipping, since they've been around for so long, people feel as though they've missed the boat on it. So if you just say, yeah, I do trading, or yeah, I do drop shipping, they're going to be like, well, I tried this trading, or I tried trading a long time ago. My buddy told me about trading a long time ago. It didn't work. Same with drop shipping. That's why so many drop shippers are like, yeah, I do branded drop shipping. I do organic drop shipping. I do TikTok shop. I do Amazon FBA. It's all different forms of the same thing. So yeah. Okay, let's look. I'm excited about this because it's helped so many of my friends already, like my buddy Dan, who's in the military veteran, tough time with bills after landing. Able to bring around 10K a month. Another thing to be careful about with ads, possibly non-compliant. If your stuff is non-compliant, Google or Meta just don't care. They don't give a shit. If you say the wrong words, like you will get taken down and they don't care. So now you have to write new ads and you have to do new ad creatives. You want to know how I know? That's literally what I have to do right now. I created some super soft ads for Google like a couple weeks ago. Like 8 out of the 10 didn't get approved. So we had like no ad sets. So now I got to go back to square one and record a bunch. So with all that being said, you're not going to know until you actually put it out. So something else I can give you here is put it through a compliance checker to see if it passes. So that's something that a lot of people don't take into account until it's too late. Like you got your client to pay you for it, and then he even recorded it, and I was like, I gotta re-record this shit. Now he spends most of his days with his grandkids instead of having to worry about money. The cool thing about Dan's story is that he didn't have any special background. He just followed simple patterns. The technology did most of the work. What I love is that this whole thing about how simple it is, you just need a computer, willingness to learn something new. That's literally it. I put together a free training that goes through a special thing I've learned. So what I know, what I think I know from this is, 1, it's the ads. 2, it's the VSL training, right? And then 3, it's the book a call. Or is it 1, ads, 2, free lead magnet, 3, nurture, and then 4, book a call?
Basically, it's the first one actually. It's ad, VSL, and then book a call. It actually goes like that.
Okay, good. Because when you say free training, I was like, I hope you don't mean like a lead magnet. Okay, sweet. So the free training is a video. It goes through everything I've learned. Yeah, but what I would also do is like, you do sell the dream, which is cool, but you could do more of selling the system, and that would make it much better. So here's a little marketing 101 for you guys too, which is super important. When you do nothing but like sell the dream, you're gonna get a lot of people in that like are just not the best, right? There are people who they don't care about the trading strategy. They don't care about any of that shit. They're just like, yeah, make me money now. And they're gonna join. They're not gonna do anything, and they're gonna be like, bro, I'm not making any money. Bro, where's my money? And it's like, yeah, well, you still have to do like the system, and you got to put these things into place. And they're like, you said I would make money. Like that's all they care about, right? That's a big reason why me personally, I'm not like a lifestyle flexer, because that's all those dudes even deal with. A bunch of people who bought their program because he has a Rolex or a nice watch, and now he's stuck with a bunch of people who are just mad because they're not rich in like literally a week. So when you talk more about the system, you get much more sophisticated people on the calls, which is what you want. Promise you that's what you want. You're not trying to just book calls. You want to book high quality calls with high quality people, and high quality people respond to sophisticated marketing that actually breaks down the thing. So here's how this new trading strategy works. Here's why it's never been available before, because AI hasn't been a thing and most people haven't figured this out. But I went ahead and figured it out because I use AI to do XYZ. Here's really quickly in 30 seconds how it works. It takes the markets, you screenshot it, you put it into the AI gives you all the probabilities, and then you use your trading skills for the last 30%, and then you're able to make money. For example, I don't know how it works. So I was just kind of like speaking, you get it. But yeah, selling the system way more could really help, even if it's in the very beginning. And I also have a lot of intrigue around the system, right? So you want to tell them a lot about the what, but not about the like in-depth how. So you kind of did, I guess, allude to it by saying all the big investment firms use it. And then you just go straight into like, it's helped all these people achieve their dreams. And then some of the objection handling, you don't need a lot of other stuff. So go see the free training. So what I would add more of, like I said, is add in more of the specifics around how it works. And then also add in some early objection handling for the people who are like, I've heard of this trading before, but it doesn't seem real. So yeah, okay. Ad number 2. We'll do this one. It's the last one. A 100K salary is holding many people back. Let's be real, making 6 figures is great, but relying on one income is like driving a Porsche with only one gear. You'll move forward, but you're severely limiting what's possible. Okay, the 100K salary trap has claimed more victims than any financial crisis in history, yet most high earners have no idea they're caught in it. Making over 100K annually, congratulations. These are all right, but honestly, what I would do is I would variate more. You have 3 hooks that are like kind of almost the same. When it comes to ads, you want to make like severely different hooks because when you're testing them, like you want really different results. Even put hooks in there, dude, that you're like, I don't know if this would work. Like have the dude hold up something weird. Like here's one of my ads. This right here is how copywriters are making money and getting clients. Well, not this exact thing, but the principle that this thing actually uses, which is leverage. Let me explain. All right, so I use a prop. It's something completely different. It's something weird. And then I get into the body. And these ones, yeah, they're just very similar, which not really what you want. Hey there, Cameron here. Something interesting happened last year, and I thought you might want to know about it. This is like overly casual. Nah, like you only have so much time in the video itself. You're like, hey, by the way, I'm Tyson. Something interesting happened last year, and I thought you might want to know. While analyzing institutional trades at JP Morgan, I stumbled onto something that changed everything. The big banks were leaving predictable footprints in the $65 trillion market, the footprints that AI can now detect with shocking accuracy. Okay, so I did what any curious person would do. I reverse engineered their approach and compiled it all into what I now call the AI trading blueprint. This resulted in over 100K in my first year. This method, working just 1 hour daily. I don't think the ad platforms are gonna like that, bro. Compliance. They're gonna be like, bro's literally talking about 100K per year, an hour trading. And honestly, I was being conservative with my positions. Look, you're smart. You already figured out how you can earn a great salary, but what if you could leverage that intelligence for 60 minutes a day to build true wealth? My friend Robin was skeptical too. This sounded too good to be true, he said, but after seeing consistent results, he tried it. I might even add more to that, like give them some more objections. So, you know, as this, when you're telling a story, people implement themselves in there. So if you're like, he was thinking, this sounds too good to be true. I've heard about this trading stuff before. It seems kind of sketchy. I'm not sure if it's even a real thing or if actual people are doing it or if it's just a way for people to sell courses or something. Like actually really address the elephants in the room. 4 weeks later, he hit his first 10K in additional income. Now he spends more time tutoring his neighbors with his music practice. What makes this different is that you're not gambling on random stocks or following some guru's hot tips. You're using a sophisticated AI pattern recognition that institutional investors use, but simplified for people who don't want to stare at charts all day. I know what you're thinking. I don't have time to learn complex trading systems. That's exactly why it works so well. The AI does the heavy pattern recognition. You just need to know how to set it up and execute. Or maybe you're thinking, if it works so well, why share it? Yeah, or like, if it works so well, why doesn't everybody do it? Another lesson for you guys is like, don't shy away from the hard objections. Like this is a hard objection. Like, honestly, I don't know, dude. If it works so well, why doesn't anybody do it? Well, maybe it's because most people are overly skeptical. It's a new thing that most people haven't gotten onto yet. I don't know. You'd have to do some brainstorming. Simple. Which is why I put together a free training video that walks through the specific patterns to watch for. You know what would be really good here is to use copywriting bullets. So these are like list bullets, but you want to use copywriting bullets. So let me show you. Bullets. Okay, so you have bullet here. You're going to want to look through these, like some of these bullets ones. Are there any specific good ones? Probably this first one. I could have swore I did like a bullets masterclass. Actually, I know that I have one on YouTube as well, a bullet masterclass. So yeah, you're going to want to put some copywriting bullets there instead. Let me go back to right here. Yeah. This isn't for everyone. Oh yeah. How to configure AI to identify high probability trades. Yeah, you're like telling what it is, but you're not giving like the specific really good benefits. Like, I'm going to show you the specific patterns to watch for. Exact entry and exit strategies I use. Yeah, you need to add some drama to those, like ASAP. This isn't for everyone, but if you're already successful and looking to build generational wealth with minimal time investment, check out the link below and see if it resonates for you. Sweet, man. Sticking to what we see right here, it's good to be direct. So there's a couple ways that you can do it. There's no wrong way. Again, this is why we have ad sets and we do some testing. So Charlie Morgan, for example, will be like, hey, yeah, I have this resource and don't worry, there's no stupid opt-in. This is not some like one of those fake training videos. It's literally just a video where I show you exactly what it is. And then at the end, I give you an offer. If you don't want the offer, don't take it. And people really like that because it feels authentic. Patrick Bet David also did it at his event where he was like, and guys, this isn't going to be one of those live events where you come up and everyone's just trying to sell and it's just like a series of selling. It's going to be a bunch of speakers coming up here, giving you value, teaching you valuable lessons that'll make them money so you can make more money. And then at the end, I have an offer for you guys about my new consulting firm. Does that sound cool? Everyone's like, yeah, sure, let's get it. So then you're just like upfront and honest. So that does work sometimes. And then also the more not direct approach works too, where you're like, yeah, I have this free training. Like people, like you're watching an ad, you know what the free training, you have like an idea, unless you're just completely unsophisticated. But most people have somewhat of an idea. So you would want to hit it from different angles. The good thing with ads is that you can figure out what your target audience really wants to see like early on. So that's why it's important to come up with like vastly different hooks and angles. So test it. Yeah, most of marketing, I will say, is really just testing it. Because the funny thing is, people ask, well, what would be better? And they stress, they send it to their coaches. They get multiple mentors. And they're like, hey man, what do you think would be better? And it's like, just go test it. Send the email. See if it outperforms others. If it doesn't, then forget it. Make 5 emails just like that. Send it out to the list. Now you have a bigger data pool to pull from. If it doesn't work any better, you can always go back to what you were doing previously. So don't obsess about trying to make the right copy the first time. Copy is less just, perfected in the first email and more of just ideating and iterating, coming up with ideas for the future. And then once you have the data collected and the feedback, then you can make the best emails ever. Why this Korean tested eraser peel trumps every exfoliator for women and why it will brighten your skin even if it's sensitive. Co-score, innovative Korean skincare. Okay. All right. Let's see. Damn, my mouse is dying. Whatever. This product, oh my goodness, it's so gentle on my skin. It actually removed all the little bumps that you get around the nose. Cool. My suggestion for some swipe would be like, what are those people? Oh, fuck off, man. Get out of here. Swipe. What is that? Tish Hanley. Yeah, they're really good with that shit. And there's other ones too, but that's the one that comes to mind. If you were looking for anything. I own an aesthetic clinic, and I can tell you from almost a decade of being an esthetician, I had more humor, and it's very boring to read. Not everything needs humor. I don't think these guys are going to be like cracking joke. Yeah, I'm not sure. And I can see this is why I don't like going over a copy with already reviews on it, because they're going to confuse me. And I can tell you that from almost a decade of being an esthetician, I've never met a woman who has fully satisfied with her skincare products. I used to keep getting questions about product recommendations to glow their skin. I used to keep getting questions about product recommendations to glow their skin, flow, and economy of words. I used to keep getting questions about product recommendations to glow their skin. I would just say, everyone wanted to know how to make their skin glow. I said the same thing, half of a sentence. But I didn't have any answers because honestly, I have sensitive skin too. And I couldn't trust 90% of what was on the market. But I didn't want to let these women down. Why not? This is where you give examples. So banned substances cause breakouts instead of fix them, and leaving me with bad side effect or like red, itchy skin. I don't know, something tangible where people are like, oh yeah, I got that same thing too. So annoying. See, here's the thing, right? People ask me this all the time, Tyson, what's better, the 16-hour course or the boot camp, or 4DCI or the boot camp? You're looking at it all wrong. You see, with the 16-hour course or just the 8-hour course, for example, it's not just what you're learning. It's an experience. It's an experience because you get to learn everything from start to finish, all in the same video, tons of new examples, tons of different ways. Even if you've been copywriting, you're going to be able to understand. And there's way more than just copywriting in there. I go through stuff I've never even talked about before, especially because I know that crushing feeling when you look around and see other women with those flawless, translucent K-beauty faces. Interesting. While others are hiding at home because their face looks sunburned from another product that promised the world and couldn't deliver. The worst part is, most of these products would just irritate the skin even further. Is that the worst part? That seems like a reiteration. At this point, women would feel like giving up on fixing any of the dullness, uneven texture, or even blackheads on the face. But since I absolutely adore K-beauty, and by the absolute urge to want to help women who ask me for help, I decided to come up with my own solution, something that would apply even to sensitive skin. Yeah, it took too long to get here, bro. I'm not gonna lie. figure out what you can cut. And here's the other thing. I actually went through this. You guys saw the 16-hour course trailer on Instagram, right? The trailer on Instagram was 90 seconds because that's what Instagram allows for on Reels, I think. So I cut it all the way down to 90 seconds, but originally it was 3 minutes. And it was all extremely good and it was all already really cut down. But sometimes you have to cut out even the good parts just to make it fit. And if it needs to fit, and if fitting is super important, then just make it fit. All that to say, it'll be difficult to figure out what to cut, but it must be cut. And now in 2025, let me show you how you can achieve glass-like skin glow again. The Synergy Complex is the reason behind my healthiest skin yet. God damn. All right, I'll go down to... Damn. I'll go down to here. If you've ever wondered why Korean women seem to have such glowing baby skin at every age, then here's what the $50 billion skincare industry hasn't been fully open about. If you were to ever visit Korean labs to understand what goes into skincare products there, you'd realize why most products tend to betray us pretty easily. But I'll save you the hassle of flying to Korea and spending... This is, yeah, bro. This is waffle. There's this unique combination of this peptide enzyme, which acts as a natural combination for glowing skin. What I suggest is watch, like this is what this feels like. Watch some infomercial stuff like Bowflex, I don't know, those sorts of things, and other fitness and nutrition ones to see how they make the justification. So here's what I mean by that. The most used example in a lot of copywriting is the Bowflex. And they start with reasons first, and then they get to the freaking crazy antioxidants, peptide enzyme, whatever. So they start with this. Most skincare products harm your skin for one big reason, because they use thick chemicals that clog your pores. And when your pores are clogged, then you start to break out. Whereas this new formula now has pore breathing technology, also called antioxidant peptide enzyme. And what this helps you do is it helps your skin breathe while the moisture goes into your epidermis. I don't even know. Obviously, you're gonna use the big words. You're gonna say this and that, whoop-de-whoop. But you give the reason as to why. The Bowflex, what they did is, I think it's Bowflex. It's probably something else. But what they did is they were like, you gotta surprise the muscle. Your muscle gets used to growing and then it plateaus. So in order for you to surprise the muscle, you got to use like resistance training, bands instead of dumbbells because they have a different weight curve. Now, obviously that scenario was not really that true. Now, maybe you don't have something to go off of or something to do that with because obviously you're making it for somebody else. You're not building their copy from the ground up. But still, the structure would be a lot better if you tell them why. And then you get into all the big old words. And it's also suitable for most skin types, including sensitive skin. Yeah, see, here you're just telling, but you're not really telling why. Why? Because it has this big old word. Who knows what that is? Nobody does. But I'm telling you, it's going to help you do this. One of the biggest rules in copy is what? Show and don't tell. But here's the interesting part. Two difficult problems are happening simultaneously whenever you're dealing with dull, uneven skin or those stubborn blackheads. Also, you're like... you know how some people trauma dump and they just tell you like every single bad thing that's happened in their life? You're kind of like pain point dumping consistently, where it's like, I'm going to show you how to, if you're dealing with dull, uneven skin or even those stubborn blackheads, but you said the same thing like right up here not too long ago. Same words, same thing. So either don't reiterate it or reiterate it with different words, aka synonyms. Use a little thesaurus or a chat GPT. What am I talking about? You ain't using no thesaurus. All right, let's see what we got here. So this is pretty sick, right? Yeah, you got the black page. Okay. Damn, this is a Google Doc? What the hell? Are you're capping. Okay, that's a picture. That's also a picture. Oh, okay. So you just went to Canva and put the pictures in here, right? Some of this is words. More pictures. Yeah, more pictures. Yeah, more pictures. Yeah. Right. Okay, I see. Yes. These are words. All right. Okay, yes, I see. For any filmmakers seeking better editing skills without creative burnout, a WPPI award winner. Do all editors know what that is? I don't know what that is. Not that I'm an editor, but I mean, I'm a man who knows things. So if I don't know it, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just me. Winner agrees to share his editing secrets that enabled him to charge a minimum of $9,600 per wedding. Sweet. I'll personally film a wedding with you.
Wait, what?
Oh, I'll personally film a wedding with you, and my team will coach you one-on-one. I think I know what you mean. Personally film a wedding with you. That sounds like I'm going to go film your wedding. Help you with your next wedding editing gig or something. I'm not sure the exact verbiage on that, but this is what you get in my wedding filmmaker mastery. Damn, imagine having a wedding and the bill's like $100K, and then the video guy's like, yeah, it's going to be 9.6K, bro. Oh, damn. Film a wedding with, yeah, I did it, yeah. I gave you the feedback on the headline. Headline is nice and short, so well done. I would say the WPBI award, I'm not sure if everybody knows that. Maybe they do. Maybe that's a huge editor thing, so keep it in there. As for the structure of the headline, all works out. This wording could be cleaned up. On top of that, I would suggest that you make a B test and a C test, meaning you want to, whenever you make a headline, don't even just make one headline. Always make like 2 or 3, because you want to split test them and see which ones perform better. We have a televideo.
I hope you're doing good, Jaden. My name is Hamza, and I've analyzed multiple high-converting pages like yours, and I noticed some things that could be optimized to get you more booked calls or your high-ticket offer. Now, I rewrote your...
You said your high-ticket offering, my friend. Tell him what the high-ticket offering is. It's like saying, I can make you more money for your business, Mr. Man who owns a business.
Your VSL page for you, and I'm going to show you that right now. So here's the page I wrote for you. Basically, what this does better than your current one is...
Already, angle is wrong. Here's the thing. This angle, it's dead. We don't want it. We don't want this angle anymore. It's dead. It's deceased. It's passed away. We buried it in RIP. We buried it back in 2024. And here's why. I actually made a reel just about this a couple months ago, but I'll recite it. Copywriters, stop telling business owners that you're better than them. Look, even if your copy that you wrote is objectively better than theirs, you sitting there and trying to convince them of that is nil. Why? Because where is your 100K business? Where is your whole brand? Have you been doing this for 5 years like that guy has? Probably not. So the goal is not to write them copy or give them improvements so that they can fix their business by writing better copy. The goal is this. I can save you time and help you build things efficiently because I can write copy that sounds like you. That is the goal. I can write copy that sounds like you. Therefore, you can use me in your business to create copy and marketing assets for your brand. And there's a million different things that you can do. For example, you have Instagram captions, you have Instagram stories, you have YouTube community posts, you have emails, obviously. You have posts in groups that they might run. So anything written or created, Twitter, for example, anything written or created, text, you can come in and do for them. Now, they might be, this guy definitely will be running lots of different promos throughout the year. He'll be running challenges. He'll be running webinars. He'll be running deadline sequences. He'll be running product launches. He'll be running all of it. And he needs somebody to come in and write the copy and set up the email automations and set up the funnels and do all of these things. So the goal is not you should hire me so that I can take all the text off your headline and put it back. Because let's be honest, how much trackable results are they going to get from that? It's pretty hard to think of how to do that trackably and consistently. Like, are you really going to add thousands of dollars in value to his business by a headline change? Possibly, but would you be able to track it well? Probably not. So the messaging, the angle is I can write copy like you. So you're going to need copy. And if you have someone right now, maybe they need some extra hands. And if you don't have someone right now and you're doing it yourself, well, you can get someone else to do it, outsource it, and then you can work on what makes the business the most money, the highest leverage activities. Anyways, we're only 25 seconds in, so I think we'll continue.
It clearly highlights the benefits in the about to quote section, the section that people are going to see, your leads are going to see immediately the land on your page. And one other thing that it does better is there's less friction than the current page. Now, the reason why you want less friction when you're running a book a call funnel is that the leads are hopping on your page, just want to book a call. Now, when they see other sections, it's good to have testimonials, but when they see other sections that might not be really necessary for them to actually book your strategic calls, it might take them off the page. They might start bouncing off. And after analyzing multiple funnels like Gordon's Home, Jeremy Miners, and Rabia Bala, I saw that this actually converts better than a page with more.
So a couple more things. You say some names, which is cool, but the captions aren't really picking up those names correctly. I can tell who you're talking about, but he might not be able to. Therefore, if you had some more tabs open in your Windows browser in Google Docs, you'd be able to like click over to someone else's and actually show them an example. Again, copywriting, better to show than tell. So show Ravi Abuvala's opt-in funnel and be like, look, this guy doesn't have a whole bunch of stuff on his page. It's nice, short, and concise. On top of that, this goes for everybody because it's not just you. I see it all the time. We also are no longer educating entrepreneurs in the Loom videos and in the Tele videos. So when we try to go the education route where it's like, you see, people are going to come across your page and they're going to think this. And once they think this, there's my page which does this, and that page like does this. So when they come across their page and they think, here's the thing. On a balance of probabilities, everybody's going to think a different thing. Some people are going to come into the page and they're going to leave because the headline doesn't speak to them. Some people are just funnel hacking. They're not even part of the ideal target audience, and they're just looking for different headlines for their own sales page, for example. The entrepreneur is not going to really, they're not that humble. I'll put it that way. They're not that humble. They're not bad people, but they've been doing this for a long time. Think of it like this. Let's say I'm Ravi Abuvala. I've spent $5,000 per day on ads and been profitable, which means I spend $5,000 a day and I get $9,000 a day back, let's say, which for him would be like one sale every day. So I'm spending $5,000 a day and I'm testing ruthlessly. I have a team of 5 different people who have been doing this, who have been marketing for years, like 10 years plus. People who have owned their own coaching businesses and they spend $5,000 a day too. And they have tested ruthlessly exactly what the best opt-in page is possible. And then somebody comes along, makes a video and says, hey man, I think that the prospect's going to come across your page and they're going to think, no, I don't like this. And then, I made you a better page. So try this out. What would that be like? Now, that might not be the exact circumstance that every single business owner is in, but that's what's going through their head. That's what they're thinking.
So just a simple page is what I created for you today. And if you actually want me to build it for you and build it into your funnel, then you can reply this video and we can get to talking about it. I believe there's actually more than one way I can add value into your business. For instance, I noticed that you do not have a thank you page. Now, I'm sure you've gone on some calls that even leads that have watched your VSL are still not really sold or.
Yeah, if you showed these and used borrowed authority, it would work way better. So for example, you don't have a thank you page, clicks over to Alex Hormozi's opt-in page. As you can see, after his opt-in, he has a thank you page. And in the thank you page, he does these 3 things because they make sure that the value they just opted in for gets consumed. And they also give people an opportunity to book a call or apply or whatever the next step in the funnel is. That way, if they're extremely motivated and actually already want to buy something from you, then they have that option. One really, really big tip for everybody in here when you're making looms, look at your top tabs here. Like I'm scrolling through mine. Consider them like a slideshow. Like you want like a slideshow. So it's like, this is this guy, here's what he does. This is this guy, here's what he does. Here's you, here's what you do. And here's me, here's what I would do. And then hopping back to what you do. So you're going through everything and you don't have to just explain, you just actually show. Part of the reason why Tele is just so fire. Also, why do you have a green screen background? Is there a reason? Or you just like the color green?
But they don't really understand exactly what you do or how you're going to help them. And basically that just turns into a call that doesn't turn into a sale. Now to minimize that, people like Rabi Abuvala, Kogorin and other high earning entrepreneurs build out a thank you page. And basically that's just going to have like a long VSL that basically pre-frames leads to understand exactly what they're going to get when they land on the call. And that has been shown to increase conversions quite a lot. Now, if you actually want me to help you build that as well, then you can reply this video with anything as well. But I don't know, it might not be something you're looking for. If that's not something you're looking for right now, then that's it.
Sweet. I thought my 44K per month was the turning point. Finally, the breakthrough I'd been grinding for the last year. But next month, a 59.1% drop, 18K. How in the world did I hit a record month only to make less than half the next? I couldn't understand. I didn't change anything in my business, but that no change was the thing that caused my business to crumble like it was built on quicksand. Because while I wanted more qualified leads, better ROAS, and higher sales, I was still using the same unpredictable approach. Truth is, if nothing changes, nothing changes. So if you're done with writing revenue roller coaster, paying closers while leads ghost or no-show. People don't do that. Wearing every hat, and stuck in loop where everything depends on you. Schedule your free consultation below where my team will hand you the exact blueprint that 348 plus agencies have used to take consistent 100K plus months in just 3 months. Yeah. These are for ads. No, ads will kick your ass. Compliant? Not even once, bro. Complaint? Compliant. Yeah. Don't mess with Google or Facebook. Facebook will shut your ass down for something crazy like that. I don't actually know what they will do, but it's better safe than sorry. Making claims is really like, you literally just said 100K per month in 3+ months or 3 months. So be careful with that. I thought my 44K month was a turning point. Yeah, this hook is not the best. Starting with and you're staying in like the my section for a while. And I hit a record month, only like half the next. I couldn't understand. I didn't, But that no change was the thing that caused my business to crumble because I wanted more qualified. Still using it unpredictable. Yeah, this is waffle. We're getting waffle here. What does this even mean? The truth is, if nothing changes, nothing changes. What does that mean? This is like vague quote 101. This reminds me of like people who troll on Alex Ramosi, how he says all these like crazy quote tweets. It's like, hard things are hard because they are hard. And people are like, oh man, that's deep, bro. That's deep, bro. If nothing changes, nothing, oh, bro. Riding the revenue roller coaster, okay. Paying closers while leads ghost or no show. Most closers are commission only, mostly, or at least heavily paid on commission. So wearing every hat in the where everything depends on you. These are all right, but still surface level. Let me go even deeper. Riding the revenue roller coaster, having sporadic months. 1 month is a celebration. The next month, you're wondering if this business is even going to work out long term. Or your sales closers being mad at the marketing department because they're blaming everything on the leads, the lead quality, but the marketing department blaming everything on the closers because the closers just should close and that's their job. Having to do everything in your business from fulfillment to head of sales to marketing and everything in between. And schedule your free consultation below where my team will hand you sure, but this value can be increased even more. So for example, who's my team? I invested in Ravi Abuwala's scaling systems program or whatever. And one of the things that he did really well is that he had like a 2 Comma Club award winner, 7-figure entrepreneur, closer, bigwig guy just to do the sales call. So I was on the call with somebody who actually knew what they were talking about, not just like a salesperson, which is good, right? You want to have coaches and closers who ideally know what they're doing. They know about the actual industry that they're even working for. Some people, not so much. Tyson, with his ass pass on Meta, or is it too promising? Headline, how to make sales reps are making 450, 900 a day. I'll tell you this, it's definitely not safe. You can try with Meta, but the thing is like, what you want to do is you want to start soft. Because if you try and you go balls to the wall, I'm going to show you how to make 100K in 3 months. Chances are you're not even going to get the chance to put it up there, and they don't care. They do not give a solitary shit. Like their support is slow. They don't care. They hate you. they basically hate you. Helped 600 plus sales reps get into this untapped multi-billion. Okay. That's the headline, right? If you're a sales professional who still goes into the office every day, gets paid a low commission, and spends time qualifying leads. Okay. Then watch this. Why? Well, because I'm about to share with you this untapped multi-billion. Honestly, consider cutting. Like this unfair advantage, tap into XYZ shit. This is like the copy fucking garbage can because everybody says those. But that's just me personally. Maybe that's because I just read so much copy, which I've taken advantage of to make millions of dollars in sales. But first, let me show you some real numbers. On average, you get paid $500 to $1,000 per sale in this industry, and average close rate is around 30%. So let's say you make 3 calls a day, you're busy with your corporate, in that case, you'd be making $450 to $900 per day. And here's the best part. In this industry, all you have to do is take a few calls per day from wherever you want and close deals with pre-sold leads. Then you just earn cold hard commission checks. So if you want to land a sales role in this e-learning industry, just give me a follow, go through my content, and I'll show you. Okay, already, the e-learning industry seems to be saturated. So you just told them what it is, though. I don't think this is what they think. What do you mean the e-learning industry? So one, you reveal to them sales in the e-learning industry. And then they're like, I know what you're thinking. The e-learning industry must be saturated, right? And I'm like, no. It's not really a preconception. It's more of like wondering. Like you just revealed the e-learning industry sales. And I'm like, what's that? And now you're like, you probably think it's saturated, right? No, but is it? And you'd be 100% right. You see, the e-learning industry is filled with people who have no sales experience and just want free money. But because you already have sales experience from your corporate sales job, you could very well find a sales role in the e-learning industry within the next 90 days. Now, in case you're not sold yet, here are a few results from the 600 professionals I've worked with. This guy, this guy, and this guy. Drop me a follow. I don't think that switch this to something else. And other than that, it's pretty solid. And also this language and verbiage. Yeah, other than that, let's get it. Club closer, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we're going to drive traffic to the sales page without being salesy. Jack Taylor Fitness. 10% off my online programs. Why did it start me in the middle of the damn page? That's strange. Turn your health and fitness into a lifestyle. I coach my clients to believe in themselves. Be your coach. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. For the prospect. Now, I'm assuming you sell a coaching program since it's on your client results highlight. So the call to action would be that program. What do you mean assuming? It's right here. You just sent me the sales page. How to get back in shape without starting from zero. It's news, bro. How she regained her lost muscle restarting after 1 year. This is a freaking Joe Biden-ass subject line. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you said. She felt hopeless after quitting the gym until this happened. Poor man's intrigue. All right, brother. Hey, name. If your gym shoes have more dust than your bookshelf and you're feeling out of shape, unmotivated, and unsure how to start, then you're a lot like Jen. Okay. When she first came to me, why'd she come to you? When she first came to me, I'd say like when we first met. She had taken a full year off training. She felt stuck, like her body wasn't hers anymore. She wanted to get stronger, leaner, and feel proud of herself again, but she didn't know where to start. This is pretty surface level too, I think. Because starting after a break is hard, like trying to find your phone when it's already in your hand. But I gave her a simple plan that eased her back in and kept things doable and helped her focus on small wins. No pressure to be perfect, no need for motivation to show up every day. And fast forward 1 year later, she dropped 2 kilograms of fat and gained 4 kilograms of muscle. Brother, I'm not gonna lie, these results underwhelm me as hell. Those are rookie numbers, we gotta bump those up. Like, get her on steroids and she can do that in like a week. She rebuilt her strength, gained her lost energy, and reset her mindset. She was just overwhelmed about how to start again, but after getting clear guidance and someone in her corner, making sure she stayed on track when she wanted to bail, That's what made all the difference. So if you also want a guide throughout the journey, it helps you achieve your peak, click here to get a custom-built workout nutrition plan tailored just for you. Interesting. Okay. So I'll start from the surface level part. Then you're a lot like Jen. When I first met her, she had taken a full year off of training. She felt stuck. Every time she planned to go to the gym and wanted to go to the gym, that little voice in her head convinced her, I'll just go tomorrow. I'm really busy today. I didn't have a good sleep last night. And tomorrow will be better. And tomorrow kept becoming the next day, until eventually she got to the point where she didn't like who she saw in the mirror. That's a super, super overused one, but I'll use it right here anyways. She didn't like who she saw in the mirror. But going to the gym felt like pulling teeth to her. She just couldn't go. And it even got to the point where it was so bad, she would drive to the parking lot of the gym with full intentions, but then not get out of the car and drive all the way back because it was that hard for her to get back in the habit after a whole year of being off. And that's when she came to me asking for help. She felt confused. She didn't know where to start. And most of all, she felt extremely unmotivated and self-conscious. So I built her a no pressure recovery workout plan where she would go to the gym, start easy, get consistent, and then we would hammer on the results. Fast forward a year later, she dropped 2 kilograms of fat and 4 kilograms of lean and gained 4 kilograms of lean muscle. But what's even more important than that is that she can't stay out of the gym. It's something that she loves, so that she looks forward to on a daily basis, and it's a part of her lifestyle. And maybe you've felt like going to the gym, this has a lot of pressure. It's really painful, something you really don't want to do on a daily basis. You have to drag yourself out of bed. Well, if you want to go from that to building a workout plan that you love to execute on a daily basis, then CTA. Yeah, click here to get a custom-built workout plan. So I went a little bit deeper in the way of what they're actually feeling. So here's a lesson I'll give you, and I talked about this in the free 8-hour course, so a lot of you guys will probably know it, but it's the IMC framework. Initiate, motivate. Anyways, it's this. I don't know how to explain it. I just don't remember the exact acronym. It's this. See, when people opt in for something, when people sign up for something, when people buy something, they're not just sitting around eating a bag of chips and like, you know what? I think I want to get a gym membership. I think I want to get a gym mentor. It's never random. That's what it is. Incident. An incident happens. And then they get complacent. That's what it is. An incident happens. So what happened to me? What happened to me long ago, before I even joined Hustlers University, is, I'll keep it really vague. Somebody told me off, and they were actually kind of right. And that incident caused a motivation in me. I was like, you know what? I got to lock in. How many of you guys have ever had that moment where something happens in your life and you got to lock in? I'll give you another one. I remember laying there on my back in bed, staring up at my cracked ceiling with water stains because I was living in the hood. I was living in the trap house. While I couldn't sleep, I was up all night because I was hearing the ramblings of my next door neighbors having a domestic dispute through these paper thin walls. And I was 22 years old. And I remember after this exact day, I was scrolling on my phone. And at 22, you know what that means in your life? It means the people who went to college, get a 4-year degree after high school are now graduating. I had gone to the army and I had done some work in construction, but for whatever reason, I felt behind. And from that point, I didn't really feel like, I just graduated and I'm still figuring out what I wanted to do. I felt like these people are already adults and I grew up with them. I don't have any more time. And that's one of the incidents that motivated me. Now, here's where the cycle comes in. Most people, they have an incident, they get motivated, that's when they take action. That's when they read your emails. That's when they opt in. That's when they do all of that. And then eventually they get complacent. Until when? Until another incident happens that motivates them again, and then they take more action. So this right here is when your marketing is most susceptible. People are most susceptible to your marketing. The reason why that's important is because you want to hammer on the incident when you want to get into testimonials. Hammer on the incident. How many of you guys were on my Instagram in the last few days and you saw my reels that I did with Atsushi? Is Atsushi here? Everybody likes Atsushi's reels. But basically, I was speaking with Atsushi and he was talking about how he had a sick mother. He moved to Finland. Things have been hard for him and he knows he has to make this work. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. He's going to have to go back to his country and move back from Finland, etc. How many of you guys can somewhat relate to that? where you have somewhat of a timeline to where your freedom is on the line. And it's like, you got to make this happen. How many of you guys feel like you got to make this happen? See, it's because you can see yourself in his shoes, that you felt the same, that when you tell his story, you'll feel the same motivation. Let's see, Matt Gray. Why do I know this guy? Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, okay. With Russell Brunson. Interesting. Founder Oreos. Okay. The future belongs to the founders who build systematized personal brands. Watch how the top 1% are creating leverage without sacrificing their freedom. Yeah, it's extremely mid. Ready to level up your online business. What the... Okay, let's see what you got. I mean, this VSL better be good, right? He's using drone shots and shit, so I hope so. Bro put all his attribute points in the freaking drone shots. He's like, copy, headline? Nah. Bullets? What's inside? Nah. You get testimonials and drone shots. Buy now. The future of founders is here. Watch how the top 1% achieve freedom with leverage and become experts in their field using content GPS without feeling of it. Is this a real unique mechanism? This one's all right, but okay. But UMs that are just 3 letters might not be the best, and yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I feel like it could just be better. How to create undefeated systems that will give you leverage and scale your business while maintaining work balance and enjoying the work. Maintaining a balance and enjoying the work. Nah, this is too wordy. Like, keep it what he has. How the top 1%, the future of founders is here. Systemize personal brands and creating leverage. I guess he did put leverage without sacrificing their freedom. Yeah, I'd say make another one, another split test option down here. Future of founders. Yeah, what is it though? Systemized person. Like, what are you going to reveal? What am I watching? Why do I need to look at it? Inside, I'll reveal my complete blueprint, or this is my complete blueprint. These are the 6 easy steps of building a personal brand. These are the what. So tell me why I should watch the video and how great it is. Value email campaign idea. The reason most personal brands, what do you mean moist personal brands? All right, I'm just going to read the email. Hopefully there's no typos in it. Goal is to give value to the, oh bro, come on. What's going on here? What's going on? You good? All right. 500,000 posts. Here's what I learned. It'd be learned, not learned. All right. There's like really bad grammar in here. If I find 2 more, I'm probably going to skip. My media company has posted over 500,000 pieces of content in the last 2 years. We work with brands such as Iman, Thai, Grant Cardone. So it's fair to say we've touched more guru content than 2016 dropshipping course, right? So you mean like it's. So you definitely want to proofread this, Grammarly, AI, all of it. And today, I'm going to run over the common pattern I've noticed between the most failing personal brands that get stuck and 200 views jail. Okay, this is definitely flows off here. So I'm going to guess you're a little bit newer, so I'm going to go a little bit easier. But no, the common pattern isn't posting. It's something weirder that people don't talk about enough. The crazy part is when people take over our client's brand, we implement the advice I'm about to drop. Views can up to 100x proof. Now, here, I know what you're thinking. What is the weird failure pattern? Well, it is unclear audience positioning. Unclear audience positioning. What this means is instead of using super broad messaging such as, hey, you target only 20% of your ICP. Most people aren't going to know what that is. Meaning get more specific. For example, want to grow your brand with short form content? Bad. If your company is doing 9 figures, but your clips still look like you filmed them on a toaster, keep watching. However, don't get so specific that they're only posting about one topic. Why? Because one topic narrows your TA and increases brand fatigue. In short, dial in your ICP for more views. That's all for now. Okay, so we can definitely get to work here. First of all, brother, what intended structure am I looking at right now? And the reason why I asked that is because it is really all over the place. I call this corny intrigue. And here's why I call it corny intrigue. My media company has, but okay, first of all, I get it, right? There's a pissing competition. 500,000 pieces of content in the last 2 years. We work with this guy, and this guy. So it's fair to say we've touched more guru content than the 2016 dropshipping course. And today, I'm going to run you over the common pattern I noticed between the most failing and personal brands that get stuck in 200 view jail. All right. how many lines is this? We're about 7 lines in, and then I got to want it. What's in it for me? First of all, opening an email talking about yourself is crazy work, my friend. Crazy work, my friend. I've been conditioned fiercely because when I used to send in my copy for review for ND mentors, and I also was working closely with an accountability partner, whenever he would review my copy that started like this, he'd say, bro, nobody cares. Don't give a fuck about you. Nobody cares about you. Tell me what I want to know. And that is the mindset that you want to go into it with. Now, obviously talking about yourself and your stories are relevant in a lot of ways because in order to get people to buy, you have to subtly showcase your top student results, your origin story, the story of how you learn some of the stuff that you know. Yes, but starting with it like this. So you're basically saying, I've done this thing. I've done a lot of work. I've worked with all these guys, and that makes me really cool. And it's fair to say that I'm really hot stuff, right? And I'm going to run over. Yeah, what's in for me is also long as hell. And then to make it even crazier, you go into the not statements. But no, the common pattern isn't posting inconsistently poor video quality or refusing to work with us. It's something weirder that people don't even talk about. And the crazy part is, it's corny intrigue. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's like using these intrigue parts in a way that just doesn't flow. It doesn't make any sense. It's not conversational. So here's how I might change it. I'll go about it. Hey, first name. Everybody thinks the secret to blowing up is posting inconsistently. But let's be honest. I've seen some businesses post for 5 years straight, 3 times a day, and still end up with 200 views on each reel. Why? Because if posting consistently was the answer, then you could just create an upload bot that would just upload random content every single day, and then you'd make it. But that's not the answer. Everybody knows it has to do with the strategy behind your post. The strategy is it, not just the work. So what is the strategy? Well, it's something that I call, and then I get right into it. So it's a lot more of a cleaner structure because it's simple PAS, right? The problem is that a lot of people get stuck doing these things. The agitate is what? Agitate is 2 things: how it shows up in their life, and it is what will happen in the long term if they don't fix it. So I've seen people post for 5 years straight, 3 times a day, and still end up with 200 views. Pretty much that. Like, how are you supposed to blow up your business if you're in 200 view jail? Whereas, again, what you have here is like, you basically just, I don't know. Yeah, that starting off with how awesome you are, talking about how there's a common pattern, and it's not this thing. The crazy part is when you do what I say, your views can 100x. And I know what you're thinking. What is this weird failure pattern? Well, it is. Like, at this point, it's like, bro, just say it. Just go. What this means is instead of super broad messaging, such as, hey, you. Yeah, so when you're using terms like ICP and what was the other one? TA, you want to actually say them and not assume that people know exactly what you're talking about. Dial in your ICP for more views. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Overall, there's nothing really that wrong with the value portion. It's just like the intrigue isn't like you think it is. Like, what would this be like? It's kind of like when you're watching an episode of a show. I know Dragon Ball Z is really bad for this. Naruto is really bad for this. Most animes are really bad for it. But at the beginning, they'll leave you on a cliffhanger. And you'll be like, oh my God, I have to watch the next episode to watch this cliffhanger. And then the next episode, the cliffhanger still doesn't get solved. So you're like, God damn it, I wasted a whole episode. Okay, well, now I really, really want to see this cliffhanger, so I'm going to stick around. And the next episode comes, the cliffhanger still doesn't come, and you're like, all right, I'm done. I'm done, bro. I don't care anymore. I'm done. You lost me. That's kind of how it's feeling, where it's this. What is it? Well, it's what I'm about to tell you right now. And what I'm about to tell you right now is being able to get people so many good results. So what is it? Well, it's a secret method that I've actually been developing for. It's like, God damn, bro. Let's go. Anyways, hopefully that gives you some insight on how to make some better emails moving forward. This one's for Dan Henry. Now, as for Dan Henry actually reviewed one of my emails back in the day when I was first starting out copywriting. So here's what exactly happened. And I also met Dan Henry at Funnel Hacking Live a couple months ago. So here's how it went. I sent Dan Henry a video intro DM and I said, hey, Dan, it's me. My name is Tyson. You don't know me, but I'm a copywriter, et cetera, et cetera. He said, well, if you're a copywriter, wouldn't you send me some copy instead of a video of yourself? And I was like, all right, then. It's kind of an asshole, but sure, I'll send you some copy. So I sent him some copy. And he says, gets back to me, yeah, man, this is all right for a beginner, but you got to tell more stories, bro. And I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And at this point in time, I actually wasn't really that good at telling stories. So it actually pointed me towards honing in my storytelling in my copy, which was really good overall. Now, this was in my first couple of months, so I can't really say like, oh my God, I was so good. And he doesn't know what he was talking about. But he did say it was good for a beginner. And I was literally a beginner, so I can't really be mad. I also saw him at Funnel Hacking Live too. Interesting fellow. So let's go look at this. The unqualified leads tax. If the cost to acquire a lead is cheap, but they end up getting on calls mostly with unqualified ones, you're paying the unqualified leads tax. That's actually pretty damn good. I like that one. I used to think the lower my cost per lead, the more money I'll see in my bank account each morning. But this was only until I realized the real tax of a low CPL, cost per lead. And once I had that aha moment, I was finally able to add millions of dollars in my business yearly. You can say this, but also he might be the type to just use ARR, annual recurring revenue. Even if you're getting leads really cheaply, if you want to grow your business daily, understanding your CPL, you already said this. No. You already said this wrong. Because sure, your CPL might be low, but is it worth jumping from a call to call with people you don't know, don't trust you, and clearly aren't ready to buy? Didn't think so. Okay. But if your CPL is higher, chances are it's more valuable because you'd stop wasting time with unqualified prospects, only get on calls with people who already know, like, and trust you, scale faster, and doubling down when what works. That's exactly how I generated 1.5 from just our last 3 presentations. The majority of sales happen during the presentation itself. The reason this works so well is because you're not blindly throwing darts with random workshops. Instead, we'll help you create an entire book in less than a day to test your offer and event idea. This gives you immediate feedback to determine whether your presentation will be profitable or if we need to tweak the offer to leave your target audience with no option but to buy. And if you want to learn more about how this presentation funnel works, as well as how you can install it into your business ASAP, I have a free training showing you just that. Click here to watch it and right. Okay, so you know what I'm getting from this? I think you just did a transcript copy and paste. That's just my personal thoughts. That's what it's feeling like. That's what it's giving. It's giving a copy and paste transcript. You know how I would start this email? I would start it up here. I would take the idea, because the idea is good. The idea is definitely carrying this email for sure. But even then, it falls kind of flat. I'll put it like this. Hey, first name, it's April. You know what that means? Tax season. If you're anything like me, you probably got hit with a couple $100,000 or $1 million bill. But did you know that you're probably paying taxes twice? Now, this email isn't about accounting, and I'm no CPA. But what I'm talking about is low CPL tax. Let me explain. You see, beginner coaches only care about vanity metrics. So if they can get a low cost per lead and a fully booked calendar, they're set to go. That's all they really care about. But you want to know what's better than cheap leads? Is expensive leads. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, Tyson, what are you talking about? Why would I want to pay more for my leads? Well, I'll put it this way. Not every lead is created equally. There's 2 people that book a call on your calendar. Person A, he has no idea who you are. He went through and booked a call because he saw that you made a lot of money and he's just kind of curious. So he's just going to hop on, listen to your offer, waste 45 minutes, and then tell you that he doesn't want to hop in. But on the other hand, you have people who book a call with you and they hop on the call. They know who you are. They know what you offer. They're your dream clients. They're the people that are actually going to go into your business and get you results. They're going to get results that then you can market. They come onto the call, credit card in hand, ready to go. And a problem that most people face is they don't know how to get more type B leads, and they're stuck with type A leads. Their salespeople get mad and frustrated because they're getting on 8 hours of calls a day and not getting any closes, meaning no commissions for them. And they're unable to scale because they have too much bloat, too much low quality calls. And then what was it? Now, imagine if instead of your calendar being booked solid with people who don't even know you and have 3 cents left in their bank account, to people who show up on the call and will passionately take out their wallet and want to pay you. Do you think that would make a difference in your business? If you do, I actually created a brand new free training on exactly how you can do just that. I go over bullet. If you want it for completely free, this is something I actually took from my $10,000 mastermind, but I'm giving it out now. So I recommend you watch it while it's still available. I'd go with that. The reason why is because, so this is kind of just explaining. I used to think I had the lower CPL, the better. Talking about tax, had an aha moment, add millions of dollars. And then the rest of it kind of just sounds like some math homework stuff. Like, if you have a low CPL, then you're going to whatever with your CPL. But then if you have a higher CPL, you can stop wasting time, get on more calls. This is all right. But still, good so far. So something else to note, this is kind of nitpicky, but saying CPL a lot. CPL, 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 CPL. Try to come up with more synonyms, and more things to describe what you mean. And when you first start, I would go like this. Here's exactly what I would do. Just so that people are completely aware, cost per lead, CPL. And then for the rest of the email, you can just go CPL. That way it's more understandable. How do I come up with so much good leads? I'll put it this way. 30 times 324. Holy shit. Okay, so in total, I have recorded 10,000 pieces of content for YouTube, not mentioning how much I've recorded for Instagram. So tens of thousands, not counting all of the emails that I've written, not counting all of the emails I've written for myself and also for my clients, not to count all of the posts I've written on school, not to count all of the tweets that I've written on Twitter, not to count me reviewing like a dozen pieces of copy twice per week for the last couple of years. That's probably close to 100,000 pieces that I've created or reviewed. So ask yourself this, everybody in here. If you created or reviewed 100,000 pieces of copy, do you think you'd get better at copywriting in general? Do you think you'd be able to freestyle some fire off the dome? I think so. So if you think that would rock, you know exactly what to do. You got to just start spamming copy, spamming reviews, hop on all the calls. Why did he say weird? What the hell? Oh, is it because he's showing that he's in spam? I'm a direct response marketer, so I handle email marketing. I handle the email marketing side of things as well as building funnels on Wednesday. And then on Saturday, he says, in my opinion, the 9-day one hits harder. It's like a big amount of value in a short time frame, which is pretty cool. By the way, did I answer your question above? Performance-based? Highly dependent on the project, really? If it's easier for you, we can handle it in the chat. Performance-based. I just say yeah. Performance-based. Then when we hop on the call, I can do we can start out as performance-based and blah, 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 bleep, bleep, bloop. But I would just say, yeah, performance-based. But you hit them with the highly dependent on the project, really. If it's easier for you, we can have a chat on Zoom and I can understand what you need help with. I mean, yeah, but yeah, here's the other thing is that if I'm asking you a yes or no question and you're outreaching to me, that's really what I want. Like a yeah or a no. It's like, yes, I'm performance-based. Because if I got this and I was like, are you performance-based? Highly dependent on the project, really. It's easier, we can hop on a chat. Okay, so again, performance-based or no? That might make me, I don't know. Now, if he doesn't reply to what you already have, I would probably just give him a yes or no, because that's what he was looking for. So that content creation dojo thing looked kind of cool, but I think what the price point was like $1,000. Let's do a quick offer, looky poo. Get your black belt in content marketing. Masterfully create content that grows your following in business. Not your average BS marketing course. That's rough. Average length session lessons. Features. Create content like a pro. What the fuck does that mean? In just 3 hours. What? Okay, nobody's reading that. They went and were like, yeah, bro, if you put scrolling transition on this bitch, this shit's got to print. Look at this. How creators are winning. No. Actually, I do know this guy. I've seen him on Instagram. One, two, three, four, five. That's at $12,000. That's at $12,000. Am I tripping? It could be, you know what I think it is? I think it's one of those you give them an offer that's so expensive they would never actually take it, but it makes the other ones look cheaper. I think that's what I'm sensing here. Otherwise, I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about, my friend? Should we join it? What I just said, fucking enjoyed it. So the big thing here is I'm not seeing any real offer at all. I'm not seeing any substance whatsoever. I'm seeing a bunch of crap. Get your black belt in content marketing. What's that even mean? Massively create content that grows your following in business. Wow, I don't want to grow my following in business so that I can make more money, but it doesn't say anything about money. Create content like a pro in just 3 hours. What does that even mean? Like, do I create the content in 3 hours? Do I do it like a pro in 3 hours? Is the course only 3 hours? I don't know. Escape the content hamster wheel. What does that mean? Stand out in a noisy world. What does that mean? Build a content machine that runs 24/7. What's that mean? The same systems and process, Rachel, over 100,000 followers in 30 days. Practical experience, plug and play, battle words, okay. How creators are winning with the dojo. Bro, nobody's reading this. This is so long. I highly recommend Harry to grow your personal brand. I've gone through many coaches in the past 2 years, but nothing like Harry. He was a true reason we have been able to skyrocket our account to 50K brands, reaching out to us and making an honest living, something we truly love. Thank you so much, Harry. We are eternally grateful for all your support. If you are serious about growing your personal brand, reach out to Harry because you won't be disappointed. What does that even mean? Like, what did you get? What did you actually get, though? What is it? Value with the, okay, warm up the reader. Okay. If you're doing this, you're invisible. Hell nah, bro. Hell no. Poor man's intrigue. This is how I made $1 million. If you're using this, you're invincible. This is how I was able to lose weight. Call it something better. First name. There's a brutal mistake killing your content. It's the reason your posts get ignored, your metrics stay stuck in the painful flat line. The worst part, you probably don't even realize you're doing it. Because the thing is, there's danger for going too deep in creator mode, a major sign. You find yourself picking apart everything you try to produce, making it easy to forget who you're even creating it for. The result, you start optimizing for yourself, not for your audience. This is the difference between content creators that convert and content that vanishes. Because the reality is, first name, your followers don't care what you felt like posting today. They're overwhelmed, overstimulated, and scrolling fast. If your content doesn't hit them with a payoff in the first 2 seconds, they're gone. That's why content can't just be expressive. It has to be useful. It needs to give the viewer something, a quick win, a real insight, a punchy POV they feel in their chest. It needs to serve, not show off. Inside the dojo, we call this value first content. For my students, creating value first content is a muscle memory. So next time you go about posting, ask yourself, why would I stop for this if I didn't know me? If the answer is no, rework it. Flip it from what do I say to what does my audience want to hear? Because invisible content doesn't build brands, but impactful content can scale a brand to the moon. Keep creating. Interesting. Now, this is a video that I recorded for my own B2B brand. I have like an agency that I'm running, a content agency more or less. So here's how I'm going to review your email by showing you exactly what I wrote, which was in a similar topic. And it's this. Most people post value, but posting value is probably the worst advice that's on the internet today. So the reason why that angle is more impactful is because everybody knows to post value. You saying, guys, and it's kind of funny because it's hypocritical. Guys, what you need to do if you really want to get views is post value. If it's not valuable, then people aren't going to watch and you're not going to make money. Make sure you buy the content dojo. It's like, bro, but how valuable was that email really? What did you really say? Like, really think, what did you really say? You said you should start posting stuff that's valuable instead of just stuff that you want. That sounds, I don't know. Honestly, I could just go ask ChatGPT, hey, what are some ways that I can make my content even better? And that's what it would say. But what I say is don't post value. A lot of people focus on giving people info and they overeducate in their content. But in my experience, these are the worst things you can do because they actually led to me being stuck in my business for months and hitting a growth wall. The problem is that value is an extremely bundled term and it's vague. And then I give this. Here's the reason. But this is the big one, right? I liken it to this. If you want to know something, do you go and look at the library? Do you go look through encyclopedias? Or do you go and ask ChatGPT? And you want to know what? You want to know why Google is now basically fighting for its life while ChatGPT and AI is growing? The reason why is because AI will actually do the research for you. There was a time, not too long ago, a couple days ago, that I Googled who won the Canadian election, right? Because I just woke up the day after the election. I wanted to know. I go on Google and all I see is article. I don't want to read your shitty article. And when I click on a damn link, you know what it says? It says, to read the rest of the article, pay us $8. No. So I Google it. I'm like, why did I even do that? I go to ChatGPT, I ask, it says, Mark Carney, here's some more information. See, as a creator, you're not someone who's meant to educate. You're someone who's meant to filter. You filter out all the crap that they don't need to know, and you give them exactly what they need to know in the shortest amount of time in the best way possible. Here's another example. Would you rather watch a 20-minute video that contains one life-changing insight or a 5-minute video with the exact same effect? The answer is obvious. Your audience doesn't care how much time to wade through fluff, no matter how valuable it is. And I would end the email with this. Don't focus on minutes of value. Focus on amount of value per minute. It's not about giving value. It's about how you give value. How do you give value in a way where you inspire people not just to make a change and transform their own lives, but also build a relationship with your brand? Well, that's exactly what I show my students inside of Content Creation Dojo. I go something like that. This angle right here is a little bit vanilla. It's like, yeah, man, in your content, you should give value. That's like 101. Would I stop for this if I don't know me? Also, this is not really like that impactful because most people would be like, yeah, again, you're literally telling people, don't think of it from your point of view. And then you're like, think of it from your point of view. Would you stop if you see what I'm saying? The value is a little bit airy-fairy because how do you really take an objective look and use that to your advantage? How do you come up with really good value like you do? Well, I'm not going to belabor the point. One is obviously frequency of creation. I do a lot. But as for another way to think about it, how do you come up with really good value like you do? There's a couple parts of value and how I think of it. So everybody knows that you should, quote unquote, give value. That's the big thing. Give value, give value, give value. But what is value and what is the best way that you can actually give it? Because it is true, right? It might be a marketing angle. I mean, let's be honest. I play the game just like everybody else out here. But it's like, how do you give the value? So one, you have to make sure that people have the highest perceived value of what you're saying. So what do I mean by that? Well, right now, as a lot of you guys know, I'm creating the free 16-hour course. And in the beginning of the 16-hour course, one of the things that I do is I went through and I gathered all the screenshots from the last few mentorships and programs that I joined. And in the last year, I have joined about 60 to 70,000 worth of mentorship. And then I say, I'm teaching you everything that I learned so that you don't have to spend 60 to 70 grand. Now, there's lots of different ways to increase perceived value. That was one of the ones that I decided to do. That's part number one, increasing the perceived value. Part number two is simplifying your communication. Sometimes people get caught up into the trap of thinking, well, my audience is sophisticated, so why simplify? Well, simplifying your value makes it easy for people who are not as sophisticated to understand, and even easier for people who are sophisticated to understand. There's a few ways you can do that. One of the particular ways inside of my free courses that I like to employ is drawings. I would show you guys some of them because some of them are pretty fire and I've been working on them lately, but it's not around. But simple drawings, simple frameworks, some simple acronyms. You know what I also really love to use a lot is unique mechanisms. A lot of unique mechanisms because it helps people put a word to a feeling, a word to a scenario, to a phenomenon. Really important. Like I like the other one where he said something about low cost per lead tax or something. I thought that was good because everybody hates taxes. So it's like kind of puts it into more perspective. Those are some of the ways. So there's only so much value you can give, and all the information is out there on the internet already. You need to think of how it can give value in an entertaining way that also incorporates mine or whoever you're writing for, their experience. Bazooka number one, first email, first contact. I'm sorry I infiltrated your boss. All right, Tom, I admit it. You caught me. I scouted your sales funnel for 180 minutes without your permission. But before you shoot me down, I discovered a critical funnel crack that might be causing high-ticket clients to overlook offer. Yeah, be more specific. Be way more specific. Is it the pages? Is it the emails? Is it the VSLs? Oops. Is it their webinar promo that they're doing right now? What's their high-ticket program called? Get as specific as possible. Because right now it's sounding, I know even that you have variables in here, but still, even it sounds extremely, yeah. So I went over the top and mapped out a quick 3-minute battle plan. It could throw 15 to 20% more conversions into your barrel. Nah. What does that even mean? Like if someone told me, hey, Tyson, you're going to get an extra 15% conversions. I'm like, what? Conversions on what? On your email list. Well, I don't even know what that, I literally cannot conceptualize it. As a CEO, think of it like this. I have to keep track of the profit and loss for the business. So how much everybody's getting paid, how much the marketing department's getting paid, how much the sales department's getting paid. I have to know the close rate of our closers. I got to know the qualified booking rate. I got to know the marketing qualified rate, the sales qualified rate. I got to know the overall revenue from email. So being like, yeah, man, an extra 15 to 20%, that's so vague. 15 to 20% of what conversions? Of where? Are the conversions in the room with us now? Like, what are you talking about? What exactly do you mean? If you'd rather watch it than take me down for my crime, then I just reply with the word, I hate this, and I'll deploy the video straight to you. Yeah, other than that, it's all right. I'd say you're leaning a little bit too heavily on the tongue-in-cheek aspect. You need to get a little bit more into the offer numbers. I'm trying to hear what exactly do you mean? Money-wise. Not even money-wise, but here's another way you can think of it. I can help you book it. So this is the farthest I would go from money. So right here, you have money. Next, you have qualified booked calls. If we're talking about a high ticket funnel. So you have money, which is like the bottom line. You don't want to use money because that sounds like a caveman offer. Caveman offer is when you go to somebody, you don't know anything about marketing. So you say, hey, I can write you copy that makes you more money. Garbage. So what do you do instead? Then you have qualified booked calls. You can say that. You can just say booked calls. You can say convert more leads to booked calls. Convert more leads to qualified booked calls. Get more traffic. Turn more traffic into leads. Those are the types of terms that you want to use. And then numerically, you can use those as well. So for example, I can help you get an extra 5 high ticket clients a month. That's easier for most people to realize or to think of. So if my product was $10,000 and you can get me 7 extra high ticket clients a month, that's $70,000 a month extra. Now, speaking my language, 15 to 20% more conversions, that doesn't even really mean anything. So there you go, pal. Hopefully I gave you some insights there. Start online training. Oh my. Okay. We'll start a profitable online business for you in just 7 days with our 3-step TRVL method on a risk-free 1-week trial. Experience the freedom of quickly leaving your job, traveling the world, and making a full-time income with your fitness passion. Start your first free trial today. Now, this is an offer. This is what an offer looks like. Here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to start a profitable online business for you in just 7 days with our 3-step method with a risk-free 1-week trial. So let's go through, let's do this. By no means am I saying that this is a perfect offer, but goodness gracious, man, it's an offer. And I guess just look at the way that this is different from just selling. They don't say, hey, we'll help you build your fitness business. That's what they're doing, right? That's the service. But what do they do instead? They focus on the outcome. So the dream outcome, quickly leaving your job, traveling the world, making full-time income. We do it for you. Perceived likelihood of achievement, we do it for you. They could add more social proof here, saying like, this has already worked for this many people. This is why we know what we're doing. So they could add a little bit more of that. Next is time delay in just 7 days. Yeah, so pretty quick. And then less effort and sacrifice. No certifications, large social media presence, or much time is needed. Let me handle something that a lot of you guys are probably thinking. Who reads this and starts thinking like, what's the catch? Who reads this and is a little bit like, okay, what? You talk about 7 days? So here's the thing with marketing, right? Is that to an extent is what you want people to feel. Is like, what? Skepticism. You want the headline, you want the front to feel a little bit skeptical. Because guess what? If you're skeptical of it, you're paying attention. And there's now a reason for you to want to learn more. Like I said, it's not a perfect offer by any means. But here's the thing, is that when you make an offer, you are setting higher standards for yourself. If you just say, hey man, I'll be your copywriter and write your copy, now all you have to do is be a copywriter and write that person's copy. They're not really expecting anything of you. But if you say, I can get you an extra 10 high ticket clients every single month, well then that's what is expected of you. It might hurt you a little bit in the back end because if you don't get them 10 high ticket clients, then you're gonna look like a fibber. But the hardest thing for copywriters or freelancers to do is to just get people in the door in the first place. And you making a overall lackluster offer is gonna make it so that you never get anybody's attention or get on any sales calls. But let's be honest, does it kind of make you want to hit the red button? What would not make you want to hit the red button if it just said, hey, we'll help you build your fitness business? Freedom is the new 6-pack. 10 years ago, it was about how shredded you were. Now it's about how free you are, first name. If you're still glued to the gym clock every day, you're flexing the wrong muscle. That's why it's time to build a business that pays you back. You're world class at coaching bodies, but you're building an online business feels like deadlifting on quicksand. 1 minute you're Googling how to start online coaching at 1 a.m. The next you're posting random workouts on IG, crossing your fingers they bring in clients. Meanwhile, some guy dancing on TikTok has 100K followers and zero clue how to coach. Most coaches believe that if you just put in the work now, grinding 10 plus hours a day, stacking clients, barely seeing your family, someday it'll pay off. Someday. You'll be financially free, you'll have the time, you'll finally live the life you dreamed about. But that someday never comes by accident. If your business still depends on showing up physically every day, if you're still trading hours for dollars, you're just building a better paying job, and jobs die when you burn out. That's why smart coaches are shifting online, because a real business is built on systems that bring in clients, deliver information, and give you your life back, even when you're nowhere near a squat rack. Otherwise, the math only gets uglier. Every day you keep hustling for someday is another day you miss dinner with your partner, another birthday you half show up for, another small surrender you didn't mean to take. While you scramble to cover next month's bills, if you don't take control now, your life will choose for you later. And by then, the cost won't just be financially, it'll be your freedom, your energy, and the relationships you thought would always be there when you were finally ready. So if building an online coaching business feels like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, then what you need to do is build it for you. That's exactly what the TRVL method is. Here's a tiny taste of what you'll walk away with in 7 days. The airplane mode offer, the 2-hour-a-day business builder, the invisible pipeline setup. So click here if 7 days sounds like better than 7 more years stuck on the grind. Freedom is not going to DM you. You got to make the first move. Your friend, Hakeem, new six-pack, white. Damn, brother. This is like, damn, bro. It's like 5 emails. Yeah, so first of all, long as hell. Long as hell. So here's what the main things that you're missing. One, you're missing context. When I first start this, I'm like, bruv, I feel like I'm having a stroke. Like, what am I looking at? Who is this for? What am I reading? What's the problem? What is the subject matter? Next, holy crap. It's long as hell, and the amount of lists that you have is insane. I want somebody to go through and tell me how many lists, like 3-part lists this guy has, because there's so many. Now, what you did well, the conversationalism, the wittiness, cleverness, unique mechanism, if type of stuff, quite good. But it can be condensed half as long, and it would be way better. Overall, it's pretty good though. Pretty cool, unique mechanism. Makes sense. I don't hate it, but boy, is it long. It's insane. What do you think, guys? Are we able to start a coaching business yet? Fitness coaching? Maybe one day? I'm cutting, so mark my words. I'm going to be like freaking 3% body fat here any day now. Any day now. But yeah, overall, honestly, the email's not bad, but the length just kills it. 10 years ago, it was about how shredded you were. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? To who? What? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, so the other thing is like, it's cool when you get descriptive, but this is like Harry Potter levels of like, bro, let's get into it. I walked in the room and the window was cold and dripping with condensation and I could smell something in the air. It's like, damn, bro, please just tell me what I should do. Honestly, the relatability is pretty good if you're going for like brand new beginner coachy guys. Let me read the chat. How does this tie in with the 6-pack thing? Good point. Freedom is the new 6-pack. What does that mean? I think I don't know. I get what he's trying to do. You could definitely come up with a better subject line, that's for sure. Because you have some other good lines in here which you could definitely use. Keep going. You'll be financially, you have time. You just build a better paying job. Jobs burn out. Even when you're nowhere near the squat rack. I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool. Also, it's weird because you're assuming people are like, so the person reading this is someone who's like, man, I'm like the best coach in the world. If only I got like a bunch of views. But then you're also like, oh, well, you're only half-assing it. You're just like posting some random stuff on TikTok, trying to get views and trying to get clients. Yeah, that's the main points that you can work on. But overall, your writing shows a lot of potential. Write a little bit shorter. And I'd love to read your next email with the feedback that I gave. Prospect. Okay. Oh, this guy, Bulletproof John. I saw John W. and I was like, Johnny Walker. Page. Okay, let's see. Okay. The no BS advisory for 6 and 7 figure online businessmen who want to get to 100K, 200K, 500K, or even $1 million just by changing how you think. The no BS advisory for 6 and 7 figure online businessmen who want to get to 100K, 200K, 500K, or even $1 million months just by changing how you think. Honestly, bro, that's dookie. That is straight dookie, bro. It's a no from me, dog. But let's see what you got. Angle, focused on one pain point. Okay, this is a pretty cool detailed doc. I may have written a different email not fully aligned with the angle because I struggled to coming up with one. What's your angle then? Why making more money makes it harder to switch off your brain. This will free you from the constant exhausting mental loops that keep you working 24/7, even with your family. Okay, here's the thing that I'm confused about. Is the product, and of course I could just watch the whole VSL, but I'm not going to do that. Is the product about, actually no, I know what it is because I watched the VSL, or I read the headline. So here's where you're wrong, my friend. This is for people who want to make more money, not for people who want mindset coaching. What was the headline? Do you want to make 100K, 200K, 500K, or even $1 million a month? Something like that, right? So this isn't about, hey man, this is how to actually relax when you're not working. That's not what, that doesn't align with the VSL. So here is the overview of how you want to even create your copy. Okay, right now I'm going to do a macro level. Zooming out, you want to look at their VSL and you want to look at every single belief shift that is in the VSL. Then you want to have those all down on a document, and all of your emails are essentially going to be about those. They're going to be all types of those belief shifts. For example, one belief shift that's in my business, that's in my company that you guys should know by now is that copywriting is a great way to start making money online. Probably the best way to get to 3K per month, to 5K per month. But to get to that 10K per month, you're going to have to add some more to your, what I call, copy toolkit. And this does two things. When you add things to your copy toolkit, one, you get more employable. Your total addressable market grows. Now, instead of only going for businesses who need copywriters, now you're going for businesses who need copywriting, email marketing, funnel building. So you go from 1 million possible clients to 10 million possible clients just because you're diversifying your skill set. On top of that, because you are more skilled than you otherwise would be as just a copywriter, you're also making more money. That's one belief thing that I have in my business. So you're going to want to go through his VSL and find all of those ones in his, right? And always tie it back to how it makes him more money. Now, if somehow, some way in the email you do tie it back to making more money, which right here it doesn't say, then that's where you're going to want to switch some things around. Because I read the angle, I read the what's in it for me, but I didn't really see anything that's like, oh, you want to learn this because you want more money. It's more like you want to learn this so that you can relax, which is not what entrepreneurs want to do. So let's go. Let's look. Sacrifice peace for money. Okay. Stuck in business means more energy. No, that's booty cheeks. I don't know what the hell that even means. What? Nah. There's a 75% chance you're dealing with booty cheeks. No. Like what? No. Money doesn't bring freedom? Nah, bro. I don't care. Make peace with your business. Make peace with your business. Nah, bro. What? You're repelling freedom when making money. Nah, bro. No. You're literally writing an email to entrepreneurs saying, in every single one of these subject lines, what is it saying? What's the one sentence actual meaning of it? Making money bad. Imagine somebody who's obsessed with making money, and your product is about making more money, and you are sending an email saying, making money bad. Let's just read the email. Let's just read the email. Hey, first name. If you've been feeling like your brain is shutting down lately, and if being present at dinner with your family feels like a challenge, then listen close. You can definitely fix this. Okay, so what we have here is 2 if statements in the lead. In copywriting, there's not a never or always, but I wouldn't do this. I would not do this. If you've been this, full sentence, and if you've been this, full sentence, then listen close. So there's 2 reasons as to why I wouldn't do this. One, it spits in the face of the rule of threes. The rule of threes is like if you're making like a little list, you don't make it 2, you don't make it 4, you make it 3. 3 is just a satisfying number in the human brain, the psychology. And it's your damn lead, bro. It's your lead. I know you've heard me say this before. You have to be choosy with your lead. Pick one thing. People go in their lead. Are you struggling with being overweight? You have excess body fat. You don't like who you see in the mirror, or you're trying all these diets and it's not really working, or you can't really figure out how to lose weight, or you struggle without having to eat all of your favorite foods. It's like the one problem, one if statement, one relatable sentence, one idea, one, not 2. 3 if it's later on in the email, but that's it for another day. Then listen close, all right? If you try to make any more money, it's going to decrease your chances of achieving success. Yeah, dude, this is the same thing I just said. You're literally, if I'm a money obsessed entrepreneur, which is who you're looking for, this email is going to be like, bro, this is dumb. This is, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like one of those fairies online that's like, in order to be happy, all you need is your family. All you need is peace. You can be peaceful and broke. That's the life. And as a business and entrepreneur, I don't want to read that. And that's what it sounds like you're getting into. Whether that's getting financial freedom, spending more time with your family, and even hit the next level with your business. Let me translate what you just said. If you try to make any more money, it's going to decrease your chances of hitting the next level in your business. Explain. Somebody make that make sense. If you eat more food, it's going to decrease your chances of gaining weight. Why? Because at this stage, at what stage? Most business owners can't handle their own success. Now, when you say this stage, you're probably referring to this line up here, right? Look at how far away this is. In order for me to know what you're talking about right here, I would have to remember what you said like 10 lines ago. This is called assumed readership. You know why it's called that? Because people don't read. I know you think people go through their email and they say, if you've been feeling like your brain is shutting down lately, and if being present at dinner with your family feels like a challenge. No, they go like this. If you've been close, you're trying to make more money. Why? Because at this stage, at what stage? I'm confused. Click off. They skimming, bro. They skimming. They ain't reading, they skimming. So if you're going to say this, it, that, all those words that refer to something, just say the actual thing. You know what would be good here? To say a revenue number. So the dude's landing page, let's go back and give it a little peekaboo here. 6 and 7 figure online businessman. Wait, what? This literally says 7-figure online businessmen who want to get to 100K months. This headline gets worse and worse every time I look at it. If you're at 100K per month, I'm going to show you how to get to 100K per month just by changing how you think. Let's stay on track here, fellas. Most business owners can't handle their own success. Most business owners can't handle their own success. Every decision that they make either comes with hesitation or guilt. And that's the worst state you could be in when building a business that brings you freedom. Most business owners can't handle their own success. Right here is a perfect time for a why, and then tweetable / line that needs explaining. For example, most business owners can't handle their own success. Every decision, because at this stage, at 7 figures, actually, I would just put 6 figures here, right? Because at 6 figures and above, most business owners can't handle their own success. Why? Because they're being pulled in 2 directions. They either work harder and make more money, or they enjoy what they have and risk everything that they've built so far. And this is why it's so difficult for so many people to move past 6 and 7 figures, start climbing towards those $1 million months. I'll just say that. The answer? Well, it's not what most people think. It's not, this or that or that. The real answer is understanding that life has 0 balance. But otherwise, life actually comes in seasons. Let me explain. See, in life, there's a season for work. There's a season for unhesitatingly grinding your face off. Because guess what? There's no way to build a huge business that stands the test of time otherwise. But you have to understand also in business, there are seasons of peace. There are seasons of leisure. There are seasons of vacation. And having those seasons live in harmony within your life is not only going to help you build a bigger business, but also a business that you love. And then I'll go to CTA. But, let me read what you got. And that's the worst state you could be in when building a business that brings you freedom, bruv. This is the sentence is, this is so crazy that Google Docs is like glitching out over here. What? That's like long as fuck. Like, tell me you can't say that sentence in way shorter. And that's the worst state you could be in when building a business that brings you freedom. I've been there. Where? I know what you're saying, right? 2 lines ago, again, you're assuming readership. Like, literally pretend like the person who's reading has no memory. You have to mention every single thing that you are saying. And I know what it feels like to keep just don't even say there. Just say, I know what it keeps like to keep your worry radar up 24/7. Okay, we got a pseudo unique mechanism. Okay, all right. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the momentum. Having to make sure your team is doing things right. Yeah. Your competitors are crushing it, making you feel demotivated. Yeah. Okay. And ensuring your clients are constantly being dealt with. Okay. Right. We got a good unique mechanism, pseudo unique mechanism. We got 3 good relatables, right? You actually did use the rule of 3s. Okay. I like what I'm seeing now. Okay. Can he save it? Can he save it in the second half? You had us in the first half. But you don't have to be in that constant loop of solving problems. Okay. Instead of that, I would use A, but that's all right. That's okay. Let's go. After building multiple 7-figure businesses and consulting with thousands of others to 6 to 8-figure brands, I've come to one conclusion. Okay. We building up. Okay. It doesn't take you any tactics/systems to make more money after 6 figures, but emotional skills. You know what? I messed with this so far. Yeah, okay. Tell him, Neo. Let's see. Because you've already proven you can make money. And the more you scale, the more you realize that it's actually possible to hit the next stage every time. Okay. I will cut the word actually because it's a filler. But okay. It's only when you clear out your hesitations and take decisions in a way where they push your business forward instead of slowing it down that you're going to make it. No, but okay. This sentence is way too long. This is called an Oxford comma when you do the insertion like that. But because it's so long, it's like, this is too much. Now, I know this is easier said than done. Okay, he just did a problem solution loop. Let's go, Neo. Come on, let me see what you got. Which is why I want to show you the 6-pillar mindset protocol that's helped me and thousands of other 8+ figure brands establish those emotional skills. Okay. He's probably saying this in his VSL, but dog, like, nah. But if he says it in the VSL, then sure. Because here's the other thing, is that business owners, entrepreneurs value logic much more than emotion. When they hear emotion, they hear like your girl getting upset because you pulled your hand away to itch your ear when you guys were holding hands. That's what they think of when they hear emotion. They hear emotion, they hear irrational. So I wouldn't use the word emotion. I would use something else, a synonym. But you know what? Maybe he says it in the VSL because his marketing is clearly absolute booty cheeks, dookie balls, but that's neither here nor there. Not only its purpose is to help you make more money. You're missing a word here, bro. Come on, man. You were doing good. Come on, bro. These last 3 lines better speak to me, bro. But also remove all worries around problems in your business. If you feel like they could help you go further in your career, click here. Nah, same thing, dude. Don't do that. Assuming readership. So you're assuming readership like crazy. Okay. So you had me going there for a little bit. All right. Overall, in the second half was way better than the first half. CTA kind of fumbled a little bit. I'm not going to lie. You fumbled that end. You were like 1 yard line away. And I was like, it could have been such a good build up from like the middle to the end, but it didn't happen. So yeah, the biggest thing that's killing you here is assuming readership. And you have some messy sentences, dog. Like some of these sentences are like, bro, where did you get this? Where did you get that? Practice email number 2. Okay, sweet. Let's see. Who's this guy? And don't worry, it's not just you guys, but this is shit. to be honest. Like, what is this? I hate posts like this. Like, why? I don't care about all your tweets, bro. This is not Twitter. This is literally not X. Did you have Reels? Oh, this is a goofy ass, like, black and white style shit. Okay. See, guys, it's not just you. Okay, he actually does have a Reel. I don't know how it has 1.7 million. It's the only one where he's showing his face. Let's just see his sales page. X growth system. X growth? Oh, like X. Twitter. Okay, maybe that's why he's so on X. He has a VSL here? Okay, cool. How I grew from 0 to 34K X followers. 34K? Bruv, that's like, those are rookie numbers, bro. Followers and build. Bro, how I grew from 0 to 34K X followers and build. You mean built? The past tense of build is built. 6-figure business in 16 months, working just 2 hours per day. If it took you so long, why were you only working 2 hours a day? Use my proven system to gain 20K followers and 3M monthly impressions, all while working only 2 hours a day. What the hell is this? Why am I looking at Tony Robbins right now? I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. Like, what is this? What is this crap? In my tweet, this is garbage. This is garbage. Like, this white text, is this about what's above or what's below? I don't know. Anyways, somebody help this man. Save $300. How much is it? 197. Okay. This isn't an upsell. This is a cross sell. For just $97 one time, get the best writing strategies I've learned after spending $18K in 3 years. After spending $18K in 3 years? 3 years on what? After spending 3 years. Spending 3 years. Bruv. All right. Let's just read it. The dangerous habit that's ruining your life. Are you guilty of this too? It's kind of like if I sent out emails to my list and I said, here's how to make more money. Snooze fest, bro. Snooze fest. Let's keep reading though. I crave approval from people who don't even approve of themselves. How absurd would it be to hear someone say that? First name. I bet no one has ever said that out loud, but that's the way many people feel inside, often without knowing it. That's how they live. Nah. Today I want to show you a way to break free from that trap. Nah, dude, same thing, dude. Why are you doing that? What trap? That's assuming readership again. So you can stop shrinking yourself, stop seeking to please them, stop letting opinions. Bro, what are you doing? What is this? No, dude. What is this? This supposed to be a value email? This is actual booty. Here's the thing. This is what I would consider a pep talk email. That is the category I would put it in, pep talk email. Pep talk emails are like, hey, bro, I know things are looking down right now, but keep grinding, keep pushing, and you will get there. They're sort of like a type of value email, but they're not really a value email. And I advise, here's the thing, and this is one of the first things that I say in the 90-Day Academy is this: practice intentionally. Don't just write willy-nilly emails. So when you're writing an email like this, it's like, why even write it? For free value, for practice. Like, this says practice. That's what the doc is named. So why are you writing that for practice? Write something about the actual product, dude. Like I said, take all the belief shifts that are in the VSL and expand on them. Make an actual email out of that. I don't know why you just kind of like take one of his reels, which is exactly what this sounds like. This sounds like the transcript of a reel, which I see all the time, is people just go to a creator and they're like, look their transcript, copy, paste it into type into document, and they're like, copy, voila. That is not how it works. That is not how it works. Stop letting their opinions matter more than your own and be free to do what you want with your life. Because first name, the reality is that as long as you're seeking approval, you'll never really be free. Seneca said it best. All right, bro, you're straight up giving me a stoicism line. And don't worry, I love stoicism. I actually know Seneca, Musonius Rufus, Marcus Aurelius, what was the other one? And Zeno. Zeno was the creator. But in an email with an X product, like, this has nothing to do with X. This has nothing to do with growing online. This has nothing to do with the actual product. It's so far removed from the product, which is why I'm wondering why you wrote it. He was right centuries ago and still is today. Think about it. How often do you, do this instead. Stop waiting for permission to live your own life. Stop caring what they think. If freedom matters to you, the freedom to work from anywhere you want, this post will show you how to get there. I quit Twitter. Okay, no. Yeah, that's the thing. People click on what they want more of. So if they're reading this mindset stuff and they're like, oh yeah, I really like this mindset stuff, they're not going to switch gears and go like, oh yeah, let me go read about some Twitter make money online stuff. They're completely different. If this was like, here's how to blow up on X, and oh, if you want to learn more, I made an X post about this, then that CTA would cook. If this was, here's a little pep talk, and then if you want to look at my, I don't know, if I have a free resource or tool about mindset, then they would click on that. But to go, oh yeah, bro, like you got to stop thinking about what other people think, talking about what other people think. And like, Seneca said it best, back in like, 20 CE, he was the man, bro. Super good. By the way, I actually posted on Twitter how to make money. You want to go look at that? No, negative. But keep working, bro. Keep working. Target avatar. Okay. Day 1, create 3 emails in a document. Baseline emails. Okay. Why do most people never achieve their dream body? This is aight. I mean, this is day 1, so I'll be nice. But it's very basic. Hey, first name. Do you know why most people never achieve their dream body, even if they train 5 times a week, eat healthy meals, and do cardio? Yeah. See, this is a list. Here's a new rule of thumb for you guys. And a rule of thumb means that it's not a hard rule that you use all the time, but it's a rule that you're going to want to take into account more often than not. Don't put lists in the beginning of your emails, in the leads. I don't know. You're killing consumability here. Imagine if you're scrolling through your phone, you're doom scrolling, dog, and you come across a reel and you say, copywriters, are you struggling trying to get clients? Is it hard for you to write copy? Is it confusing understanding email marketing? Is it hard to start? Are you thinking about buying a course? Are you watching people on YouTube? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Do you feel like this? Do you feel like that? Bro, just get on with it. Just get on with it, bro. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you need. Yeah, just no list, bro. No list. How is this possible? This question crossed your mind, right? Fluff. Like what does that add to the email? But how is this possible? This question crossed your mind, right? Economy of words. Say the most that you can with the least amount of words. Who? I know what you mean because I'm reviewing your email. You mean the people who go to the gym 5 times a week, eat healthy meals, and do cardio. So say this. So here's what I would say instead. Do you know why most people never achieve their dream body, even though they do all the right things? I said exactly what you just said. In so many less words. Do you know why most people can't achieve their dream body despite doing all the right things? It seems like honestly, you're not even saying anything. But how is this possible? The question crossed your mind, right? They are doing so much and they don't get what they want. It seems unfair. That's because they don't have a coach who leads them towards their goals, which is their dream body. This is an email that's like, hey man, you want to know why it's so hard for these people to actually succeed, bro? It's because they don't have a coach. I'm a coach. You want me to be your coach? Click here so I can be your coach. Bro, if sales were that easy, I wish. So what you're doing here is you are putting together a promo email and a value email, right? And they don't go together. It's one of the same. You don't. The expression is you don't eat where you defecate. I'll put it like that. So let's break it down. If I'm giving a value email, the value inside the email is kind of like I was mentioning before, a mindset shift. It's a belief shift towards something that they need to believe in order to believe in the product. For example, let's just say nobody's going to purchase from some dropshipping guru if they don't believe that dropshipping is the way. And let's say they need to do branded dropshipping. So it's not just dropshipping like everyone else is talking about, but it's about building an actual brand, an e-commerce brand, instead of just dropshipping crappy products. Then you'd write an email about that. Don't write an email about the program. Imagine I came on, or like if some dropshipping dude came on, he was like, hey dude, dropshipping is the way. I made $20 million this month. And if you want to do the same thing, you want to know what the number one thing that's going to help you is getting a dropshipping coach. A dropshipping coach can help you so much. I'm a dropshipping coach, by the way. Link in my bio, by the way. It's like, no. So if you're going to do a value email, here's what you would sell in that last scenario, the hypothetical I was giving you. The email would be, here's why dropshipping is dead and branded dropshipping has taken over. You want to know why people buy Apple? It's not because they're the best. It's because it's Apple. They already have a MacBook. They already have an iPhone. If they're looking for a smartwatch, what do you think they're going to get? A Fitbit? You think they're going to get a Fitbit? No, they're going to get an Apple Watch. Why is that? Because of one thing, brand. If you want to use and harness the power of brands in your dropshipping, well, I've actually created this 12-step system that I'm going to teach to you for free in order to do that. If you want it, click here at the bottom. Then they're like, this is good. I'm going to click here at the bottom. They click there at the bottom. Then where do they go? They go to a page. This is called a landing page. On a landing page, there's a video on there. The video is a video sales letter. And in the video sales letter, he's like, here's my 12-step process. And then he does step number 1. Oh, okay, that sounds really good. You write in there. You feel in the value. You're like, okay, this is awesome. And then at the end of it, he says, look, you can do all this on your own if you want. But this is like an entire system that I've mastered. If you want me to help you and hold you by the hand while you implement this system, and I tell you exactly how, then click below and schedule a call with me. Then they schedule a call with them, and then there's like some $10,000 dropshipping product or something. That's how you do marketing. It's not the reason why you're not. Otherwise, you're saying the reason you're not where you want to be is because you don't have me. And people are not going to buy that. Maybe at one point, but in 2025, negative. Hopefully that helped. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. My intrusive thoughts are going crazy right now, so I'm just gonna not talk too much. Wait. The attachment specialist? I help you achieve secure attachment and improve your relationships. Oh, bro. Okay. I'm going to heaven, bro. I'm committed to going to heaven. I'm not letting my intrusive thoughts win. Not this time. Oh, shoot. We're actually 5 minutes over time. Oh, well. I'm going to keep going. Relationship email. What is an avoidant person and why do they keep ruining the relationship? I actually know this attachment style thing. I have a book called Attachments. It's quite interesting. And my theory of it is not that, honestly, it has nothing to do with attachment theory, attachments. For me, it has a lot more to do with the dynamic between male and female, because every single person, every single one I checked, every single example they give in the book, the man is the avoidant and the female is the anxious. And the the middle one is interchangeable. What is it called? Secure? Yeah, that one's interchangeable. So I don't know. I mean, if men are able to be the anxious attachment type, why wouldn't they have that in the book? I think it's just talking about men and women dynamics without saying men and women, because masculine and feminine, because it's 2025. But that's neither here nor there. Subject line 1, your marriage isn't dead. It's crying for help. Okay. Your husband is not evil. He's just scared. Okay. I might use a different word than evil, because it's like, your husband isn't mean or something, or I don't know. Maybe diff word. This epidemic that won't kill you, but will kill your relationship. I would say pandemic. Yeah, pandemic. It's a little 2020 action right there for you. All right, our first relationship email of the day. Let's check it out. First name. If talking about love with your partner feels like explaining Wi-Fi to your grandma, you're not alone. Okay. I usually wouldn't be cool with putting an analogy in the very first one, but it works. Although, why is it like this? Why don't it just be, what the hell's going on here? Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. This should be together. I don't know why it's apart like that, separated by that line. Love is the most wonderful thing on the planet, but some men run from it like it's the most terrifying thing. I would say, fix this word. Huh? Like, what does that even mean? Like, it's the most terrifying thing. Yeah? Most terrifying thing. Most men run from it. Run from it like it's the plague. Run from it like, what? You use the word like, so it's an analogy, but it's not a very good analogy, because you're just saying, like, it's the most terrifying thing. They sabotage relationships almost like they have to kill the connection before it can destroy them. Yeah, this one hits a little bit close to home. I don't know. It's good, though. Research shows that 1 out of 4 people have this problem. And that's why I believe this is an epidemic ruining stable relationships. Do you know why this happens? 2 words for you: avoidant attachment. It happens when a person had an emotionally unstable childhood. They build a strong barrier against others. Not because they hate people, because they believe no one will trust them and anyone can betray them. And do you know the worst part? Avoidant men actually want love more than anything, yet they see it as forbidden fruit. But don't worry, it's not over yet. there are more ways to deal with an avoidant husband. You can guide him on how to resolve the conflicts together. So right here, I'll give more relatables. So the ingredient that this email is missing the most of is relatables. So you had one in the opening. If talking about love with your partner feels like explaining Wi-Fi to your grandma, you're not alone. Love is the most, but some men run from it. They sabotage, yeah, okay. Why do they do this? This is why. Okay, so in the beginning, I would, like I said, insert some sort. So if you're dealing with a husband that does this thing, and does this thing, then there's a strong chance that he is an avoidant attachment style. Then the rest of what you said the rest of what you say makes a lot more sense, and lands a lot harder because people feel like you're actually talking to them rather than just like, talking about a thing. You can guide him on how to resolve conflicts together. And also right here, there are ways to deal with your avoidant husband. I would add some relatables of what they've tried. So you've probably tried asking them why they shut down when you fight, asking him why he doesn't open up to you and doesn't get vulnerable around you, asking him why, or just that thing, or does your husband do this other thing as well, right? So 3 things that avoidant husbands do, or 3 things that you might have tried to fix an issue with your avoidant husband. Take real steps to fix the problem. They are often shocked when somebody cares enough to stop and say, this wasn't right and I'm sorry. First name, if you suspect your partner has this problem, but you're not sure. Yeah, that's the thing. Problem? From what I understood with the Attachment Styles book is that it's not necessarily a problem. It's kind of just like who you are. So, and also like right here is the best time to do relatables. So here's the thing, right? Relatables. Sometimes you have to fortune cookie it. And I'm going to explain what I mean. People believe in horoscopes a lot, like so much. I actually didn't really know it was a true, real thing. So I met this girl in Miami. Yeah, it was Miami, wasn't it? Yeah, in Miami. And she was like bought in. She was like, oh my gosh, she is such a Sagittarius. I'm like, what? It's like, oh my God, I'm being such a Gemini. Huh? Well, he said, what now? People read their horoscopes and it literally, I'm not even joking, says some shit like, you will be tested. And they're like, oh my God, like, I'm going to be tested. Wow, these horoscopes, man, they really know me. What? They say something like, oh yeah, cancers are really, they're really nice, but only when you're nice to them. It's like, dude, that's everybody in the freaking world. So here's my point. If you were to say something like, if your husband plays excessive video games, shuts down when you fight with him, and has trouble opening up and being completely vulnerable, showing his emotions, then there's a strong chance that he is of the attachment style that I'm talking about, and you should watch this video because you'll get more clicks. And it's also true. So you are saying something that's true, and you're also getting more clicks. If you were to say like, if your husband has a male genitalia, then I mean, that doesn't really work because that doesn't really express somebody who has a anxious attachment style. But if you were to say like very wide things to diagnose somebody like that, they're gonna be like, oh my God, that's my husband. Then they're gonna click on the video. Then they're gonna go down your funnel. That's what you want to do. Description: an online platform providing personalized training and nutrition programs. While specific testimonials aren't detailed on his Instagram, the real reason your belly fat won't budge. Okay, well, I mean, I'm cutting right now. So maybe this email will speak to me. Some think it's about doing more crunches and planks. Oh, there's a reason stubborn belly fat doesn't go away. Some think it's about doing more crunches and planks. Yeah, this is a perfect example where I would say be choosy. An exaggerated example of this is people think it's all about doing crunches and planks and ab exercises and flutter kicks and Romanian twists or Russian twists. And then you just keep listing off things. But the point is that just adding on more stuff doesn't actually add to the email. So we want to be ruthless with our economy of words. Therefore, if it's not necessary, we delete it. Others believe it's about eating clean and fixing their diet, but both miss the real piece of the puzzle. And that's why losing belly fat feels harder than it should. Okay? So what's the missing piece? It's simple. You can't pick and choose where your body burns fat. It's hard because honestly, it's so this is called like spot reducing fat. And I would venture to guess that 99% of people, hopefully, already know about this. That stubborn belly fat isn't there because of lack of crunches. It's there because of overall body fat still being too high. Yeah, I would say, honestly, it's like this is like vanilla value. And the reason why is because, honestly, it's just basically ChatGPT. You know what? I'm actually going to show you. So this is from a presentation that I actually did for my B2B, business to business, kind of like agency sort of thing. I created a YouTube video. And this was the point that I was making in this video. Would you rather read an encyclopedia or just ask ChatGPT? So think of it this way. You want to learn about the War of 1812. Yeah, I have two options in this case. Do you, A, go to the library and research it? Or B, do you just ask ChatGPT exactly what you want to know? Furthermore, let me drive the point home even farther. Take me, literally, I think it was 2 days ago. I searched up who won the Canadian election. Was it Mark Carney or was it Pierre Poilievre? And then I searched it up on Google. And you know what it gave me? Articles. It didn't give me an answer. It gave me a bunch of stuff. So I was like, oh, screw this. I'll just go ask Chat. Chat said, Mark Carney. Here's some more information. I was like, finally. Now, here's where this translates into your copy. Everybody definitely needs to listen up because it's probably the most sauce that I've dropped so far. It's this. Is that when you are giving, quote unquote value, like a lot of people think they're giving value, but they're just giving Googleable information. And the problem with that is that, again, people would rather Google it, people would rather ChatGPT it than have to search around in your email to even learn it. So, what should you do instead then? Well, essentially your email should entertain and give value in a way that isn't Googleable. I'll give you an example. By A, adding in your own stories, your own experiences. For example, I will make a video on YouTube saying, here's how I got my first $3,000 per month client. Then I'll show the screenshots. This is what they said to me. This is what I said to them. This is what they said to me. This is what I said to them. This is the work I handed over to them. This is the screenshots that I got. What can you learn from this? Well, this is exactly how I outreach, and this is what I said, so you should do the same thing so you can get clients too. Opposed to, well, first you want to outreach. First you want to find people. Then you want to say this message, and then you want to wait for them to respond. It's like, yes, that works, but where's the you? On top of that, another way is to take an interesting angle. For example, here's how to get clients with Tinder, the brand new Tinder method. Now it's kind of funny, interesting, witty. You've never heard this before. What is the Tinder method? Well, you see, you as a copywriter are essentially like someone on Tinder. You want to know why? Because the clients are out there, but the copywriters, the freelancers, the people who want to come up are plentiful. So you have to show and prove that you're actually the best. And guess what? Here's the problem. It's that people go and judge. In fact, I submit this, is that people are actually more judgmental in business than they are even on Tinder and dating. Because in business, if they take 1 second of a look at your profile, at your work, at your message, and they don't like it, they'll go next and never talk to you, never look at you again, ever. And then maybe I'd go with them. I'd make the analogy that outreach is like Tinder and like dating. So you see how, A, we have step 1, find prospects. Step 2, message them on Instagram. Step 3, follow up. Then we have, here's how I got this amazing result. Here's what you can learn from it too, story. And then we have interesting angle. Now, are those the only ways to do it? No, there's lots of other ways. But the only way that's probably not optimal is the one that I'm describing here, where it's kind of just like, it's actually impossible to spot reduce. See, you just have to lower your overall body fat, and that body fat that's stubborn will come off. It's like, thank you. Thank you very much for that. All right, let's go back. The body burns fat on its own terms, not just where someone wants it. Until overall fat drops, the belly stays. This is something every student learns inside of the JSA Academy. Okay, let me see this. Okay, so think of it like this. These people already watch Jeff Nippard, already watch Dr. Mike, but they already watch people saying, how do you lose fat and how do you get a six-pack? This would basically be like me creating an email to my own email list saying, hey guys, here's what copywriting is. It's like my brother. Everybody on my email list already knows what copywriting is. That's why they got the free copy starter kit. That's where the difference comes in. So instead, you want to, like I said, give the something like a CJN, where it's like you actually go against conventional wisdom and conventional knowledge, or add in your own experiences, or add in a witty analogy or different perspective that is interesting that people want to read. And then that's how you get more casual readers, because they're like, this is awesome. This is cool. I like this. And also this is like, CTA, too early, and it's too early and just overall heavy-handed, too early and direct. It's kind of like, hey, did you know you can't actually spot reduce fat? You have to decrease the overall fat in your body. That's actually something that everyone inside my program learns, by the way. It's also why you see so many finally start to see progress, the evidence. There is a study published by it found that 6 weeks of abdominal exercises didn't lead to any real fat loss compared to you don't even have to, nah. It's like, imagine citing a study proving that gravity is real. It's like, no, I know gravity is real. I got you. I'm feeling it right here. You want the proof? There we go. Gravity real. Man, I got it. And then you're just being like, but no, it's really real. Like there was this guy named Isaac Newton, and he was sitting under a tree, and an apple fell, and you're just going on and on and on. But I got you. The study shows fat loss happens across the whole body, not by being trained. And since following this approach inside this, students, is that really the hack though? You're saying the real hack of getting rid of your belly is losing weight. That's what I gathered from this email. My brother. Not from endless doing endless crunches, not from cutting more food, but from losing fat the right way across the body. That's exactly what the JSA Academy is built for. A step-by-step plan that shows exactly what to do, when to do it. All right, let me cook up a new email in my head. Subject line is, you can still get fat on 1,000 calories a day. Is it perfect? No, but I'm spitballing. Subject line, you can still get fat on 1,000 calories a day. Opener, you can still get fat on 1,000 calories a day. I know, it sounds crazy. If you are a regular sized male, then if you're only eating 1,000 calories a day, you'd essentially look like Starvin' Marvin. So how is it that you can still be overweight and eat 1,000 calories a day? Well, the answer is something that you can actually use in order to eat what you want, when you want, however much that you want, and still be able to lose weight. You see, the reason that this is true is because, let's say you decide you're only going to stick to 1,000 calories a day for the next 6 months. And at the end of the 6 months, you gained weight. Here's the kicker, is that you didn't actually eat only 1,000 calories a day. You just intended to. This is called adherence. Now, adherence is just as, if not even more important than any diet you pick. Why? Because you could choose to eat 1,000 calories a day and then just eat another 2,000 calories a day and not track it. Go to McDonald's, grab a Big Mac, just say, it's pretty late, so I don't think it really counts, or something. Make whatever excuse that you'd like to make. So the question isn't, what diet can I follow? But the question is, how can I adhere to a diet? In this, one answer makes everything fall into place. Now, if you want to have my full guide to adhering to any diet and actually hitting your dream body faster and easier than you ever thought possible before, I have a free training right here on this page. Now, this free training is only for a limited time, so I highly advise you check it out now. I'd go with something like that. The idea is there. It definitely needs some chiseling, but I think it could work. Yeah, anyways, I kind of give you the example. I think you get it. Would y'all suggest welcome sequence for an e-com brand? Not necessarily a welcome sequence. So with an e-com brand, it's a little bit different. So here's the thing with an e-commerce brand. So let's talk about what a welcome sequence is, why it's important for certain businesses, and why it's not important for other businesses. So you would usually have a welcome sequence for a service-based business, meaning, hey, so I have this awesome resource that you can have if you want it. And then the person gets the resource, and to get the resource, you had to give them their email. And then they give you their email, and you start emailing them, hey, dude, how'd you like the resource? If you think the resource is really good, then you'll think this other product is really good too. That's usually how it goes in service-based industries, because like I actually was just explaining this, in service-based industries, it really does come down to being convinced, being persuaded, being paradigm shifted through education. With e-commerce, it's a little bit different. The only reason you find yourself on an e-commerce list is a couple reasons. One, you went to their website and you got a pop-up that says, hey man, if you want 20% off, put your email right here. And then you did it. Much different than a free lead magnet. So imagine you put your email in and then someone messages you. It's the e-commerce company and they're like, hey, how's it going? Welcome to our list. You can expect this many emails giving you value on what t-shirts to wear or something. Like, no. Instead, you're just going to see what? Hey, you visited our site. 20% off is still active for the next 20 minutes. That's it. It's basically just an offer. No amount of copy is going to make you want a shirt or want a supplement. Again, it usually does just come down to right place, right time, right messaging. So,
could you offer, like, if they're just doing sign up for this email just to receive news about football teams in this case, could you then offer them or suggest that they implement that 20% off offer in that pop-up?
Yeah, absolutely. So you do want to have a sequence. It just wouldn't necessarily be a welcome sequence. It would be more of a strategic promo sequence. It would be something more like, welcome to our list, here's 20% off, something of that nature. Does that make sense? The $2 million mistake, hiding in your packaging. Sweet. People are clicking, but they're not buying, and we've already tried everything. This is what our client, Daniel Seton, mentioned to us on our first call. And if you've ever felt like your product should be performing better than it is, you might want to read this email all the way to the end. Because here's the thing. They were getting steady traffic on Amazon, decent click-throughs, good reviews, strong product, but still sales weren't moving. Not up, not down, just stuck. So what was actually slowing them down? Well, it wasn't the traffic. It wasn't the demand. Nah, you already said not statements. This is getting monotonous. Not statements and intrigue already used. Getting redundant here. You guys want to know the secret to getting swole? It's not endless bicep curls. It's not eating as much protein as you can until you throw up. And it's not staying in the gym for 14 hours a day. In fact, it's something much simpler. It's not doing tricep extensions until your elbows break. It's not doing squats until you can't even get up. And it's not doing push-ups until, I don't know, until your shoulders snap. It's actually something much more simpler. You see, it's not about, like that's kind of how it's feeling. It was something far more subtle. We call it the stranger danger hesitation, okay? It's the invisible moment when a buyer is interested enough to click, but not confident enough to commit. And while Amazon isn't a retail shelf, the psychology is the same. Buyers make a split-second decisions based on visuals, clarity, and perceived credibility. So we completely transformed their brand with our with our conversion-first design approach. We reimagined their visual storytelling to connect emotionally with customers. We crafted a distinctive brand voice that resonated with their target audience. We built a cohesive design system that worked across every touch point. What do you guys think?
He doesn't have any benefits there.
This is true.
Not real benefits.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I definitely just like look over it and I'm like, there's something missing because like there are words, but it's like the meaning, like I don't feel that. We reimagined their visual storytelling to connect emotionally. I mean, connecting emotionally with the customers is cool, but what does that even mean though? What does it mean to reimagine their visual storytelling? I don't know. No new offer, no price change, no algorithm tweak, just smart design that turned attention into action. Okay. The result? Sales doubled in a matter of weeks, conversion rates lifted across the board, and repeat purchases jumped as the perceived value finally matched the real one. Curious about what the conversion-first design approach actually looks like? 50-second brand presentation video to your success. Quick video shows the exact double CTA. Yeah, this one works. I think this one is better than the first one. I just can't really put my finger on it, but these are kind of just like, first of all, the language is like above fifth grade. Cohesive, distinctive, resonated are just okay, but they could be better. Honestly, I would like to hear it be just explained in complete English. For example, the conversion first design approach. We don't focus on pretty colors. We focus on what shoppers need to make a buying decision. For example, people want visual storytelling so that they understand your product, not just like it or think it will be good. Distinctive brand voice that works directly with the targeted audience so that, I think it could just use a couple so that's. It's like you did do a benefit, but the benefit isn't a bottom line benefit. It's more of like a whimsical benefit where it's like now people are going to emotionally connect with your brand. It's like, therefore what? Therefore they're going to buy from you because XYZ. I'll rework the bullets. Now that you mentioned they have something weird about them. Also, I've heard that no, just framework is very ChatGPT. ChatGPT is very like, it's not about XYZ. It's about ABC. Every time I hear that, I'm like, oh my. Let's see. The actual product down here? No. Okay, that's all right. Dan Graziosi. Older gentleman. Oops, what did I just do? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that, bro. There we go. I fixed it. Man, what is wrong with you? Just click on the name. Co-founder at mastermind.com. Join me in Tony Robbins Thrive 2025. Interesting. The anniversary. Interesting. All right, I'm just creeping his profile. Let's see what your emails are. How to find certainty in economic chaos. Learn to thrive in 2025. Okay, so they're doing a event. The economic winds of the world are changing. President Trump and his tariffs have certainly made an impact. Bro, everybody in Canada is literally shitting their pants. Talking about, oh my God, the tariffs. I can't live, the tariffs. And this has left so many men and women asking the same question. How can I find certainty in this economic chaos? Is that really what they're asking, though? Do they really jump out of bed in the middle of the night in a cold sweat? And the words that they utter are, how can I find certainty in this economic chaos? I don't know. Let me know. The answer may surprise you. It's entrepreneurship. Let me explain. No. This is intrigue homicide. And don't feel bad about it because I pretty much explain this like every 2 to 3 weeks. So it's this. You have the option. So essentially it's kind of like PAS. You started with the P, you gave them the problem. The problem is that you feel like this and it sucks. Now we're not to the agitate yet. So here's what PAS really is and really stands for and what I don't know. If I were to put it into a micro strategy, it would be this, a microstructure. Problem, mention the solution, right? There is a solution. You have the solution. You're about to tell them solution. Then go to agitation, why it's even important in the first place, and then break down the solution and then give them the CTA. So a lot of people get this not right because they do this. They give the problem and then they tell the whole solution and it's a plain Jane, simple, boring solution that nobody want to hear about. For example, are you having a lot of trouble losing weight and getting fit? Well, you probably need to burn more calories than you eat. Let me explain. You don't need to explain. I've already heard that. I don't want to know it. Don't matter. So what should you do? There's 2 options. One is you do give the answer just like you're already doing, but you make it interesting. What is the key to find certainty in economic chaos? The answer may surprise you. First of all, entrepreneurship surprises nobody, nobody at all. The answer may surprise you, but it's working less. Now, I know it sounds crazy. How does working less and therefore earning less money grant me certainty in economic chaos? Well, the answer is this. See, and then I go back to the problem. See, in economic times like this, it's impossible to feel like you're gasping for air, like you are trying to build a skyscraper on quicksand. But the reality is it doesn't have to. Because when you work less at a job and more for yourself, then you get to work on your own dreams rather than being a slave for someone else's. Yeah, I might go with something like that. So what I did there was I gave the answer early on, but the answer needs explanation in order to reach understanding. And the second way to do it is by not giving an answer, except just giving the reasons intriguing to the answer and leaving the answer until the very end. That's the other way. Copywriting is just chess. Every position has a best move, good moves, okay moves, and blunders. This is one that could easily be increased. Way better. Let me explain.
I have a quick question.
Of course, go ahead.
You mentioned the second way to explain a solution is to integrate an open loop. Mm-hmm. And would you tie that into a YouTube video, or how would you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. You could tie it into anything. So, for example, if it was in this way, you could say the answer might surprise you, because while most people are focusing on working more and grinding out harder, there's actually a way to make more money for less and have the economy, the politics, and the laws actually not even affect your income. And it's something that so many people are getting into right now, and anyone can do. You see, the problem is, or here's how you can start. See, and then you go back to the problem. You go back to the agitation. Everybody thinks this because of that. They feel like this, and that's where you can be different. And then you can basically tie it into anything. And if you want to know exactly how to do this and get started from day one, and if you actually want to make a change and never want to feel this way again, then I just released a full 40-minute training on exactly how you can get started today, for example. So then that's how I would tie it in. Answer by surprise here is entrepreneurship. Let me explain. Most of the entrepreneurs we hear about, the Musks, Bezos, and Bill Gates of the world, are what I like to call invapreneurs. They innovate and redefine what most people see as successful. Entrepreneurs, they also strike out on their own and challenge what success means to them and the people around them. But that doesn't mean that you have to innovate and make monumental risks. All you need are two things: courage and a plan to act. If you have courage, I'll show you the plan in my and Tony Robbins' upcoming virtual event, Thrive 2025. Unlike other conferences that promise to be life-changing or stuff the summit with a power-packed lineup of 87 speakers, Thrive will show you a proven path to results, mine and Tony's blueprint that has already helped over 50,000 plus men find more success, freedom, and control. Use what you already know to create a business or career you control. Okay. Yeah, see, even these bullets are honestly better than the whole email. Get and stay one step ahead. So this part right here, I'm not gonna lie, what does some of this even mean? And the reason is this. I would just put the bullet stuff right here. I'm not even sure where the invapreneurs really comes from. It's probably something from either his reels or from the page, his sales page, but these are much more effective. So create a business career. Yeah. So what's the number one reason why people feel like they can't start a business? Is because they feel they don't know how, they feel they don't know what to offer, and they think there's a bunch of risk. But what if there was a way that you could start a business with little to no risk, already using the skills and knowledge that you have from your career and your experience? Now, the thought bubbles popping above your head right now are saying, but I don't have any experience, but I still don't know, but I don't have any knowledge that people would pay for. Well, Jason, for example, is over here making $8,000 per month with, whatever, guitar lessons. That's not really a Dan Griziosi thing. That's more of like a Alex Ramosi thing. But anyways, you get my point. Then you go from there, prove to them that they can actually do it. So it's this. Where did I hear this? I'm going to butcher the quote, but the bottom line goes like this, is that the difficulty isn't in people believing that what you teach works. They know that it works. The difficulty is proving that it can work for them. They have excuses as to why they're the exception. They're the one person that the system won't work for. So you have to show them that is a fictitious belief. And only then will they even be susceptible to your marketing. If you have courage, I'll show you the plan in my and Tony Robbins. Right. Get and stay one step ahead. Learn to thrive through layoffs, inflation, and economic recession with tools that work for the real world. All from a small, star-studded lineup from the best in their industry. So if you want to start creating certainty in uncertain economic times, claim your free ticket and join us at Thrive 2025. Matthew McConaughey. Bro, what? Why? That's so random. I do know he's kind of like a motivational speaker guy, but Jesus. Okay. Jay Shetty. Okay. Lisa Nichols. She's cool. Right. Okay. Matthew McConaughey. He should have got Brad Pitt. Or no, Leonardo DiCaprio. That would have been sick. Sweet. Cool, man. Biz owners think that landing is promo tab. It's no big deal. So they don't take it as a problem. But how could we show them they can make more money if they land in primary? You don't. Yeah, you don't. What people want, what people need are different things. A huge problem that people have is trying to give people what they think they need. It's like, imagine you go to a car dealership and you're like, yeah, man, I'm really looking for this Jeep Wrangler because I want to like go over like mountains and rocks and stuff. And I want to go overlanding every once in a while. And they're like, well, dude, I mean, yeah, but 99% of the time you just go to work. You just drive to work. You just drive to go get a Starbucks. And you go off-roading, what, like twice a month? You don't really need that, bro. How about we just get you into a Honda Civic? How fast are you going to be out of that dealership? It's kind of dumb, right? Like, that's not even what I came here for. I'm just going to go somewhere where I can find a Jeep. And you might be right. Actually, no, you are right. You are literally right. This person does not need a Jeep. There's no conceivable reason as to why they would need a Jeep, but that's what they want. That's business, my friend. Just a few months ago, his agency was pulling in $30K per month. Sounds great, right? Well, not exactly. You see, Chris wasn't free. He was stuck inside what we call the golden cage. The money was good, but he was stuck managing everything. Sales, delivery, operations. Every client relied on him. This is cool, but you know what I would do? I wouldn't lead with the testimonial. I would use the testimonial as justification, personally. Here's how. When it opens up, like everybody knows it's like a super markety type of email. He went from 30K to 100K in 9 months, and you can too if you join my program, yada, yada, yada. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what's going on here. There's zero mystery. Here's what I would do. How agency owners can escape the golden cage. Hey, agency owners, do you sometimes feel like you are stuck in a new 9 to 5? No, like hear me out. You quit your 9 to 5 and now you work as an agency, but in fact, you were more free as a 9 to 5 worker than you were in an agency. Well, this is something that so many agency owners feel. And the funny thing is, they think that in order to scale and make even more money, that it requires more time and effort from them. But here's the fact, is that your value as an agency owner doesn't come from the amount of time that you sacrifice. In fact, it comes from the quality of your decisions. And unlocking this will make you rich, not only in money, but also in freedom. This is exactly what one of my clients, Chris, was going through. And then you tell the story about Chris, and then you give the CTA. It's kind of like problem, testimonial, or like problem, agitate, testimonial, solution with a CTA. I like that one. Whereas this one, maybe. We'll see. Maybe that's just a preference. These can work too, but he was stuck in the golden cage. The money was good, but he was stuck managing everything. Sales, delivery, operations. Every client relied on him. Every team member needed him. And every time he tried to take a step back, things started breaking. Here's where it gets interesting. Instead of pushing harder, Chris did the opposite. He stepped back and started making decisions based on data, not gut feeling. He tracked every metric. That's actually a good angle. Agency owners are broke because they trust their gut and not the numbers. He tracked every metric that mattered, built systems around delivery, ops, retention, and hiring, and finally started running his agency like a machine. Just 9 months, he scaled from 30K to 100K per month. Now, he runs business remotely while traveling the world. Even found time to train Muay Thai in Thailand without being chained to his laptop. On May 14th, I'm breaking down the exact framework Chris used, No BS Agency Scaling Workshop. Inside, you'll see how to track the right numbers, build scalable systems. Yeah, it works. It works. There's a few things that could be better, though. There's nothing really terribly wrong with it. 1, could go deeper. 2, could use some tweetables. You know how I said, like, your value as an agency owner isn't derived from how much time you sacrifice, but rather the quality of your decisions? That's something that's like a tweetable. It's like a quotable thing where it's like a really short, small, impactful sentence that really ties everything together. And now I know exactly what you're saying. And it's really easy to do that. Let's do it together, actually. We can also come up with some really good angles on this too. So I'm going to go to a little website called Claude. So here we are. And I'm going to copy this. Make me 10 full-length tweets about this topic. And also, this is super important, but don't reiterate anything. The reason why is because it will just give you basically what you just said. And you can't really add that in because you already said it. The golden cage trap is real. 30K per month in revenue, but completely chained to your business. Chris's story is a wake-up call, blah, blah, blah. That's not good. The counterintuitive path to scaling. Chris stepped back. Okay. Make them longer and not just about Chris and his results, but rather about starting to build systems that scale and get your time back too, and how many agency owners get trapped trading time for money. I swear this better give us something good. The agency model promises freedom but delivers the opposite for most owners. You start with the vision of controlling your schedule and income, and you end up working 70-hour weeks, handling sales calls at midnight, and personally managing every client relationship. This golden cage phenomenon, where you're making good money but have zero freedom, isn't a personal failure. It's a systems failure. Interesting. I like some of those. I like handling sales calls at midnight. That's actually pretty funny and relatable. Agency scaling truth. Working harder isn't the answer. In fact, when Chris hit 30K per month, he found himself completely overwhelmed. The breakthrough came from stepping back, counterintuitive path. Most agency owners, make them more profound, quotable, impactful. Add hypotheticals, analogies, and unique mechanisms. Maybe I should be a prompt engineer over here. Copy, paste, and here's the other prompts too while I'm at it. Usually I don't have to prompt it this deeply, but because I'm on a fresh new thing, your agency is either a prison or a passport. Most founders build gilded cages, beautiful on the outside, confining on the inside. At 30K per month, you're not wealthy. You're a hostage to your own creation. Bro, yeah, here we go. Okay, we got it now. Imagine building a car so poorly designed that it only moves when you personally push it. That's your agency without systems. Who let Claude cook, bro? The most profound shift happens when you transform from the engine to the engineer. Yeah, let's get it. So anyways, you just saw it happen before your very eyes. It's like that. You add a couple of some lines that are just chef's kiss, right? Some real good tweetable quotables. And I'm telling you, this will increase the quality of your copy like crazy, insanity. That's the type of stuff that you read it and it makes you take a step back. You're like, damn, how do you even write that? And notice, guys, you're not going into, don't do this shit where you're going into ChatGPT, going into Claude and saying, write me an email about, no. Honestly, the prompts aren't that useful to you guys. It's a lot more useful for you guys to understand how the prompts work and argue with ChatGPT. You having the skill of picking out exactly what you don't like about it and arguing with it is a skill in and of itself. So I can give you the prompts for sure. But the problem is that the prompts will solve today's problems, but the principles will have you set for life. The principle is argue. A lot of people don't really know why they don't like something. If I just go to ChatGPT or Claude and ask it to give me an answer and it gives me one, notice how I don't just take that and be like, Claude's crap, I'll just make it myself. No, I tell it exactly, make it more profound, quotable, impactful, use hypotheticals, analogies, and unique mechanisms. And these ones, I'm telling you, are going to be these ones, the quality of these compared to the first ones we got is night and day. What if the ceiling in your agency's growth isn't market demand, but your decision architecture? Imagine two identical agencies, one where every client deliverable passes through the founder's inbox, creating processing bottleneck. Another where the clear standards, quality metrics allow the team members to self-evaluate, work against codified excellence. The second agency can scale infinitely, while the first one always be throttled by the founder bandwidth. It's very explainy and informal. Make them less formal, easier to understand and read. Understand. Your agency should be your ticket to freedom, not a fancy prison. Ask yourself, did I build a business or just create a stressful job with a fancy title? If you can't step away for a week without everything falling apart, you don't own a business. You're owned by one. Build systems that work with or without you, or keep pushing the boulder uphill forever. Yeah, okay, way better. Let's see. Tori. All right. Homegirl does what? Real estate? Oh, no, not the ice bucket. Whenever I see an ice bucket now, it reminds me of Andy Elliott. All right, let's check. Goal free value. Main idea. Traditionally, boosting your credit score is slow, but you can piggyback on someone else's good credit history via authorized user trade line to boost your own credit score, making it faster. That sounds pretty good, but honestly, dude, if anybody's in here right now, look, all you guys are young and everything. Guys, just open up just get a credit card. Get a credit card, start building your credit as early as possible. You need to. You absolutely need to. Can I show you guys something I'm actually really quite proud about lately? Build your credit for real. Because it literally takes 5 to 7 years before you even have okay credit. My credit went down over the last 7 days, but I was at 750. I'm at 747 right now. But I've been looking into loans and stuff to build my credit even farther. Long story short, you're going to get approved for loans. You're going to get the lowest rates. You need a good credit. Email CJN. How to boost your score without touching a single dollar. Without touching a single dollar, this play works even if you're broke. This is redundant. Subject line's too long. Dear first name. Most small business owners think improving credit score takes forever, but I found a legal hack that millionaires use to boost their credit up. Is this email for millionaires? All right, let me keep reading. Without spending a dime. Piggybacking on someone else's good credit history. You know what I would just make the subject line? How to steal someone's credit score. Guys, think of the person you know who probably has just a really good credit score. Their name's probably like Sam or like Kyle. I don't know. Some Kyles are very preppy. Anyways, you know that one person that just has amazing credit, really good with their finances? What if you could copy their credit score without having to wait or work for it? Well, it's actually possible to do that completely legally. That's how I might start it. Piggybacking on someone else's good credit history. Here's how it works. Instead of slowly building up your credit score history, someone you trust has a credit card in good standing, adds you as an authorized user on their card. You don't need to access to their card or even use the card. It's just about being listed on their account. Their clean history shows up on your credit report as if it's your own, which then makes it significantly easier to improve your credit score. Okay, this is like encyclopedia effect. Definitely reading an encyclopedia. I've helped dozens of business owners use the same play even if they have bad credit. And if you continue with your good credit habits on top of your clean record being added to your trade line, your credit score will improve in no time. Want more credit tactics that actually work? Also, I would mention why they'd even want credit. A lot of businesses and people want credit so that they can invest in different businesses and plays so that they can actually invest that and make that credit cash flow. For example, someone gets $300,000 in funding, maybe. Now they're able to buy a bunch of cars and start a Turo business. Now they just build themselves a business off of other people's money. They can cash flow. Eventually they'll pay off their loans, something like that. So overall, big thing is very vanilla value. Like you're telling people how to do this thing, but it's kind of very lackluster. It's not really that good. It's not just about giving value. It's also about how you give value in an entertaining way that's easy and nice to read. Whereas this is kind of just, here's how to do this thing, instruction manual. It's not really copy. Hopefully that makes sense to you. First email. I booked a call with the prospect for July. So challenge. It's just a skill, a system, a blueprint. He emphasizes that success comes from learning and applying a simple, repeatable process, not from being genius or tech expert. Why digital dropshipping is easy and how to hit 10K per month, 90 days. Hey, first name. Most beginner entrepreneurs believe digital dropshipping is complicated because there's not enough information out there. You have never done any type of dropshipping before and you've never made any money online before. Why is there a question mark here? Is that a question? I understand that. But here's the secret nobody's telling you. Be more choosy. Less listy. Especially in your lead. When you're just talking about, do you find it hard to start dropshipping because you don't know anybody who's done it? You've never done it before. You're not really that good with tech. You work a job. You've never made money online before. It's like, brother, bring it down here a little bit. You have a pretty big list. And when it's like at the very beginning of your email, it basically acts as a barrier from the rest of your email. It's just long. Let's say you popped your tire and your car is a little bit different. Like usually you just open up the trunk, open up the little compartment in the trunk bed and unscrew the thing and take out the tire. But your car's a little bit different. You're like, I got to figure out how to do this. You go to your phone, you search up how to change the tire on this car. The intro is like this. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Tyson. And I'm sorry about my last video. You know, I said I was going to start uploading every two times per week. And then you fast forward like 30 seconds. I'm still talking about crap. I fast forward like 60 seconds. I'm still talking about crap. And you're sitting there frustrated because you have a broken tire here and you try to fix it. You just want the answer. So instead, you want to not give them the answer right away, but you want to dangle the carrot in a way that doesn't seem too far. If you're just sitting there listing stuff, it's like, I don't know why I should still be reading. I understand that, but here's a secret note it's telling you. You actually have to be stupid to make it happen. Let me explain before you start guessing. Is he making fun of me? The smart people right now are only focusing on finding the easiest side hustle, even easier than digital dropshipping. They're experts at switching businesses and being broke as hell. But the ones like my students are focused on staying instead of changing their business every week. They're putting an effort in succeeding in digital dropshipping. If you don't believe me, just take a look at those who've had success And now they're collecting the fruits of their labor. As you can see, there's my students inside my former program. Ecom Hustlers has generated himself a pretty good amount. Meanwhile, the old program has way less updated info compared to digital monetization. Another reason why digital dropshipping is actually easy is this. There are 3 to over 6 million dropshipping stores out there, which means your competition is so high, it's easier to get struck by lightning than winning here. But in the new model of dropshipping, this type of business model, especially with the WAP platform, has too small competition, which is why every other business genius is calling it a digital gold rush. Here's the last and most brutal fact on why this is the best business model ever. And the reason you have to take action now, it's been only a few years and digital product businesses have already become massive and it's only growing and growing. Therefore, after another few years, with you not only taking any action, it'll soon be oversaturated and complicated like a traditional dropshipping. You'll lose your last chance to achieve monumental success without changing your business as you grow, with a guaranteed blueprint that has helped over 2,000 students make their first big money online. You have to stop wasting time, my friend. Check this out. Okay, well, let's look. First of all, why digital dropshipping is easy. Here's a secret nobody's telling you. You actually have to be stupid to make it happen. Smart people are focusing on finding the easiest side hustle. Yeah, this angle, I'm like, nah. What does that even mean? Smart people are off switching businesses and trying to find something easier than dropshipping. They're experts at being broke as hell. But the ones like my students, also, this is just like, brother, this is so forward. Nah. And now they're collecting the fruits of their labor, as you can see. Also, Another reason why digital dropshipping is easy is this. There are 3 to 6 million dropshipping stores out there, which means the competition is so high that it's easier to get struck by lightning than winning here. The new model of dropshipping? Yeah, but why? Like, this is also so many angles, which is why every other business genius is calling it a digital gold rush. You need to take action now. It'll soon be overcomplicated and oversaturated. You lose your chance to achieve monumental success. Yeah, no. So my friends, here's my diagnosis and my prescription. Diagnosis number 1, you're new. Prescription, stop being new. Go write 100 more emails. I mean, it's the first attempt, so there's not really too much to say, my friend. It's kind of like, for the first time ever, you shoot a basketball and you miss, you airball. And then you go look at Michael Jordan, you're like, hey man, how was that? And he's like, well, dude, keep going. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't very good, but you just keep going, my friend. Keep getting your copy reviewed by the other guys. The other students can really help you get past this beginner phase very quickly if you send your emails for review, and also going through and reviewing theirs, reading a bunch of their copy, and reading copy in general will really help you. How can we vary the type of emails we write? I found myself writing almost all CJN, and it's starting to feel like I'm just using the template because they all sound pretty much the same. Who says they sound the same? You? Other people? Interesting. And then how can we vary them? I mean, it's really so easy to do CJN and PAS, and then also add some stories in there too. It's easier to add stories if you're writing about like yourself or you or something you've done. Writing your stories about the client is a little bit harder, but you can definitely do it. If you want to force yourself to write an HSO, go through and look at all the lessons that they learned from stories. They're bound to have some of that in some of their content. So instead of saying, so many agency owners struggle with being stuck in their business. And it's just like I actually said, Chris was at this much money and then he got to this much money. He's actually working less. Instead of Chris, you could just use the person who's talking. Jordan, myself, I was stuck here too until I found these 3 things. See, I used to think this, and then I thought this. Because I learned from this person, now I make a much more money. PAS is also extremely easy because all you have to do is describe their problem in depth. And just by going, so many agency owners have to take sales calls at 12 o'clock midnight, miss out on important time with their friends, families, or significant others. And they feel as though everything they do is a means to an end, but that end is nowhere in sight. They find themselves feeling more trapped than they did when they were working a 9 to 5. That's like the problem and the agitate. The problem is simply describing the problem in deep detail. The agitate is how it actually shows up in their life and where they're going to end up if they don't fix this problem as soon as possible. Then the solution, pretty self-explanatory. What is the solution to their problem? How can it actually get better? And then the CTA. I went from 0 to 10K per month in 45 days with the #1 done for you program for leveraging AI automations. Potentially agency orders without overpaying for software / courses / Nah, brother. Nah. Bro, you need the brokey blocking headline, not a brokey attracting headline. The reason why you're stuck. Dear reader, pretend I'm telling you your name. If you're reading this, then you probably have no consistent way of getting clients, if you're having any at all. Binge watch YouTube videos for way too long. Maybe tried outreach tools, but nothing seems to be working. These are weak, bro. Weak. I can tell you ain't never operated an agency before, which you probably haven't, but I shouldn't be able to tell. But nothing seems to be working. It's more like, if you're reading this, you're probably having a ton of trouble getting clients. And you're scared to lose the clients that you have because you know it's going to be hard to get new ones in. So you try everything. Every single thing that the YouTube people are telling you to do, every single tool that's out there, outreaching day in and day out, trying to get clients, only to get ghosted, which results in inconsistent income months, leading to some more self-doubt, leaving yourself asking, am I really capable of having financial freedom? You see, it's not your fault. Recently, everyone started making courses, giving you the unbelievable expectations. And the worst part, they haven't made any significant results themselves. Suddenly having one testimonial makes them worthy enough to teach you how to make money online. That's not not how things should be. Look, I'm going to put you on the pink glasses and give you something that will fix all your problems. Oh, or maybe I am. What is it? Are you trying to flirt with me, bro? Bro, chill. My name is Charlie Barber, and I was just like you. Almost 3 years ago, I was sitting in my parents' basement. Brother, 3 years ago, you were in like grade 9. Doubting the entire process after deciding not to go to university. I had, no. Hell nah, bro. Hell no. Brother giving his life story before he even teases the value, my friend. All right. First of all, you need to figure out how it works. So right here, you need way more intrigue and promise before you even think about doing any talking about yourself. What have you discovered? Why is it different from what everyone else is doing? Why does it work so well? What have you been able to build? How many other people have been able to profit off of what you're showing as well? You need to have the dopamine extremely high. You need to have people really on the edge of their seats before you go into talking about how about 3 years ago you were in your parents' basement and go into the sob story. 21, brother, you are not getting into the bars, bro. I'm sorry. Do you believe me? Here's what my students have to say. Nah, brother, that needs to go earlier. Here's everything you get inside. Urgency copy. Yeah, bro. Hopefully that helps. What's the difference between people that make it in copywriting from people that don't? Even though we all attend the same live calls, have the same info and the same resources, like what separates the ones that quickly make it in copywriting from the ones who don't and take years? What is the difference? There's a few things. One, the people that make it are more persistent. The people that don't make it quit. That's the obvious one. People that make it actually work harder and do more work, do better work than the people who don't. You guys might start at the same spot as not being quote unquote experienced. Put it this way. Before I was a copywriter, I had joined the Army. I was working in construction since I was 16. And I was also working nights as a security guard, doing all of those every single day, working for 80 hours a week. Now, contrast that with somebody who went to high school, hanging out with their friends, and now they're starting copywriting. Don't get me wrong. We both have the same experience level, but who is more well-versed in discipline, work ethic, and diligence? Now, I'm not saying that the high school youngster can't make it. What I am saying is that they're competing against me, or at least the former me, where I had no experience either, but I was willing to do what it took. I didn't care. I was willing to sit in my room and do outreach all day on days like my birthday, on days like Christmas. Most people ain't going to do that. Most people will try for a month or two and they will leave. And that is why all the spoils of war are left for the people who are not only willing, but ready to sacrifice. And they get all of it. That is why. On top of that, where most people see problems, the winners see opportunities. Most people get caught into a constant cycle of trial and error. But trial and error is erroneous. And the reason why it is erroneous and false is because you don't need to try random things, throw things at the wall and see what sticks. That is backwards. Instead, you need to ideate and iterate. You need to commit to doing a ton of volume with the goal of getting feedback on why exactly you suck. And I want what I'm about to tell you not to be motivational. Instead, I want it to act as a mirror. I want it to help you see yourself for who you really are. Because adversity introduces a man to himself or a person to themselves. And there will be a lot. So when you're collecting this feedback, you have to be constantly asking yourself, where am I messing up? What patterns am I seeing? Am I recognizing? What am I doing wrong? And by doing that enough, your goal is for you to get better, you to get more skilled, for your systems to be better, for what you do to just be better. And if you do that efficiently enough over a long period of time, most people will call it luck, but your preparation will be an opportunity. Make the most of that opportunity and it will snowball into your life never being the same. That's the difference. Now, eat more, lose fat, here's how is like, it's all right. It's like if I made a subject line, it's like, make money without working hard. Make money fast. Get a girlfriend quickly. It's like, sure. But it's just basic. You have to starve yourself to get to such a low body fat. This picture. That's what most people think. They struggle too much with their diet, feeling hungry 24/7, binge eating fast food to get their dopamine levels back to normal from lacking food in their system, losing their hard-built muscle day by day from starvation. All this because they neglected this overlooked principle. Slow and steady wins the race. You know how chess has like ELO levels? ELO? My friend, your ELO is around 350, right? So I'm not expecting you to pull some like 2,000 ELO moves out here. But just know that this is like a 350 ELO opening. You have to starve yourself to get to such a low body fat. When most people see this, they don't think the secret is starving yourself. You know what they think the secret is? They think the secret is that secret sauce. They think the secret is gear. And it probably is. So I might use a different picture because this guy didn't just lose weight. Yeah, okay. That's what most people think. They struggle too much with their weight, feeling hungry 24/7, binge eating fast food to get their dopamine levels back to normal from lacking the food in their system. What? Like if I use about 100% of my brain power, I might be able to decipher what you're talking about, but I should be able to skim through this and understand fully. Like, honestly, I feel like the best word here is just like when you are on a diet and then you binge eating cycles, losing their hard-built, I think you mean hard-gained muscle day by day from starvation. All this is because they neglected this overlooked principle, slow and steady wins the race. Snooze. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. This is like if I opened up a YouTube video and I'm like, hey guys, look, there's no easy way to make money. It's gonna be super slow and boring. You're gonna take a bunch of sacrifice to do it. It's gonna suck. It's gonna be terrible. Honestly, most of you guys aren't gonna make it, so you should just click off this video right now. It's like, sure, it might feel good because that sounds like good advice, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's not attractive, right? We're running a business here. And that might be like all good advice that you give your buddy. Hey man, like hang in there, slow and steady wins the race, but that's not really good, actionable advice. So here's what I would do instead. This is one of those very vanilla value emails where it's like the advice is some stuff I could probably just Google or I just already know. All this because of the neglected overlooked principle, slow and steady wins the race. This is what I also call intrigue homicide. I already know that this email is going to be about slow and steady winning the race. And I've already heard that before, and it's not flashy, it's not interesting, so I wouldn't look at it. Instead, there's a couple things you can do. So what to do instead? One, give counterintuitive advice that requires explanation. Two, you could tease answer, but give answer later and just give explanation now. Those are the two main ones. There's a few different ways to do those two, but I'll leave it at that. You see, most people aren't patient enough to lose weight gradually by developing healthier eating habits. I feel like I'm getting a lecture from like some teacher or something, some parent. What they want is getting results now. And that's exactly the problem. You can't outdo a bad diet in 1 month. It takes time. That's why people go to such extreme measures, because they haven't learned the correct way to drop the number on the scale and lose body fat. I didn't get shredded by doing that nonsense. I followed a completely different approach. The results took me 3 months, but it was all worth it. I lost 10 to 15 pounds of pure fat while maintaining muscle mass year after year. I started noticing veins popping, without feeling. Here's what I do. I eat 80% healthy and 20% whatever I crave. Key is finding balance. I don't feel, Top quality. Right. Did you give a link in this? All right. I'm gonna think that there's no link in this. I don't think there's any link in this. I think that this is definitely feeling like fairy tale copy. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find some sort of much better angle. So I used the pizza angle. Now, honestly, let's just come up with it here. Let's just do that. Open up Claude. Right. Okay. So here's how I might come up with an angle. I want to come up with 10 intriguing angles for content about losing weight. It to be relatable to the reader, and some of them should be counterintuitive and interesting. After giving me the angle, give me the justification too. I don't know if this is going to work, but we might as well see what it comes up with. Because no offense, my brother, but I'm sure it will be better than what we just looked at. Interesting. Strategic indulgence. Most weight loss content focuses on restriction, but strategic indulgence can actually improve adherence. Honestly, an email about adherence would probably be best. It doesn't matter what diet you follow because most people just don't follow the diet. They don't adhere. So if you're able to do these 3 things to adhere to your diet, then essentially any diet can work for you. That's fire. Research shows planned cheat meals can prevent binges, reduce cravings. Okay, cool. Sleep as the hidden weight loss superpower. That's a good one too. Why weighing yourself less often might lead to better results. Very true. People get on the scale every day. Bro, you could literally not eat a morsel of food for a whole day and the next day be 1 pound heavier. Why is that? Because your body naturally fluctuates. If you're losing 1 pound per week, that's a lot. After a month, you're gonna lose about 4 pounds. After 2 months, that's close to 8 pounds, maybe even more, 10 pounds. But from the day to day, it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down, it's gonna go sideways. So when people weigh themselves every day, or even worse, multiple times per day because they're so obsessed and they see that weight fluctuation, they can start to think that their diet isn't working for them and then just go back to eating willy-nilly. Social connections and as weight management tools. Research consistently shows that our social network heavily influences our health behaviors. That's interesting. That's thought-provoking. I like that one. Why some forms of stress can actually aid weight loss. The counterintuitive case for eating more of the right foods. Okay. How environmental design trumps willpower. I like that one as well. The surprising role of micronutrients in weight management. Interesting. Everybody does like to talk about macronutrients, but micronutrients are also important. Good one. Why slower weight loss often leads to better long-form results. The power of identity-based habits over outcome-based goals. Interesting. I mess with some of those. Then I would take them and I would go and do the rest. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to give you guys that prompt here in the Discord. So I just came up with that off the top of my head, but that's how I would go and prompt ChatGPT for a really quick angle and go next. The angle of, you just need to, be patient and wait for it to happen. What is it? Okay, so a lot of people get confused as to what value even is. Now, there's lots of different definitions, explanations. For example, you have Alex Hormozy's value equation, where it's like these 2 things divided by these 2 things equals value. In content, I describe value as this. Value is actionable advice that someone can take and implement within the next 24 to 74 hours and get some sort of result. So they can actually start doing. Telling people, you should just be more patient, man. It's not really usable. I don't know. I don't know on that one. Third email for this dude. Let's see. This is Radu. Nathan Newberry. I help coaches scale with ads and AI. Former pastor, agency owner, and sales leader. DM scale to learn more. Okay. Interesting. Let's go see the link in the bio. Does he have a VSL? Does he have a page? Stop being stuck. Why you can't get anything done and how to fix it. I don't know why he's posting such broad content. Schedule a strategy call here. The Nathan Newberry Show. The hell is that? YouTube, Spotify. He has a podcast. Okay, that's fine. How to add lights to Lego created a global business. How AI reduced 3-day insurance quotes in just 5 minutes. Okay. I want to go see his YouTube. And then just go straight to a booking, huh? 1-to-1 session with the HP team. Get clarity where you're at right now. Build a vision. Access the HP Accelerator might help. Shut up. Okay. Look at some videos here. Why you can't get anything done and how to fix it? Oh, goodness. No. 4 pillars every business needs to scale fast. Forget more calls. Here's how to close more with fewer calls. Kajabi or go high level. What's the best choice for your business? What Jesus thinks about your business. God's blueprint for business growth. Damn, bro. So we basically did a mini audit of this guy's thing. What do you guys think should be done with his business to grow it? What Jesus thinks about your business is wild. Yeah. So it's kind of like a trend going on in the coaching industry right now where people put their like religion into their business advice. I don't know what the result of it is. I really don't. I think Myron Golden is kind of like not really the starter or the founder, but one of the people who did it first, like the main people. And now like everybody for some reason or another really wants to put their religion into their business advice. I don't know. I don't know the obsession. So we're going to look at this. Goals, having their own. Okay, I saw the idea of having their own podcast. Don't tell me this guy's actually showing you how to make a podcast. This guy gets like 84 views per podcast. Angle, having a podcast can make your sales 10x easier because the ones who already book a call already know you, see you as an authority. They just want to make sure your offer is the right fit. Okay. You said you can make your sales 10 times easier. This is a tough sell. Especially like if someone to come up to me, because I'm this guy's target audience. He's like, hey man, you should start a podcast. Dude, starting a podcast from scratch in 2025, not easy. Here's what you can do, okay? 10x your closing rate with 1 hour. Is content dying in 2025? I guess content is dead in 2025. RIP content, no. These two are different, but these two are all the same. If you're gonna split test them, make them different. These are all the same. Yeah. I hate to be the one telling you this, but if you're still looking to get more leads through content, everybody will forget your online existence within a year. Interesting claim. Coaches worldwide are tapping into an old school system that consistently generates, nurtures, and books high quality leads on autopilot. Old school is probably not what you want to use. Novelty is something that gets people excited. So if you're like, this is the old way of doing it, doesn't work as well. Generates, nurtures, and books high quality leads on autopilot. What is it? It's not last minute tactic that fills your calendar overnight. In fact, fills your calendar overnight. This can be in plain sight at all this time. This has been, okay, yet only recently coaches thought of using it to make their life easier. I thought you said this was, a old school system. Because if you think about it, most people share a few key patterns. They're busy, they want to grow, they're consistently looking for solutions. That's why podcasts are so popular. They're easy to consume, packed with value, and perfect for learning on the go. Most entrepreneurs realize that if they leverage that, they can make themselves more known, liked, and trusted by their audience by simply sharing their experience and giving a helpful solution to listeners. Okay, I guess so. But be careful, podcasts can make or break your business. If you're not delivering genuine and helpful value, you're not just missing the mark, you're turning your audience off. This is AI, so when you go like, but it's not just about this, it's about this. Very AI. I don't know if you use AI right there. I'll probably assume that you did, but just want to let you know. Making them question your credibility. That's thousands of dollars of potential leads you'll lose if you don't grab them with enough value and intrigue. But of course, just like any other thing in life, getting people hooked and intrigued about learning more to your offer can be mastered. If you want to know how to grab your listeners by the jugular as a go-to authority they need, click here to arrange a strategy call with my team. We'll show you exactly how to build an authority that demands attention and authenticity, driving your leads. Okay, right. I also forgot you told me to do email 3, didn't you? I don't know. Maybe you did. Anyways, doesn't matter. I did email 1. It's okay, but here's the thing. If you really want to make this go hard and fire, you have to, so you start with a bold statement. You mention an old school system, but you don't really mention podcasts until like way down. Okay, so I'll get to the podcast angle quicker. Most people are focused on TikTok and focused on Instagram and focused on something else. But did you know that podcasts have actually been the number one way for coaches to get more whatever? If you don't believe me, then here are some reasons. And then you use some interesting justifications. And then at the end, you might not want to use you can use this type of CTA, but I might use some sort of free value VSL training sort of CTA instead of a book a call with my team CTA. On top of that, what would work a lot better than this, what I'm reading right now, is some sort of story. A story of how you or someone else in the industry used and leveraged podcasts in order to grow their brand. Maybe you'll use Joe Rogan as an experience, as a example of someone who's started a podcast and like literally took over the whole internet. or some of the other really big podcasts that are out there. How do I X all of these out? And not to mention, there's just a lot of waffling. There's a lot of speaking, talking, yapping. I mean, it's short, so I'll have to give it a watch. All right. Work hard and smart will kill your biz. Here's the raw truth. Step back or let your competitors steal your money. Hey, first name. Since I joined the business field, I noticed most coaches advising their students to work hard, while others were screaming, work smart. But in reality, none of the above is right. And today, I'll show you how you should instead develop the time-efficient routine to maximize your monthly profits. Because after years of testing both hard and smart work, I came to realize of what works best. And the same conclusion may get you from struggling to make 10K per month to go consistent 50K per month. And no, it's not about finding a right balance. The truth is, it all comes down to going back. It all comes down to going back. Allow me to share some light. When you reflect on your past actions, you're gaining new perspective. You see where you're lost in the grind, rely too much on systems. This allows you to measure and eventually find a sweet spot of grinding and leveraging systems to work for you to boost your efficiency. This may sound too simple, but that's why so many entrepreneurs face the same bottleneck for months or even years. If you don't look back at what you did and what got you results, you'll most likely waste precious time. Meanwhile, your competitors step back, collected information, and optimized their processes, setting themselves way ahead of you. I don't know about you, but I'd hate to be in that position. And if you do too, next time you feel like work doesn't pay off, take a deep breath, zoom out, and analyze your results. Since I joined the business field, notice coaches doing this. In reality, none of the above is right. So first of all, the angle is flawed. So you're saying don't work hard, don't work smart, but look back. How are those all mutually exclusive? I don't see how that's mutually exclusive. Now, you're not supposed to work smart. You're not supposed to. Isn't looking back and gathering data be considered working smart? I don't know. But in reality, and today I'll show you what you should do instead to develop the most time-efficient routine to maximize your monthly profits. Bro, what? Because after years of testing both hard and smart work, I came to realize that what works best, and the same conclusion you may get from struggling. You already gave it what's in it for me. So this is just like waffle. And no, it's not about going back. Allow me to shed some light, thorough clearing. You said a whole lot just to say a whole little. When you reflect on your past actions, you're gaining new perspective. You see where you lost in the grind. So this is like overall general like business advice, but it's pretty weak. This is like a piece of advice I might give somebody who's like just starting out a business, like day one. Optimize their processes. I'd hate to be in that position. Bro. What is this, bro? What structure is this? Like, what structure is this? Maybe like CJN, but not really. All right, so how would I fix this? Let's go take a trip into Claude again. I'm trying to come up with some angles for my emails. I want them to be intriguing and valuable, and also some of them to be counterintuitive advice. Going to give you what I wrote about that I want to rewrite. Please give me 10 different angles. Let's see what it comes up with. We'll see. Again, this is just to get a starting point. The reflection advantage. Interesting. The one thing your competitors do that you don't. Most entrepreneurs look forward, but the successful ones look backward at first. It's okay. The blind spot theory has a 50K blind spot. Now that's an interesting angle, where it's like much more simple to hear. While you're missing out on obvious profit multiplier, the gap between your current revenue and your potential isn't working harder or smarter. It's what you're completely overlooking. Okay. The third option approach, the data-driven success formula, counterintuitive productivity hack. Okay, so give me 10 more that have nothing to do with the contents of the email I gave you, but are of different topics and angles. But already we're cooking up something a little bit more special here. Decision fatigue, nah. Skill acquisition paradox, content creation arbitrage, no. The audience temperature theory, no. Pricing psychology breakthrough, no. These are ass. Anyways, they didn't give us much there, but these ones still are much better. Yeah, I mean, you're essentially just giving like a therapy session to a business owner who is like already making it happen. That's my bottom line. It's kind of like, it's like if you were to tell like a 8-figure business owner, hey man, just stick in there, hang in there, bro. Like you're gonna have down days, but just take a breath, zoom out, and relax. It's like, is that really valuable, or are you just kind of waffling at that point? You're just kind of chatting. So have some more sophisticated content. This one honestly is better content sophistication level, but the angle is really stale. You're basically saying, hey, I have a way to make money. Here's why I think it's better. With no like entertainment value, no unique mechanism talk. It's kind of just, it's not really belief shifting. It's kind of just saying podcast. Collapse 10,000 hours of experience and struggle and knowledge. There should be a comma right here as well. That right there is called the Oxford comma. Hold up. I learned this in English class. With the Oxford comma, we invited the strippers, JFK, and Stalin. Strippers, JFK, Stalin. Without the Oxford comma, we invited the strippers, JFK, and Stalin. And it makes them sound like the strippers. Anyways, you get it. But essentially, it will make your writing more clear. And it is a comma that goes right there before the and, which could change the whole meaning of the sentence. So, how to go from wearing multiple hats and carrying your team to a fully automated business during Las Vegas's most exclusive 2-day summit. Brad Lee and 7 elite entrepreneurs will show you how to turn chaos into consistency using the same systems that Tony Robbins, Grant Cardone, and other nine-figure companies use. Okay? Videos, get my ticket. Something about these graphics, I don't know if you made them, so I don't know if it's relevant to you or not. Something about these graphics screams like low quality. Like them having a white background and a circle and whatever these little red things are. I don't know. Who's coming? Only the best of the best. Brad, William, Joe, Jen, Brenda. Sweet. What you'll learn. Okay. The plug and play SOPs used by, right, just like you said, the automation accelerator to help you identify which aspects of your business to automate first for maximum impact with minimal effort and time. Okay. How to turn your team into a powerhouse of exponential leaders who take ownership rather than just following orders. No more micromanaging. How to confidently hand off critical tasks without fear of them not getting done right. This alone will save you 15 hours weekly. Brad's little known sales conversion multiplier that turns prospects into high intent buyers consistently without you being involved. Plug and play. Okay, right. Who is this for? This is for you if you already have a business generating consistent revenue, have a team, even if it's small, are committed to building something bigger than themselves. Not for you if you are looking for another motivational event with zero implementation, believe hustling harder is the only way to grow, are committed to building something bigger than themselves. Is this the same? Those ones look the exact same. It is for you if that, and it's not for you if this. Are willing to think hiring more people will solve your operational problems. I don't know if that's a good one. Are too proud to admit your current approach isn't working. So number 3 is the same as number 3 over here. And number 4, I think it could be better. Tony Robbins, Grant Cardone, and Andy Elliott all implemented our system and made millions. In 48 hours, we'll show you how you can too. Look, I've built multiple, So with just there's a word for it. I can't recall what it is right now. But you want to squish this in more because it's hard to read. I kind of need to zoom out a little bit. There we go. Multiple 8-figure companies from scratch, and my co-host for this event, William Stern, has built one of the largest small business lenders in the country with his 9-figure portfolio. Also, this L isn't bolded. With a combined entrepreneurial age of 68 years, we found the number one difference between entrepreneurs struggling to scale and successful business owners, it's systems. Here's why. Most entrepreneurs try to scale through sheer willpower and hustle. They work longer hours, hire more people, and try to be everywhere at once. But this approach has a ceiling. You eventually run out of hours, energy, and attention. Systems, on the other hand, provide unlimited scale potential. Right after this, I'm not sure what you're going to do, but what I would do is create some sort of hypothetical and give some sort of justification on top of this. So let's see what you do. They allow you to clone your expertise, decision-making, and problem-solving into processes that work without your constant involvement. McDonald's doesn't depend on CEO cooking every burger. Apple doesn't need Tim Cook to personally design each product. A little money tail. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think the ultimate example of this is Elon Musk, right? And he's also really relevant right now because he has all of these businesses and also doesn't really do much in them and is instead playing politics with Donald Trump, whether you like him or not. So let's see. That's the power of using systems. They transform founder-dependent businesses into self-sustaining ATMs that scale fast while bringing a boatload of recurring revenue. It's good so far, but also, I'm not sure if you can do this, but talk a little bit more about how and why. Right? So the belief shift here is that hustle and just mindlessly hiring more people isn't going to grow your business. Rather, what's going to grow your business, actually, it doesn't even say that. It basically just says what's going to grow your business is boost the server to let in more people. Video stage is full. Oh, damn. Our stage is full. I'll have to fix that later. Anyways, you also need to justify as to why this matters and what to do instead. So what you should do instead is hire a team of leaders that all take accountability and incentivize them in a way so that they all want to grow the business and aren't just showing up for a paycheck. If most businesses hire employees that show up for a paycheck, none of them are going to want to actively grow the business. However, if you hire correctly, incentivize properly, and build the right comp structures, now all of a sudden, people are going to be figuring out how to grow your business. And this is how you reach exponential growth without having to hustle. For example, and then I might tell a story of some people who grew $1 million business. He was still able to travel the world, go to these business events, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the power. And in just 2 days in my Las Vegas headquarters, William and I are going to hand you the exact operational frameworks, automation sequences, team management systems, and leadership skills that allow businesses to run without us while bringing in tons of recurring flat cash flow. 2-day event, double your lead flow in 30 days, eliminate the 3 most common revenue leaks, cut your working hours by 20 to 40%, build a predictable revenue stream that delivers consistent cash flow. What makes this summit different from everything else? Some more things. Why does it just say 60 here? That's the number. Okay. I mess with it. What do you guys think? I think it's good. I don't know if they told you to do this. This seems like something you wouldn't regularly do, but they're quite incessant on the name dropping. They're like, oh, we have to name drop more. They still don't know this system's used by Tony Robbins and Grant Cardone and other 9-figure entrepreneurs and Andy Elliott. It's like, no, we need to know. How did you schedule your days in terms of prioritizing tasks? Did you learn before or after you were practicing copy? How did I schedule my days in terms of prioritizing your tasks? I never really scheduled my days until I started copy and until I started to get really into self-improvement. But there's a lot of places that I learned a lot of things. For example, the 2 biggest influences in my life were working construction and carpentry, and being in the army. And those 2 things, you're very regimented, and you're also just like waking up early, getting to work right away, and you're just like working consistently. It's pretty funny that I see these memes all the time on short form content, and they're like, there are guys who make work their whole personality, and they're like, oh, you worked 50 hours this week? Yeah. I remember my first part-time job. That's easy. I worked 158 hours this week. But that was basically me. And I was able to do that with my business here as well. And prioritizing is honestly quite simple. You just focus on what are going to be the needle-moving things. And for you guys, it's going to be outreach. This is going to be outreach consistently. Do the hardest and the most needle-moving things, and you'll just win. You'll just win consistently. The hardest part about prioritizing, just like diets actually, is adherence. Actually following your damn schedule, which is why having a timer and having a time tracking system like Toggle, very, very important. I mean, I've talked about those at length. I have a timer here on my desk. It's glued to my desk, so I can't really pick it up. But it's just a little timer. You can use whatever, even like a timer on your laptop. But say for the next hour, I'm just going to write copy. The next hour, I'm just going to outreach. Amazing. Awesome. Love it. When will you drop the outreach audit protocol doc? We'll see. How can I find up to 30 to 50 prospects as fast and qualified fueled per day, such that it's easy to send 20 more IG openers? How can I find 30 to 50 prospects? I mean, follow the prospecting protocol. When creating angles, from where do you come up with the solution? What's you're going to give your audience, and how do you match it with your brand voice? Because I think that's what's keeping me from coming up with email ideas quickly. So you guys saw how I might come up with an angle, but another great way to come up with angles is just look at their content. And then if you look at their content, you also know what their angle is. So brand voice and angle, essentially, you're going to want to look at their stuff that they already post. And the reason why this is important is because all the angles you need is going to be there. They have a few overarching principles of their brand. Me, for example, what do I believe? I believe in super high quality outreach. High quality outreach is going to make you more money in the long term than just blasting out random DMs or random cold emails. On top of that, I also believe consistent follow-up all the time. Follow-up, the money is in the follow-up. You need to follow up properly. You need to follow up with value. You need to follow up with some memes every once in a while. On top of that, building your brag folder. You need to cross the credibility threshold. If you cross the credibility threshold, all of a sudden you're going to have inbound leads. For example, one of my students actually got a $7,500 project, copywriting project on Upwork as an inbound lead. They saw his profile. They wanted to work with him. That's my example for that. So by using all of these overarching principles, you're able to come up with some really cool angles. For example, guys, remember my copywriting passport angle? It basically goes like this. Are you able to go and travel to another country without a passport? The answer is no. So what should you do? Well, you need to have a passport, but the same goes with copywriting. Copywriting, your passport is your portfolio, your testimonials, and your skill, or whatever it is. I forgot what the whole email was. But that's just a way where I came up with an angle, but it was based off of the stuff that I already believe and already talk about. So you need to actually analyze the damn people that you're writing for. Then the angles will, I promise you, dude, they'll write themselves. You'll know what to write about and you'll know how to copy their brand voice. How do I circle back on a prospect that I outreach to and told me he doesn't run the marketing? Just give him some more value. Staying at home / forcing yourself to go to the gym equals the worst consistency. Rather, all right, I don't know what the hell this dude's trying to say, but I guess we'll just go into it anyways. He sent in his copy first, so not really much else to do. Build a good relationship, audience while being valuable. Don't train to progress. Don't train to get progress faster. This mindset shift everything for me. Hey, Name, what would you do when you're stuck in this situation? What do you do when you're stuck in this situation? When training starts to feel like a chore. 1, you stay home and binge watch Netflix and scroll TikTok. Or 2, you be David Goggins and force yourself to push through. Which one will you choose? For me, it's neither. The English here is rough, and it also has a poor economy of words, especially in the lead. So it's like you're asking the same question 2 times, you're saying the same things 2 times. Hey, Name, what would you do when you're stuck in this situation? That's not even how you would ask it. You'd say, what would you do if you were stuck in this situation? Training starts to feel like a chore. You can stay home or be David Goggins and force yourself to push through. And then again, you say, which one will you choose? You already asked that. So just go for this. Just skip that and go here. When I started doing a third thing, I mean the third thing, everything changed. I built real consistency and I made more progress than 90% of the people I trained with. Who's this for? Is this fairy tale copy? Where's the link? So you need to give me the link of who you're writing for. If you're not writing for anybody and you're just sitting there writing copy, like deadly sin number 1. You're like on week 5, day 6. I built real consistency and I made progress 90% of people I trained with. Here's why those first 2 options didn't work. Staying home kills consistency before it even starts. Forcing it builds resentment, eventually burnout. You'll start associating training with stress instead of progress. Both can lead to the same result. You stop showing up altogether. So what's the third option? Just go. Pick up your bag, get to the gym whenever you train. That's it. Again, this is quite vanilla, but at least you didn't commit intrigue homicide like the other dude. What would I do instead? I would use Justin Waller's angle. Justin Waller's angle is that he started his copy with, I lie all the time. Here's what I tell myself. You would just go to the gym and do 10 minutes of cardio and leave. And then when I get to the gym, I do my 10 minutes of cardio, but then I don't want to stop. Then I do the rest of my workout. Because when you get to the gym, you feel way better and you want to start working out. But when you're at home, it's the opposite. So next time you feel like not going to the gym, lie to yourself, tell yourself you're only going to do 5 reps, 10 minutes of cardio or some stretching. Then once you get to the gym, I promise you, you'll want to absolutely crush a workout. That is a much more succinct and interesting way to come up with that angle than just go. You know what this reminds me of? If you're homeless, just buy a house. Like, bro, come on now. I burned down my $1 million coaching business. Sweet. Here's what I accomplished, first name. I generated $1.5 million in personal sales and helped clients achieve over $5 million in results through my coaching business. But in March 2024, I made a radical decision to shut it all down. Here's why. For most coaches, this sounds like a dream. Scaling past $1 million, helping clients hit similar milestones, enjoying financial, time, and location freedom. But for me, it didn't feel like freedom. I was scaling someone else's vision instead of my own. Sure, earning $75K per month. All right, what I'm getting here so far is like, this feels like, but fun. Like, there's not really too much of a what's in it for me. It feels like a self-yapathon. You guys ever talk to those people that are like, they just love to talk about themselves, and then you're like, oh yeah, that reminds me of one time when I was actually a teenager. And then they don't say anything. And then they're like, oh my God, my Amazon package still isn't here. And they just keep talking about this. It's insane. It's just insane. I've had a couple of people like that, and I'm just like, wow, you are so vapid. Anyways, that's the vibe that I'm getting. For me, it didn't feel like freedom. I was scaling someone else's vision instead of my own. Sure, earning $75K per month gave me the stability I wanted, but I wanted to buy what I wanted, work from anywhere, and control my schedule. Okay, you already said those things, I think. But my mind was never free. I was making that money, managing a 6-person team and taking nonstop sales calls, often trying to convince people who weren't even sure they wanted to buy. My mind was constantly racing with thoughts like, what if this client doesn't close? What if my team drops the ball? What if I can't deliver the results that I promised? It got so bad that I once prioritized a sales call over being there for my wife during her second miscarriage. Jesus Christ. Now we're just trauma dumping. That broke me, but it also woke me up. I realized I needed to rebuild my business completely, this time on my terms. So I scaled down from a team of 6 to just me. Never took sales calls or chased clients. Now I work exclusively with self-motivated clients who reach out to me first. One offer sold through my DMs to people who already know they want to work with me. Yes, my revenue initially dropped by more than half overnight, but for the first time in years, I feel genuinely free. I play golf on Wednesday afternoons. I spend quality time with my family, and I'm building back to 7 figures. If you're exhausted from running a business that drains you from the inside, DM me. Interesting. Okay, cool. So here is what I would do. 1, there's not really any angle here. Right? There's not really any angle here. Self-yapathon, trauma dumping. It's like, what does this got to do with me? Because I'm actually the target audience for this. When I read this, I'm just like, So a few things. Here's what I accomplished. Yeah, right here. When you say here's why I shut it down and why you should too, or something. This is where you give a little bit about the actual person, the reader. So the thesis of the email is that it's better to build a lifestyle business because it gives you longevity, a better life, and you can still make a lot of revenue from it. So we want to use that and talk about it. There's a lot of reiteration too, like this reiteration, but my mind was never free. I was making the money, managing it. So often trying to, and when you go like this, relate to reader, you have zero like relation to reader in this whole email. So I was making that money, managing a 6-person team, taking nonstop sales calls. And maybe you're somebody who feels the same. You feel like every day you wake up, you have to worry about scaling your business, even though you understand and you know more money wouldn't make you any happier. The problem is that you run this team and you have these clients, and now you're basically in another 9-to-5. Ask yourself this: are you willing to miss out on life and one day be on your deathbed regretting that you never truly lived in the first place just because you wanted a couple extra zeros in your bank account? Or are you somebody who wants to live your life, and while working hard and discipline improves your future, having a lifestyle that you enjoy makes your future worth even having in the first place? So if you want to learn how to build a lifestyle business that serves you and not a prison business where you serve it, then here's exactly how I did that. That's how I would go. Yeah. So relate to the reader a lot more, reiterate less. And I think that right there would bring the email up overall, would help. How do you make good story emails that are still engaging, not like narcissists, besides having a strong whisper from me? It is difficult. It's absolutely difficult. And it's a skill that you learn over time. And through making a lot of content, it's like you have to have really, really good transitions, especially when talking about a story. But when you're talking about a story, it's kind of like a dance. It's a push and a pull. You give them a strong what's in it for me so that they're like, oh, okay, I really want to know how to do this. For example, here's how I got a 5K per month copywriting client from Facebook. So it's Facebook, so it's new. Interesting. It's a big result. It's like 5K per month. Oh, okay, I want to know how to do that. Then I would start it off like, hey, I got a 5K per month client from a place that I wasn't even outreaching on, Facebook. The funny thing is, it's all due to a funny cat video. Let me explain. Now you're hooked. There's all these hooks. There's all this entry like, And then you go into, for example, right? Again, every piece of copy is a game of chess. So right now, there's 2 moves that I would consider. I would consider going into a challenge, or I would consider going into a problem. So here's the challenge. See, most copywriters feel as though Instagram, Upwork are the best, and cold email are the best ways to get clients. And by copywriters, I mean me a couple months ago. But in reality, these outreach methods are dead. And I'm going to show you why and how I stumbled upon it. And then I would go a little bit more into me. So see what I did there? I started with me. I talked a little bit about them. Now I'm going back to me and my story, right? It's like a push and pull. And the next is problem. See, so many copywriters have the problems of every time they find somebody on Instagram they want to outreach to, there's already 20 other copywriters that follow them. They've already been outreached to probably 5 times already today. And then once you finally do outreach to people in their DMs, what do you get 9 times out of 10? An AI bot, an appointment setter that's just trying to sell you their course. Or what's even more likely is you just get ghosted. And this is exactly what was happening to me. I was going through all of these things. So one day I woke up and I decided, fuck it. I feel like I'm wasting time on these apps anyways, so why don't I try something new? So I opened up Facebook. The first thing I saw was this funny cat video. I go into the comments. I see a business owner commenting on it. I go to the business owner and I just message him an outreach. It was probably the laziest and one of the worst outreaches I've ever done. But late that night, when I was scrolling my phone, I got a Facebook notification. You free? The message read, you free at 1 o'clock? Here's my Calendly link. And I thought to myself instantly, there's no fucking way that actually worked. And then I go into more, I don't know. It's a made up story. So I don't know what happens next. But you get the point. I talked about my story, my situation, the end result. Then I talked about the problem that a lot of people have where I relate to the reader a ton. And then finally, I go back to the story. And then at the end, I probably give some advice on what to do. So that's how you can make more about stories. Sheriff 2D. Okay. All right. Okay. Also, he's definitely not 33 years old is the target demographic. Name a 33-year-old that's on TikTok. I'll wait. Rose said 33. Working hard won't take you anywhere, and I mean it. Work hard trapped you into a dead end. The problem isn't you, it's the plan. There's a better one. Okay. These are all right, but they're all lacking specificity. I'll give you some better alternatives when I read the email. Working hard won't take you anywhere if you're not doing the right kind of work. Trying side jobs that don't reward you the way you deserve make as much sense as trying to boil ice to make it hotter. I'm not saying you have to start from scratch all over again. I'm saying that there is a better path you can take, a path where your hard work will actually matter and will make a change. When you get stuck doing jobs that pay just enough to cover the bills, but never quite enough to build the life you dreamed of, it's easy to start thinking that you are the problem, that you didn't try hard enough, or that life you want isn't meant for you. It isn't your fault, first name. You see, systems don't fail you because you were weak. It failed you because it was never meant to work for you. You are a slave born into a prison for your mind. No wonder you are exhausted and you're not alone. We have helped people that feel exactly like you, people that woke up day to day struggling paycheck to paycheck and kept chasing opportunities that never paid off. People that thought ending the world hunger would be easier than having a chance at landing a remote sales tech job. And who could blame them for thinking this? They didn't have experience, knowledge, or even someone to ask about it. But I'm here to tell you they still made it without having to start from zero. I get it. You're done with dead ends and false starts. Just remember this. The problem isn't you. It's the plan. Talk soon. So it's more of like a pep talk email. That's fine. They're not my favorite emails, especially for sending in the copy review, because it's kind of just a, yapathon type of email. But let's go through it. So the advice is very vanilla and it's a very generic email. I'll give you an example. Your emails and your copy should only work for you. I could use this email for any email list on anybody who does any sort of business discipline. This could be for a fitness guy. This could be for a finance dude. It could be for a biz op owner. It could be for an investor. It can be for a business coaching guy. It could be for anything. So you want your copy to be one of one. You want it to be fingerprint copy. I'll give you an example. Here's an email that I might make that has the same idea, the same topic, but it's told differently. The subject line is, hard work made my uncle hate me. The other day, I bought a new car. And like anyone does, I posted it online. The next thing I know, I'm talking to my uncle, and he tells me that he hates me. Not literally, but here's what he said. I've been working hard for 30 years straight. Why am I not able to afford a new car like that? And it made me think, why can't he afford a new car like that? And the answer I came to is this. You see, so many people work their whole lives away. They work hard And they think that working hard means that one day they'll be able to get what they want. But the problem is this, is that what you work on and how you work on it matters so much more than just the effort that you put in. So here's the question that I want you to ask yourself. Are you putting your effort, are you directing it into the proper direction in the right way? Because if not, one day you might wake up, look back on your life and wish that you were doing something else. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are your exact age, who are self-made and making more than enough money they know what to do with. Not only am I one of them, but I also know and work with a lot of them as well. So if there's one thing you take away from this email, it's this. Don't just work hard. Don't just work smart, but you should also work with strategy. I probably could make that a bit better in some parts. But now the reason that works is because there's a story to it. There's self-reflection. It is original. Now, what I'm not telling you to do is take everything I just said and put it in an email, put it in your next email. No. Don't steal the words of just what I just did. Steal the ideas. It's something that sounds like you're talking to a friend, something that sounds like you're talking to an actual person, to somebody. Whereas this one that you have, there's a few other parts as well that don't really work. So for example, some of the analogies, nah. So you usually don't want to have analogies super early in the email because it just adds bloat. And this is also a pretty weak analogy. And then there's another one down here as well. This one as well. Nah, got it. You're done with it. Okay. Also, I don't know if he talks about slavery in the Matrix, but Tate? Is this black Tate? I don't know. I mean, technically Tate is black, but fire. Let's take a look. Hey, first name, your competitor's ads can help you get more leads. And you don't even realize it. In this email, I'll explain how you can steal leads of the competition without spending a cent on ads yourself. Imagine your competitors opened a big restaurant. They spent a lot of money to bring people in. Then you open a spot right next to them. Same food, but more fun and charming. Suddenly, those same customers are going to you instead of them. This is how the Black Ops acquisition system works. I can't help but smile every time I see that shit. The Black Ops. Is it Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3? What do you think about? Black Ops Zombies? Like, which Black Ops exactly? First, you want to get your competitor's IG and check their list of followers. Find at least 100 people from that list. Select the ones you consider to sell your services to. Then you need to interact with those leads, send them direct messages, and engage with them. Once the prospects are interested, make sure they are a good fit to work with you. As a few quick questions to see if they're serious, or you can also send them a form to complete. This is what else I'm getting from this system. Why the hell do I need you? Like, here's the thing. When you're creating a system to sell to people, right, especially in something like B2B, you want to hit the sweet spot, right? You want to hit the sweet spot. If it seems too easy like this, why the hell do I need you? You're literally telling me to go on my competitor's Instagram, go to some of their followers and message them and talk to them and interact with them. Most people already do that as well. But you don't want something that's too complex, because then it's just going to not work and not going to be as applicable to everybody, and it's going to confuse and overwhelm people. If they don't have the money and aren't willing to do the work, you don't need to waste your time on that person. Just pass to the next lead. Finally, make sure you book the call with them. Yeah, okay. Easier said than done. And send them constant reminders of the time before the call. Once you start implementing these things, you'll notice two things. First, finding good leads is impossible without spending money at all. Finding good leads is possible without spending money at all. And second, booking calls with this system is easier said than done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. Booking calls with the system is easier said than done. Why the hell? You have to constantly outreach to keep contact with more than 100 people and tailor this system specifically to each person you talk to. First name, if you want to find out how to solve these difficulties, start booking calls with... No. So you were all right until down here. So tailor the system specifically. Yeah. So you need right here, intrigue on how. What's the system? How's it work? What results is it responsible for? I've been in my absolute marketing bag. So if it seems like I'm more brutal than usual, it's because, bro, I've been doing this high level stuff lately. Okay. So here's what you need right here. You're focused on the copy, which is cool, but bro, I am out like a light, bro. Like this right here is what I would read if I'm like having trouble sleeping. If I'm like tossing and turning in bed, I think I'm going to save this on my phone so that it can actually put me to sleep. Now that might sound harsh, but it really is. It really do be like that, bro. No engagement factor, no anything that's kind of like creative, interesting, really like, it's cool. It's kind of just, it feels like a reiteration of the VSL, what that probably is. Second is, if you want, here's what your actual CTA is, your literal CTA that I'm reading here right on the screen with my own eyeballs. You'll notice two things. One, finding good leads is possible without spending any money at all. And two, booking with this system is easier said than done. You literally like, now that I gave you this system, you're going to run into the problem that it's hard to actually book these leads. So then why the hell you just gave me fluff then? So you did the problem solution loop or attempted it, but here's where it could have been done better. So when you problem solution loop with people, you actually do give them an actual solution, like something that they can go out there and use to make money. But there's something else that they could use to make more money with it or get more of the result with it. Whereas what I'm seeing here is like, look, what I just give you is actually garbage and useless unless you know how to do this other thing. If you want help with that, click here. And it's also super vague. What does that even mean? A what? You have to constantly tailor the system specifically each program. If you want to find out. Okay, so here's what I might add. So how? Is it with like a $4 an hour VA? Is it with AI or something else trendy / cool? So add in something that is a little bit more interesting and trendy. I've been working on my own B2B offer, my own agency, and I've been studying a lot of these offers. So something like a VA's, hiring overseas, very, very trendy right now. AI, of course, very, very trendy right now. So it's like, what extra like little piece of information are you giving me where I'm like, oh, that sounds really good? Because with this email right here, I could just take what you give me and be like, you probably just wants me to get a VA or something. And I feel like I already know what's through the other side. Start booking calls without figuring all out by yourself. If you're looking to book a call with me. Nah, not how it works. Let me find the best way to adapt. Right, yeah, no. So instead, we don't say, hey man, you're gonna notice that it's gonna be hard, so you should book a call with me. Nah, you don't want them to just book a call with you. That's not what you even want in the first place. Nope. Instead, what you want is to give them a VSL. You want to give them the VSL because the VSL gives them all the answers and pre-sells them like you need them to do. I'll explain even further. If somebody just goes, yeah, I do want help booking this out. This doesn't seem like a sales call to me. You know what you're going to get booked on this calendar? You're going to get a bunch of dumb bums who have no idea what they're doing. They don't even run a business. Some karate teacher is going to end up booking a call with you and you're going to be like, hey man, how's it going? And then you're going to like try to pitch him or something. And he's going to be like, who are you? What do you do? I don't really understand. And this sounds like hyperbole, but I'm not even joking. People actually do this. So you saying, hey man, why don't you book a call with me? After this, like what did you even do? Did you think that you did something? Nothing really happened. Let me find the best way to adapt this method to your business. It sounds like a free coaching call. So you can start booking calls within your first month. Sounds like a free coaching call. Here's to your success, Max. Okay, yeah, okay. So don't make it sound like a free coaching call. Send them to the free training VSL so that they actually know how it works and how it can implement it into their business. They know it already has results, et cetera, et cetera. Otherwise, you're not going to get good or qualified or educated people on the call. Also, make it more interesting and also add some more entry points to make them actually want to watch the video. Headline breakdown, pro copy breakdown, copy breakdown. Become a remote sales rep and earn 5 to 10K per month in 90 days or your money back. Ooh, okay. Free 8-minute video reveals the exact formula newbie sales reps use to land 5K month clients from their very first outreach and how you can do the same without getting ghosted. You don't say anything about the guarantee here, my friend. None of these do. You have to mention the guarantee. So if his offer has the guarantee is going to be in the headline. So make sure you use the guarantee. But other than that, it's fine, I guess. Use the guarantee in the headline. You can do the same without getting ghosted. I also don't feel like that's not their biggest issue. I don't think. Now, I'm not a sales rep, but I don't think that's it. Also, don't use this, man. This is AI as fuck. Don't do it. Some robo-copy. To all men who want to unlock their full potential, discover a disciplined, fulfilled, and stronger version of yourself by joining the Fighters Code for free. What is that? What is the Fighters Code? Fighting order. What? Is it a community? Is it a resource? I need to know. Discover how to go from being lost to becoming strong, disciplined, and fulfilled for free via self photo. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, that's my, also leave the link to who you're writing for at the top. I would give a more in-depth review, but you didn't do that. So leave who you're writing for at the top. Awesome. 50 high ticket calls for first name. This is so freaking simple. 0 ad spend. 50 high ticket. Okay, right. Packing your calendar with qualified appointments is so effing simple. Over the last 2 weeks, I've booked 50 high ticket calls, 0 ad spend. Here's how. But first, your content strategy absolutely sucks. Why? Because you were an idiot and you listened to these content experts who have no clue what they're talking about. You decided to post as much content as possible with no clear intention in mind. You randomly post here and there, but little do you know, this is why no one trusts you. Instead of posting just for the sake of posting, I found this more effective. But the truth is, posting content is like a funnel. Most people's funnels leak harder than a $20 AliExpress water bottle. Step number 1, awareness. Step number 2, nurture. Step number 3, bottom of funnel. That's it. If it were my email list, I might tone it down, but I understand you're doing brand voicing here, so okay. Some other things right here is I'm not really getting as much why as I should be. So 1, add in more relatability. People tell you all the time, you should use a trending audio in the background, and then that way your stuff will go viral. Or you should do this thing, or you should do that thing, or whatever silly thing. But yeah, give some relatability points as to what people are usually experiencing or hearing. Instead of, I just found this more effective, that kind of sounds like crap. Like, why is this more effective? And use some more justification points, like give an example, analogy, or hypothetical. Also, since this is so long, I would make these points way shorter. Make these points like 3 to 4 lines. Otherwise, it's pretty damn long. That's what I would do. Sweet. Awesome. W. Everybody tries to build a personal brand, but doing this won't keep you stuck forever. You're pushing clients away dealing without even realizing it, why your brand may fall flat on its face, and how to tweak it to boost 2 to 5 calls a day. Hey, first name. In 2025, most entrepreneurs focus on their personal brand. And although my whole business is based on my brand, here's why building one is a horrible idea. Because what most people do is building only their outside brand. They make their content look flashy, thinking that way they command authority. not the laughing emoji. They completely miss the branding part. Think about Nike. They don't sell millions of pairs of $200 sneakers only because they have a swoosh on them, but because they make their customers resonate with their brand. Does Just Do It ring a bell? That's how they attract customers who keep up with Nike release, and the same goes for any business. So this makes sense. This is what I would call a money tail, but it's not wrapped up in a pretty bow. So there's a few things that you can do here. So you gave the Nike example, which is cool, but usually when you give an example that takes a little bit of explanation, right? Like the example is kind of explaining. What I would do is wrap it up in a pretty bow by saying, in short, and then I'd make like a tweetable, right? So with this tweetable, me personally, again, I would do 2 things. I would either go to Claude and say, make me 10 tweets about this topic and give it the topic of branding and why branding is so important, and then use something from that. Or I would take from memory what I already know, right? So I would do, this is the other option. I would either go to Alex Hormozy's Twitter, because I know at one point he tweeted something like, the more I do business, the more I realize brand over everything. And since Alex Hormozy is the second coming of Jesus as far as business is concerned, I would use a quote from him. What else I could do is I also heard something that he said one time, and it was something like, you only have a brand when someone else offers your customers the exact thing you offer them at less price, but they don't want to buy it. And the reason why is because they trust you and your brand. So I might take a picture of Alex, I might put that text right there, make it in italics, and put quotation marks around it, and then put that picture in this email. Now, am I telling you to literally do that? No, but steal the idea, not the actual words. It just gives it a little bit more authority. Some flashy edited reels, YouTube videos won't cut your audience's skepticism. They need something that makes them think they understand my approach. But as a business owner, you probably, okay, it's getting really wordy down here, bro. But as a business owner, you probably don't have time to binge watch dozens of videos on how to create connections to your brand, let alone wasting time trying to implement everything for yourself. So if you want a tailored to you breakdown on how you can nail your inside personal brand, you can attract buyers, set up a branding session with me here. Nah, do VSL instead. And also, you don't have to always do a VSL. You can go straight to book a call. But this isn't really that valuable. Like, So there's a couple things here, right? This is for somebody already posting content. So again, you're trying to tell me, without a shadow of a doubt, you know better than me on how to post my own content and do my job better than I do. So, and the problem here is that you're pointing out is you don't have time to binge watch dozens of videos on how to create a connection through your brand. Is that true? I don't know about that. I'll give you a crystal clear roadmap on the exact steps to take a deep connection with your leads and convert them into high ticket clients. Then if it's a fair fit for both parties, we'll invite you to our A team where we install a 3-step system used by 104 plus businesses to generate 2 to 5 qualified appointments per day. Sure. But I think what I would do here, if I were you and you were me, is add in a couple bullets and finish off with a double CTA. So this is the exact system I've used to make a bajillion figures, and I've used with Justin, who went from flipping patties at McDonald's to making $20,000 a month with his content, or Gabriel, who was able to, other result, and this guy who was able to do this as well. If you want to see how this system can work for you, then book a call and whatever. This way, you're not just depending on your belief shift, and honestly, this is not really a great belief shifting email in the first place. You're not just depending on your belief shift, but you're also putting in some actual results there too, so that you are adding some credibility to what you're saying. This is where I was going over concept bridging, which is essentially a tactic where you use an analogy to drive the point home. And what I did in mine is I told AI to give me 5 random nouns. I got a few, and then I wrote my email. And our boy Julian is doing the same thing here. So that's some context. Let's get into the actual email. 1, lantern. When I go camping, there's one item I never leave behind, a lantern. Yeah, I know, not the coolest gadget and the sharpest tool in the box. But when the sun goes down, it's the only thing that matters. Why? Because no matter how expensive your gear is, if you can't see, you can't use it. Your multi-tool, useless. That high-tech stove might as well be a rock. Even your map, good luck reading it in the dark. The lantern doesn't just help, it makes everything else. This is why your copy in your funnel should use the lantern approach. 1, start with clarity, not cleverness. If your prospect doesn't immediately understand what you do and why it matters to them, they're gone. Light up the offer and start from the start, no fog, no fluff. 2, guide every step with intention. Each line of your copy should pull the reader forward. Headlines, CTAs, bullet points, make the value visible. Don't make people guess. Highlight the benefits, make your outcomes tangible, and show them what they'll gain. So just like a lantern makes everything easier, your copy should shine a clear light through the chaos. Guide the readers every move, and make every part of your funnel actually function. Otherwise, you're just leaving your audience in the dark. So next time you're working on your funnel or packing for a trip, ask yourself, where's your lantern? Pretty sick. Nice callback loop. Here's what I would do. 1, I would make it more, or like I would add in email bits like subject line and intro with what's in it for me. I'd also create more of a unique mechanism in the form of a easy to follow system. So this is my copy lantern system. The reason why I call it the copy lantern system is because nothing else is going to work without this, just like a lantern, kind of like you said, right? The analogy you did was really good. The exercise was executed properly. It's just a few more things that would make it kind of polished up that I'm mentioning right here to you now. So yeah, adding like a little subtle unique mechanisms, or you know what else I could add is some problem unique mechanisms. Watch this. I have one already. Watch this. Are you falling victim to copy blindness? What is copy blindness? Copy blindness happens when you are hyper-focused on things like being clever. You're hyper-focused on things like hyper-specific tactics. You'd have to come up with some stuff. You're hyper-focused on these, but you lose sight of what actually matters the most, which is your copy lantern. Why? Well, just like a real lantern, without it, everything else is useless. And then you go into your analogy and you use all that, right? So another way you could add to this even more is have a problem unique mechanism. But guys, this right here is a part of the copy laboratory. And inside the copy laboratory, I mostly focus on making your copy not sound super vanilla. Because vanilla copy is essentially when, like, I've been reading basically all the emails in here, and they're basically all vanilla copy. Hey, man, this is the problem that most people struggle with. I actually found out this other thing that really works super well. Here's how you can use it to make more money. It's like, cool, I get that, sure. But it's not just the value that you give. It's also just making the value as consumable as possible and enjoyable to consume as possible. When you watch the free 4-hour copywriting course, the free 8-hour copywriting course, or any of the programs inside of the 4D bootcamp, what do you see? I have taken the utmost effort into making them as freaking awesome as possible. The free 4-hour course, I could have just made it a Loom video, but I didn't. I actually handed every single minute of that video to an editor and told them, look, don't hold back. A team of editors, don't hold back. I want this stuff flashy, crazy, edited nicely. Same with the free 8-hour course. Same with some of the programs inside of the 4D bootcamp. And even the ones that are Loom videos, I still come on there and I still am as engaging as possible. The lesson here is sometimes it's not just about the value that you give, it's how you give it as well. And a lot of people just give it in a lackluster form. Massive agent. Cool. He gets some decent views down here, but his last ones were just like kind of flopping. Maybe not. Maybe it's just because they're new. Anyways, let's see. Why wholesalers are your secret weapon? Untapped gold mine for real estate agents. Why smart agents partner with wholesalers. Most real estate agents see wholesalers as competition, when in reality, this could be further from the truth. Why? Because real estate wholesalers are a gold mine for agents. You see, many agents think wholesalers are taking away business from them, when in reality, they can create incredible referral partners and deal sources. Also, traditional real estate training never covers how to work with wholesalers. So most agents keep chasing one-time buyers and sellers. But smart agents who partner with wholesalers get to close more deals with less effort, get referrals, build lasting relationships. And if you're already interested in partnering with wholesalers, here's how it works. You help wholesalers sell their deals. If a wholesaler has a deal, no buyer, you can bring them one. You get referral fee or commission by helping place the buyer. Wholesaler wins, buyer wins, you win. So first name, if you're interested in learning how to partner with wholesalers, check out the next email. I mean, yes, it works, but this reads even, I'll be honest, I'd rather read the, it's going to sound like I'm a terrible Christian, but I'd rather read the Bible. The Bible is more exciting of a read than this. And I'm saying that because the Bible is pretty damn dry, let's be honest, right? I'd like to read the condensed version if possible. And the reason why it's kind of dry is because there's no relatability points here. There's no real engagement. So like UMs, problem, UMs. Everything is quite basic and vanilla. Now, again, guys, you can go on my YouTube and look at the playlist of me making videos. Actually, let me pull it up here So I'm going to give you guys the playlist because I have it open over here. But it's literally like you can watch me just write copy for hours and hours and hours on end. And you'll hear me mention some of these things and talk about how to make actual engaging copy. So right here, you have it down. You understand. You know how to do it. You know how to do all the stuff where you tell somebody, well, most people think this. Wholesalers are bad, but I'm going to show you how to partner with them. Here's how it works. You and them team up and you make more money. And if you want to know more about how to do that, click here. It's like, yeah, okay, it's fine. But if you want copy where it's like when people read it, they're like, oh my God, yes, this is fire. Then you're going to have to do something a little bit different. Question, Tyson. I'm definitely taking more action, but I'm still a bit confused with a lot of stuff, which is slowing me down. It's like sometimes I try to write a landing page for a prospect as free value, but I just happen to stare at the Google Doc and go blank. Sometimes I get distracted by peeking in at the lounge and getting out of it because I'm confused and not too focused. I'm only focused when I know exactly what I have to do. So I'm looking for ways to establish the same thing throughout every task I need to complete. I'm not very sure how to do that. Any tips? You know what? I'll just do like this. This is a impromptu 4D bootcamp productivity masterclass. How to work like you've taken the limitless pill. You guys know the movie Limitless, right? Honestly, I've never actually watched the whole thing. I've watched bits and pieces on television once, but 1, ChatGPT should be your best goddamn friend in the world. ChatGPT should be your best goddamn friend in the world. ChatGPT should know you better than you even know yourself. You want to tell it your exact pains, struggles, fucking daily diary, daily journal, and productivity practices. So, for example, I told it about my exact schedule. Once I get back from the gym, so I work from 2 o'clock a.m. to around 9 or 10, like after this call. Right now it's 9:30 for me. At 10, I'll be going to the gym. Once I come back from the gym, it's hard for me to get back to work. What should I do? It tells me things on what I should do with my diet, things on what I should do with my work schedule, things on when I can go to the gym alternatively, etc. You want to tell it everything. Every pain that you have, every thought that you have, every doubt. Like, oh, well, I've been working really hard and I haven't really gotten any results yet. Give me like a pep talk, like literally everything. ChatGPT should be your best friend. You should know how to use it, when to use it. You should be opening it up. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Because I think it might be. I want to see over the last week. I don't know why it's not tracking it on my phone. I don't use it all the time on my phone, I guess. ChatGPT is one of the most common ones that I use on my phone. And I use it on my laptop and my iPad as well, which is why, it's not really crazy on my screen time. But dude, I cannot overstate this. You have to use ChatGPT all of the time, all of the time, all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. One is distraction. A distraction is a seed planted the night before. Here's what I mean. Here's what happens. It's getting close to bedtime. You're like 1 or 2 hours close to bedtime. You guys need to understand a good day starts with the night before. A good day starts with the night before. A good day starts with the night before. If you're over here looking at your damn screen for an hour before bed, you're going to have a shitty sleep. You're going to wake up tired. And then, God forbid, you open up your damn phone first thing in the morning, you're done. Your whole day is done. It's finished. It's finished. You're out. You're done. So, no screens. And of course, if you want more help with this, again, go to ChatGPT. No screens 1 hour before bed and no IG or scrolling 4 hours after wake up. It is an actual rule. So what do you do an hour before bed then? Before bed, Kindle, Remarkable, journal, audiobook. Those are the only things that you can do. Right here, I have my handy Remarkable. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, the Remarkable has a screen. The Kindle has a screen. Well, they actually have a different type of screen, which is e-ink, which makes it so that it doesn't actually trigger blue light so that your melatonin will not be effective. Third, I will say use melatonin strategically. 4, if you wake up in the middle of the night, don't scroll. See point 2. Sometimes this will happen. You wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, oh man, I'm just not tired. Bro, read Kindle for 30 minutes, listen to an audiobook for 30 minutes, you'll be out. I hate with a passion when people tell me, I'm not tired. I don't want to go to bed right now. Don't want to go to bed early. Like I try to go to bed, but I'm not tired. Bro, I don't care. I literally couldn't care less. Tired is a feeling. I'm sorry, but I literally, if you want to optimize for your desired outcome, which if you're in this call, all the 51 people in here, your desired outcome is some sort of a success where you can contribute greatly to the society, you have to go to bed. I don't care if you're tired. I literally couldn't care less. Because guess what? You'll get tired if you're laying in bed with the lights really low and you're reading a Kindle, you're listening to an audiobook, and even if you don't, you're still sitting there actually making good use of your time because you're educating yourself. Those are the main things for focus. Also, 5, don't eat any heavy meals early on. And finally, 6, for Christ's sakes, use ChatGPT. That's what you guys need right there. What's the minimum hours of sleep is honestly different for other people. I know people who they'll eat up 9 to 10 hours of sleep and be fine, and they'll be like still kind of tired throughout the day. I am self-admittedly different. This is the one way where I think that in this one circumstance, in this one way, I might be built different. And I'll put it like this. A lot of people don't actually believe me when I tell them this. When I was very, very young, I'm talking like 3 to 6 years old, I shit you not, I would only sleep every second night. One night, no sleep, I'd just stay up all night. The next night, I'd sleep good. The next night, no sleep. Now, I really do only need 6 hours a day, 6 hours a night to function. Like really well, like really properly. And now that also probably developed even more when I did construction, working up early as hell every single day, no matter what, since I was 16, and being in the Army, where they would literally, when we're on training, come in at like 1 a.m. in the morning just to wake us up, mess us up, and then be like, all right, go back to bed, and just ruin our sleep so that we were able to work well under sleep deprivation. In short, you should aim for 7 to 8 hours. I know that was a long-winded way of probably describing that, but hopefully that makes some sense to you guys. All right, everybody, so you just watched me tear apart some copy on a whole marathon. So congrats for that. I'm sure it was very entertaining. And as you can see, I don't hold back at all. As a side note, I actually do that for free. Me and my team do that for free. We'll actually come in and review your copy every Saturday in a Discord. But that was from my private groups called like the 4D Bootcamp and also the 4D Copy Intensive. The links for those are down below in the description if you want to know more about them. But I'm not going to give you the whole spiel here. So here are some of the biggest beginner mistakes to avoid. One is assumed readership. So you're not entitled to people's attention, and you shouldn't just assume that they're going to read your stuff. You should actually assume the opposite, that they are skimming, because that's usually how people read. If the first line doesn't hook them, then nothing else gets read. Next is clogging up the intro. I see this so often. Long setups kill momentum. The reader should know what this is about within a few seconds, and it should be easy, short, and understandable. Next is me/we copy. This is a huge issue in the beginning because a lot of people just see infomercials and they think that's what good copy is, but it's the opposite in most cases. So nobody cares about your process, your passion, your backstory until they know what's in it for them. So you've seen me roast other people's copy. Now you're going to watch me write copy from scratch as well. I'm going to be explaining my whole process and showing you how I actually use AI to do everything as well. So enjoy. Oh man, get out of here. Interesting funnel though. I've never seen this before. You go to a page, it asks you what's your current monthly income. And it takes you to a new page deciding on what you click. That's actually pretty sick. All right, let's watch.
Are you tired of being stuck under 10K per month?
Interesting. So he asks you how much you're making, and if you say under 10K per month, he starts his VSL with, are you tired with making under 10K per month? So he knows his audience.
We will help you sign your first or next 10 clients for your agency, or you don't pay.
It's a pretty decent offer. We'll help you get your first 10 clients or you don't pay. So business acumen 101, there's a couple reasons why people do this and a couple ways how people do this. So one is he'll be heavily disqualifying you. You're making under 10K, but for example, he'll get you your next 10 clients, but you have to be making at least like $2,000 to $5,000, for example. So there's different stipulations that are around the guarantee.
Or next 10 clients for your agency, or you don't pay. And we'll work with you for free until you do, even if you're a complete beginner with no experience. But here's the truth, I'm gonna peel back the layers. It's not even about the number of clients that you sign. I can easily guarantee you 20 clients in the next 6 months, 100 sales calls a month. We literally have every possible system and training we need to guarantee that to you. But there's a fundamental difference between what you think you want and what you actually need. Imagine signing 20 clients in the next 6 months as a new agency owner. Actually, though, how are you going to deliver the service for them? What happens when you rush to build a team and you hire the wrong people who screw everything up? You'll have killed your reputation before you even got started, whilst becoming a slave to 15-hour days. So do you want that? Now, what really matters is setting realistic goals based on what's actually right for your long-term success. And that's what makes us different from everybody else. We're not here trying to dangle the largest carrot in front of you, the most outrageous offer. We pride ourselves in being the most honest educator in the industry, even when that honesty doesn't align with what's the sexiest. Integrity is everything to us, and it should be for you too. So we are here to build long-term success. So pay very close attention if you are studying a subject in school or university that you have no interest in pursuing long-term, you're already in a job and you are desperate to escape.
Okay, interesting. So as you can see, copy gets really easy when he's literally sitting here and helping us write it just for us. So I'm going to go File, New, Document. Copy is really easy when basically he just writes it for us. So Jordan Platten Agency Copy. Common sayings offer. So the offer is what? Sign at least 10 new clients or you don't pay. This is like the audience. So
quit it. Or maybe you've even started your agency and you're struggling to gain traction and actually sign up clients.
Damn, college students. Methods, problems, audience faces. People in college who don't want to be. Who else? People in college who don't want to be. People who are starting an agency and already in the job and desperate to quit. Okay, want to quit their job. So basic biz ops stuff.
whatever your situation is, you likely don't feel like you're in control. And right now, today, it's your opportunity to finally take back that control. Because I don't care what situation you're in right now. I can guarantee you would help someone in a far worse situation go from absolutely nothing to making 10, 50, 100, or even over 500k a month with an agency. Now you may be thinking, okay, cool, yeah. Keep talking, Jordan. How can you do this? Well, I've been in the game for 7 years now. I started my agency at 23 years old, out of my friend's spare bedroom. I was working a full-time job, and I scaled to 10k a month in 90 days. I had my first 100k a month in 2021, and I still own that agency to this day. It's called Affluent.co. You can check out my business partner, Joe's Instagram, and you look at it in your own time, you'll see some of the behind the scenes. Our business has allowed me to speak on stages all over the world. I'd also start to influence in this agency space. I rack up over 20 million views on YouTube. I've even been through the whole materialistic journey. I took my mum to first-class flights around the world, orbiting house and cars. But the material is superficial, and without a doubt, my most proud achievement today is being able to help thousands of other people just like you start agencies of their own from the ground up. People like Asher, who went from 0 to 10k a month in just 6 months. Or Nicholas, who went from 0 to 21k in 6 months. Or Aidan, who went from 0 to 10k in the same period, but made 7k in a single day. Or Winston, 0 to 6k in 3 months.
You know what else I noticed a lot is that in some more like to the beginners type of VSLs and BizOps sort of VSLs, they don't really cover the system all that much. It's like they kind of talk about it a little bit, but they're like, no, we can just get you clients. We've gotten these guys clients, those guys get clients, these other guys get clients. So we can just help you get clients. Interesting method. See, it works for certain reasons, but there's a drawback to it. So you're going to be getting on calls with people who, obviously you want people who want results, but sometimes it's like people who just don't want the education. They don't want to know how. They just think that you are literally just going to give them clients already. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Let's keep watching.
Jamie, 6 clients signed in 30 days. Gonzalo, 5 clients signed in a month. Here he's saying he's never had so much money coming into his bank account in a single month in his life. Another very exciting one from Ben, making 12k from one single client payment. Basil getting 10k a month, and it just goes on and on and on. In fact, in our community, we have an initiative where people ring the bell when they sign new clients, and there are over 800 posts in there from the past 12 months alone. There's a reason why we are rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 450 reviews. And honestly, I've only shown you some of the small wins. You wait till you see what I'll show you later on. Now, the real secret for getting ahead of everyone in 2025 is building an AI-enabled agency. The AI market has an expected annual growth rate of 38.1% between.
Okay, now we get into the unique mechanism stuff. The AI market, why it's going to grow. So methods that interfere in your mind. Okay, well, I think it goes here. I use the AI market because it's set to grow, quote unquote. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Cut. Go over here. Methods that interfere in your mind. Bam, okay.
And 2030. That means the industry will pretty much double in size every 2 years. That is unprecedented growth for people like you and I. And what's more is you'll grow twice as fast as any ordinary agency because of the sheer amount of time that the correct AI systems will save you. And the first step is implementing something we call omnipresent automation. These are a series of automate.
Oops. My bad, I stopped streaming. Let me fix that. Okay, I'm live again. So he is going to go for the 3 pillars here. Pillar number 1 is omnipresent automation. Book between 15 and 30 sales calls every month. So benefit feature. Simple. Feature is the omnipresent automation. Benefit is book 15 to 30 sales calls every single month with AI. Let's see what they're like.
Data sales systems that you can plug into your business to book between 15 to 30 sales calls every single month. And the best part is you can scale them pretty much infinitely as you grow, with the only limitation being the total number of leads in your industry. And as those systems are filling up your calendar, we'll teach you our CPS strategy, which is a 4-part meeting strategy so you can close clients even when you have no sales experience whatsoever. And we're also going to be tracking all of this on our Agency Matrix AI data software, so you'll have crystal clear clarity on every single area of your business. This is a software we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on for our own agency. It's been our secret weapon for making sure we're always focusing on the right things. And for the first time ever, we're going to be giving access to this software to other agencies. Using the metrics, you'll be able to benchmark your numbers against the top 1% of agency owners. So you'll know exactly where you're doing well, but also not so well. There's not a single other agency software on the planet that comes close to this. And in the future, it'll cost thousands for agencies to use it. The nearest you'll find anywhere are Bob's Job, Google Sheets from agency owners desperately trying to keep on top of things. Trust me, that was us. But it won't be you. Using these systems, we've generated over 8,000 sales calls for our own business over the past year, and almost 2,000 in the past 90 days alone. Here's me refreshing the page so you know it's legit. Our calendars are full all the time, and we taught these systems to many other people, like Nicholas Larson, who went from 0 to 100k per month in just over 12 months, or Ollie Hudson and Joe Marston, who start because the website keeps crashing. That is no joke. They don't have our systems or our integrity, and most importantly, 99% aren't, and most likely have never been real agency owners. Every week, we'll help you pick your niche, build your service, craft an irresistible offer, and drive your agency forward until you sign at least 10 new clients. And look, you may have already got your service sorted, and that's great. We work with all agencies offering any service. But if you don't know where to start, we can teach you the most in-demand service right now, AI lead generation. So you can be confident that you're ahead of 99% of others in the game. And don't worry, you don't need to be a tech expert to learn this. We're going to break it all down for you, clients, or you don't pay, and we'll work with you for free until you do. Because what we care, you're watching this video, whereas they already booked their call. And worst case,
interesting. So I got the offer, and then I want to see some of the short form, and then we'll get to writing. Founder, investor. I see the short form, pal. Let's see.
month is not knowing what to do or even how to do it. It's doing it in the first place and then actually sticking with it.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever leveraged like an onboarding fee, like if you waited, if they did it?
I'm looking for good stuff. Yeah. So I'm looking for the good stuff. I'm looking for the stuff where he talks to a specific audience and he does some sort of challenge or brings up some sort of topic that I can write about. So I'm going to wait until I find something like that.
Many forms. A win can just simply be migrating over to your service efficiently. A win could be delivering you have to underpromise and overdeliver. The majority of agencies overpromise and underdeliver.
Okay, there's one. Let's see, where do I get back? Okay, put it here. Actually, no. Intros, lessons. You have to under promise and over deliver. I already have an idea for that. I'll put it right here. Subject line. Why small? Why? Actually, I'll put it like this. Why bad offers are crushing in 2025. So what this angle is here, I'll actually write it down here. Under promise. So it's like this. When you start an agency, everyone is going to tell you what you need to do is you need to make this outrageous offer. You need to make an offer so good that when people see it, their jaws hit the floor and they're like, how on earth can he possibly be offering something that good? It doesn't even make any sense. Well, what people do when they see that is they start making guarantees and offers like, I'll help you get 100 clients in the next 7 days. And then what ends up happening is every single client they do get, they end up paying for it in the long term because not only do they lose the client, but they also destroy their reputation and drag their name through the mud. And the only thing worse than struggling to get clients is getting clients, but disappointing every single one of them to the point where nobody in their right mind would work with you. That's why I love bad offers. Offers that are not outrageous. Offers that are not insane. But how do you sell an offer if it's not insane? The answer? The best way to prove you can help people is to help people. Free value. When you show somebody you can make the money, you don't have to create this gigantic guarantee and offer that's going to bite you in the ass down the line. But of course, that leads to some other issues. How do you actually do that? How do you show people you can help them? Well, I actually have a free training, VSL. I actually have a free training that you can go to watch where I show you step by step exactly how I help agencies get drastic results with this system. There, I just wrote an email. I just didn't write it down. I just said it. But I like that one a lot. So that's how my brain works when I'm writing emails. Go through, I see their offer, I know what they're offering, go through their short form, find an angle I like, write about it. And you see, here's the other thing is that sometimes people, I don't know what I would call this. I need to come up with like some sort of unique mechanism name for this. But people, all they do is they transcribe what the short form is. So for example, what people do is they'll see this and they'll say, agency owners, here's the best way to actually make more money. You have to underpromise and overdeliver. See, when you underpromise and blah, 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 they just explain. And that's okay. But what's better? That, which is just, all right, some vanilla value, or on the other hand, bad offers are killing it in 2025. That's going to blow people's mind. That's going to make people go, I thought offers were the big thing. I thought Alex Hormozi talked about $100 million offers, the offers, everything. But to really challenge that and then bring it back to what he's saying here and shift people's beliefs, it's good stuff, right?
We're always going to lose clients eventually. That is the nature of a service-based business. But if you can retain clients for 12 months plus, then you have a very, very stable business and you'll have very limited anxiety in your belly. Sure, one client will leave after 2 months, but another one will leave after 2 years. You'll know on average, because you've got the data, that the majority of clients will stay with you for over 12 months. And that will allow you to make very strong strategic decisions. That will allow you to make the right hires in the company and be confident that you're not going to lose revenue.
Another idea. So what he said was, focus on learning how to keep clients long term. The subject line would be something like, one night stands are killing your profits. One night stands are killing your profits. What do I mean by that? Well, getting clients is just like dating somebody for the first time. If you just see it as a means to an end, and so do they, it's going to turn into a one night stand. And that is no way to find long-term success in dating or in business. But what do you want to do instead? You see, the best way to keep a partner around for a long period of time is to build a relationship with them. And this is where most people get it wrong because they see their clients as living, breathing, walking wallets. And that's the opposite of how you want to see them. Would you want your future wife to see you as a wallet? Of course not. So what should you do instead? There's a specific series of actions that you need to complete in order to make them actually want to stay with you long term, on top of course, getting them great results. And that is the reality in a service-based business. How do you do that? Well, I have a whole training video on the systems that I use to help agency owners get clients. Angle, keep clients long term. Do you speak through analogies all the time? I do a lot. I do speak with analogies a lot. Let's go back and find some more. Honestly, I like this. We're just angle hunting. But this is how my brain works. I just find angles.
That's a quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
How do I get to know the ICP or the niche even better, BizUp and B2B? Because I struggle with that the most. Like, I know how to write decent copy, but when it comes to doing this niche, I only know the surface level of things. So how do I actually do it better?
Yeah, absolutely. So the big way is to really study the niche and study their VSLs, right? Their VSLs are like their main points. Studying their short form and their YouTube videos are all right, but they get serious on their VSL. So they're going to tell you exactly, like we just watched, he tells you exactly who he's writing for, what they're feeling right now. So people, if you're in college right now and you feel like you don't want to do it for the rest of your life, it's like that's speaking to somebody. That's when somebody's like, okay, he's actually talking to me. If you're in a 9-to-5 job right now, you're overworked and underpaid. If you are actually running an agency at the moment, but you're confused, you're not growing as much as you'd like, and you know you could be doing better. So that's essentially the long and short of it, is to really just spend time in the niche, study the niche, break it down, and you can compress your studying it and learning into an even shorter time frame. And to do that, it's quite simple actually. Just watch more videos. It sounds very simple. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say, what are other competitors to study? Like maybe Ravi Abubala?
I mean, yeah, maybe, but he's not really as much BizOp. He's for people who are already running a business. So, actually the best way to do it is to go click here, and then you go on YouTube and you just search up how to make money with. Watch some of those videos. And then you're going to want to study, of course, the GOATs. You're going to want to study Iman. Watch pretty much all of Iman's videos for sure, because every single video is a VSL. Watch every single video on Iman's business channel as well. Again, the GOAT. Actually, I have some right here. That's not really BizUp. That's not BizUp at all. That's not BizUp. This is kind of BizUp. Surge. Also something that's extremely popular right now. I'll leave them down here. Liam, Otley, Iman, Godzi, plus Biz channel. If you watch basically like their whole discography, as in like every single video they've ever put out, you have a good leg up on the competition. Now it sounds like a lot. Expect me to watch everything they've ever put out. But yeah, like there's a few different ways to do this. So I kind of categorize each way of studying in 3 different categories. There's primary, secondary, and tertiary studying. So primary studying, watching the video, pen and paper in hand, and you're really studying. You're 100% engrossed in the video. Secondary studying is like, you're like lounging around, you're sitting around, you're done work, you don't know what to do, you have 30 minutes, an hour free. So maybe you clean and you listen to the videos, or you just watch the videos or listen to them, but you're kind of half paying attention. Maybe you're eating at the same time, that sort of thing. And then tertiary is when it's like basically background noise. Maybe it's like going on your computer, but you're on your phone or something, or you're just literally on your phone scrolling on Instagram, and you find somebody who makes business content and you just go through and watch it. You're just casually checking it out, and you're also just kind of consuming it. So by categorizing them, you can kind of know and set up a system for yourself where you study each type every single day in certain amounts. So I'm going to do an hour of primary studying, and then I might do like 2 hours of secondary or tertiary, where I'm just kind of listening to it and just being around it. For example, when I'm trying to go to sleep, trying to go to bed, but I can't actually sleep, I'm just that shit where you're laying in bed and staring at the ceiling, I might throw on some videos like Alex Becker or business type of videos and just listen to them. Or I was on a road trip yesterday, set up my phone, just listen to it. I was on a plane not too long ago, same thing, put on my phone, listen to it. What I also used to do a lot was, even at work, I was able to have one AirPod in and listen to videos all the time. So, in short, if you study like a freaking madman and just watch a bunch of videos, especially from the guys that I just showed you, you'll get way better and you'll really learn. And not only just like BizOp, it's not only good for studying BizOp, but just business acumen in general. Really, really good. Hopefully that helps, G. Okay, we'll go to the next. Right now, I would call this like angle cooking creation. And I like this. I like it. Let's go.
Maybe you feel like this right now yourself. Every day, there's no structure to the day. You're basically just working on the thing that feels like it's the most important on that
unfortunately.
So what I'm trying to avoid is super wide content. So let me explain. If it's super wide content, as in content for anybody and everybody, it's good for Instagram, but it's not good for the email list because the people on the email list already know him, already downloaded a lead magnet and gave him his email. The first sale has already occurred, which is selling me your email information for a free lead magnet, for example. So we don't want that content. It's not the best. I want the content where he's like getting into actual agency advice.
When you're in a sales meeting with a potential client, where is your focus? Are you thinking about how you can solve that client's problems? Or are you thinking about closing a deal as fast as possible and getting paid? You see, every time you walk into a sales meeting focusing on what you can get out of it, you're repelling potential clients, and they can sense your selfishness from a mile away, and it's costing you big time. Now, believe it or not, the solution is actually pretty simple. You just have to be selfless. You need to stop focusing on what you can get and start focusing on what you can give. Because the more value you provide, the more money you will make. And it's not about you, it's about them, their problems, their desires, their success. And I know this because I've been there myself.
All right, so that one works. Here's my angle cookup. So focus on the client more than yourself, and you'll get more money. Otherwise, they'll sense your greed. This one's a little bit harder for me to come up with a subject line / angle, but I'm going to do it anyways. Subject line: checking your Stripe is for brokies. I don't know. So here's something else you guys get to watch me do. I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm gonna get AI in here to try to save me. Right. So here we are in AI, and I'm gonna ask it, come up with 10 different angles about this. Add some that have unique mechanisms in there too. Now, it might come up with some absolute dog water, but it might come up with some fire. So I'm willing to check it out. The empathy advantage, that might work. Or like, are you a sales psychopath? A sales psychopath is someone who doesn't even see their client as a business owner that they want to help. Rather, they're just constantly thinking of the awesome Stripe screenshot they're going to show all their friends once they close this deal. The value documentation system, the relationship hierarchy framework. Oh my God, these are shit. Make the angles fun and engaging. Add some witty humor. So I'm arguing with it. Subconscious alignment technique. Yeah, these are like too clinical. Like, Jesus Christ. The selfie stick of doom principle. Ever notice how people with selfie sticks rarely get good photos? Same goes with business. That's kind of funny. That's like a concept bridge. Concept bridge is like when you make an analogy and the whole email kind of overarches with one analogy. A selfie stick of doom. That's cool. The more you point the focus back at yourself, the worse your financial picture becomes. The money whisperer method. The financial karma boomerang. Desperation cologne. Netflix algorithm, reverse psychology, piggyback, Jedi mind trick, the buffet paradox. Okay, so I come up with a couple ones. Selfie stick of doom is good, and the empathy advantage is good. Empathy. And then next is selfie stick of doom. Okay, I like those. So what you just witnessed was me coming up with an idea. I also gave AI my idea. I also argued with AI and showed you exactly how I prompt it in order to come up with angles. Because I will admit, coming up with angles is the hardest part. You just saw me kind of struggle to come up with an angle because it was just a difficult thing, right? It's kind of like, again, when you're playing chess and you're just in a move where it's like, I don't know if I have any good moves right here. You just sit there, you think, you study, and then you're like, shit, the clock's running out. I don't have any good moves. I got to phone a friend. And then you just go to AI.
The most valuable thing that you can do is record your calls and analyze them. This was so valuable for me in my early stages of cold calling. Having my line manager listen to my calls and critique them and being open to his critique was just incredible. You should watch some of the videos on my channel from recent where I've critiqued some sales calls from members of our community. These sales calls, the critique and the feedback on those has a massive impact on the results of the person that's receiving it and had a massive impact on me as I grew and scaled. Now, you can even analyze your own calls. Okay, and you can give yourself feedback by listening to that call, and you understand when you start cringing, and you understand that where there's friction, you'll be able to.
All right, this is a good one. This is the last one we'll do, and then we'll write an email. So subject line. Actually, we'll write down what he was talking about first. So at first, he was talking about you need someone to go through and review your cold calls to make them better. So subject line. the cringe cold call technique. Subject line, watch me roast agency owners. Subject line.
To identify yourself and dedicate the time every week to doing this, like let's say even if it's 5-10 calls, you'll be able to identify yourself the areas that you need to improve. The most valuable thing that you can do is record your calls and analyze them. This was so valuable for me in my early stages of cold calling. Having my line manager listen to my calls and critique them and being open to his critique was just incredible. You should watch some of the videos on my channel from recent where I've critiqued some...
All right, sweet. I like what we got. You know what I would do is there's actually a button on my keyboard, F5 on Mac, and I would just click that and I would just say what I'm going to write about. And I would use AI to build up my first draft. But for right now, I'm just going to write it. Most people short-term relationships with their clients, but keeping long-term clients is the most important. People treat their clients like one-night stands and not like committed relationships. People see their clients as a walking wallet instead of realizing that if you want your goals, you should help others get theirs. Boom. Copy. All right. I want you to write me a marketing email about the following. Use simple language and a little witty humor too. Then I paste it, and now we see we're gonna get the angle and we're gonna cook. Hey there, are your client relationships more like speed dating than a happy marriage? Because those one-night stands are absolutely killing your profits. Here's the thing. Most businesses treat their clients like that person whose name they can't quite remember the morning after. Get in, make the sale, and ghost faster than someone who spotted their ex at a party. But here's the financial wake-up call. Long-term client relationships are your ticket to sustainable success. Every time you chase a new client, you're basically swiping right on unnecessary marketing costs. Not swiping right. Oh my goodness. Think about it. A repeat client already knows your value. No awkward first date explanations. They're 5 times cheaper to maintain than finding someone new, and they'll actually introduce you to their friends. Hello, referrals. Those are good points. The secret? Stop seeing your clients as walking wallets and start seeing them as an actual human with goals. Crazy concept, right? When you genuinely help others achieve their dreams, your own goals have a funny way of chasing you down. It's like relationship karma, but for your bank account. So maybe it's time to delete the business equivalent of Tinder and start thinking long-term commitment. Your profit margins will thank you for putting a ring on it. Okay, I like some of these lines. They're pretty funny. Ready to transform those flings into the real thing? Let's talk. Yes. Not ready for a serious relationship with your clients? That's cool. Your competitors are totally fine with picking up where you left off. I would rate it like I'm gonna say 68. 68. It's pretty good. There are definitely some AI spots, AI parts in here. Can you guys check them out and see them? Because here's the thing. AI. Most businesses, I can't remember. Oh yeah, this type of analogy, hate this type of analogy. They get in, make the sale, and goes faster than someone spotting their ex at a party. Even when they're good, they're bad. And the reason why is because AI just loves these analogies way too much. So that's a no for me. But here's a financial wake-up call. Also, that's AI as hell. All right, I'm actually literally just gonna copy paste and reverse engineer. I'm gonna go like that, go like this, and I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna go like this, go like that, yep. And then with this, I don't like how it does that. I'll deal with it. Are your client relationships more like speed dating than a happy marriage? Because those one-night stands are absolutely killing most agency owners' profits. Most businesses treat their clients like that person whose name they can't quite remember the morning after. Get in, make the sale, and ghost. Spacing like a copywriter. But here's the financial wake-up call. Don't need that. Long-term clients are your ticket to sustainable success. Every time you case, but here's the counterintuitive truth. Long-term client relationships are your ticket to sustainable success. Long-term success. every time you chase a new client, you're basically swiping right on unnecessary marketing costs. Think about it. A repeat client already knows your value. They're 5 times cheaper to maintain. They're actually ready to introduce, I'll say, hello referrals, kind of cringe, I'll say, AKA referrals. The secret? Stop seeing your clients as walking wallets and start seeing them as actual humans with goals. Crazy concept, right? And you know what? I'll actually add a little bit of the last angle I was talking about here to give you an example. I find myself religiously checking my client's Stripe account rather than my own. When you genuinely help others achieve their dreams, your goals have a funny way of chasing you down. I'll just leave it at that. So maybe it's time to delete the business equivalent of Tinder and start thinking long-term commitment. Your profits will thank you for putting a ring on it, okay? And then now is where we do the problem solution loop. Claude did no problem solution loop, no good CTA at all. So we're going to figure out how to do that now. So you want to make sure you put a ring on it. Now, there's a simple process I follow with every client, so that they get the best experience possible. And then at CTA. It can be like a YouTube video or free training. But the reason I put it like that, I'm not going to finish it, is because it's very, very simple. So now, finally, my last steps is I go back to Claude. I say, make this email better, funnier, change some parts around, and make it relatable. Not too vulgar or immature, though. I don't want it to go in crazy, you know. Claude puts the artificial space, the lines, that actually empty line. Any way to fix that other than manually? No, I don't think so. Or at least there might be, but I don't know. I just go through and go do it manually. But yeah. Also, so far, I like the email quite a lot. And I've been writing it for about 15 minutes now. So what was that? Like 30 minutes research, 45 minutes research, 15 minutes writing. And not only do I have one thing to write about, I have a bunch of angles, so I can just keep writing. Here's your client roster, starting to look like a college dating history. A lot of brief encounters followed by awkward ghosting because it's revolving door approaches. I like that revolving door approach. I might add that somewhere because those one night stands, maybe I'll just add it to the bottom so I can remember notes. Oops. Look, we've all been there. You match with a hot new client, give them the absolute best moves during the first project, then poof, you're suddenly too busy to check in until you need them again. Classic commitment issues. I like that most agencies have commitment issues. They can only keep clients around for 2 months at a time. Whereas if you're able to keep them around for 12 plus months at a time, your revenue will skyrocket. I like that. But here's the financially sobering truth. Those love them and leave them business tactics are the equivalent of ordering DoorDash every night instead of learning to cook. Wildly expensive and ultimately unsatisfying. Consider the math of monogamy. Some of these. The secret sauce. Stop treating people like ATMs. Revolutionary, I know. I like that too, treating people like ATMs. Here's my embarrassing confession. I literally find myself checking my clients' Stripe accounts more often than my own. Their success literally keeps me up at night in a good way. I like that. That's good. I can add that. When you're genuinely invested in someone else's goals, your own success becomes an inevitable side effect. It's like, okay, so maybe it's time to delete the business equivalent of Tinder and start thinking about which clients deserve your long-term commitment. Your profit margins are practically begging you to settle down. Any of this ready to transform your client flings, the CTA, Claude CTAs, get rid of them. Don't need them. They're really bad. Okay, fire. I think that one's done. Now, would I go straight to AI for every single email? No. But notice what I did, how I did it. Need to spend more time on angle creation. Bro, the angle is the equivalent of your offer. And the reason I say that is this, right? Is because if your offer sucks in business, then there's no amount of marketing, sales, etc. that you can do in order to fix it. And it's the same with your angle in copywriting. If your angle is poor, if your angle is just like vanilla value, then it can't really be a good email, really. So you need a wicked good angle. It all starts, that's the foundation. It's like you can take wood chips, but you're never going to make them appetizing. It doesn't matter how much salt or syrup you put on it, they're going to taste bad. So you want to really come up with some good angles. Now, of course, the question is, how do you? It comes down to some practice, also breaking down a lot of copy, studying a lot of copy. I do this like every single day for so long, so many times, but just giving yourself permission to be creative with it a little bit. So, and notice how I use AI. I didn't go to AI and say, here's a bunch of information I gathered, make me some emails. I already knew what I was going to write about. I came up with the angle myself. Some of the angles I actually asked it for. You guys to watch that too. And I used AI to help organize my thoughts. I didn't use it to think for me. I used it as an organizer. And then I added my own human element to it afterwards too. So it basically went Tyson, Claude, Tyson, Claude, Tyson. Me and Claude were just tag teaming this email. This VSL is pretty fire. So we're going to hop into it. We're gonna look at it. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open it up.
In my hand is the exact step-by-step system.
All right, hold on, homeboy. We're gonna go like that. I'm also gonna open up his Instagram here too. So this is an Instagram. What does he have on his story? Anything? Hang out with my client, Andy, real estate person. Okay. Real estate coach in person today. How could we open this? I have one. Love seeing my students in person. Just saw them at Funnel Hacking Live in Vegas last month. So I'm gonna end off with a question. You doing a whole meetup or just hanging with him? So this is a little bit long, but hey man, I'm just gonna send it. What is it? It's a spear opener. Short, personalized, expecting a response. So short, as you can see, it's pretty short. Ideally, I'd like to make it even a little bit shorter, but it's hyper-personalized, so it's okay. It's personalized to him because I'm asking him a question, whether he's doing an actual meetup or just hanging out with his client. Also because I'm just acknowledging that I love seeing my students in person too. And then I just added a little bit about me, how I was at FHL and also in Vegas. This is meant to increase my perceived value and authority and social proof as a person. So I'm not gonna think about it too much. I'm just gonna go ahead and send that. So why am I opening him first? The reason why I'm opening him first is because why would I go and like make the free value first? Right? I'm gonna open him first and then I'm gonna go through everything. So what else I wanna do is I wanna open him, but I also want to get on his email list. Definitely wanna do that. So how am I gonna do that? I don't know right now, but I'm gonna figure it out. So if I'm looking to get on this guy's email list, there is two main things I'm gonna look at on his Instagram. I'm gonna look through his highlights and I'm gonna look through his link in bios. So when I click this link in bio, it just takes me to his VSL. So that's not gonna work. He has trainings here in his highlights. Does he have any free trainings? I don't know. Maybe he has some two-step trainings here and that would be fire. The top 4 mentors that changed my life in my 20s. Wanna know how I scaled? I think these are just YouTube videos. Okay, so that's that. Over here we have a lifestyle, so it's not gonna be in there. Over here we have case studies, so it's not gonna be in there. Okay, so there's nothing in there. I'll try to find it somewhere else. I'll go over to his YouTube channel. I'll go to the link in the description. Nope, nothing in the description. So what you're watching right now is me finding a way to sneak into his thing. So what are we gonna do next? We're gonna go to his actual channel. I'm gonna go down here, nothing. Okay, so we're going to have to go full, why is there no link to book a call with him here? Maybe it's over here. That's so weird. So he has click this, it's gonna take you to this page. And on this page, he doesn't have a link for, I don't know how that works. I think he messed up. I don't know how people are getting into his thing. But I did say somewhere where it shows DM me the word grow. Yeah, message me the word grow on IG. So if I wanted to get into his lead magnet, into his email list, that's probably what I would do. I would DM him grow. I'm not gonna do that right now because then he's gonna try to sell me. So I'm gonna forget that. And I'm also pretty sure I have messages with him before in the past anyways. Let's see here. Yeah, sick bro, I met Brandon at FHL. He just liked it. So I'm not even opening him. I just saw him with a guy that I met at FHL. I said, oh, cool. And then over here, I gave him a tip. So sometimes when I follow business owners, I just give them random tips. I'm just weird like that. He put a video on his story with the hook leads to, oh yeah. So he put a picture with the YouTube video link down there. And there's 2 problems with that. I pointed out one here. I said, you should post a video of the video instead of just the thumbnail. So again, just giving him some value so that hopefully he will look at it later. I mean, I wasn't even trying to, as you can see, I didn't even outreach him. I was just giving him openers because I just do that sometimes. So let's go and figure out exactly how we're going to write copy for him. And writing copy for him starts in the VSL. So what I'm going to do is open up my kind of template thing, my resource. Now, would I do this if you guys weren't here? No, because I would do it in my head. But since we have it here visually, we're gonna do this. So we're gonna start with the dig method. Let's start with that. File, new, document. So writing emails from VSL. Go like that. And right here, copy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch through the whole VSL on like 1.5x speed. It's gonna be super easy. And I'm also gonna be breaking it down for you guys while we watch it because this is a pretty good one and I want you guys to like have these in your mind. So yeah, let's go.
My hand is the exact step-by-step system that's allowed me to scale my coaching business past $100,000 a month. And I did it in just 90 days because of this system.
So this is a very powerful angle that I've seen a lot of times. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but when you're holding a resource, a system, a something, it now makes it tangible to people. So I've seen ads that are like, what I have in my hand is the exact free system that I'm giving to you today on how I grew my coaching business XYZ. As you can see inside, it has tons of different pages on what to do here, what to do there, and then they show off like their little free ebook, right? But you just download it because it's an ebook, but they're showing it to you in their hands because it is it's a marketing thing. Here's another one. On this USB, I have the key to reaching 100K per month in your coaching business, in my coaching business. And I'm gonna share it with you here today for free. And it just makes it more tangible than like, you know, just talking about it. It's a type of unique mechanism Jasper covered. Oh, did he? Like the iPhone box angle. Yeah, essentially. All right, let's go.
In this training, it's not gonna be some crazy, hypey marketing story.
So what else he does is he's kind of like, he's doing two main things. He's one, being super relatable, and two, throwing stones at the competitors. So this is something I actually really recommend that you guys do when you're outreaching. It goes a really long way, where it's like you're relating to what they usually get and reminding them what they're not going to get, which is like every single other thing. So it's like this. Look, I know you probably get a bunch of people, you know, messaging you, outreaching you, begging to work with you and making these huge promises of how they're gonna make you $1 billion in a month. But honestly, I just am somebody who is looking to start my marketing career and prove that I can bring results, which is exactly what I want to try to do for you. Right? So what am I doing? I am relating to all the things that they probably have to deal with on a day-to-day basis with being outreached to, and then telling them how I'm different. And in this VSL, he's doing the exact same thing. So one, right, is he's using the exact principle that I'm showing you. And two, a lot of people use this exact principle. So use it in your copy and use it in your outreach. This should also go to show you that copywriting and outreach are the same thing. You're learning both. All right, let's go.
You're just gonna learn the exact step-by-step system to a T so that you can implement it directly into your coaching business and scale past $30,000 to $100,000 per month. Not only was I able to scale my own coaching business with this system, but I've actually been able to help over 100 other high-ticket coaches and...
Okay, I'm gonna add that. So help over 100 other high-ticket coaches implement this system. I'm not gonna write too much down because I kind of have it all in my head anyways, but keep going.
Consultants like you.
Is the echo intended? I'll mute myself while I play it.
You do the exact same thing. Like Carson, who scaled this ACT coaching business where he was literally coaching people how to get a better score in the ACT. He scaled it to $48,000 a month using this system. Or Johnny, who has a coaching business for insurance agents specifically, he scaled past $80,000 a month cash collected inside of his coaching business using this system. Or Andy, who simply just coaches six-figure families how to optimize their finances. He scaled his offer past 40 grand a month cash collected with this system. Peter, who consults tax advisors, so people that help other people with their taxes, he scaled from 10 grand a month to 65,000 a month using this one simple system. Or even Tangela, who coaches concrete construction business owners. This system worked for him, and in 8 weeks' time, he scaled past 55,000 a month cash collected in his coaching business. So if that wasn't enough to prove that this system really does work, I was able to scale my coaching business to 100 grand a month with a team of literally just me and one other person, 70% profit margins, which means I actually got to take home personal income, all while having the freedom to, I got married while starting this coaching business, traveled through 9 different countries, and I took 40 flights in the last 12 months, which I also don't necessarily recommend. And
okay, so at the beginning, right, at the beginning of any VSL, usually it is comprised of what you're gonna learn, the what's in it for me, testimonials, and then a little bit of selling the dream, which is what he's doing here. Selling the dream, as in not only did I make the money, I was able to make an impact on other people's lives. I was able to do it all without having to sit at my desk and grind away at all hours. I took 40 different flights, I visited 18 different countries, etc., etc.
And my wife and I started it.
And what I'm also gonna do is I'm actually gonna write that down in like the dream state. I'll just go like this. Dream to make big money while having the options to still live life. Okay, great, let's go.
A family. So all of this stems from having this one system inside of my business that really no one else in the coaching industry is even talking about right now. Now, if you're worried about this system being anything like spending a bunch of money on paid ads with no hope of a return, or posting a bunch of organic content and hoping leads just fall in your lap or magically click the link in your bio and sign up for your high ticket program, it's not becoming some TikTok or YouTube celebrity, it's not reaching out to a bunch of strangers inside of Instagram DMs, or worse, definitely not seeming like a sleazy online coach or course seller, which is honestly where most people are stuck in. It is a simple.
Okay, so he's doing more of the same here. It's not going to be, so what he's doing here is using not statements for intrigue.
3-step system that really nobody else in the entire coaching industry is implementing correctly. But to be honest, it's really the only system right now to scale past 30 to 100 grand a month with at least 70% margin and a team of just 1 or 2 people, so that you can keep things simple and lean. And you can pretty much get the entire system up in the next 7 or 10 days versus trying to spend a whole bunch of money on softwares and crazy VSL and webinar funnels just to get the thing up to see if it even works or not. And of all the funnels that I've tried, it is the most predictable and steady way to generate leads every day, book calls into your sales calendar at a minimum of every single day, so that ultimately you can enroll 2 to 3 new high ticket clients on a weekly basis, which is really where you need to be in order to actually scale your coaching business to that 30 to 100 grand a month mark, depending on what you're charging in your price point. Now, this system that I'm talking about, it's called the IG Direct.
So if I were him, right, at this point, he's getting yappy as hell. You guys notice that? He's doing a lot of talking, and I still don't know what the IG Direct funnel is or anything about it, and we're like 3 minutes 30 in, so, if I was him, I mean, come on now, bro.
Now, before we break down step by step, and trust me, I'm going to, on how you can implement this directly into your coaching and consulting business so you can scale past 30 to 100 grand a month, I first have to tell you how I actually discovered it, because the steps I'm gonna walk through, they really won't make sense if you don't have context.
Now that was a really good angle. Before I actually show you how to implement into your own business step by step, first I have to show you exactly how I discovered it so that you can understand the context behind it so that you actually get the idea. That's a smart way, because here's the other thing, is that stories are what do the most amount of selling. Stories convince the people the most, because stories make people insert themselves into the main character. So when he's telling a story about, I tried these things, I tried this thing, I tried that thing, but then I tried this new IG Direct funnel and it started working, and then I scaled to 100K a month. What does that do? It essentially gives you this same outcome of someone saying, imagine you implement this system into your coaching business and make 10K per month or $100,000 per month. And now you got this dopamine feeling. You're like, oh man, that would feel so good. What's better than telling someone to imagine it is just tell somebody a story of somebody who's done it or yourself that's done it, and they'll automatically already insert themselves into it. You don't even have to tell them to imagine.
As to how I even discovered the IG Direct funnel to begin with. And just to be clear, I'm not going to tell you some crazy hypey marketing story or try and hide this entire video of what the funnel actually is. I just have to explain how it was created so that you can even understand it and why it works so well. So this is the full story on how I scaled past 100 grand a month in 90 days using the IG Direct funnel, and how you can set the entire funnel up in just the next 7 days. I haven't always had a coaching business doing 100 grand a month or more, and I haven't always had 100 high ticket clients and a whole bunch of social proof and case studies and all that stuff. In fact, before I even created this IG Direct funnel, I was pretty much stuck in a constant loop of posting a video here and there, waiting for leads to pour in, and even testing out and like trying to run paid ads and boosting some posts or maybe messing around in the ad manager, not really even knowing what I was doing. But really none of that actually resulted in me scaling my coaching business to a predictable level. I was pretty much stuck under 20 grand a month, coaching clients here or there, but I didn't have an actual systematic way of acquiring clients every single.
So now what is he doing? He is relating to who he is selling to. So here are the relatables. All copywriting is, dude, is you go through this, you pick some stuff out, and you already know. So we'll go like this. They suffer from an unpredictable way to make money. They've tried some things here and there, like boosted IG posts, but these never really work well and can't be tracked properly. Okay, great. So I was, and then basically exact situation that they're in right now.
Single week over week. At the time, it didn't really feel like I even had like a legitimate business. So like everybody else, I decided, all right, like it's time to like make a change. It's not, like I'm kind of sick and tired of just coaching people here and there, not taking this thing seriously, or even just thinking about like actually launching a program, but never actually doing it. Like I'm finally ready to go all in on actually making an impact in other people's lives and making great income while doing that. So I basically set a crazy goal of scaling to 100 grand a month. And honestly, at the time, I didn't really know how I was going to do it. But what I did know was that there was only 4 ways to really get clients, and I needed clients to grow my coaching business. There was organic content, there was word of mouth referrals, there was outreach, and then there was paid ads. Those are the only 4 ways to get clients, period. So I knew I had to pick one of them. I knew that organic content was great, and that it would probably help me scale. But content by itself, and just posting videos and kind of crossing my fingers they were going to get views, but that wasn't going to be predictable enough to know that I could book 10 to 20 sales calls per week, and ultimately sign 1 to 3 new high-ticket clients per week. So I couldn't let my business's revenue be dependent on the Instagram or YouTube algorithm. So that rolled out just through organic content. I didn't have a big network or a bunch of people to just wait for word of mouth to roll in. And honestly, doing outreach kind of felt desperate. And I knew that in order to get coaching clients, you need to maintain a sense of like expertise and a sense of authority over your clients. Otherwise, why would they buy coaching from you? And so really the only option to scale predictably was going to be running paid ads. Like the idea of running paid ads kind of scared me because I really did not want to waste a bunch of money trying to figure out if paid ads were even going to work or not. Or spend some money on paid ads to maybe get some clients, maybe get some leads, or maybe just take a bunch of terrible leads, nobody calls, and ultimately no clients and have wasted my money on paid ads. I mean, this is what everybody wants, but what I really wanted at the time was just a predictable, I wanted to create a predictable system so I could obsess with this idea of creating a predictable system where I could put $1 into paid ads and get just $3 to $5 back so I could scale my coaching business where I wanted to get to. So then, believe it or not, I tried 4 different ways of running paid ads, and I was determined. First, I tried TikTok ads, but as you probably guessed, the lead quality was terrible. Nobody even showed up to the sales calls. The people that did were so unqualified financially. Second, I tried the VSL funnel. That's basically where you run, some sort of ad to a landing page, and on the landing page, maybe they opt in, give their email, their phone number, and then they watch some sort of, video sales letter. You explain your offer and your program, and then hopefully they book a call by clicking on the button and showing it to a sales call. The problem was the tech setup by itself, just to get the funnel ready to go, that took me at least 10 days, and I moved I'm talking 8-hour days. It took me 10 days just to set up the entire funnel, and it cost $1,000 just in softwares. And I had to hire appointment setters to reach out to all the phone number opt-ins that we were getting, which required me to pay those phone setters, because they were good phone setters, a base salary, all for our cost per lead when I finally launched the funnel to be $50, and honestly none of these were that qualified. And our show up rate was 55%, meaning that every single time I had a sales call on my calendar, there was a 1 out of 2 shot that were actually going to show up to the sales call. And the prospects that did show up to the sales call literally showed up to the call and they were like, what was your name again, and what is it that you do? And so at this point, the TikTok ads, the VSL funnel were not going to work, so I tried boosting posts on Instagram because I heard that was going to be the strategy. The other thing I was going to scale my coaching business is boosting posts and getting followers or DMs, and then reaching out to those followers, and hopefully they book in a call, and hopefully.
So as you can see, and I highly recommend you guys do this, I'm watching the VSL on the right, and I'm writing down all the stuff on the left. This way, I don't gotta pause, switch tabs, go back, write it. Like, I can knock this stuff out in a matter of minutes.
They finally buy my program. But the problem with boosting the post was, one, you can't test anything, you can't track anything, right? You don't know where the followers are coming from, is it organic, is it paid ads? You don't know how many followers you're getting, how the followers are even qualified, and the targeting was so off because you're literally just pressing boost. There's not a lot of targeting options there. And so really only 1 out of 2 people of the 100 followers I was getting per day were even semi-qualified to book a call with me. So at this point, after all this stuff, and I even gave up for a short period of time and went all in on trying just organic content, again, just to find out that turns out it really isn't as predictable as you might think in terms of generating leads every day, book calls, and post clients every week. I did close, I think, 1 or 2 clients after doing it for a couple months, but again, it wasn't going to get you to 100 grand a month consistently. And so I knew that I needed to crack paid ads. Like I had to crack paid ads in order to have a predictable and scalable coaching business. And so I gave it one last go, implementing what I now call the IG direct funnel. It only took me a couple days to script and set up the paid ads, build the entire funnel. I spent $400 on the campaign, and I got 32 DMs, which resulted in 5 booked calls. 4 of those people showed up to the sales call, and I closed 2 of those people out of.
Okay, so now he's going through some of the numbers, but essentially it took me a couple days to set up. I spent $400, and I got whatever he said, how many calls, how many books, whatever it is. Not super important.
I took a price turning my $400 of ad spend into over $10,000 in cash collected from my coaching program. And I finally got to this point. I was honestly relieved and excited at the same time. I was actually getting qualified prospects every single day that I could actually help. And they were actually showing up to the sales calls, excited about my offer, and more importantly, actually willing to pay for it. So I took this one IG direct funnel, I stepped on the gas, and in 90 days from that moment in time, I scaled to 100 grand cash collected in a single month. And I did that in 3 months. With literally just me and an appointment center on my team, and that was the entire team. It was insane. So then I took sort of like version 1 of that IG direct funnel that I built out, and I started showing it to some of our clients at the time, like Julian, who had a coaching offer for videographers. I showed him the IG direct funnel. He implemented it. He basically collected $26,000 his first month. I showed Johnny, who, like I said earlier, coaches insurance agents. He collected $8,000 in a single month, 90 days after implementing. He almost beat my $100,000 record. I showed Tyler, who had a fitness coaching business, and he collected $12K directly after implementing the funnel inside of his fitness business. And I showed it to Jordan, who coaches med spas, how to grow their med spa business, and he scaled past $7,000 a month with just this one acquisition system. I then kind of refined the system, took everything that worked and discarded everything that didn't work inside the funnel, and I essentially created kind of version 2. So at this point, you're probably wondering, how does this IG direct funnel actually work, and how can you implement it inside of your coaching or consulting business? Well, it's broken down into.
So Daniel wanted to know, how do you write the unique mechanism name, the IG direct funnel? It's all right, but the problem is that it's not really curious enough. Most people would feel like they already know what an IG direct funnel is, and you probably do. IG direct funnel, I run ads directly into my DMs and get money that way. It sounds like every other coaching offer out there right now. Ravi Abuwala has one called the short form funnel. This is the IG direct funnel. It's the same thing. So it's pretty basic in my eyes, but the name is the name, so it's all right. We only got 3 minutes left, so.
3 key steps. The first key step is cold friendly offer repackage. Essentially what that means is, before you ever even start running paid ads, you need to make sure that your offer is cold friendly. That means there needs to be a no-brainer for prospects. They can go from basically not knowing who you are to buying your offer in a very short amount of time. Most coaches are stuck trying to build a brand with a commoditized offer and nothing that really makes their offer special or unique. Whereas you need to make your offer so good that prospects, like Hormozy says, literally feel stupid saying no, and that allows you to charge high ticket prices, meaning a minimum $2,500 but all the way up to $15K. The second thing is IG DM ad. Okay, so we're gonna basically create 6 simple 45 to 90 second DM ads that are hyper targeted towards your ideal clients, so you can generate a minimum of 20 to 30 inbound DMs on a daily basis. There's no crazy tech setup, and you can get these paid ads launched within 7 days of starting to implement the full system. If you don't have a consistent way to generate high quality leads on a daily basis, you'll never be able to get 10 to 20 sales calls per week on your sales calendar, which is really what you need to scale your coaching business past 30 to 100 grand a month. Meta ads, and specifically DM ads, by far have the best algorithm to find qualified leads at the cheapest cost right now in 2025. I've tried again, everything else, nothing else even comes close to how inexpensive the advertising is right now. It's like finding out how to run Facebook ads in 2012 right now with Instagram DM ads. And then lastly is our DM setting and high ticket sales process. Once you have a cold friendly offer and your DM ads are consistently generating new DMs and leads on a daily basis, you'll use a simple script inside of Instagram DMs to go ahead and book in 10 to 20 prospects into your sales calendar on a weekly basis, allowing you to close at minimum 1 to 3 of those as high ticket clients into your coaching program. What most coaches do is just put a link in their bio or the link in their description and just cross their fingers and wait for people to book a call. We use a predictable appointment setting and sales system so that it's systematic, that you can generate those leads with the DM ads, book them in using the setting process, and close them using the sales process. So at this point, you know pretty much exactly how my clients and I were able to scale our coaching businesses between 30 and 100 grand a month using the IG direct funnel. And you also know the exact steps that we use to do it. Cold friendly offer, launching the DM ads, and using our setting and sales process. So you might be wondering a couple things at this point. 1, will this work specifically for your offer in your coaching business? And 2, if it will, how do you set up the entire system end to end so you can finally scale past 30 to 100 grand a month? And that brings me to the entire reason that I made this video, because I am on a personal mission to help as many high ticket coaches and consultants finally implement the right system to scale past 30 to 100 grand a month in 2025. And since I'm so confident, like I've talked about in this video, in this system, I have an insane offer for you. My company, High Ticket Coach.io, is going to guarantee you 12 new high ticket clients in the next 90 days, or we fully refund you and pay you back for all the money you spent on paid ads while you were inside our program using our own cash. So click the link in the description of this YouTube video and check out the full breakdown I have down there on how this offer works and if you even qualify.
Boom. He did a lot of talking. He did a lot of the yapping. I'm going to start up a new Claude. So I'm going to go and get AI. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell AI, I want to create a marketing email for this client. Here's some of the info that I gathered. Please give me 10 ideas that include the hook of the idea and the angle. And then I'm going to paste it, and then we're going to see what it comes up with. I would sometimes do this, but it's pretty rough. It's a pretty rough idea of what I have. So I'm bring it over here. Simple, yeah. Whole lot of mansplaining, yeah. Should he qualify based on their current revenue in the VSL instead in the survey he sends them to? Yeah, so how he's gonna do this, here's how it works. So business 101, listen up guys. In every business, there is a constraint. This is called the theory of constraints. You might have heard Alex Hormozy talk about it before, and I might butcher exactly how he talks about it, but I'm gonna tell you guys how it works in the way that I understand it and I've been using it. So the theory of constraints is this. Take Prime energy drinks, for example, Logan Paul's energy drink. The constraint to that isn't finding more people who want to buy it. They already have so many people who want to buy it that their main constraint as to why they can't sell twice as much is because they're having trouble keeping up with the stock demands, meaning making enough of the actual physical product. Someone who says, I'll come in and I have a cleaning service. I'll get one of my people to come clean your house for $10 an hour. Their constraint is finding people to do the job because it's so laborious, it takes a lot of work, and it's very low paying. So that's the constraint in that business. In most online businesses, you can find people just fine. It's not a big deal. It's a high profit business and they're only selling information. So the main constraint is leads, qualified leads. So how do you get more qualified leads? You create a better offer. Now, creating an amazing offer, like he's saying here, comes with some downsides. So for example, if I said I'm going to get you 12 high ticket clients in the next 90 days or else your money back, then you got to be careful with that for obvious reasons. If people join and they think that you're just going to do everything and they don't have to do nothing, then you're going to get burned. You're going to get refunds and it's not going to be good. But it solves your problem of bringing in leads. So you have to find a balance. How do I make an awesome offer without overpromising? And the way that you do this is through qualification. You only let people into your program who are hyper qualified. What does that even mean? Meaning that there's somebody who's already making money, they have an offer that's already proven and validated, and they're also actually hungry for it, and you can tell that they're actually going to do the work as well. So you would do that by getting on the call with them. And if you get on the call with them and they seem like they're not really the right fit, then you just won't make them an offer. You just won't do it. You'll be like, well, I think you probably have some more way to grow. What we can do is get you inside of like whatever, something else. Like maybe they have like a smaller course or something. They'll be like, yeah, we'll get you into the smaller course for now and you come back later. So that's how that will go. Now let's see what Claude cooked up here. The predictable revenue system from $400 investment to $10,000 in cash collected in days, not by chance, but by design. Contrast, okay, yeah. How I scaled from struggling coach to 100K, okay, yeah. Why the cheapest, highest quality leads are hiding in plain sight on Instagram while everyone else is burning cash everywhere, okay. The 3-to-1 ROI guarantee, $1 in and $3 to $4 out, okay, yeah. These are pretty basic. Add in some things that make them more cool, like analogies or stories. So now I'm just giving it feedback. I'm arguing with AI, which is one of your most valuable skills. The 30K to 100K, okay. The skilling roadblock most coaches face. Growth ceiling. From gambling to guaranteed. I like that. That's a possible subject line right there. So, subject line. Now these are just possible ones. So I'm gonna create like a couple possible ones and then I'm gonna just keep going. From gambling to guaranteed. Copy. Okay, fire. Using the same mathematical certainty that Vegas casinos use to never lose. I kind of like that. That's kind of cool. Copy. You know how in Vegas they say the house always wins? Well, what if you could be the house? That's exactly what I've been able to learn how to do with the IG direct funnel. Here, let me explain. And then oh yeah, that's a cool angle. I like that angle a lot, actually. That's nice. See, I was kind of drawing a blank on what to even write, but now I'm good. Again, guys, you got AI at your fingertips. Like I didn't have this. I didn't have this when I first started Copy. I'd be sitting there like, what to write? Frame their system as flipping the odds in the favor. Yeah. Randomness. Yeah, it's like a slot machine. All right, I'll go like this. This isn't written down there, but here's the other thing. Most people treat their coaching business like a lottery. Not only can you take the ideas from AI, but you could also use AI for yourself to come up with more ideas, which is what I'm doing here. Okay, idea 2, 90-day metamorphosis. Like a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. I went from a struggling coach. Nah, that sounds stupid. Use this complete metamorphosis analogy. No, it's dumb. Fucking butterfly, bro, that's fruity as hell. The Instagram gold rush. While everybody else is panning for leads and dried up systems, we've discovered an untapped gold mine on Instagram where premium clients are practically waiting to be claimed. It's all right, not really that good. The money tree formula. I planted $1 and harvested 4. Money doesn't grow on trees, or does it? I quite like that. How money really does grow on trees. 1, plant a money tree. I put in $1. And then I harvested $4 out of it. Do that enough times and you'll get a lot of money. I like that. Use farming and harvesting metaphor, okay. 7-day Instagram alchemy. Kind of like that. Medieval alchemists spent lifetimes trying to turn lead into gold. We've mastered turning Instagram scrollers into, I like this angle, turning Instagram scrollers into high-ticket clients in just 7 days. Okay. I'll take it. And what else? The dinner party strategy. Stop shouting at strangers on street corners. Our system is like hosting an intimate dinner party. Nah. Instagram iceberg. Most coaches only see the tip of the Instagram iceberg, the bio and the link. Right, yeah, okay. The Roger Bannister blueprint? No. The revenue elevator? Those coaches take the stairs, grinding up each painful step. Our clients ride the express elevator. I don't know, that's kind of cool. I mess with that. So here's the other thing, guys. Most people would take from this batch and they make like vanilla copy. This is the definition of vanilla copy. He's boring. Here's how I got 12 clients in 90 days, the exact step to 100 plus high ticket cut. Like this is what you think the clients want to see because they already said that. But here's the thing. If they already said it and they already did it, why wouldn't they just put it in their emails? Like if you're just gonna copy them, then it's like, what value are you actually bringing? Like what, you wrote down their exact words? No. Coming up with new angles and new witty analogies and ways to do it, way better. In stormy seas, uncertain, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I have my angles. Isn't it dangerous to use guaranteed in B2B or is that in B2C? There's a certain amount of risk in all of it. In B2C, when you're telling beginners who have never made money before, I'm gonna guarantee you money, it gets pretty tricky because the reason they're not making money is objectively, they're just not trying hard enough. You could be dumb and you try hard enough, you're just gonna make money. This is what it is. So at that point, you're like trying to get them to do the work. If it's not a business already, it's much easier to guarantee them because they already have the systems to facilitate whatever it is you're guaranteeing. So they're both kind of risky, but it's fine. It gets more leads through the door. It's a trade-off, right? There's nothing that's like really good or really bad. You're not going to want to do this because X, Y, Z. If you have a system to do it, then you can do it. Like for example, let's say a dropshipping coach. So you have a dropshipping coach. And this dropshipping coach, he has an offer. You have dropshipping coach A, he has an offer with no guarantee. Dropshipping coach B has a guarantee that you will make $10,000 per month with your dropshipping store. Which one do you think is going to get more money at the end of the day? Well, let's talk about it. The person with no guarantee is going to get less attention. He's going to get less people who want to go into his program. And he's also going to get a lot less freaking refunds. And people are going to join him without just wanting to make money and get rich overnight. Then you have the guy who did the guarantee. Dropshipper did the guarantee. I guarantee you'll make 10K a month with your store at least. He has a little bit of a trickier game. He has way more leads, but that comes with way more headaches. So the question isn't, is one better than the other? The answer is, how can I facilitate an offer that is the best in the end? So this guy has a lot more refunds. He has a lot more people joining his program that don't want to do crap, and he's just gonna have a lot more headaches. But is it worth it in the end? If this guy makes 50K per month and this guy makes 500K per month, even though he has to do some research, refunds, even though he has to do a whole bunch more stuff, then it's still more profitable in the end of the day. So that's why. Now, obviously, you got to be careful with a lot of things because, yeah, it's not just like, oh, I'll offer a guarantee, we'll get more people. It's like, yeah, that comes with a whole new slew of problems from gambling to guaranteed. And then the preview here would be like, why most coaches suffer from, I'll call it this, watch this, lottery syndrome. Another pseudo-unique mechanism. I think I'll go with this one. I like this one a lot. I'll go with that one. And then let's just take the stairs. Grinding up each painful step. Our clients ride the express elevator where you use systems that the work is done for you. Okay, I mess with that. We've mastered turning Instagram scrollers into high-ticket clients. Okay, this one's a little bit long for a subject line. I kind of like this one. Okay, so this is where I might go quiet for a little bit, but essentially it's this subject line. So I have to figure out how to turn that into a subject line preview. Turn your biz to a money tree. We'll say that. And for preview, we'll say how money really does grow on trees. And the angle will be, I planted $1 and harvested $4. Perfect. Now this one, subject line from gambling to guaranteed. Most coaches suffer from lottery syndrome, right? So here's what I'm gonna do, right? And here's my lesson for right now. Here's like a big lesson you have to take away. Great copy doesn't come from the writing. It comes from the refining. Let me say that again, because you heard me, but you weren't listening. Great copy doesn't come from the writing. It comes from the refining. So, write drunk and edit sober. Just write it down, and then once you have it there, you can use your mind to come up with some real good stuff. So, hey, first name. I'll go like this. Ever played the lottery? Or no, I'll go like this. Yeah, ever played the lottery? Chances are you didn't win. Chances are you didn't win. Otherwise, you'd probably be sipping mojitos in the Bahamas right now. Yeah. Well, but the lottery can actually teach an important lesson about scaling your coaching biz to 7 figs. Right? Now, my goal here is to write down like the most mid email ever and then start chiseling away at it afterwards. But the lottery could actually teach you an important lesson about scaling. Why? Because most coaches treat their sheet biz like a lottery ticket. They put their coaching link in bio, depend on the algorithm to get them views. And third thing, what else, guys? They put their coaching link in their bio. They depend on the algorithm to get them views, and they don't have any repeatable systems to book sales call. What's this mean? 1 week they're booking qualified sales calls. Then the next week their calendar is more empty than a night club on a Wednesday morning. Is that a good analogy? I don't really think so, but I'm just gonna keep going. Why do they do this? Well, most coaches are told, grow your personal brand and you'll get views, and you'll get get clients. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. I know because I've been there. But what if there were a way that you could stack the odds in your favor? Kind of like that. Kind of like how in Vegas they always say the house wins. Well, here's exactly how you can be the house. And then I talk about the solution. So, what is the solution here? I literally just did some PA, and now it's time to go to the S. Kind of like how the house always wins. Here's exactly how you can be the house. Implement a systematized approach that turns $1 to $4 and guarantees that you close clients
every week. How? Well, I used what I call the IG direct funnel in order to scale past 100K per month. Now, because this system is so in depth, I can't cover it all in this short email. So check out this new training on the IG direct funnel and how you can use it to scale in your own coaching biz. And then I'll just do a sign off. So far, so mid, which I'm happy with. Like I said, that was my goal. And now I have all of my rough ideas out. It's kind of like I mentioned in the beginning, like a chiseler, chiseling out art from a marble slab. It's like you start with just a blank canvas, then you get out the general shape. This is my general shape, and now I'm about to fine tune. Okay, ever played the lottery? Chances are you didn't win. Otherwise, you'd be sipping mojitos in Bahamas right now. But the lottery could actually teach an important lesson about scaling your coaching biz to 7 figures. Why? Because most coaches treat their biz like a lottery ticket. They put their coaching link in bio, depend on the algorithm to get them views, and they don't have any repeatable systems to book sales calls. So what's this mean? 1 week, they're booking qualified sales calls. Nobody's business. Nobody's business. Then the next week, their calendar is more empty than a nightclub on a Wednesday morning. Why do they do this? Why do most coaches do this? Because they're told, grow your personal brand and you'll get views that magically turn into clients. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. I know because I've been there. But what if there were a way you could stack the odds in your favor? Kind of like how in Vegas they say, I'll definitely have to change that. That makes zero sense. Kind of like how they say in Vegas, the house always wins. Well, here's exactly how you can be the house. Implemented, systematized. I feel like the solution is still pretty vague. It all comes down to using a systematized approach that turns $1 into $4 and guarantees that you close clients every week. How? IG ads. How? Instagram ads, but not like how most people are running them. But not how most people are running them. So you don't need to, this is what I'm gonna put here. Right here, I'm gonna put objection handles. You don't need to risk money and wonder if your ads will even pay off in the end. There's a much more predictable method that I call the IG direct funnel that I've used. You don't need to risk money and wonder if your ads will even pay off in the end. There's a much more predictable method that I call the IG direct funnel that I've used in order to scale past 100K per month. Now, because this system is so in depth, I can't cover it all in this short email. So check out the new training in the IG direct funnel, on the IG direct funnel, and how you can use it to scale your biz. IG direct funnel by clicking this link. Okay, at the end it gets really thick. As you can see, the line's really long, but not like how most people are running them. You don't need to risk money and wonder if your ads will pay off in the end. There's a much more predictable method that I call the IG direct funnel. It's the exact system I've used. It's the exact system I've used in order to scale past 100K per month. because the system is so in depth, I can't cover it in this short email. So check out the new training on the IG Direct Funnel by clicking this link, sign off. All right, I'm good with that. It's time for some AI. Mentioning a UM at the end of the email, should you not reveal it like you did there? Revealing the UM, well, this isn't a unique mechanism that's really like revealable. It's not like, oh, well, it works by, I mean, he didn't even reveal the unique mechanism in his own training. He just told you an empty idea of what it was. So right here, I'm just kind of telling you what it does and then saying, if you want to learn more, then there's a free training here. So now what I'm going to do is take this and I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, make this email better. From gambling to guaranteed. Okay, the exact reason most coaches are playing the lottery with their business and how to stack the odds in your favor. Ever noticed how casinos are always expanding and not going bankrupt? No. There's a reason for that. While thousands walk through their doors hoping to get lucky, the casino has mathematically guaranteed for profits. The house always wins. So this is going more the casino route than the lottery ticket route. And right now in your coaching business, I need to ask, are you the hopeful gambler or the calculated house? That's pretty damn good. I think I'll have to use that. I think I'll have to copy and paste most of this first paragraph here. What do you guys think? Because most coaches I meet are playing a dangerous game of chance with their business. Maybe also say at the end that it's in depth because it consists of 3 steps to create more intrigue. 3 steps isn't super intriguing. Like if they're like, oh, I'm going to show you this whole system versus I'm going to show you this 3-step system. Like imagine if someone's like, yeah, dude, I'm going to show you this whole entire system of how I made 100K per month. And they're like, I don't know. It doesn't say it's 3 steps. So you could put it there, but I don't think it would make that much of a difference. The house always wins. And right now in your coaching business, I need to ask, because most coaches I meet are playing a dangerous game of chance. They drop their coaching link in their bio and cross their fingers. They post content and pray the algorithm blesses them. They have 0 repeatable systems for generating qualified calls. Sounds familiar? This lottery mentality explains why so many coaches experience the gut-wrenching feast or famine cycle. 1 week, your calendar's booked solid with dream clients ready to invest. The next week, your calendar's emptier than a beach during the hurricane. Okay. I lived this roller coaster for years because I bought into the myth that great content plus personal branding equals consistent clients. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Content alone is as reliable for a client generator as a weather forecast for the next month. I like that it has an analogy there, but it could be way better. So how do you become the house that always wins? It's simpler than you might think. I developed a system that transformed every $1 invested into $4 returned with the mechanical certainty of a Swiss watch. Okay, again, this analogy could be better. The secret, Instagram ads, but not the way 99% of coaches run them, which is gambling. Instead, I've engineered what I call the IG Direct Funnel, the exact blueprint that took me from unpredictable income to consistently clearing 100K plus months. This is a system I delivered, $12 ticket, yep. And now I'm helped over 100 coaches. Okay, it's going way too long. I can't possibly break down, okay, right. Put together comprehensive training, reveals it, click here, stop gambling, blah, 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 PS, a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff here, actually. While thousands walk through, we're gonna get lucky, the casino mathematically. This is the first draft. I'm gonna wrap this up real quick and create the second draft, and then that'll be the day. Second draft, because I don't wanna lose the flow here. Okay. So I'll basically just take this from the first draft, copy, I'll come down here, paste, I'll go over here, I'll go over here, I'll take this, house always wins, right, yeah, uncomfortable truth, yeah, so how do you, simpler than you might think, yeah, it's honestly, I'll just take all of this and put it over there. Copy. Yeah, I'll just take all of it and put it over here. Control Z. Do it. This is the second draft. Ever notice how casinos are always expanding and never going bankrupt? There's a reason for that. I'll go like this. Thousands walk through casino doors hoping to get lucky. But the casino has a mathematically guaranteed has mathematically guaranteed their profits. The house always wins. And right now, in your coaching business, I need to ask, are you the hopeful gambler or the calculated house? I think I'll put a first name in there. And also, I don't want that to be italicized. I'd rather just be bolded. Are you the hopeful gambler, first name, or the calculated house? Because most coaches I meet, I don't need to put I meet, most coaches are playing a dangerous game of chance with their business. They drop their coaching link in their bio and cross their fingers. They post content and pray for the algorithm blesses them. And they have zero repeatable systems for generating qualified leads. Sound familiar? This lottery mentality explains why so many coaches experience the gut-wrenching feast or famine cycle. Okay? 1 week, your calendar's booked solid. Next week, I actually like the past one that we had here. 1 week, you're... Then the next week, yeah, I like this one better. Feast or famine. The next week, your calendar is more empty than a nightclub on a Wednesday morning. I lived this roller coaster for years because I bought into the myth that great content plus personal branding equals consistent clients. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Content alone is as reliable as, I want to change that. So how do you become the house that always wins? It's something that you might think, I've developed a system that does this with, I want to change this as well. Change. But not 99% coaches run them, which is gambling. Instead, I've engineered what I call the IG direct funnel, the exact blueprint, the system, without feeling desperate, hiring expensive phone sitters. Yeah, that's getting too long, so I'm going to cut that. Here's the thing, can't possibly break down. Instead, I've put that together. Click here to access the training now. I'm going to cut that stuff because it's stupid. All right, guys, that's it. You just watch me basically take someone's VSL, write down some notes, and put it into an email, and build the second draft with AI, and build the ideas with AI.
Okay, so now you understand exactly how I write emails. Now, as far as copywriting, emails are essentially just bite-sized pieces of copy. So if you feel like you can write good emails, you can write good copy, then you can write anything. It doesn't matter if it's a video sales letter, sales page, don't get hung up on it. But we're gonna go through what those are and how to actually make them really good as well. So sales page copywriting. Most people overthink sales pages because they're trying to convince the reader. But that's wrong because it's just not the right headspace that you want to be in at all. You're just showing them what's possible and what's missing if they don't move. It starts by usually naming the problem. Then you slowly shift the ground under them, but not all at once, line by line until the offer feels like the obvious next step. And it all starts with a headline at the top of the page that says who it's for, what the big promise is, and why you should even keep reading or pay attention in the first place. Headlines are about stopping the scroll. That's it. If they pause, you've got to shop. If they don't, then nothing else matters. You've lost your chance. So what actually stops people and drags them in? Clear tension, unexpected specificity, strong emotion, and even confusion can work if it feels intentional. A little bit of confusion as to what someone means by that. So don't try to be poetic because it will create actual confusion that leads people away from the page. Try to sound like you know something that they don't. That's like the confusion. So for example, if I were to tell you, yeah, here's how I got 5 copywriting clients using Tinder or something, that's like weird. That's like, wait, using that? But that's a dating app. So how does he get business clients on there? Now, that's not an actual headline that I can justify, so I wouldn't use that. But that's what I mean by confusing them. But if it said something like, hey, here's how you're going to make $10,000 to $40,000 if you're somebody who's making a $5,000 to $20,000 right now as a coaching business, and you want to do it all without ads, but all you need is Instagram and you don't even need YouTube either. That's like confusing in the bad way to where it's like you're just throwing out a bunch of terms and nobody can actually tell what you're saying. Next is video sales letter copywriting. So on a sales page, usually you would have a video sales letter, which is just a video of someone telling you what the product is, explaining who it's for, and why you should probably buy it. Now, it's just a sales pitch with a pulse. It's paced, spoken, and has one job, which is to keep the viewer watching until the very end. This means no rambling intros or vague setups. No, let me tell you a story, unless it hits fast and has any what's in for me in the beginning. Start where the tension is, not where you want it to be. Some ways of opening strong is like a stat that feels wrong, a belief that they've had but never questioned, or a personal line that sounds too specific to ignore. If the first 10 seconds fall flat, then they're going to be gone. It doesn't matter how strong the offer is later because the viewer will never learn about it. It doesn't matter because you're never actually going to get to that part of the video or that part of the sales page itself. So what actually makes a good VSL in the first place? Think of it like this. You have the visual, the voice, and the script. So all of these things are what make up the video sales letter altogether. It's almost like a mini movie showing you exactly why you should buy and what it is. So in terms of structures, you want to hook them hard, shift their beliefs, build desire, break objections, introduce the offer, and also close with clarity. And cut anything that sounds like it was written to sound smart, because this lives or dies if it feels natural. Right? So you don't want to be trying to sound overly smart. This is another thing a lot of people do, is they try to sound fancy, use these big words to try to impress people in their copy, but that's actually not what you want to do either. You want to do the opposite, make it sound like a text that's from a friend to a friend. Next is social media content copywriting. So most businesses chase reach, but the better play is shaping how people see you consistently, quietly, and with intent. Different formats hit differently, so use them what they're best at. So Reels, for example, carousels, and stories. So Reels will be really good, those short form videos on Instagram, to get new people to learn about you, because you can go viral really easily and you can just copy a trend. Carousels, which are those photos on Instagram where you can just slide over, can be something that's a little bit more converting. So for example, if you have a product or you have something to get somebody on your email list, some sort of freebie or free resource, that's a really easy way to do it as well with a carousel. Then stories are, again, more for converting, and then also more for building know, like, and trust on your Instagram story by showing something behind the scenes, for example, that other people can relate with, and they will now like you more. Right? Marketing is also mainly about just having more people like you at mass, because when they like you, know, like, and trust you, they'll want to do business with you. So here are your action steps. Pick one format from this section to build something real. It doesn't have to be perfect, just done with intention. This is probably going to be an email using that copywriting tutorial that I gave you, right? It has everything in there, from structures, from who to write for, etc., etc. So you write a piece of copy for a real brand, not fairy tale copy, not just copy about an imaginary brand. You get your copy reviewed for free in the Discord and school communities that I have linked down below. You review other people's copy in the community, you see what they're doing, and if you're stuck, go swipe. Go download the free swipe file that has hundreds of pieces of copy already in it to get ideas and inspiration. Reverse engineer what made you stop scrolling, click, and read to the end. The reps matter more than the polish does. Now I'm going to play another video of what it's like to scale this sort of freelancing service business, or any freelancing service business, to $30,000 per month or more. So here's exactly what that would look like. Bam. You guys see my screen? Everything's good to go? So we're about to get into it here. This is like a goddamn 15 pager we got going on. So on today's new live class, we are going to be discussing how to scale to 30K per month and beyond as a copywriter. Now, obviously, to reach 30K per month and beyond as in past, you need to become more than just a copywriter. You need to become a certain type of person, and you probably don't want to be a freelancer at this level either. Although it might be possible at 30K per month, it'll be better to not be a freelancer. And I'll actually show you guys why. We'll get into all of it, how to start, how you guys can implement this. And even if you guys are in the beginning stages, because I know, like, you know, somebody's like, bro, I'm like trying to get my first clients, or I'm trying to reach 5K per month, et cetera, et cetera. Well, this information is still relevant to you and still will help you as well. With that being said, I will also be checking the chat. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to leave it in there too. I'm gonna go section by section, then I'm gonna pause for a little bit, ask you guys in the chat if there's anything. And then also, side note, there will be a test. Yes, really, there will be a test at the end. So you best be paying attention, get your notepads out, let's hit it. So POV, this is going to be you. All right, I wanna see everybody absolutely locking in and making sure you're taking notes, because this is going to be a good one. So here's what we're going to be covering. First of all, it's a 10K per month trap. Now, I know a lot of you guys hear a 10K per month trap and you're like, wow, bro, trap me, bro. Please trap me in that. But here's why hitting your first 10K per month actually becomes a prison that keeps 90% of freelancers stuck. So a lot of people get stuck at 10K per month. And while that sounds not that bad, being stuck at 10K per month, it depends on what your actual desires are. If you hit 10K per month and you couldn't be happier and there's nothing more that you want to do and you're still growing and et cetera, then it's fine. But But in certain scenarios, when you know you want to grow, then don't get trapped in it, because that's where a lot of people tap out as far as time goes. And then they get stuck as a freelancer because they don't know what to do next. But as the saying goes, what got you here won't get you there. If you got 10K per month being a freelancer and doing the things that you've been doing, you're going to be able to, of course, use all those transferable skills, but they're not going to help you. You're not going to be able to do the exact same things to get to 20K, 30K, 40K, 50K, 100K per month. Next is the backwards outsourcing epidemic. Now, I've had some higher level conversations with some of the copywriters that are doing it really well right now. And the reason why I was actually inspired to do this is because I was telling them a bunch of things that I don't usually just speak about in general, but it's also just really relevant to people starting out. Part of the reason why I'm even doing this in the first place as well is to really inspire you guys and show you that making even more than 10K per month is possible. Because if making 10K per month sounds amazing, sounds awesome, you're going to be able to make more money, drive something nice, etc., etc. Then, with that being said as well, imagine what 30K can get you. 50K per month can get you. And imagine being a 50K per month business owner and not just a freelancer. It's a huge difference. We're going to get into it here in a second. Next is the time replacement tax. So this is why most freelancers outsource wrong and waste hard-earned time and money, because they don't understand this one simple, important fact. And the fact is, they think that outsourcing something is going to save them time. But that's not entirely true. We'll get into it. Next is the ATF loop. So the genius zone protection system, being able to always stay in your genius zone, always doing what you love to be doing, and then outsourcing all the things that it is that need to be done, but don't have to be done by you. There are things that light you up, as in you love them, you love to do them all the time, you actually like them, and they are revenue generating, high leverage activities that you love to do. Then there's things that you love to do but aren't that high revenue generating. And then there's things that are high revenue generating but you really don't like to do. We're going to break it all down and then talk about how to outsource for each quadrant. Now, why successful entrepreneurs guard their time and their calendar like Fort Knox, and how Audit Transfer Fill ensures you only touch the high impact work that you love doing. Next is track record alchemy. So the evidence stacking system that transforms your scattered wins into irresistible reputation magnet, even if you're starting from zero credibility. How to do that, how to start. And then finally is the self-running business blueprint. Why 99% of business owners are actually just expensive employees, and the ghost CEO method that lets you disappear for weeks while revenue increases. And now, yes, did I put a bunch of beautiful bullets here at the beginning in order to hook people in? I mean, you guys are copywriters. There's no tricking you guys. So obviously, but it just makes it more fun and it makes it more exciting. So let's get it. All right. We have to start with the 10K per month trap. So like I said, this is a trap, although a good trap, but here's why. The moment freelancers hit 10K per month, they usually throw themselves a party, and they should. It's a huge milestone, but the celebration is sometimes a funeral of their potential. Think about it like this. You've been climbing what you thought was a mountain, and when you reach that 10K per month, the peak of the mountain, you realize you've only been climbing the foothills. And the real mountain, where serious money lives, is just now only coming into view. But here's where it gets dangerous. Most freelancers hit 10K per month and immediately fall into the golden handcuff syndrome. They've maxed out their personal capacity. Every hour of their day is booked. Every day is spoken for, and they're making good money, but they're also trapped in a prison of their own success. Even if some people are working 4 hours a day, making 10K per month, which I don't even think would be anybody here. Let's be honest. If you can make 10K per month in 4 hours, then why wouldn't you just make 30K per month in 12 hours, right? Please tell me I did that math right. I did. So if that's that's just how most people's brains work, especially if you're entrepreneurial in the first place, chances are that that's how you would think. So it's like being a world-class chef who insists on cooking every meal in their restaurant. Sure, the food is perfect, but you'll never feed more than 50 people a night. Meanwhile, McDonald's serves 69 million customers daily. And the reason as to why that is important, and that's something that I put there, is because you're going to be able to impact more people, do more, learn more, be more, right? And it's not just about the money. And that's what I have in this next part coming out. The 10K trap isn't about the money. It's about the mindset. This is not because you should chase money for money's sake. That's hollow and will leave you empty. But because growth is the only way to honor the talent that you've been given. When you stay stuck at 10K, you're not just limiting your income, you're limiting your impact. You're limiting the number of people you can help. You're limiting the problems you can solve, and you're limiting your skill. The game isn't over when you hit 10K. That's when the real game begins. Now, I have a disclaimer as well. I can hear some of you already thinking, but Tyson, I love the grind, and I'm still learning tons at my current level. I'm constantly challenged, picking up new skills, and getting better every day. Maybe 10K is enough for me. You might be absolutely right. And honestly, I'm thankful, and I'm so happy for you, because I wish I was able to be happy at 10K per month. A little bit, not really. Sometimes I do, because the more money, more problems. Everybody knows that. It was actually Ty Lopez I was listening to a little bit ago. He was like, yeah, stay at like low 7 figures, because once you get to 8 figures, people will be suing you for no reason. People will be accidentally tripping on your doorstep trying to get money out of you. And then 9 figures, it's like, forget it. Like, everybody just wants your head. And there's a lot of problems. And some people, those problems are worth it. Some people, not so much. Let me be crystal clear about something. There's nothing wrong with staying exactly where you are if you're genuinely growing and fulfilled. This isn't about shaming anyone into chasing bigger numbers just because society says they should, just because you think you want to build a business like Alex Hormozy. It's like, I see tons of people with very, very successful businesses and very, very successful lives, but their lives are not what my ideal outcome is. I would never tell somebody what to do or say that there's one best way for everybody to live. I am very much an advocate of desired outcomes. You optimize for desired outcomes. The trap isn't making 10K per month. The trap is making 10K per month while standing still, not getting that much better, feeling like you should be doing more, you want to do more, you don't know how, and also just not wanting to take a singular little bit of risk. Because that's the crazy part about getting rich, is that you have to also risk everything that you've built so far. So now I'm going to get into exactly how to build it from scratch. But I first wanted to talk about that because I want you guys to, one, know that you can definitely scale past 10K per month. Get to whatever, literally whatever revenue level you want to get to, especially when you just learn these principles. Because guess what? Once you hit 20, 30, 40K per month, there's no reason why you can't multiply it from there. So here's what I mean. Going from 0 to 10K per month is one thing. Like that's like, I don't know, one half of the journey. And then all those skills, you're basically maxed out in your freelancer zone. And then next is where you become a business owner. This is like your business owner zone over here after 10K per month. And then there's nothing else really after that. Like, obviously I've made over 100K per month, so I can't tell you what it's like to make $10 million a month. But I do know that the amount of effort, skill, knowledge from 20K to 100K per month is so much smaller than the amount of effort, skill, and knowledge it takes to get from 0K to 10K per month. So now, by understanding all the rest of the principles, you're going to understand exactly how to do this. The first is the backwards outsourcing epidemic, which is what so many people do. Most freelancers hire like they're building a house from the roof down. So here's the foundation first system that lets you clone yourself without losing quality or going broke. So, and when I say every single copywriter I've ever met in all my days, forever, all my life, always is under the notion that in order to scale past 10K per month and make even more, the thing that you have to do is just start outsourcing your copywriting work, right? I mean, that's the number one. Why wouldn't you think that? That's just what you would think. But that's not actually right. And I know that because he is me. I was there. I started my copywriting agency long ago after I started making 10K per month and also doing some coaching on the side as well, making my very first YouTube videos, et cetera, et cetera. And it was going well until it didn't. And that's because I didn't understand some of the things that I'm going to show you here in this video. You see, when it comes to outsourcing the copywriting work, you're outsourcing the most important work that you do. Like that is like the core of what you do. When in reality, again, you should outsource the things that can be done by others and that you just don't like to do and has a low amount of skill required. Let me get into the specifics. First, I need to explain the time replacement tax. And I'm going to explain it right here in this Miro. It's very, very simple Miro. It's not one of my most complicated ones. So if right here, let me take out my pen. If right here you have time, like that. And right here we have, let's say, ROI. We have time and we have ROI. When you outsource something like your copywriting fulfillment, you're going to hire somebody. And at first, they are not going to give you any ROI. They're going to give you a negative ROI for a while. Even to this very day, whenever I hire people, it takes a while to even get them up to speed in the first place. This is called the time replacement tax. It's just a cost that you're going to have to incur when you outsource to people. Now, with that being said, there are a few caveats. Right here is where you have the break-even point. This is the break-even point to where now you don't have to check over all their work. You don't have to basically erase 70% of what they did and just do most of it yourself. You don't have to explain things to them over and over and over and over and over again. And when you understand not only this whole concept, but also how to manipulate it into your favor, that's what you want. Now, what most beginner copywriters do is 10K per month copywriters who want to start outsourcing. They're like, oh, I'll just outsource to this other copywriter. I'll pay him $100. I'll get paid $1,000 and then I make a good ROI. But the problem is what? You're literally hiring somebody who is less skilled than you. Otherwise, they'd be charging more and you wouldn't make any profit. So here's the issue is you're going to get stuck in this zone and you're going to get frustrated. And you're going to be like, well, where's my ROI? I was supposed to make my time back. But instead, it's costing you time because you got to go check everybody's stuff. You got to basically do it yourself. And it's costing you money because you're doing it yourself, which is taking you more time, trying to explain it to them, which is taking you more time. And then also you're paying them as well. And then you don't even know that this side exists. So you're like, okay, that didn't work. Maybe you hire somebody else, that didn't work. Maybe you hire somebody else, that didn't work. It's never going to work because you keep getting stuck right here. Now, a smart business owner, a very smart business owner, knows how to shrink this time and make this time come as early as possible. The break-even point, the ROI. And when you're first starting to outsource things, you should outsource the things where this is as small as possible. So let me give you an example. Instead of trying to hire some copywriter and trying to get him to do all of the copy, which if they do a bad job, that's your name. You're still putting your name on there. So you have to make sure this copy is absolutely banging, cooking, absolutely amazing. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. So you got to make sure it's fire. Instead, you should outsource something like outsource your outreach. Outsource your prospecting. Personal example, I've done these. Outsource my outreach and outsource my prospecting. And let me tell you, it was way easier and more profitable and better in every single way, shape, and form than it was trying to outsource copywriting. So what I did was I got somebody to outreach for me and I would pay them a base salary. Now you guys can do this at whatever income level you're at. Probably, obviously, when you're making more money, you'd want to do this from a few $100 to $1,000 on base. And then depending on what deal you close, say you close $3,000 per month copywriting client, you can give them like 5 to 10%. So 10% of that initial payment would be $300. So then in that month they make whatever, a few $100 to $1,000. And all they're doing is prospecting, right? Finding people who fit your ideal client's profile, and then sending them an opener that's highly personalized. How easy do you think it would be to teach somebody who you're looking for and teach somebody how to send them an opener? And then get them on Instagram, get them on email, and then get them somewhere else, right? Now, this comes with even more caveats because we're getting even more specific. This whole system works a lot better if you have the things that I'm about to show you later on in the training. Only then. So, just to recap. Actually, just leave that there. Right here is your time replacement tax. You want to make sure that this is as small as possible. Now, even to this day, I hire people and I don't expect any ROI from them in the first month or two. That's just the tax that I have to pay. It's extra stuff. That's just the cost that incurs from being a successful business owner. Is you're going to have to train people up. You're going to have to ramp them up. But one of the ways, now I have more on this later, but one of the ways that you can actually shrink this as much as possible is to create SOPs. SOP is a standard operating procedure. Lots of businesses have them. It makes it so that there is a document or a training on exactly how to do a task so that if for whatever reason someone else needs to do it, they understand how to do it. It can be outsourced. And this time can shrink. Being able to shrink this tax time and reach the break-even point as early as possible, dude, in the long term, if you go the business owner route, saves you thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, maybe millions. Next is the ATF loop. How to know what to transfer first and how to transfer it. Now, I'll go back here really quickly. I gave the example of outsourcing your outreach and outsourcing your prospecting. What if you got a VA to outsource some things? This is where you have to get creative and you have to understand what you do on a daily basis. And the only way to do that is to ATF. Audit, transfer, and fill. Real quick, let me know if you guys have any questions in the chat. If you guys are enjoying everything so far, if you guys learned anything, we're about to go even deeper. The Genius Zone Protection System. So, the main takeaway here is to not hire to grow your business, but hire to buy back your time. This is how this works, right? A lot of people just say like blankly, like how should I scale? What should I do? Who should I hire? What should I tell them to do? Audit, transfer, fill. So what does this look like on an actual ground level? Step one, you audit. You see what you even do in the day. Let's say on a random day, I spend 2 hours writing content. I spend 2 hours recording. I spend an hour talking to my clients and communicating with them. An hour writing short form content. And then let's say an hour reading and responding to my emails. How can I outsource one of those things? But I would only know what to outsource if I actually took a look at my time first. So step number one is to audit your time, track your time. Now, you don't need to do this forever. You can just do this for a couple days so you can see where your time goes, because you'd be surprised. Oh my God, I'm spending like freaking 7 hours a week just replying to emails, or 7 hours a week just doing these things. Is there any way that I can optimize them? And even if, watch this, even if you don't transfer those tasks to somebody else, what if you could at least optimize them or transfer them to a software? I spend thousands on softwares every single month for a reason. That's because they streamline everything. Why get an employee when you can get a software? Is there a way to do it? Is there something that can do it? It's up to you to research it, because it's going to pay dividends in the long run. So first you audit and then you transfer. You outsource it to something or someone else. Now you have extra time in your day. Now that you have the extra time, you must fill it. You must fill it with what is the highest leverage possible activity that you can, instead of hiring to grow your business. So, I'm going to hire another copywriter and then just get him to do the stuff. And I expect from day one, him to just do the work and me to collect the profit and everything to be good to go. Well, my friend, if only it were that good. I've never heard of anybody actually opening up one of these copywriting agencies. And I'll go on to a little bit more about it later, but I'm not going to say it's not a viable business model, but it's not a business model. A lot of people misinterpret how it works. I'll put it that way. It exists in a way that people don't really get, but we'll get there. I don't want to get ahead of myself. How does outsourcing outreach allow you to take on more clients and fulfill for them? The reason is because then you won't be doing the outreach. So let's say you do a lot of fulfillment for your clients, right? You can either A, not outreach at all, bozo move. Not gonna lie, bozo move. You telling me you're making 7K, 8K, 9K, 10K per month, 11K, 14K, 15K per month, and then you stopped outreaching? Brother, how are you supposed to scale, grow, build your network, build your contacts if you're doing zero outreach? Zero. I'm not talking to you specifically, David. I'm just talking about it in general. You should always be outreaching. Or you can spend your time as a six-figure freelancer outreaching to people. Neither of those sounds ideal to me. Now, are they viable? Yeah. If you need to, if for whatever reason you don't want to, or it's not a priority for you right now, there are exceptions to that rule. But for the most part, it's like, why wouldn't you? Especially if you actually want to scale. Here's the thing. You can either, this is how it is in business, right? You can either try to hoard all of your money, hoard everything, not hire anybody, hire anything else, spend anything at all, and you can scale at 15% per year. So 1 year you make 10K per month. The next year you make 11,500 per month. The next year you make whatever 15% more of that is, right? Or you can say, you know what? I actually want to grow. I actually want to scale. I actually want to invest in myself and invest in my business. So you spend, say, half your paycheck for 6 months. That's 30K. And this is not real numbers that I'm throwing out. It won't cost you 30K. But let's just say, would you take that 30K and then now you get to triple your income next year? So instead of making 10K per month, you're making 30K per month. Or you get to 5X. So instead of making 10K per month, you're making 50K per month. Or you get to 10X. Instead of making 10K per month, you get to 100K per month. But you only get to do that if you are willing to invest in the business, to give up a little bit of bread right now so you can have more in the long run. Depends on what kind of business owner you want to be. Next is track record alchemy. Now, this is the evidence stacking system that transforms your scattered wins into irresistible reputation magnet, even if you are starting from zero credibility. Now, if you are trying to scale even farther, I've mentioned this before in some of my other past and previous classes, but I haven't mentioned it in the last few weeks or months. And that is that the only determining factor between why a beginner can charge $1,000, I can charge $10,000, and Alex Hormozy can charge like $1 million or like 15% of your business. And the only reason behind all of those isn't your skill. It's actually not skill. It's your track record. It is your track record. That's it. Part of the reason that actually allows this to work is your track record. So I'll give you an example. I got somebody else to outreach on my behalf and send openers. When they sent openers, I would get on camera and do like a Loom video sort of thing and introduce myself, etc. This is from my agency, by the way. And it was like the first couple weeks, the first 2 weeks, I think. We got a couple leads. I sent out a couple videos. The first video I sent out turned into a call, turned into a client. We did a discovery project for $2,500 a month. And the only reason that was actually quick and didn't take almost anything on my part was simply because of the evidence. Of the evidence that I've already made the money, I've already made my past clients money, I've already gotten the results, I've already had an overwhelming amount of evidence. And therefore, because of all that, why wouldn't someone trust me to get to their outcome? Because that's why they're paying. They're paying to get to the outcome. They're not paying for your time. They're not paying for your skills. They don't even care how long it takes you. Let's say you have no skills. Let's say you have 0 skills at all, none. And let's say you don't work at all. Like you literally work for like 10 seconds, but you are still, for some reason, somehow, the key. You just push this magic button and it gets the business owner to where they want to go. Let's say it's something that gives them an extra 40K per month. They're still going to pay you 10K. They're still going to pay you 20K upfront one time. They don't care how long you work on it. They don't care what your skills are as long as the job gets done. It is all about outcome. And I have a little bit about how to do that here in a second as well. The time you'd spend typically on outreach. But assuming you're only doing copy but won't reach a certain level, your time is on your clients. Would it be worth breaking out of copywriting only at some point to start offering other services like website and email design and start working towards more of a full service marketing and agency? Well, I'll give it to you this way. I'll put it this way. Here's how this works 99.999% of the time. The opportunities present themselves. And I'll tell you how and I'll tell you why. Sam Ovens started with consulting.com, and he would teach. So he started with consulting, then he started teaching other people how to do consulting. And then he had this interesting idea of starting school.com. And it's a community platform where people can, create communities. He is now a partner with Alex Hormozi, as you guys know as well, and that is School. Alex Hormozi wanted to be a personal trainer. Then he wanted to open his own gym. Then he wanted to open a bunch of gyms and start a franchise. Then he wanted to help other people save their gyms. Then he just started helping more people grow their business. And then he started acquisition.com, where he gets to buy everybody else's business. And then he became a co-owner of School too. Alex Becker started with affiliate marketing. He started just by selling other people's products. He was using some ads, like Facebook ads, to make it work in the first place. Then he started to learn about Facebook ads, and then he opened up and started Hyros. Then he had a multi-million-dollar exit from his software company, Hyros, and now he still works in Hyros, and he also does a bunch of stuff with crypto. What I'm getting at here is that you will start your copywriting journey, and this is actually one of the points that I wanted to bring up. When you start your copywriting journey and you get on with clients, you have to be like on another level of learning to where you are a self-learner. Nobody's teaching you anything. I'm sure they're going to teach you some things, but you need to teach yourself things. You need to actually look at things. You need to look at every single channel in their Slack group chat. Look at it all. You need to see it all. You need to be on all the team meetings. You're going to be the copywriter. You're going to be on like the sales meeting. They're going to be like, why are you here on the sales meeting? And you're going to be like, well, I just want to know everything. I just want to learn. I just want to know everything. Because eventually you will get really, 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 really good at a certain selection of secondary skills, and you'll get a result at that skill. So for example, and I have another example here at the bottom of this video. Can't wait to show you guys. Someone actually outreached to me with their offer, and we're going to analyze it. Now, you're going to get really good at a subset of skills. Maybe it's something to do with email marketing. Maybe it's something to do with funnel building. It's a certain funnel that you build, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to get good at that. And then you're going to be able to sell that. But you only know what it is or how to do it once you're in the trenches and you're working like crazy. It will happen. So when you get into a business, do a bunch of stuff that you don't know how to do and learn. Document the process. Understand everything. And eventually a day will come where you're working for a business and you're like, you know what? I think I could run this stuff better. Let me know. Guys, you ever felt that way before? Come on, let me get an amen. I can't be the only one. I work with lots of businesses, lots of really successful businesses. And I'm like, they're doing stuff good. There's nothing bad around here or anything. But I just feel like I would change that. I just feel like if I was a CEO, I would work a little bit harder on these things. I would focus on this. I would tell these persons to do this thing in a certain type of way. And then that's how the seed's planted. That's just how the seed is planted. Now, how can you charge premium prices when you don't have premium proof? You can't. You can only charge premium prices when you have premium proof. And proof is the number one thing. Again, it's not skill. It's not how hard you work. It's not the time. It's not the effort. It is literally just proof. What is the likelihood of that person getting to their desired outcome? But your track record isn't just about what you've accomplished. It's also about how you present what you've accomplished. How you present it. In what way? Most freelancers treat their track record like a drunk drawer, which is not a drunk drawer, a junk drawer. A random collection of testimonials, case studies, and results thrown together with no strategy. Oh yeah, here's a bunch of stuff. I posted this testimonial on my Instagram story. I put it in my highlights. It's there, That's my stuff. It's there. It's like they don't even use it properly. There's two main ways that you can benefit from proof. It's proof collection and proof presentation. They're different things, but they're just as important as the next. I have talked a lot about proof collection before, not as much about proof presentation. So for example, if you are outreaching, if you are making a Loom video, if you are getting on a sales call or something of that nature, you need to come with case studies in your back pocket, not just case studies like, oh, and I worked with this man named Joshua, and he said, yeah, Tyson's a great copywriter. No, I mean, that's not worthless. But at the end of the day, nobody's paying you. You want to get one client to pay you $10,000 up front? They're not going to do that just because some dude had a good experience with you. They're going to do that because you had 4 other clients and you helped them increase their revenue by $40K each. Your track record isn't just a collection of past wins. It's a prediction engine for future results. When someone invests $10,000 with you, they're not buying your time. They're buying certainty that their problem will be solved. And the reason why I even bring up $10,000 as an example is this. As an agency, actually, I'll get into it a little bit later. I don't want to get ahead of myself. It's too much sauce. I gotta go slower. The self-running business blueprint. This is where we'll get into it. Why 99% of business owners are actually expensive employees, and the ghost CEO method that will let you disappear for weeks while revenue increases. Because if you can't disappear from your business for like 30 days without everything falling apart, you don't own a business and just an expensive job. You've probably heard other B2B marketers say this before, but it is really true. Copywriters usually think that scaling means hiring junior copywriters that manage their workload and then they don't have to do as much. But that's not even really what it's about. And there's a few reasons. We're going to get into it. Think about McDonald's for a second. I know I mentioned it before, but I want to mention it again. Ray Kroc, owner of McDonald's, didn't become a billionaire because he made the best burgers. He became a billionaire because he created a system that could make the same burger 40,000 times a day across 120 countries using teenagers who have never worked in a restaurant before. Like, I want you guys to get that. He made it so easy for random people who are willing to accept $10 per hour to make burgers that are good enough for people to just want, for it all to be fast, for it all to be efficient. It is one of the greatest examples of systems known to man. The ghost CEO method is focused on building a business that's so systematized it doesn't need you to babysit every decision. And this is part of the reason as well as to why being a business owner is genuinely better than a freelancer. Is because you get to work on the business and not in the business. Now, with that being said, look, I'm not here to tell you that you're going to be sipping mojitos with your toes in the sand or whatever, and you're a business owner and you just have like a 4-hour work week. That's not exactly what I'm saying. Instead, what I'm saying is that you will be able to do the work that you want to, when you want to, if you want to. You're going to have more options in general. And you're going to have to work less. As a business owner, you can decide to leave because everybody else is there for you. Your whole team, that's what they're paid for. They got it. And here's the other thing, is that this is important not because Again, not because you want to do the whole, oh, I'm going for a 30-day vacation and I want to make money while I do that. But think of it this way. If you're a business owner and you slip into a coma for whatever reason, right? Hypothetically, for some reason, like you're going to live hopefully 80, 90, 100 years. You think at some time, at some point, you're not going to be able to get to work for a few days or a week or a month? What if you have a wife, she has a baby, and for some reason something goes wrong and they get sick or something in the hospital? Do you want to be there on your laptop trying to take like calls with clients because like you need to be there? No, of course not. Instead, it's much better to have a business that can actually grow without the necessity of you. And this is how you build it. Real systems thinking starts with what I call outcome engineering. And this is also just how you position yourself to the market, why you're able to be paid so much. Look, instead of selling copywriting services, you sell a proven system that, for example, generates leads within 30 days. It generates an actual outcome. People buy an outcome, not a service. That's part of the reason why the copywriting agency, as some people think it, doesn't really make any sense, because nobody's buying copywriting at mass scale and paying $10,000, $20,000 for it. And if you want to run a really, really good agency or offer, usually you want to be charging $10,000, $20,000, right? If you charge, let's say, $15,000 for 4 months, that's a very average agency offer. That's your low offer. That's your discovery project offer. So that down the line, you can sell them something for 20, 30, 40K. You think I'm lying? Ravi Abuvala, I joined his program for $16K, and he had a $30-something thousand upsell for 6 months. 30-something thousand. And it's just a consulting offer. They don't do anything for you. They don't build you anything. You literally just get to show up and ask them questions. Now, in that actual context, why is that? They sell that offer probably all the time because they get to grow their business with it. Most people are going to ROI on that offer in the first place. So, do you see the difference? Again, you're not selling your time or your team's time. You're selling a predictable transformation. So here's the Ray Kroc efficiency principle and how it works. There's 3 main things. It's this. The first one is to document everything. Not just like what you do, but exactly how you do it, when to do it, and what it looks like. I've taken so many videos of me like doing things like recording YouTube videos, like writing YouTube videos, writing short form scripts, etc. Right? All the things that I do. And in that way, when other people see how I do it, then they can copy me. They don't have to come to me and ask me how I do it, and then I'm telling them how to do it, and I'm not getting my time back. Again, it is shrinking this time right here. Next is to test relentlessly. Every process gets refined until it works consistently, regardless of who's running it. And lastly, measure obsessively. You can't improve what you don't track, and you can't scale what you can't measure. So let's say that you have somebody who does outreach for you, for example. A terrible thing you could do is just be like, all right, bro, you're going to go do my outreach. Do my outreach. And then they go do your outreach, and then you don't really know what's happening. It's like, no, you have to know how many outreaches they're doing per day, what's their output on each platform. You need to know what's their outcome on each platform, meaning how many people are opening, how many people are replying, how many people are they following up with, how many people say yes to your free value, how many sales calls are you getting on, how many clients are you closing, all those. That's the process, not just hiring an outreacher. So that, my friends, is today's lesson. Now, on top of that as well, is we also have somebody who outreached to me, and we're going to analyze his offer because he is an agency owner as well. He used a lot of the principles and tactics that I've already talked about and taught you guys here, but we're going to go into that in a second. First of all, we have the pop quiz. So, starting up. Critical, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yes. Wait, where is it? Did I mess that up? I did, didn't I? Oh, yes. Okay, here's a pop quiz. I'm going to put it here. I messed that up too. I don't know how that worked. All right, but I'm still going to put it here. Here's this for you guys. I'm going to put it in the chat. So if you're watching the replay, you can pause this and see if you've been paying attention and if you know all of these. If not, you'll probably want to rewind or refresh yourself. Everybody who's here live, I'll be giving you access to this document as well. So here's the critical thinking questions as well. Things to ask your guys' self. Bam. Okay, so who's ready for the demonstration? Let's get it.
What's up, Tyson? My name is Kai, and my promise with this video is if you give me a solid 5 to 7 minutes of your attention, I'm gonna show you exactly how to add an additional guaranteed $100,000 and 50,000 new email subscribers in the next 6 months, or you don't pay. This follows the exact same quiz funnel system that I built out for Patrick Bet-David that got him 200,000 new emails, $200,000 in profit in just 5.5 months. And if after watching this and you still think it's a complete waste of time, respond back. I'll shoot you a Starbucks gift card in order for wasting your time. And if this sounds fair, let's jump right into it. So what I've done is I've taken a look at your offers, your setup, kind of some of the structure you have here. And ultimately, I'm very confident that implementing a quiz funnel would not only drive more revenue, capture more of the attention, but also build a stronger personal brand around what you're offering and your positioning in the marketplace. So before I jump into this, I'm gonna give you a brief background in terms of who I am, to give you a little bit of context here. So I worked directly with Patrick Bet-David from 2019 to end of 2023. While I was there, I managed pretty much all his content creation process for the whole period of duration of the time. This included everything from content, YouTube, podcasts, and then the content that I was creating turned into courses, best-selling books, and events. And after working there for the first 3 years, I was looking for now a way to also monetize the traffic that we were generating. And initially I thought it was e-commerce, built and scaled out that department to do 6 million in the first 3 years. But what I realized was ultimately that a lot of people, or as it kept scaling, margins were low, order values were low, intensive fulfillment, logistical constraints. And the biggest takeaway I had from all of this process was how powerful email marketing was. Like, that was my biggest takeaway. I was like, holy crap, this is the holy grail in a sense, right? So what I ended up doing was I built out, I became maniacal in terms of how can I generate more and more emails to really drive traffic here. So what I did was I built out a quiz that helped him grow his newsletter to 209,000 subscribers in just 5.5 months while collecting $328,000 on the front end. So what this looks like is ultimately you have a quiz landing page, simple quiz landing page, quiz questions that people go through, and then you have results pages on the back end where each page is correlated to a dedicated result from the quiz that has a specific headline, a specific VSL, specific copy, and a dedicated email automation to drive them to take the action for the next step, which personalizes it and also drives the conversion a lot more relevant because the copy is a lot more narrow. Here's an example of a quiz funnel in terms of like when you combine a quiz funnel with organic traffic. So this video had 390,000 views. The call to action was take the quiz by clicking the link in bio. It drove 15,000 clicks, 9,500 segmented leads, and well over $25,000 of attributed revenue. Who we work with, obviously built out the quiz with Patrick Bet-David, building out a quiz with Adam Sosnick, his co-host right now, as well as 7-time Mr. Olympia Phil Heath. Other people in the online space using quiz funnels, Alex Ramosi, he's using a quiz funnel where he's driving most of his ad spend to the $100 million scaling roadmap, which is a quiz funnel in disguise. Justin Welch, he saw an extra $650,000 in increase in revenue by using a quiz funnel based off of a 38% increase in conversion rate when he used personalized marketing versus generic marketing. Jay Klaus, Sahil Bloom, Ali Abdal, the list goes on. I can keep going on, but I want to bring this back to you. So right now, obviously, you have a school community, some of the low ticket offers, some mid ticket offers, and some high ticket offers. And the challenge if you want to call it that, with the way you're kind of set up now in terms of viewer story is that you have your online traffic and then you're segmenting where you're pushing people depending on like what they may or may not be interested in, right? So the audience and the traffic gets fragmented right off the bat, which means that there's no clearly defined customer journey, there's limited data collection, and ultimately you're relying on the customer to complete the customer journey in this process, right? A new alternative version would be something like this, where there's online traffic, your call to action becomes, hey, take this quiz to learn more about copywriting, or the number one mistake holding you back from growing as a copywriter, right? What type of areas can improve your copywriting, right? There's many ways we can position this, but it's just a matter of reflecting it on the ICP that you're trying to attract. This then makes them want to take the quiz because they'll learn something. Once they complete the quiz, you capture the email, but you also learn about your audience, which creates then a feedback loop where you can optimize more content based on that to drive more traffic, as well as you can guide them, right? Once you guide them, you're now pushing more people into whatever the right product is for you. So whether that's a quiz, whether that's a paid community, whether that's the high ticket course, whether it's a low ticket offer, it doesn't matter. You can direct people where you want them to go. Because what makes a quiz extremely unique is that as you bring your social media traffic into your ecosystem, you learn their pain points, their archetypes, their qualifications, and their price points. And this allows you to send them to different offers in the offer consideration stage. Normally, a website is binary, it's a one size fits all. With a quiz funnel, it's unique depending on how people interact with it. So the same way you go to a grocery store or you go to a store and you ask the person, the clerk working there, their recommendations, the quiz funnel will have this same interactive conversation at scale for free around the clock. So it's almost as if you have a setter or a closer working on your behalf, optimizing with this in order to push people in the right direction. Now, a big part of this is taking your borrowed traffic, pushing it into your own, retargeting with paid to also push into your own, because email is crucial. When you're building your audience solely on social media, you're never truly in control. Platforms can and do change algorithms overnight. They'll limit your reach and leave you with surface level connections. So if you're not building your email list, you're leaving a tremendous amount of money on the table. And whereas social media controls your reach and limits your connections, email gives you direct and consistent access to your audience with engagement rates nearly 6 times higher than that of organic social reach, because you do not have an algorithm to please in order to get in front of your audience, right? This is the only distribution you own that you can control. And the beauty about it is that 99% of people check their email every single day. And per $1 spent on email marketing, there's an average return of up to $42. Last thing here, high level overview. You bring people in through curiosity and self-discovery, data collection and segmentation, segments and qualifies people real time to then set them up for a customized outcome, a personalized offer, and a personalized customer journey, which increases conversion rates, increases lead to nurture speed, because you can now make your audience feel seen, heard, and understood at a way that is not capable previously. Next steps, for us to hop on a strategy call, we'll go over exactly what a quiz funnel would look like for you, how we'd integrate it into your system, any questions you might have. So just reply to this message, we'll coordinate a time. And having said that, I appreciate you taking the time to check this out, and I hope you have a great day, brother. Take care.
So, what do we think so far? Put this over here. Must have outsourced the research to the wrong guy. I missed that. I think he just didn't go deep enough on research. But do you guys see in outreach like how one small personalization miss can like muck up the whole thing? It's like one small miss on personalization where you say the wrong thing, you get the wrong idea, and boom. Right now, if you would have went to my YouTube, saw that I have email marketing courses, maybe watched the first few seconds of one, he would know that, like it could have been as simple as, I know you know how important email marketing is. That seems to be part of your offer. That seems to be part of what you teach as well. And then you just go on into it. All right, everybody, welcome back. Now it's time to figure out exactly what is next. So like I talked about, this is the copywriting. Now I've gone much deeper on copywriting before on my channel. For example, I have a free 4-hour copywriting course and a free 8-hour copywriting course. If you want to get deep into copywriting, you want to know everything that there is to know, and you also want it in this same style that you're watching right now. If you love this and at the end of this, you're just like, bro, I want more, then those are also on the channel. But that is the main basis of copywriting and marketing psychology. Now, that's where you're going to start out as a B2C player. I've already given you, I guess, the architecture of what I would look like. You start by getting paid a very low amount, then getting your first $2,000, $4,000 per month client, then getting multiple of those $2,000 to $4,000 per month clients. And then you become an A player, which is when you start to learn things like digital marketing. Now, we're going to be covering digital marketing in a later section, but that will be covered. And then you would graduate to something like a marketing agency, for example, but there's so many different types of things that you can do. For example, I decided to grow my own offer and teach other people marketing as well. Next is being an SDR/setter. So that's like the other option. SDR, sales development rep/setter. So you're essentially getting people on these calls or just chat, closing them, that sort of thing. And then next, you become a remote salesperson. That's the progression. And then finally, you start scaling. You can do this by outsourcing, creating your own sales agency, creating your own offer. I mean, there's so many different ways that you can go about each and every one of these, but just to put it in perspective, that is what it looks like. And we're also going to be learning about sales too in an upcoming section. So we have all of this all mapped out. We're only in the very beginning, guys. So that's it for today. And of course, I'll see you guys on the very next section of the 16-hour free course. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 4D. I am back. And good news for you guys. I actually just recorded 40 straight minutes and then found out that the recording was corrupted. So this is my second time going through it. So I've already done a dry run. I've already been through the next little bit. And my second time around, I'm going to be doing even better. Do I want to cry a little bit on the inside? Yes, absolutely. But there's a silver lining to everything. Because today we're talking about how to win clients through cold outreach. Here, you'll learn how to turn your laptop into a money printing machine with nothing but cold messages and a proven system. Not only are we going to be learning cold outreach, but also warm outreach. More on that in a moment. Most people wait months for their first real client, but you're about to land your first $2,000 per month retainer or big deal in the next 72 hours or so. But there's lots of proof of it. Proof that it shouldn't take you forever to start making cash. Someone saying, I started 4 days ago, just closed my first deal, $1,200 US. Let me ask you a very, very quick question. If watching this program, this course in its entirety, the full 16 hours, results in you making $1,200, would that be worth it? I don't know about you guys, but I would be all over that myself. $1,200 in her first 4 days. Someone else got their first client in 14 days. Someone else got another W. So this guy double W'd in the school community. Also, if you want to see awesome wins like this, you want to join the free school community, which is linked down below. You will be surrounded by other winners, other people who are posting their own wins, motivating you, and also answering your questions. So the original win, which is right down here, Alexander, just closed a $1,500 sales page with 3 story sequences, 3 reels, and 1 ad script for IG, pushing for that 3K per month retainer you already know. And then a couple days, actually, this was 6 days ago. The next one was 5 days ago. So the next day, he says another day, another W. Just got another recent win, yet another $1,500 sales page plus 1 checkout page. Guys, if it was like 1 or 2 people, it would be unique. Maybe they got lucky. Brother, it was someone else, bro. I'm not even sugarcoating it. I got my first free client within 30 minutes. I can't believe it myself. Someone else saying, it's only been 5 days since I watched you, Tyson. Now I closed the deal. That's a screenshot of him with his client. The same guy, again, double W's in here. A week later, got my second client, Tyson. Haven't even been copywriting for a month yet. Someone else, I got my client 27 hours after watching this. I literally got a client within 3 hours. Scheduled an onboarding call within an hour. I just watched your 4-hour course a month ago, and today I got my second client. Someone else emailing me saying that they got their first client 10 days in. Someone else saying my first 2 clients and many other booked sales calls only a week and a half after watching. I mean, the evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is simply overwhelming. If you think you can't do this, my friend, you got this. You got this. Just stick with me, listen meticulously, make sure you're taking notes, make sure you take action, and it is inevitable. It is inevitable. You'd have to be extremely unlucky to go even just a couple weeks without getting a client. That's just how it is. So, but why even learn cold outreach in the first place? Well, at the end of the day, money flows through relationships. No matter what business model you're running, whether it's appointment setting, remote sales, or copywriting, the foundation of revenue is clients. You can think of cold outreach as a masterclass in sales skills. You're selling your own product, which is you, and you're marketing your own product, which is you. It teaches you how to connect, listen, qualify leads, pitch value, and overcome objections, all of which are necessary for business growth. This is going to help you grow your own business down the line as well. Cold outreach requires persistence. You'll face rejection, unanswered messages, and unexpected challenges, but that's exactly what makes you a better entrepreneur. It teaches you to be adaptable, refine your approach, and keep improving, which is invaluable in any business venture. This works no matter what business you are starting. So learning cold outreach is like being thrown into the deep end. You ever seen those videos? I saw a video of like somebody throwing their not even 1-year-old, they're like fresh baby into the deep water and being like, all right, now you swim. And that's what you want to do in business as well. I don't know if you want to teach your kids like that, but that's what you want to do in business for sure. But you don't know how to swim. It's uncomfortable, it's scary, and your first instinct is to panic, but it's also the fastest way to develop your real life skills. The shallow end illusion. Most people prefer learning business skills in the shallow end. Reading books, watching tutorials, perfecting their LinkedIn profiles, or optimizing their websites. In the shallow end, you can touch the bottom. You feel safe. You can practice your strokes without any real consequences. But here's the problem with the shallow end learning. You never actually develop the instincts needed for deep water. Cold outreach throws you directly into the entrepreneurial deep end where your survival depends on your ability to swim. So here's what we're going to cover. The exact templates and outreach methods that are proven to book $4,000 per month plus clients We've had people close up to $7,000 deals. We actually had 2 $7,000 deals that I can think of just with these methods. Screenshots of the DMs that book not only me, but also my personal one-to-one students calls as well. How to book sales calls with interested potential clients consistently. How to stand out from the competition, get chosen over them, and how to generate $10,000 per month and scale to that income level with just 2 to 3 clients. But first, here is the warm outreach method that most people ignore. And this is the art of monetizing your existing framework that you currently have. Before you dive into the deep waters of cold outreach, there's a gold mine sitting right in front of you, your existing network. Now, most people will hear this and they have a knee-jerk reaction. I don't know anybody. Even if I did, they wouldn't hire me because I'm a beginner. Their response reveals a fundamental misunderstanding about both your network and how business actually works. This describes your direct network and your indirect network. So your direct network, let's say you have 2 people in specific, a guy from high school and an ex-coworker, and they know a CEO, a marketer, a COO, chief operating officer, and a startup founder. They know all those people, and you are sitting there thinking you don't know anybody when really you have tons of people who could hire you in your indirect network. But this mindset will keep you broke. You have family members, school connections, work relationships, social connections, service providers, and digital connections. Most people have direct contact with 100 to 300 people. Each of those people knows 100 to 300 other people. That means your extended network includes up to 90,000 people. Claiming you don't know anybody means you're ignoring a massive opportunity sitting right in front of you. So, how do you turn people you already know into your first clients? The beauty of this method is that you're not asking for anyone to take a financial risk on you. You're casually asking them to help you build experience while you help them get results. It's a win-win for everyone involved. So step 1 is you create your complete network inventory. Don't just think of who's your close friends. Create a comprehensive list that includes your immediate network, family members, parents, siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, and your extended network, acquaintances from social media who occasionally interact with your content or just you in general. As to where this plays in, where this fits into your overall journey, in your first week, you want to have some sort of free or low risk client in your first week. Now, in your first week, you shouldn't expect to work it with any gigantic, huge names, even though we have helped people do just that. You want to not be in an opportunity where you have the ability to get hired by somebody who's like a dream client, but they're going to be your very first client. Now, again, it's happened before, but the best way to learn and get good at the skill as fast as possible is to just start working with people, because you're going to get real world feedback, which is so valuable, especially as a beginner. Step number 2 is the 2-strategy approach. Adapt your outreach style based on your relationship with each person. So this is the catch-up approach for people who you haven't talked to in a while. Hey, name, I was just thinking about, and then your shared memory or mutual connection, something specific about them, right? Make it personalized. How have you been? What are you up to these days? Then you wait for a response, and you have a genuine conversation. So this is not something that can be scripted. Obviously, you just talk to people, catch up with them, and then you go for the very, very, very soft pitch. That's awesome. Things are going well over here too. I've actually been diving deep into digital marketing lately and learning some really cool stuff about helping businesses grow online. I'm looking to get some hands-on experience and build my portfolio. Do you know anyone who might be open to letting me help them with their marketing for free while I learn? I'm looking to get some real-world experience and testimonials. So, like I said, extremely low pressure way to go about everything, because we don't want to risk or cost your relationships in your life, try to sound like some dude who you're trying to sell to people. You don't want to be that guy. So instead, you are literally just giving them a pretty low risk offer. Or you could try something else. For people who've already been talking to basically on a daily basis, you don't need to catch up with them, et cetera, et cetera. You can just send them a text and ask them, hey, I want to be completely upfront with something. I've been learning digital marketing and copywriting, and I'm at the point where I need some real world experience to build my skills and get testimonials. Rather than cold messaging or cold calling strangers, I thought I'd reach out to people I actually know and trust first. Do you know anyone with a business who might be willing to let me work for them for free while I build my experience? I'm not looking for any money just yet, trying to get some solid results and testimonials under my belt. And then the other amazing thing is that once you do the work for these people, they're going to be able to give you a testimonial. You're going to increase your social proof, right? So more people are going to think, okay, this guy actually knows what he's doing because he has these testimonials already under his belt. And on top of that, they actually might pay you sometime down the line if you're doing really good work for them and you're able to make them money. So it's literally just a win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win. The goal of warm outreach is this. Let me be clear about something to you first and be completely upfront. You're not trying to get rich or make bank yet in your first week. There's a whole season of learning you're about to get into. Once your knowledge and skills are up to scratch, then you'll be ready to start earning money. A priority right now is getting experience and testimonials because in this phase, those are far more valuable than money. So don't make the mistake of thinking the quickest way to your goal is to skip steps. Instead, be the smart person who goes through all the steps properly, but does it quicker than others do. You need to take massive action and have a huge sense of urgency. Don't limit yourself to being a copywriter or any other position in this stage. You're simply just a problem solver. Do they need anything done with their marketing? Because the amount of the market who needs copywriters right now and knows that they need copywriters is probably around 30%. And then the people who just need overall marketers, marketing might be 70%. So you're going to increase your total addressable market, meaning your people who can hire you if you just come off as a marketer, as someone who is eager to learn and work, rather than just somebody who is a copywriter and you do one specific skill. So what is cold outreach now that we understand warm outreach? First is direct contact. Cold outreach is like being a professional door-to-door salesperson in the digital age, except instead of knocking on physical doors, you're sliding into inboxes and DMs of complete strangers who have never heard of you. Blind date. Cold outreach is essentially asking someone on a blind business date when you've never met. You have no mutual friends and they have no idea you exist. You're walking up to a complete stranger at a coffee shop and saying, "Hi, I think we should do business together." Now, next is the numbers game. If 100 people receive your message, 70 won't open it, 25 will open it but delete it immediately, and 4 might read the whole thing, and maybe 1 might respond with interest. So while it is in a way a numbers game, it is not a complete numbers game, and I have more on that I'm going to talk about here in just one second. What if we hop into the fundamental cold outreach principles? Because first, you guys need to understand the underdog advantage, the young and hungry effect. Being new to copywriting or business in general isn't a weakness. It's actually your secret weapon because businesses often prefer raw talent over rigid experience, hunger over history, and growth status over guru status. Let me explain. So when it comes to, oh, well, I'm a beginner, so nobody will want to hire me. Here's the thing. I was actually in Vegas at Funnel Hacking Live, and I was listening to a guy who's made hundreds of millions of dollars. He's one of the biggest in the coaching industry, and he was talking about how he hires. And how he hires is he talks about the barbell strategy. So what that means is you want to have a lot of people who are brand new, then you want to have a lot of people who are well experienced, and then not many people in the middle trying to build their career. The reason why is because you want people who are brand new because they want to prove themselves. They are young, hungry, ambitious. They will do whatever you say and they will go to war with you. The people in the middle are okay, but the problem with that is that usually they're the people who are trying to build their career. So they want to stay with you for a couple months, and then if they get a better offer, they're going to be gone. The people who are at the top, usually it's not really money that makes them stay around. You can't really buy their loyalty or their work ethic. You have to make sure that they are working on things that they love to work on and they're having fun. And then they also get pushed by the young cats over here as well. So that's why the barbell strategy works so well. And a lot of businesses do this too. All that to say that just because you are a beginner or are inexperienced doesn't mean that you will never get hired or nobody will ever want to hire you. Like there's this notion that a lot of people believe that, well, if I was a business owner, I would just hire the guy with 10 years experience. But there's so many problems with hiring I'll tell you, I have over a dozen employees. There's so many problems with the dude who has 10 years experience because they want like weekends off. They want to work 3 hours a day. They want a 4-hour lunch break. They want the top dollar. They don't really put that much effort in. They think they know better than everyone else. Like it's not actually the best by any means. Not to mention, there's not that many A players who are just looking for jobs because all the A players are usually already taken. So if you could be an actual self-starter and somebody who is young, hungry, and ambitious, and you can show that to other business owners, then most of the times they're going to be able to look past the fact that you might not have that much experience. The common mistake. I see so many beginners obsessing over sounding experienced. Oh, I got this experience and I got that experience. But that edge you're trying to fake, it might actually be holding you back. Clients aren't expecting you to have the most polished resume. They're looking for someone hungry, high energy, and that cares about their business, someone who's all in. Being new is leverage and not necessarily always a liability. So use that to your advantage. And you're going to want to cut out the guesswork. The truth about client acquisition, just getting clients, most people write 100 DMs all saying different things. Then they wonder why nothing is working. So instead, you should write one message, test it 100 times, track the data, and optimize what works. Because systems beat guessing. You want to have trackable data that shows, okay, this method isn't working very well. Then you try a new 100 messages and you say, oh, this message is actually working 25% better than the last one I was sending. So I'm going to stick with this one. And only through a consistent system are you going to be able to get clients repeatably. The expression goes, it's better to fail and know why than to succeed and not know how you did it. And the reason why is because at least when you fail, but you collect data, you're closer to having a system where you can actually get clients all the time, whenever you want, which is so valuable. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I talked about numbers game only to an extent, because you can't start gambling. I'm going to give you this warning straight out of the gate. Most people treat outreach like gambling. They throw different messages at random people hoping something sticks. But guessing is not a strategy. It's a tax on your time. And it's the reason most beginners burn out before they ever get traction. Real outreach is scientific. You test one variable at a time, you look at the data, you optimize, and you make adjustments. That's what all of marketing essentially is. You run an ad and then you run another ad. You do a split test. Split test B does way better than split test A. You kill off split test A. Now you have split test B and you test it against C. And then throughout this process of getting better and better and better and better, you're going to come up with the best possible solution. Now, luckily for you guys, I mean, I've done so much of this work already for you. I've been in the trenches for the last few years getting copywriting clients in general and helping hundreds of students that I talk to on a daily basis and help them get clients. So I know what's working right now. So luckily for you guys, you're going to get access to all of that and it's going to be absolutely free. It's kind of crazy. I can't even believe it. So make sure you guys are liking and commenting on the video for the algorithm so that YouTube can push this out to more people. Don't make the mistake of sending more messages. I want you to send smarter ones. Control the input, track the output, and then build the system. Then you can scale effectively because you know exactly what works. And this is the difference between probability investing and gambling, right? You want to be a smart investor who has a high probability of good returns. If you're making like 20% consistently per year, you're considered an amazing investor. And then you got these kids out here that are like, oh bro, I just invested in CumRocket and 10x my money. You don't want to be that guy because you hear about the people who win, but you never hear about all the people who lost all of their money and got rug pulled, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to get into all of investing and crypto, et cetera. But what you need to know is that this is the high probability way of getting clients to where you can do it consistently. And you're not going to be that guy who's just trying to send blast outreach messages to everybody on the face of the earth and just crosses their fingers and hopes someone replies. Personalization is what is key. The truth is most outreach messages die in the first 2 seconds. Why? Because it feels like it's copy and pasted, bland, it's generic. Like it could be sent to anyone and everyone. If it looks like a template, it will be treated like spam because if they don't feel seen, they won't respond. And the definition of spam is you mass messaging everybody to advertise, which is literally what you're doing if you're not personalizing properly. You need to personalize heavily. And I have so many different ways that I'm going to show you how to do that. But personalization is extremely key. The way you want to make people feel is that this guy is outreaching to me and only me, not, oh, I'm this guy's 150th outreach of the day. So have you ever heard of this guy? His name is Dan Henry. He is a 9-figure entrepreneur and he is a huge name in the business coaching space with some insane achievements. And do you know what that means? He gets thousands of outreach messages every single day, I assume, from various businesses, including copywriters. Many would consider him a dream client. Recently, he shared a post on his Instagram highlighting the problem with most outreaches. I grabbed it to show you because I don't want you to make the same mistake that everyone else is making. So here's what he had to say. This is market feedback from actual people who hire copywriters. So pay close attention. Hey, Dan, I love your stuff. Curious if you're doing anything with email right now. That's what most copywriters are hitting up in the DMs with. No, dude, I'm not. Never sent an email, ever. Eye roll emoji. Just because you compliment someone doesn't mean your message is genuine. So what he's saying here is when you go, hey, Dan, love your stuff, terrible personalization, super vague, and just crap. If you're going to do outbound, he means like outreach, don't be a tool. Research your prospect. How annoying is it to get the same messages every day when you just want to jump in your inbox and help some people and give value to your audience? And you have to sift through the tools. If you put the same amount of hours into building a brand that you do prospecting with just a pinch of patience, you could live life on easy mode. Don't be a tool. So what he's saying here, line by line, is that it's super annoying to go through your inbox and see the exact same messages because if everybody's sending the same messages, you're stupid to think he's going to hire you in the first place. So what he's suggesting is that you build yourself more of a personal brand and make outreach that's actually researched and valuable, which I'm going to show you how to do so that you can actually get clients. We're going to be talking about personal brands, building your Instagram, doing outreach with your Instagram, and then also sending people outreach that's highly personalized and extremely valuable so that you don't get lumped in with these guys. Because if you get lumped in with these guys, you're done. You're done. That's it. You will never succeed. You can never succeed. Because, another lesson, is that the money is in the follow-up. Remember this, the first message gets attention, second message builds familiarity, but the third message, that's where the trust actually starts forming. And the crazy thing is most people quit before that. Not because they're lazy, but because they assume no response means no interest. But silence doesn't mean rejection. Entrepreneurs are busy, so it's common that they forget. They get busy or they just weren't ready at the time. Next is that you want to pick a method and stick with it. Stop switching strategies because it's like pulling your money out of the stock market every time it dips 1%. You kill the compounding effect, you restart the learning curve, and you delay real mastery. Pick a lane, stay in it, and master it. It's kind of like I told you guys with jumping from business model to business model to business model. You don't want to jump from outreach method to outreach method to outreach method because you're going to be starting over from scratch every single time. Every time you change a new tactic, you're starting from scratch. You know what? I already wrote it, so I don't know why I'm even saying it twice. New scripts, new angles, new guesswork. And with every reset, you lose momentum you could have compounded. The people who win at this don't stop to switch things up. They just keep going. You don't need the flashiest method, just one that actually lands clients. Consistency creates the leverage. Social proof and authority allow you to use leverage. Now, a lot of things in business, entrepreneurship, self-help, or self-improvement, they sound like they contradict each other, but there is a method to the madness. So you do have a beginner's advantage of being brand new, but with that being said, having social proof and authority will never hurt you, right? It will never hurt you. And essentially what I'm saying here is that just because you're a beginner doesn't mean that all hope is lost. And you want to build social proof and authority as soon as you possibly can so that you can leverage that to get more clients and also get paid higher out of the gate. Leverage is when people listen before you speak, trust you before you pitch, and buy before they ask too many questions. But that kind of leverage is built through hard work and getting results. You earn it through results, visibility, and reputation. Social proof shows people that you've done the work. Authority shows them that you know what you're doing. But together, they do half of the selling before you even show up. No leverage means you have to convince, but with it, you just confirm. So we've helped copywriters close clients like Ty Lopez, Alex Hormozzi's gym launch, Chris Do, Dan Bilzerian, Dan Martell, and a whole bunch of other ones that I can't think of, but those are all the ones that I can remember just off the top of my head who are literal dream clients, paying like crazy. And imagine saying you've been able to work with one of these businesses. Now, all you have to do is just mention who you worked for and you will get instant trust, because if a business owner trusts a different business owner and knows them and knows their content, and that business owner trusts you, then they are automatically going to trust you because someone else trusts you. Therefore, if you're worthy of their trust, you're probably worthy of my trust. You see, in 2025, especially as a business owner, you have to make decisions quickly. If you sit there and do too much research, you are never going to make any progress because you won't be taking action fast enough. So you have to shortcut the process of everything, which also means shortcut the process of trusting people. So I don't know if I can trust you. Oh, you already worked for Alex Hormozzi's gym launch. You already worked for Ty Lopez. You already worked for Jason Capital. That's another one. Well then, you already worked for Prince EA. That's another one. Well, why wouldn't I trust you? If they trusted you, I probably should too. The feeling of reciprocity. You have to give in order to get. Give something first and people feel it. Not consciously, not out of politeness, but it's actually instinct. It's baked into our wiring. When you offer value with no strings attached, a lead, a strategy, a helpful insight, you create tension, and tension demands resolution. The brain wants to close the loop and even the exchange. That's why reciprocity works. It makes the other person want to say yes, even if they didn't plan to. So if you give somebody something of actual value that they can use, that shows that you actually worked already, then they're going to be way more likely to just give you a shot, give you a chance. The art of standing out amongst the crowd. Better isn't better, but different is better. Being different is how you win because you are impossible to ignore. In cold outreach, that means pattern breaks, a subject line that doesn't sound just like everybody else, an opener that's so unique and intriguing it actually gets read, a tone that feels alive and not just something that could have been sent to just anyone. People are numb to normal and scroll past polite. If you want to stand out, you need friction, edges, style, timing. You just need to be out there. Blend in and you'll be invisible and irrelevant. Stand out and they can't unsee you. It's funny because I've had students who just on something like Upwork, for example, instead of just sending the really plain Jane sort of messages, they started out with something like, so-and-so stole my lunch money. That's like the first opening line. And it's weird and it's strange, and that's why it works. And then finally, volume negates luck. When you work in volume, you begin to see what works and what doesn't. Send 5 messages and cross your fingers, that's like gambling. You might strike gold and think it was something you did, but it was actually just luck. But if you send 100, now you're running a system. Patterns show up conversions happen and momentum builds. Volume doesn't just get you more shots. It makes each shot smarter, each rep faster, and each failure cheaper. The more you send, the less you leave to chance. Put in high input, collect clean data, and enjoy predictable outcomes. That's not luck. That's just simple math, my friends. And we're going to walk through exactly how to do that step by step with the outreach methods section. How to get paying clients. Oh, hey, what's up? I didn't see you there. It's your boy Tyson 4D, and today we are on yet another installment of the free 16-hour course because we got to start making you some money. And we're going to do that by the Outreach Methods Masterclass on how to get paying clients. This is where all the methods actually come together as one. This is exactly what to do, where you want to click, and what strategies you're going to want to implement in order to get clients inevitably. So I'm just going to kick off where the rubber meets the road. Your time excuses are going to get buried here, especially. Look, this is probably one of the, if not just overall, the hardest part of starting any online business. And 90% of people are not going to make it here to the part where you just actually go to people and ask them to hire you. It really is just that simple. You go to people and ask them to hire you, and you're going to come up with every excuse in the book. You're going to say that you're not ready. You're going to say that you don't have time. You're going to sit down to do it, and then you're going to realize, oh, well, you know what? I need to do the dishes, actually. I need to go fold my socks. There's all these other things I need to do, and because I need to do those things, I couldn't go and start outreaching. Well, guess what? Your excuses are getting buried here. But I have a 9-to-5. Perfect. So did I. In fact, I had 3 jobs. And so do half of the people who win. Most of them have jobs, if not multiple jobs, just like I did. This sprint is built for people who work 8 hours, sleep 8 hours, and still have around 8 hours left. There will be no mercy. If reaching greatness was easy, then everyone would be exactly where they want to be. If you're not willing to outwork your excuses, press pause, close this tab right now, and carry on as you are. Just go apply to McDonald's, my friend. It's time for your 72-hour action plan. For after you watch this video, this is how you're going to start getting clients. So day 1 is going to be broken up into a couple parts. So hour 1 to 4, you're just starting. What do you do? So don't say that, oh, Tyson didn't leave me with an action plan. He didn't tell me exactly what to do. No, my friend. I'm telling you exactly what to do. And I'm going to show you step by step me doing it for you. So build your digital presence. Tell me, would you open a store without a sign? I doubt it. So don't offer copywriting without a portfolio. No, it doesn't need to be perfect. No, you don't need past clients. And no, it doesn't have to be fancy. But yes, you need examples. 2 to 3 emails, 1 short sales page, a quick landing page. Guys, I can't overstate how fast you can pump these out. You can pump these out so quickly. It is mind-boggling. Remember, done is profitable. Perfect is broke. Your profile is your handshake. It's where clients go to see if you're legit or just another ghost in the DMs. Post 6 to 9 pieces of content, so samples, tips, value posts. Add a clean bio, photo that doesn't look like it was taken during finals week. This is trust building asset. So don't skip it and don't overthink it. All you need is a very, very simple profile. People can see you, what you do, and a little bit more about yourself. All right, day 1, hour 4 to 10. Yes, 10 hours, baby. That's what we do. We're cutting into our sleep. We're cutting into work. We're cutting into something. We're doing the extra hours on a lunch break. We're doing something. Every time you go to the bathroom and sit on the toilet, you are going to be outreaching. That is the type of mindset and hustle that I want to instill in you. Stop talking to broke people. I'll give you an example. Some copywriters are outreaching to like people that are so much in the beginning of their business journey. For example, what if a copywriter outreached to you? They're like, hey man, will you pay me $3,000 per month to write copy for you? It's like, you just started. You don't even have any revenue in the door yet. So why would you hire somebody? It doesn't make any fundamental sense. But I see a lot of copywriters wasting their time with people who are just broke. They're not even making any money yet. They're just starting out. They have no idea what they're doing. So you need to build filters. These are brokey blocking filters. And these filters exist in any and every business imaginable, service-based usually. I guess maybe there's not every single business imaginable, but you get the point. Build your client filters. Revenue. Are they making at least $30K per month? You want to be able to estimate that they're making at least $30K per month. It's a pretty good range. Now, if they're making $10,000 per month, they really don't have that much disposable income to pay you. And if they do, they're going to expect huge results. It's actually harder to work for smaller businesses than it is to work for bigger businesses, because bigger businesses are going to pay you $3K per month, but they're going to understand that they have to train you. It's going to take time to get results and for you to ROI, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas brokey businesses, they want you to ROI off rip. They want you to do 1,000,001 things and they want zero risk on their end. Can you clearly see where you can help the people? And relevance. Do they use email or content or copywriting already? If not, then it's probably a pass. So you want these 3 things to be in place. A niche, helpful but not gospel. problems over industry. So you want to look for people with common problems. So a whole bunch of people who are sending out emails, but they only send out 5 and they don't send out any more than that. They just have a 5 email welcome sequence, but they don't have more. Or they do have a welcome sequence and they do have automations all set up, but they have a new promotion that they're doing in the next month and they need emails for that. Now it's time to start prospecting. Prospecting is the act of collecting potential clients and just having a whole bunch of people that you can message in the first place. No distractions, no tab switching, no quick breaks. Again, guys, you got to just bear down and grit through this one. You are mining for gold. Build a list of 100 plus leads in a Google Sheet. Scan Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, look for real businesses with visible gaps. When you're done, you'll have a live portfolio, a trust-ready profile, 100 plus deep lead list. So let's jump into day 2. The outreach blitz begins. Guys, if I have 3 days to get clients, I'm literally spending the majority of my time outreaching. I'm literally spending the majority of my time in people's inboxes because you're not going to get clients if you don't talk to anybody. This is like the number one thing that you have to do. This is the number one thing you should do in the beginning of every single morning. This should be your routine. More speed equals more leads. Today, we hit send. Don't worry, we'll discuss later on how to outreach. For now, I'm preparing you with the plan, the overall idea. Now, your only job for the next 6 to 8 hours is to outreach, and then do some more outreach. IG DMs, cold emails, doesn't matter. Pick 2 platforms and go. Platforms coming up soon. Amateurs wait to feel ready. Pros move before they're comfortable. Once replies start rolling in, speed is your weapon. Speed to lead is what it's called. Reply quickly, show up ready, offer value first. This is where real conversations start. This is where discovery calls get booked. So keep the momentum and stay in the pocket. Day 2 is the checkpoint. So here's the checkpoint you should have reached by day 2. By the end of day 2, you should have completed 50 to 100 DMs or emails sent, 5 to 10 active combos, and 1 to 2 discovery calls booked. So if you send out 100 DMs and emails, you might have some people will reply, most people won't, but some people will be interested in learning more. A warm lead list tracked and organized. So a warm lead list is anybody who has replied to your outreach. You know that they're home, so to speak. So if they're home and you can outreach to them, then these are people that you outreach to and follow up forever until they basically cuss you out and say, no, leave me alone, never message me again. If you're below this, your outreach sucks. Let's fix it, adjust, or watch someone else get your client. Those are the only real options. Day 3 is when you push to close. You get deals across the finish line. So if you get this bit right, you'll start making some serious money. You'll be jumping on calls with prospects to answer their objections, clarify deliverables, which is what you're giving them, and personalize like hell. People buy when risk is low and clarity is high. Make it easy to say yes. If they pull the dreaded, how much do you charge? Move. Don't freeze, don't puke, don't panic. Just say the price. Like, I know as a beginner saying something like $500 or $600 is like a lot to you. But another reason why we're going for businesses who make more money is because it's not going to be a lot for them. So that's like literally like a $20 bill. Somebody who's making $30K plus per month. Say this, depends on the project. Is email marketing or copywriting or whatever you're offering something you're looking to outsource right now? So when people are messaging you online or just messaging you in the DMs, you don't usually want to drop price because dropping price makes people skedaddle and hurry away sometimes. Now, if they're persistent, like they ask, okay, well, give me a baseline, then you can say the price because you don't want to be that guy that's just, avoiding the question. You want to defer just one time. And then if they still want to know your price, then you can go ahead and just tell them, well, it depends on the project still, but I usually like to start with a small project around $500 to $600. Now, we'll go over prices and what to offer in the very beginning as we go on, but that is just more or less an idea. They say yes, cool. Let's have a quick call so I can learn more. Simple, honest, and non-desperate. Now, I have a whole bunch of cold outreach email templates. Again, every single one of these links and resources is down below in the free copy starter kit. But as you can see, there is a lot right here. So these are just a few. For example, I'll go through and read one and you'll be able to see a few things. You'll be able to see that 1, they're highly personalized. 2, they're kind of like witty and funny as well. They're not just your boring, hey man, I can make you more money with my copywriting. That's boring, that's dumb, that's stupid. Nobody wants that. Instead, they show a little bit more of your personality, which is one of the biggest and underrated things to getting booked calls, etc. So let's go through it. This is email type number 1, which is the anti-professional email. Email type number 2, which is the borrowed authority email. Email type number 3, straight to the point email, etc., etc. This is called an email sequence. So if somebody replies, I will actually send them all of these as a follow-up. So for example, here's the anti-professional email. Subject line, goodwill, name. So putting their first name in the subject line is very, very important because, again, it's just instant personalization. Hey, first name, scrolled your Instagram, binged a few reels, and I've been using some of your sales advice lately, if there's a salesperson or own a sales business, for example, and can say that your content genuinely helped me close a deal. So now I want to give you this, which is an Uno reverse card. You helped me make money. Now I want to help you make money too. I did an audit of your funnel and noticed some leads could be slipping through the cracks. Now, this works, but you'll usually want to be more specific than this. So I was looking through your funnel, and then you want to name out what the things in their funnel were. So if you were looking at someone's sales funnel, they might have a free lead magnet called like the objection handler cheat sheet. So I downloaded the objection handler cheat sheet. I saw some of your emails, and I also saw your program, Super Supreme Sales Mastermind. Now, when you're naming all of these things and you're talking about specifics, it goes a very long way, because just like the example that I showed you where Dan Henry was roasting most copywriters outreach, you're actually doing the research and not being a tool. I could call this whole outreach lesson just how to not be a tool. So I recorded a quick 4-minute Loom video showing you how you can increase your conversions, generate more sales with your automations, and make more money. Again, these could be a little bit more specific as well. This is just a very, very easy template. With these templates, guys, they are not copy and paste. I want to make that extremely clear. You're not supposed to come in here, copy them and paste them, and then start sending them to a bunch of people, because if everybody starts to do that, then again, it's the same thing. You're doing that stupid, hey bro, you doing anything with email right now sort of outreach, where instead you want every single one to be personalized and unique to you and the prospect. So whoever's receiving the email as well. That's why these are a little bit vague, is because you are supposed to pour into them and make them your own, all without any extra work or time on your end. If you're open to seeing the video I recorded for you, just say sure and I'll send it over. If not, that's cool too. Just let me know. Talk soon. So a few things about this that also has to do with outreach philosophy. Giving people permission to say no is extremely important. And the reason why is because a no is way, way, way better than getting ghosted. People equivalent those two things to the same thing, but they're not at all. If they say no, then that's perfect. Now you get to leave them alone. You don't have to follow up with them. You don't have to waste your time with them. You just leave them alone. And the best part is that you can actually follow up with them a few months later. Some of my best deals, my best deals were ones that I closed over months, like 5-6 months. And at first they said no. And I was like, okay, no problem. Come by a few months later, and now they are saying yes. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Anyways, I have a whole bunch of other email sequences in here, and dude, so many other cold outreach things that you can just go and check out. Again, they're all inside of the free copy starter kit. So discovery calls made simple. Let's say they're like, yeah, you know what? I do want to see your Loom video. You send over the video, and then you are giving some value. Don't worry, I'll show you exactly what Loom videos are and how to use them. And then they go, stop on a call. You're in. You're on the sales call. You're on the discovery call. Here's exactly what to do. Look, taking a sales call will seem scary at first, but they're not nearly as bad as you might think. Don't worry about the pressure. Don't try and build out some huge scripts. And don't go studying a load of guru videos like 20 minutes beforehand. Just ask about their business, uncover where they're leaking money, show how you can patch it, and offer a clear path forward. That's it. By understanding their problem and becoming the logical solution, you will close the deal. And now we're going to get into the tactics and the sales call scripts and the outlines and exactly what to do on these calls. But for now, that's what you need to know. Next is the job application platforms, places like Upwork and places like Fiverr. Now look, there are so many misconceptions about these online spaces. Most people get platforms like Fiverr and Upwork all wrong. They treat them like passive job boards. Upload a profile picture, spend 2 minutes writing a bio with no effort, and sit back waiting for the money to roll in. What happens? Nothing, of course, because they haven't even given the platform the time to shine. But these sites are search engines, and the algorithm rewards speed, relevance, and clarity. An optimized profile goes a long way into attracting the clients who want to pay you money. And again, no, they're not just paying third world freelancer rates here. You're not going to get like somebody who wants 10 emails for $10. I mean, that's on there, of course, but you can get really, really good deals. I've had multiple students get really good deals, like multi-$1,000 per month clients. I've had people close Tai Lopez level clients, like actually Tai Lopez on Upwork itself. And even had a student close a $7,000 deal on Upwork. He literally just treated it as like a passive online space. Like he didn't really know if Upwork was really for him. He didn't really like it. He was like, oh yeah, I'll probably throw one together, see what happens. He created his profile, and within a few days, he got a $7,000 deal just from that. So it helps to at least build your profile and at least be out there. So here's what works. 1, optimize your title plus tags. So use phrases clients are actively searching, like email marketing, copywriter, direct response, sales page, etc. Nail the thumbnail. A clean, confident image with clear design outperforms generic AI avatars or cluttered branding every single time. Next is to publish multiple gigs. So don't just post once, create 3 to 5 variations targeting different pain points or niches. Next is to front load early traction. So offer a low ticket gig with fast turnaround to collect reviews. 1 strong review gets you seen. 10 makes you the default option, right? This is how you rise the ranks of these freelancing platforms. So for Upwork, skip the feed. Use filters to find new job posts under 5 minutes old. Be the first proposal they see. Fiverr and Upwork work, but only if you do. You have to be on these like crazy, and you have to be using them actively. Next, we talk about your Instagram profile because that matters more than you think as well. When you send a prospect a message, whether it's on Instagram or email or even Fiverr or Upwork, chances are they're going to click on your profile to see who you are. They want to learn a little bit more about you. If you look like a ghost or worse, a generic freelancer, you've already lost. The goal isn't to show off. The aim is to reduce skepticism as much as possible, making them feel like you're real, competent, and trustworthy. Why? Because people buy from people they trust. This applies to your clients and their customers. So think of it as a handshake, your pitch, and your proof of life, all in one scroll. So the 5-second trust test. Now, I'm going to be going over the personal branding masterclass here as well as we move on. So keep that in mind when you're wondering, like, what exactly do I post? But here is the overall idea. The 5-second trust test. Here's what they're scanning for, usually in 5 seconds or less. So a face, a real clean profile picture, a bio, a simple line on what you do, highlights, a few client results. So highlights are right here underneath your bio and above your actual feed. And then posts. Doesn't need to be daily, but at least 6 to 9 scroll stoppers that feel legit. That's basically it. Again, you don't need to think you're going to be some online influencer and post and get views and et cetera, et cetera. More on that later, but there's 2 main ways to treat Instagram. One is like a business card and the other is like a business where you're posting consistently and trying to build an audience. You guys are building a business card, so you don't need to worry about trying to grow it, posting reels, growth strategy, algorithm, et cetera, et cetera. So building a masterpiece portfolio. So nobody's asking for an art gallery of a portfolio. You're building a sales tool to start making money as soon as possible, not your legacy that people will remember you by. All your portfolio needs to do is answer this one question. Can this person write so well enough to help me make money? That's it. And if you can show that within 3 to 5 clean samples, you're in the game. Now, the reason why I say this, and I say this in the way that I say this, is because I see so many people, oh, bro, I started learning copywriting about 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, and I'm still just building my profile before I start outreaching. Productive procrastination. Brother, you're not doing anything. You're literally doing nothing. You are blocking your own blessings. Here's the portfolio power stack. Keep it lean, keep it sharp, and keep it clean. So here's the essential setup. 5 to 10 emails, ideally welcome, promo, and nurture emails. 1 to 2 sales pages, mini or full show structure and clarity. 2 short form breakdowns or ads, show some versatility. And then optional, you can do like a landing page, a video sales letter, a carousel, or a bonus special piece. Or you can even take a Loom video and put it in your portfolio. I've done that before. Don't worry. Examples coming. And that's all. That's it. Just a few emails and a few different things that show what you do. So here's the resource right here, which is the portfolio builder. So this might be an example. I'm opening up Tyson's portfolio. I go down here and it says click to watch. Oh, look at that. It's a little Loom video right here. Now, Loom is a software, very, very easy to use. What is a Loom? You're kind of watching one right now. I'm recording the screen. I am using my microphone, and I also have my camera open. So it's recording, and it's an easy way that I can show what's on screen and just talk through what's going on right now. So you're basically going to be doing what I'm doing right now, more or less. Then I have some emails down here. So I have the email. I would have it right here, but since this is an example, there's no emails here. And then I would also have the results underneath it. Now, if you don't have any results for your emails yet, that's fine. You could also specify these aren't emails that I got paid for. These are emails that I wrote myself. Now, the difference being obvious. You didn't get paid for these emails. You don't have clients yet, but all people want to know is that you can write the copy. If someone asks for your portfolio and you're like, yeah, I don't have one, brother, you're already gone. You're already done. And then a video sales letter, boom, example. Sales page, boom, example. I mean, it really, this is like the most bare bones one you can make. I mean, obviously the video itself is a little bit extra, but the video is also really good because it just shows you. It's just another video of you saying something along the lines of, hey, this is what I do. My name is Tyson. Here's what we can do. Here's what working with me usually looks like, et cetera, et cetera. Very simple. And it also just shows your personality. Again, the guy who sends his resume in is not going to have as much of a better chance as a guy who walks into the business, shakes the owner's hand, and hands him his resume personally. And that's kind of what this does. So website versus Google Drives or Google Doc, which I just showed you, doesn't matter. Well, most clients won't care if it's in a Notion doc, a Google Drive folder, or a clean website, or whatever it is, right? Because people ask me all the time, Tyson, should I build a website, et cetera, et cetera. I always say, skip the website, don't do the website, because bro, you're going to be taking forever. You're going to be taking forever. Google Doc, easy, done. It does the same thing. Here's what they do care about. Can they open it on mobile without friction? Does it feel clean, clear, confident, and curated? And is your copy clean, punchy, and professional? If the copy in your portfolio can't compel a prospect to take action and hire you, they'll believe that your copy won't make their customers take action either. So pick your preferred method to build your portfolio and don't spend more than 4 hours on the total setup time. Next is creating free value itself. So here is the idea I want you guys to have. Free work does not equal or mean free labor. Here's what I mean. So many people get free value totally confused with thinking that they are working for someone for free. But this isn't actually true. And it's more beneficial than you might think. You're getting reps and you're stacking leverage. Think of your free value as a strategic trigger. It's something that gets attention, earns trust, and sparks real conversation. You don't need to try to impress the prospect. The goal is to reveal the money that they're missing. So here's what free value actually looks like. This is what actually gets replies. So one is like audit Loom videos. So quick Loom videos showing what they could be doing better. Now, there's a bunch of different ways you can do this. You can do some like headline reviews if you're newer. You can do some funnel audits, like it's saying right here, if you kind of know a little bit more about what you're talking about. But don't worry, we'll go through a lot of examples with that as well. Email rewrites or hooks. So take one of their worst emails and fix it and turn it into a absolute home run. Now, the goal with writing emails that I want to share with you is that you're not coming up to business owners who have like $1 million business saying, bro, your emails suck. Let me help you. Let me fix them. No, instead you're saying, hey, I can write emails that are as good, if not even maybe a little bit better than yours, but I can save you time and optimize emails by taking everything over if you're doing it or someone else is doing it, but they're not doing a good enough job. Next is the visual before and after. So you show side by side bad copy versus the copy that you would write, or their sales page versus the sales page that you would create. Make it simple, personalized, and obvious, like a free sample at Costco, but it actually hits. But why do these Loom videos actually work in the first place? Well, the fact is most outreach is just text, and text sometimes gets ignored, especially in 2025, brother. Like, ain't nobody out here reading no more. People can't even read. They don't even have a 5th grade reading level. They're too brain fried. So essentially text blends in with every other outreach. Behind a wall of text, you could be anyone, but a personalized Loom video makes you real. It's hard to be catfished by somebody if they're on here actually making a video, saying the things that they're saying, showing actual proof, etc. They hear your voice, see your screen, and watch your thought process in real time. It's personal, visual, fast, and not everyone else is doing it. A lot of people are scared, they're afraid. Oh, I don't want to get on camera, bro. I'm chopped. Bro, join the club, man. Just get over it. But what do you actually say in these Loom videos? Well, try to say and show as much as possible in the shortest amount of time. You want to be very respectful of their time. You want to make it 3 to 4 minutes maximum. So quick context. Hey, name, I just want to send this over real quick. I noticed something interesting in your email setup. Point out the problems. Show them what's broken. Be specific. Here's the part losing you clicks and money. Then tease the fix. Don't give everything, just enough to create desire. So if you want, I can show you exactly how I'd fix this. Might take 5 minutes tops to explain. 30 seconds is gold. 1 minute is your max limit. So you want to have them 30 seconds, 1 minute. If it goes a little bit above that because you have some more value in there, that's okay. But 3 to 4 minutes, that's the cutoff. You don't want any longer than that. Now, other caveats, yes, there are. I've sent like 5 to 6 minute ones before in the past and gotten clients with them, but that's after like I've made millions of dollars. I have all these results. I'm going more into depth, et cetera, et cetera. Be confident, do it in one take, and then just keep moving. How to build your list without melting your brain. So build once, outreach later. No multitasking. So you essentially find everybody you're going to outreach to. Then you outreach to all of them, and then you answer their replies. That's basically how it goes. So you use a Google Sheet with 3 columns: the name of business, the Instagram/website/email, and a quick note with the opportunity. So no email capture. So essentially, it looks like this. So Fitness Coach Sam, here's his Instagram handle, and here's the opportunity. And then what you could also do is personalize a little bit more. So you can also put if they are cold, if they are warm, if they're a hot lead. This is basically just if they're cold, they don't know you, they haven't replied. If they're hot, they do know you, they have replied, and maybe they have even expressed some interest in your services. where to find them. Instagram Reels, TikToks, Shorts. Dig into the comment section. Use search terms like coach, program, transformation, business, e-commerce, etc. Filter by people actually getting views or engagement. Aim for 100 names. No time wasted trying to make a perfect list. Just sheer, unwavering momentum. Instagram cold outreach. Instagram DMs are the new cold call, but they're warmer, softer, and way more scalable. Here's the big picture. So you prospect with warm engagement. You DM them with a casual opener, not pitchy. You drop a short value video or audit, no novel length essays, and you handle responses to book the call. This is permission-based marketing disguised as a conversation. And it actually works like crazy when you do it right. Don't worry, tons of examples on how me and my students are doing this coming up soon. So here are some cold openers that don't suck. So stop sending messages that look like mass spam. You don't want to do that. Start human. This is one of your biggest advantages because most people are sending bland, generic, and robotic templates. So here's what actually works. Complement the content. Specifically, mention something personal from their story/reel/caption and ask an open-ended question to tease curiosity. So examples. This is a guy who took put on a story that his everyday carry. So he had a whole bunch of stuff and he also had a gun there. And I said, yo man, is that a Glock? Lucky you can carry in the state that you're in. I've gotten a few firearms here in Canada and the rules are so much more strict, LOL. And he says, haha, it's a Zev OZ 9C dog. As you can see, bro, business owners are human, bro. Business owners are human. Ridge, I don't know him personally, but he definitely has a multi-six-figure business, making tens of thousands of dollars per month for sure, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. And he says, yeah, the laws in Idaho are super lenient. And I said, beautiful, man. And as you can see, this is also over the course of like a whole day. Then a few days later, I might ask him something pitch-wise. So this is like a Trojan horse. It's very, very simple for them to reply to. And dude, people want replies to their stories. Why else do you think they're putting a story up on Instagram? It's so that they get replies because they're going to go through their DMs, look at the replies because they're interested, because that's just it. Everybody wants validation and to hear how cool they are. So that's what you do. Now, obviously you don't come in like kissing their boots like, oh my God, bro, you're so cool. That's weird, right? But just make very easy, simple conversation. Avoid, hey, quick question, or can I ask you something? Bro, smells like a pitch, so be real instead. Make a quick note about video intro DMs. So video intro DMs are really, really helpful. Essentially, it is a video version of your pitch of your value. So for example, when this worked really well for me, is I would do these openers like this, and then I would send him a video. So I would take a video like this, and I'd say, hey, Rich, how's it going? My name is Tyson. You don't know me, but I'm making this quick video because essentially I am a digital marketer. So what I do is I help people get leads through their funnel quicker and without leaking as much clicks or money as possible. So if that's something you want to learn a little bit more about, or are at least open to hearing more about what I do and maybe how we could team up and help grow your business, then by all means, just reply to me in the DMs and I can send you a longer form video about how it all works. And that's it. So it's basically a video before the video. Now, this works just for the same reasons as the Loom video works, but it's just highly personalized. He knows I ain't catfishing, and it just goes a really, really long way. So getting clients with cold email. So you don't have the attitude of going in all guns blazing. You're just here to poke the problem. Cold email still works like magic, but only if you stop sounding like a robot and start sounding like a human. So here's the structure. Identify the business in the gap. Write a short personalized email with one clear value hit. Keep the CTA, the call to action, soft, like offering help, not asking for a call. Volume is important, but the goal isn't to send 1,000 messages as soon as possible. You want to hit the right people with the right signal. So here are some subject lines that get opened. You got 40 characters to stop the scroll. That's it. Implement these things to get your emails read. Curiosity without clickbait, personal relevance without sounding fake, and something not obviously related to business. Boring subject lines equals trashed emails. The subject line is the first impression and the most important part to get right. If the prospect doesn't think that your email is worth opening, then it doesn't matter how amazing the email inside actually is, it just won't get read. Now, as for the body copy, less is more. Keep it short, keep it sharp, and most importantly, keep it human. So the framework is like this: a one-line personal hook, a few lines of insight or value, and then a call to action that offers, not asks. Example, saw your product or service, it's super cool. And again, you want to be more personalized than that. Notice a small leak in the email flow that could be costing you 10 to 15% conversion and losing you some money. Happy to show you when you don't want to leave money on the table. Notice how there's no actual pitching there, just pointing out the gap and extending a hand. Very, very simple. Now, just like I did with the copywriting section, I will be going through and giving you the live videos of me helping my personal students with their outreach, helping them get clients, giving them feedback on the outreach that they're already doing. Now, from this, you're going to be able to gather a ton of information. So make sure you pay extremely close attention and see exactly what's going on. Okay, welcome back. Now we have to create your client getting routine, what you're gonna do every single day in order to get clients and stack more clients so that you can scale. Building a routine in order to close clients is something many beginners don't do, and it ruins their progress. The truth is, no one lands clients by accident. The copywriters who close deals practically on command have built a series of daily habits to turn their effort into income. So, for example, this is what it looks like. In the morning for 60 to 90 minutes, prospecting only, they use a timer, there's no distractions, you just build your pipeline. Midday, 45 to 60 minutes, you outreach sprint, DMs, cold emails, Loom videos, send first, overthink later. Use templates, but make sure that they're customized to your prospect. Evening for 30 minutes, you're doing follow-ups plus replies. You hit every warm lead from the last 3 days, push conversations forward and reignite them. Optional, you can add like a 15-minute growth rep at night. So improve your portfolio, post on Instagram, analyze one brand's marketing just for fun and just do a little bit more. But the real game happens after you get no reply. Now, the follow-up process begins. And this is something I recommend you get really familiar with. So I'm gonna break down what you should do and what you should avoid. A big mistake is that people stop at the first message, or maybe the second. But the truth is that the follow-up is where most clients are closed. The first DM might spark interest. The fifth is what lands the deal. The more you follow up, the more you look like someone who actually solves problems, not just someone who likes to talk. So, omnipresent follow-up. Now that you know not to disappear from your prospect's inbox, here are a few of the next steps. You want to haunt your prospects, but not in a spooky way. Be visible to your prospects, relentless, undefeated. How? You DM them, you email them, you comment, you story reply, rotate platforms, you vary your tone, whatever it takes. Right? If one angle doesn't work, then you reach out to them with a different angle. Always stay in their field of vision without being repetitive. Why does this work so well? Well, familiarity breeds trust. Seen equals safe and worth replying to. Omnipresence, meaning being everywhere at once, makes them think that you're everywhere because you are. Meme follow-up. This is probably one of the most powerful yet counterintuitive ways to get out here and get clients is by sending memes. Tyson, how can sending memes get me clients? Good question. Well, let me explain. Memes bypass resistance. Humor disarms the skeptical brain. They're unexpected. Don't forget, your prospect is human, and that's your edge. Drop memes 2 to 5 days after ghosting. Use memes that mock delay, indecision, or agency pain. No pitch, just provide a chuckle and reopen the door. So for example, actual image of me trying not to remind prospect name about the crazy email I sent over. So you can also personalize these and you can make these really easy with a meme generator. Me, when sending insane free value to prospect's name, getting left on scene. Or their name, when realizing he forgot to reply to my crazy free value, et cetera, et cetera. You can see what they all are. These are some examples. You want to come up with your own again. So now I'm going to show you guys the client getting archives. Anyways, like I was mentioning earlier, this is the 4D client getting archives. So in here, you can, like it says, watch me close clients. This is through Instagram DMs right here. I closed a client. This guy had 123,000 followers on Instagram. This is one through email right here. We continued through email. So this was one person. I messaged him on Instagram, messaged him, and then messaged him on email as well. And then we eventually closed a deal for 8 email welcome sequence for $400. And then we also had a big deal in the pipeline for 5K. 5K, boom, just like that. Another guy, this is an example of a meme. So it's kind of funny. So it's a meme and it says choose your response. And then there is certain numbers. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Response. A, I have to ask my wife first. B, read the emails, which is the emails that they sent over. C, how can we start? And D, no, I would hate more leads. Then the guy says, thanks a ton, brother. Appreciate your follow-up. What do you charge to run a nurture email campaign? And someone else says, yo, haha, I love this. Let's connect next week. So these are 2 examples of how these memes are actually crushing it because they're funny to people. And so like, all right, let me give this guy a chance because at least he made me chuckle. At least he made me laugh. Now I also have 31 pages of different outreaches that you can go and see and watch that, again, my students and me have used to get clients. So as for what to say, I mean, you have everything you could possibly ever need. Again, this is going to be down below in the free copy starter kit. If you get stuck, I highly recommend you go in there and check that out. But that's it for today's lesson. Okay, for the CI family. So I have quite a treat here for you guys. As you can see, this is I think a 10-page doc of me essentially going to be going over how to create an effective copywriting offer. I want you to know what I do mean and what I don't mean. What I don't mean is, hey, if I don't earn you an extra $30,000 with my copy, you don't pay or something, and then trying to guarantee something on your $3K per month salary retainer. It's just not like that. Not like that. Instead, I want to show you how to offer a result and sell a result and an outcome instead of trying to sell copy. And this, what I'm telling you right here, is the number one biggest predictor of whether or not you will get clients, period. There is simply no other way. If you want to know exactly how important this is, the offer in a business is the number one thing that is going to either drive sales or cause it to fail. There's nothing else. You can have great marketing, great sales, everything amazing, but if your offer is crap, it won't convert, you won't make any money. However, on the other hand, if your offer is good enough, if it's cutting edge, if you have something just amazing, everything else can be mediocre at best and you will print cash. So with that being said, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. Creating an effective offer. Businesses don't buy services. That is the thesis of this whole video. But here's the difference. Services are like copywriting or consulting, are often viewed as commoditized offerings. Lawyers don't just go, hey, I'm a lawyer. They don't just put their face on a billboard and say the word lawyer and say like a number underneath. What do they say instead? Injured? You only pay if you win. You only pay if we win your case. That's a pretty damn good offer. Which would you go with? Lawyer, or you'll only pay us if we win your case. Man, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. What does this solve for? Well, in most businesses, the big constraint, not even most businesses, in some businesses, the big constraint is leads. As a copywriter, your biggest constraint will be leads. In most online businesses, the biggest constraint is leads. Here's what I mean by that. If you're running a janitorial business where you're just getting people to clean spaces for you, the biggest constraint there usually isn't leads. You'll get a ton of leads. The biggest constraint there is actually finding people who won't show up to the job drunk, will actually do a good job for like minimum wage. That's the difficulty. That's the hard part. And if that one thing was fixed, you could get way more money. And again, with copywriting, your biggest thing is leads. You can solve for leads by offering the correct thing. Now, if you have an awesome offering, right, you just really lay it on the line. The downsides there, because again, there's always just an upside and a downside. The downsides there is simply going to be the fact that it's going to be a little bit harder to fulfill and you have a higher expectations of you. So as long as you actually lock in after you get this client, everything will work out. That means they come in with a lower price point and aren't seen as having a unique, compelling value. So I'll give you an example. If you're a copywriter, business owners might expect to pay a basic rate like $500 to write an email sequence, but they don't expect any massive transformation. And if they find someone who offers a similar service for $400, they'll switch to them without hesitation. That is a commoditized offer. I'll do your thumbnails, your YouTube thumbnails. I will consult your business. I will write your copy. I will be your graphic designer. These are all things that are just like, I just need somebody to get them done. I'll create your website. Just need somebody to get it done. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this as a whole because, again, this right here is how you get experience. Let me bring up something else here that I think will actually relate to this. But you start out with, sure, you can start out with a commoditized offer. And the reason why is because it's really easy to sell. It's really easy to get clients at a low price point on things like Upwork because they're just looking for a quick, easy solution to something that they need. They don't think it's going to bring them a massive transformation, but they just need it. But you stack up enough of these in your brag folder over time, and you will see that it will be valuable to you in the end. Once you're trying to scale, once you're trying to get to that 5K per month, that 10K per month, you have to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to show you how to do that. I have something for you right here. Copy. It's this. Aiden's seen this before. It's kind of like this, right? You start with the commoditized offer. Level 1, copywriter, focuses solely on writing the copy. Then level 2 is the copy specialist. This is where you should be having more experience and understanding things a lot more. So I'll put it this way. When I was first learning about copy, I got my first copywriting client, but there's always more things that they need. And they usually try to get you to do more services and add-ons. So I was doing email marketing on top of sending the emails, and nobody that I knew was doing this. All the courses that I bought at the time, none of them taught this. I had no idea what to even do inside of an email service provider, but I offered it anyways. And it's what was able to actually make me way more money, because I would get on the call and tell these clients, yeah, dude, I do the email marketing too. And their jaws were just stuck on the floor. They're like, so I don't even have to go in and send the emails either. That is so much more convenient. Finally is where we go to the copy growth partner, which is essentially like, think of yourself like an actual business. Like, yeah, I will show you how to, whatever it is, get more leads, get more qualified booked calls. You are really taking over a portion of the marketing for their whole business. Offers, on the other hand, are about the results that you provide. It's the transformation that matters. Instead of selling copywriting, you should sell the outcome of your copywriting, like helping you generate more qualified book calls through highly optimized email sequences. So when framed like this, the focus is on the result, what they get. And that leads to a higher perceived value, making your offer much more competitive. Here's a simple example to show the difference. Service, I offer copywriting for your email marketing. Offer, I help you optimize your email list and generate an extra $10,000 per month in semi-passive income, leveraging high converting email copy. We all know it's the offer, way more compelling. Now, you do like a Loom video and you're like, hey, here's your headline for your page. I think you can make this way better if you change this one word, because it will just make it better and your copy will be better. I think this would just help your copy. So you should hire me as your copywriter, because you have a headline right here, and I think you can make it by adding over these few words here, because it basically makes the reader think that it's newer, so then they'll be more likely to buy. And that's not even the worst of it, right? That might be able to work because, you're doing a Loom video, you're actually showing that you know about funnels and things, but it's still not the best. And I have the exact thing that you should do at the end of this video. At the end of this video, I have a brand new class that I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to be sharing with you as well, that I'm super excited about. When you position yourself like this, you're not selling copywriting. Super important. You don't sell copywriting. You can't sell copywriting. And this is what everybody else is already doing. So when you start selling copywriting, you are being lumped in as the 45th person in their DMs saying, hey man, I'm a copywriter, can you hire me? You're selling an outcome, and you're speaking directly to the business owner's pain points. This makes your offer irresistible, because it's not about the work you do, it's about the results you help them achieve. I'll tell you this, how many business owners wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat thinking, I just wish I had a copywriter right now? 0%. On the other hand, how many businesses sit there and think, man, I have all these followers on Instagram, all these followers on TikTok, all these followers on YouTube. How do I convert them into buyers? How do I convert them into high ticket clients? I'm out here selling my soul away, telling people to buy this, buy that, buy this, buy that, and all my content. But yet I'm only getting so much and I can't really scale. I'm hitting a scaling ceiling. What can I do? Every business has that problem. You go from selling to 0% of businesses to selling to 100% of businesses. That's the difference that this can make. Not like a 5% increase, not like a 10% increase. You are literally only now able to actually appeal to all clients. How do you offer this? How do you show them that you have the solution? I'll get right to that. So how to make an irresistible offer? Just to reiterate just how important this is, which would be easier to sell. And I told this the other week ago, but it's still relevant today. A 2008 Honda Civic or a 2024 Lamborghini Huracan for $30,000. Which one would be easier to sell? The $30,000 Honda Civic or the $30,000 Lamborghini? We all know that the Lambo would be way easier to sell for $30,000. And there's a few reasons as to why. Look, this is literally, not figuratively, literally the difference between selling a service and selling an offer. A service and an offer. Again, what you sell matters even more than how you sell it. You could try to do the best tactics in the world, but at the end of the day, if you're just saying, hey man, I write copy, I'm a copywriter, do you have any positions for me? Versus having an actual offer is going to make a world of difference. I don't care if you're a 99-year-old grandma, you're buying a Lamborghini Huracan for $30,000. Not because you're going to drive it, because you know you can turn around and sell it for 10 times what you bought it for, because you know it has value. If you create an offer that is essentially like, hey, if you give me $1,000, I'll give you this $10,000. Who would take that offer? It's like Alex Hormozi said, you'd be stupid to not take that offer. If someone literally has $10,000 and they're like, hey man, do you want to trade this for your $1,000? If you can make your offer seem like that, it will sell to every single person you put it in front of. The answer is obviously Lamborghini. Even if you have no sales, no marketing, and no negotiation skills, you can still sell the Lamborghini for $30,000. Take the most incompetent person you know. All right, I'm sure lots of people are popping up in your head right now. Even they, first day on the job, could sell a $30,000 Lamborghini to anybody in the world. It's not just about the car itself, it's about the status, the value, and the ROI that you're able to get. In the same way, When you position yourself like the Lamborghini, you're making it stupidly easy for clients to say yes because they're getting something way more valuable than just a service. They're buying the transformation that comes with it. An effective offer should make it hard for your clients to say no. For example, bad offer. I offer copywriting service that will make you more money. Great offer. I'll help you grow your email list into a machine that generates $10,000 in revenue every single month, allowing you to turn more casual viewers into high-ticket clients. The key takeaway here is that when you represent the ROI-driven offer, you're setting yourself apart from everyone else, and it makes your offer so compelling that business owners would feel dumb not accepting it. That's the goal. Live, lots of examples here at the bottom as well, just for you. So next is turning features into benefits, which we know how to do in copywriting, but we also need to do in marketing as well. You know what else is just absolutely baffling to me is that copywriters will claim to be these God-sent marketers. Oh, bro, I'm a great marketer, man. I can add hundreds of thousands of dollars to your bottom line, but somehow they can't sell themselves to clients. They can't market themselves properly to clients and create an offer. In copywriting, one of the most crucial skills is turning features into benefits. So the example I love to use is the iPhone's A16 Bionic chip versus the benefit. This chip allows you to play high-end games like Call of Duty smooth without lag. The same concept applies for your copywriting offers. Instead of just saying, I'll optimize your email marketing, which nobody wants or cares about, you need to show them how it benefits them. Extremely important. The benefit is like this. I'll help you increase your email open rates and drive more qualified traffic to your offers, resulting in more sales without additional ad spend or organic marketing effort. When you speak like this, even clients will know that you didn't just start yesterday. People who start yesterday say, I'll make more money. I'll make you more money. I'll add more revenue to your business. People who are actually in the trenches say, I'll help you increase your email open rates and drive more qualified traffic to your offers, resulting in more sales without additional ad spend or organic marketing effort. That makes it sound like you actually know what you're talking about. When you sell the benefit, you connect with the client's desire and pain points, making your offer much more appealing. Then why numbers matter? This is how business owners think. Business owners think in numbers. You need to show prospects exactly how you're going to make the money. If you tell them you can increase their conversions by 1 to 2%, break down the numbers and show them the actual potential outcome. For example, let's say, so I have some numbers here. Okay, I said that I could make you an extra $10,000 per month with email. Now we can play with this number, change it around. You can also just open up a spreadsheet where all the numbers update automatically. Maybe I'll do a whole class on that sometime. But again, you want to make it seem simple. And you don't want to get too far in the weeds. You just want them to understand that you know the numbers and you know how to follow them. So you have a $5,000 offer. Essentially, we need to know how to make you 2 extra sales per week with email. So this is some of your stuff, like 50,000 person list, this, that. So you're currently getting 5 high ticket sales per month from email. Another little hack for you guys. If you want to really show that you know your stuff, something super, super simple you can do is create this one little shortcut in Mac, right? Now, I'm not going to say it was difficult to do. It's basically I'll just show you. 78 times 66 is 5,148. I just shortcutted my calculator up, did the equation, and went through it. If you're able to just sit there and be like, okay, so your open rate is this. Let's say it's 10%. We want to increase it by 5%. So what's 5% of 50,000? That's going to be 50,000 times 0.15. What does that equal? 7,500. So if we just do that one thing, we can get 7,500 more opens. So hopefully you guys are sticking with me there. But essentially, if you can just do the math for them on screen, you can actually show them. So let's say I say, all right, well, you're currently earning 5 high ticket sales from email per month. Here's how I would add at least 2. But honestly, if you have a 50,000 person list, I think we could probably add 5 to 10 high ticket sales per month with this, which would result in $25,000 to $50,000 in extra income through your email list. Do you want me to show you how I do that? They say, yeah, sure. Now, here's what I don't want you to do. I don't want you guys to sit there and say something crazy like, well, I'm a really good copywriter. And see, I use this copywriting formula called PAS, you see. And this PAS form, it's really good, dude. It's really good. So if I write you these emails in PAS, I'm going to earn you an extra $25K per month. Give me a break, bro.
Some people in, for example, the bootcamp, they have drawn a pre-made map with these conversions and all these metrics and everything. Mm-hmm. But do you suggest we do in, for example, a Google Doc and then pull up the calculator live to show them without having calculated already beforehand?
Yeah, you can do that for sure. It's going to take a little bit more skill to do it live, which is the downside. So there's a few different ways, and I'm actually going to be doing a brand new Loom class I'm going to be revealing it at the end of this one. But essentially what you were referring to is like Miro. So it's like you have the flow already mapped out. On top of that is also the numbers too, right? So should you calculate the numbers there? Now, if you calculate the numbers in a Google Sheet, they will spawn automatically. So if I had all of these formulas and I just changed one, for example, like I said, instead of $5,000 offer, we have a $7,000 offer, then it would change all the other metrics automatically. In short, you can do it as in do it in a doc. You can do it as doing it in Miro, and you can do it as in doing it in Sheets. If you're wondering for more specifics, yeah, exactly. Like, hey man, I got this awesome formula and it's going to make you tons of money. Yeah. So we don't want to do that because the source there is just trust me, bro. Yeah, for sure. So instead, here's what I would do to make you more money. Here's the 3 things I would implement. One is I would implement email call setting. How does this work? Well, I actually go into your email inbox and I will go through the people who replied. Now, what most people do, and again, think of it like a VSL. Like just think in VSL terms. You guys are copywriters, you should know this. Here's what most people do. Most people only just send out links in their emails. And this is not the best. What I do with my clients that makes them so much money is I use reply CTAs. So instead of saying click this to book a call with my team, instead I say reply with the word book if you have any questions and want to book a call with my team. Here's why this is so much more important. There are so many people who click that link and think about signing up, but don't. They're right on the fence and they just need that little tiny push. So that's what I'm in there for. I'm in there to qualify people, see if they're actually ready for the program, see if they're actually ready to purchase, so that you're actually getting more qualified booked calls from the low-hanging fruit. And also this verbiage, extremely, extremely, extremely strong. Every single coaching program I've almost ever joined has always talked about this is the low-hanging fruit. This is the low-hanging fruit. You want to focus on getting them some quick wins out of the gate really fast. The first month you're with them, you want to get them more money. And then what? Once you get them some more money, now they're like, okay, I trust this guy more. Let's see what else he can do. I gave him a shot. He made some money in the DMs, in the email. Let's see what happens, okay? Now on top of that, next is increase the deliverability and open rate, which is the long-term play. And also with this, guys, I would actually, in my Loom video, show me being able to get all these results from my previous clients. Now, that might not be easy for everybody in here because we're all starting at different points. Some people already have clients in the past. Some people don't have any clients. But this is why it's so important to start your brag folder earlier than you think you need it. As soon as possible, you need to have it. I have so many screenshots of me in my email list, like 45% open rates on my emails and automations, which is unheard of. So if their open rate is at like, let's say 10%, 50%, 15%, I could literally say, I've gotten 30% open rates for my client previously. So imagine twice as many people opening up your emails. Do you think that will have an effect on your bottom line? If you're getting 5 high ticket sales from email every single month and you doubled your open rates, effectively you'd be able to get somewhere around double the high ticket sales per month. So from 5, you'd be able to go to 10. That's an extra $25,000 per month to your bottom line. If I cost $3,000 as a copywriter, $3,000 per month, and I'm showing them step by step how I can actually get them twice as many sales from their emails from 5 to 10, that's an extra $25,000 from them at a cost of just $3,000, and they don't have to lift a finger. Literally 0 seconds of time and $3,000 in exchange for 25 grand. As a business owner, are you taking that? So increased deliverability, and also implementing email setting and actually having conversations with people really, really increases the deliverability too, because the Gmail service provider sees that and they're like, okay, these people actually want this guy's emails because they're going back and forth. I'm not going to put him in spam. I'm not going to put him in promotions. I'm going to put him in every single person's primary folder. And this is one of the number one things that you can do in order to increase your deliverability. Next, optimize your current automation. Your automation is meant to pre-sell everybody that you have in. So you need the highest important automations. You need a optimized welcome sequence, an optimized retargeting sequence or reviver sequence when people go cold. And you also need a post book a call sequence that is extremely important. Before people book a call, in fact, with my clients, I usually have them send 3 emails a day until they actually get on the call that are handling their objections, showing them what they need to know, so that when they hop on the call, essentially the sales call has already happened. It's essentially just an exchange of credit card information and a handling of objections. but most of them have already been handled in the email. So most people don't even come with objections. Most people literally come to the call, credit card in hand, ready to go. Now, guys, I want you to tell me honestly, what do you think you would rather buy? The presentation I just gave, or bro, I'm really good at copywriting. I can write you some copy, bro. And I have this awesome formula called PAS too. And the headline, like, dude, I can change 1 or 2 words that will actually get you more sales in your headline. Are you seeing the contrast? All right, let me continue. So here, I'll put this into an analogy. Let's go back to the $30,000 Lamborghini example. When you say, hey man, here's a Lamborghini, I'm going to sell it to you for 30 grand. Do you want it? They're going to say, really? Is this really a Lamborghini? Hold up, let me open up the hood. Is the V12 actually there? Actually, in the Huracan, it's a V10, but I digress. Is the V10 actually there? Okay, I verified it's there. Does the touchscreen in the middle actually work? Do the tires, do they actually work? Is everything right? Is everything legit here? Again, they're checking it out to see if it checks out, to see if it's actually true. If it's a Honda Civic, they're not really going to care because there's a piece of junk anyways. Let's be honest. Who's going to give you a fake Honda Civic? Doesn't really happen. But fake Lambo, conceivable, especially for 30 grand. So they're going to check out to see if you're really trustworthy and if you know what you're talking about. That is where the VSL style Loom video and explanation come in. That's where you have to show you've done this stuff before. Testimonials are so much more than just, yeah, dude, I worked with this client. He said the copy was great. For some reason, copywriters just think that's what testimonials consist of, but they're really not. You need a collection of everything. You didn't know what the average open rate was, how much revenue you made for your clients, what the average click rate was, all of it. You need to know all of that because then you're going to have stuff to back up your claims. If you can back up every single thing in here, dude, like look at this. You know what I would do for this? I would show a screenshot of me being in my client's email inbox and I say something like reply with the word book and you can book a call. And I would show all of the emails where people reply to me saying book, which is like going to be like 200. And then I'm going to show a conversation of me and one of the leads and me just being like, hey man, here's where you can go to book a call. And they're like, thanks man. And then they have a question. I answer the question, handle the objection, and then they book the call. And they wouldn't have otherwise booked it. If we get a couple of those every single month, you're already earning more clients. And again, you don't have to lift a finger. I do it all. I do everything. Not only do I write the emails, I send the emails, I create the automations. I also go into your email inbox and I also set everything. So how do you not get clients? How do you not earn extra money? Now that, my friend, is a tough question. So creating a high value offer, how do we even do it? Let's see. Here's how to make your offer irresistible to your ideal clients. Number 1, you focus on ROI. Never sell services, only sell outcomes. 2, use specifics. Be specific about the transformation you're providing, what they're going to get, for example. And also don't just say money. Money is like the go-to and it's easy. And people are like, oh, I'll just say you get money. And yes, you're right. In the end, they're going to get money. But you need to be more specific than that because, again, there's a believability factor. Any idiot can come in your DM saying, bro, I'll make you more money. But I'll help you book extra calls, for example, way better. I'll help you turn viewers into high-ticket clients. That's interesting. That shows within one sentence, half a damn sentence, that you already know their struggles and their desires. How much more does that say than just, I can make you extra money? 3, highlight the journey. Really get into specifics and talk about how you are going to get them there and make sure that the map is clear. It's concise. They can see it with their own 2 eyes. They don't have to believe you. They don't have to have faith in you. For example, I'll set up your email automations, optimize deliverability, and create an ongoing system that continuously brings in qualified leads. Finally, create a no-brainer offer. Position your services so that it feels like a no-brainer. Frame it like offering them $10,000 for $1,000 so that's so good that they can't turn down. And this comes with an LRO. This is usually something you want to do, especially if you're just beginning and you don't have any super ridiculously good clients or case studies yet. If you don't have any awesome clients, case studies, a huge brag folder, then you're going to want to stick to the LRO. I say this often, so I'm not going to reiterate it too much. This is a 3-part system. You can offer them a free trial. Right? I'll work with you and implement these things for free for 1 week. If it's starting to work and you can see it, we can continue making more money with it. If not, no worries. On top of that, a small discovery project. I'll tell you what, let's do these things, implement this whole system for just a small amount of money. And then if it works, if you like it, we can talk about working together consistently in the future, but I usually just like to start with a very small project in order to get my foot in the door and see if we're even a right fit to work together in the future. And finally is a commission only period. If you're comfortable with it, we can offer some work on commission basis. So I only make money if and when you make money for the first 2 weeks. And then if we want to work together after that for a good fit, again, we can talk about a more permanent compensation structure. This way, clients can test you without risking a lot of money. So let me get this straight. I'm going to get more clients. I'm going to get more booked calls. I'm going to turn my viewers into high ticket clients. You're going to be doing the writing the emails. You're going to be doing the automations. You're going to be doing the email settings. And on top of that, I don't even have to pay anything up front. Now, again, let me know. Was that offer I just said, or I'll write you better copy? What are we thinking? which one's better? What are we thinking? So next, I want to actually talk about a service-based lead magnet. I just went over how you need to offer your copywriting services. Well, let me take it even a step further. When you offer your clients value, free value upfront, like I show you and tell you guys you need to do, when you offer them value upfront, that is an offer. Most people's offers there as well, crap, dookie, terrible, trash. What do? Hey man, I made you a quick 3-minute video on how you can make more money in your business. What? Hey bro, I like your content, so I made you these 3 emails. Let me know what you think. What? Bruv, no. That's dead. That's dead. We don't do that no more. I'm going to show you exactly what we do instead. We want to create an insane offer, even for your free value. Imagine if every single person you offer the free value to, and they actually saw it, they were like, hell yeah, let's see what you got. How many of you guys send an opener or something, and then you say, hey man, can I send you over this free value, and then just get ghosted? Imagine if that never happened anymore. They just always interested in the free value. That's what this can do. You're not offering them three emails so that they can look at them and see what they think. You're not offering them a 3-minute Loom video so you can just like talk about their headline or some copy on their website. You want to show what result your free value will give, to where as soon as they see that message, they're like, you've piqued my interest. Let me see. I'll show you. All right, the service-based lead magnet. You guys know in businesses, there are lead magnets, right? You get my free ebook. You get my free little small resource. I mean, obviously I have the most insane free lead magnet ever. I have the copy starter kit, which is incredible. But everybody has lead magnets. And you, as a one-person business, not a freelance copywriter, a one-person business, need to have a free service-based lead magnet. Let me explain. Service-based lead magnets work because they offer immediate risk-free value to clients by guaranteeing results. So I might have some things like, oh, if it doesn't work, I'll pay for your next dinner. Or if it doesn't work, I'll send you an Amazon card. Or if it doesn't work, I will refund you every cent that you gave me. And then in quotations, even though it's free, winky face, right? And these aren't to actually decrease risk, right? It's just something to make it seem a little bit more palatable and make you seem a little bit more personable. Is where, that guy, he said kind of like a funny thing where he's like, he'll buy it or else dinner's on him. So screw it, whatever. You don't have to have one of these, but it's just another way to kind of add your personality into it and make it just seem like a nicer ask. So you eliminate the risk from the prospect and making them more likely to engage. On top of that, you can also add some humor and personality here, kind of like I mentioned. Instead of offering vague promises like, hey man, I'll write you some great copy, or I wrote you these 3 emails, you're focusing on tangible results. Clients want to know how you'll directly impact their business, such as increasing conversions or avoiding the spam folder. By specifying these outcomes, you make your offer more compelling and actionable. These lead magnets also create a sense of urgency and accountability. With a time-sensitive reward, prospects know they'll either see the results or get compensated, which pushes them to take action. This demonstrates that you are accountable for what you do, which builds trust. And I'm going to show you a bunch of examples as we go here, and you can see the structure of them. Finally, service-based lead magnets attract high-intent clients. By offering specific value-driven audits or systems, you're filtering out tire kickers and appealing to those who are genuinely interested in improving their business, making it easier to convert them into long-term clients. For example, I've written out a 5 email welcome sequence for you for free. If it doesn't sound exactly like you, it doesn't outperform your current sequence, dinner's on me tonight. Okay, so you wrote me this 5 email sequence. If it doesn't sound exactly like me and outperform my current sequence, dinner's on you. So all I have to do is reply with, sure, yeah, let's see it. I open it up. All right, this kind of sounds like me. Checks out. I'll put it in there. And he puts it in there. Okay. It outperformed. This is pretty good. What else can you do? Another one. I'll create a short video going and doing a deep dive on your email sequence. I'll show you 3 to 5 changes to increase conversions and avoid the spam folder. If you're not obsessed with it, I'll send you a $50 Amazon gift card for your time. Now, also as a side note, nobody's going to be like, oh, I didn't like this, send me $50. And if they are, it doesn't really matter, right? You're not actually risking anything. Again, it's to be witty, personable, clever. You're not being super serious about it. So, like I said, create a short video doing a deep dive on your email sequence. If I can't show you 3 to 5 changes to increase your conversions and avoid the spam folder, for this one, I might change something like increase your conversions to be something like a little bit more tangible. Like I said, let's say get 15 more booked sales calls from email. Yeah, we'll put it that way. Next, I'll create a system that turns every new YouTube subscriber into potential booked call using an email marketing mini funnel. No results, no charge. Right? So if you don't actually get results with this, or you don't think it will work, then again, don't pay me a dime. They're interesting. And also, this doesn't even have to be YouTube subscriber. This can be IG follower too, depending on what they're bigger on. But again, tell me how much these are better than, hey man, I wrote you 3 to 5 emails. Let me know if you want me to send them over. They're like, what am I going to use these for? What are they going to do? I don't really care. Whereas here, you're making them care. And also, if you say something like, I'll create a YouTube system that will, let's say, get 15 more calls from email before, today's April, before June. If I can't get you an extra 10 clients before June, I'll send you this. I'll give you this. I'll do whatever. Interesting. Much more interesting and compelling than, again, the alternative. So there's a downside to this. The downside is that it's harder to fulfill when you make a really big offer, a really good offer, and people are going to have higher expectations for you. So you best come correct. You better be pretty damn good. You better be ready to learn if you want to be ready to earn. But here's the good part, bro. Everybody listening to this right now has the craziest advantage of multiple 6-figure and even 7-figure coaches here inside of 40CI. So I don't want to go out and say anything crazy like you can't fail, but as long as you use every single resource that you have available to you, it's inconceivable. So final thoughts. Be the solution and not just a service provider. I'm telling you, this is going to put you so far ahead of everybody else because everybody else is just obsessed with being, I'll make you some copy. That's what everybody else does. If you make this one tiny shift, you're going to see the difference. You're going to see the results. Like instantly as well. Your ultimate goal as a copywriter is to be irreplaceable. You don't want to be someone who writes copy. You want to be someone who drives tangible results and proves that they can by having so much proof from your brag folder that it's simple, it's easy. That means knowing the ins and outs of your clients' businesses, being a proactive problem solver, and providing ongoing value that they can't afford to lose. To do that, you need to focus on selling outcomes, not just selling services. You need to make your offer so compelling that businesses would be crazy not to work with you. And the more you can integrate yourself into operations, the harder it will be for them to ever want to replace you. Now, the next lesson, as I suggested, is going to be creating personalized looms with Miro, Docs, and Sheets. Now, with this, I did a loom class not too long ago about me kind of using documents as a slideshow. They're really, really good. They're somewhere inside of the 40CI school. I highly suggest, if you guys are interested, go to the 40CI school, as I'm showing you right here. Anyways, I'm going to bring it up over here. But go to the school and search up Loom videos. Again, a lot of you guys, not even you guys in particular, but a lot of people when it comes to school, they're like, wait, there was a search bar? But yes, in case you didn't know, there is a search bar, and it is highly, highly valuable. Actually, I think it's this one right here. Loom video training, all this Loom stuff right here, extremely important if you want to go ahead and get your next clients, for sure. Like, you always want to be doing these Looms. I have huge Loom review sessions in here. Like, Looms are like the number one thing. The hardest thing, again, as copywriters, is getting people on the calls. If you can get people on freaking calls, it's all done. People get on the calls and they're basically already sold. People don't want to get on a call with you unless they're looking to do business with you. So if you can book more calls, that's it right there. So if you can get attention, if you can get people to say, yes, I want your free value. If you can create bomb free value, and if you look at all these videos, you definitely will. It'll be done. It will be done. The question is no longer going to be like, how can I get clients? It's going to be like, damn, how can I get all these clients off me, bro? just have all these clients. I send out all this free value, and now they're always like knocking at my door, wanting me to work with them. But like, I already have all these clients. That's gonna be you. Who's ready to check out the Neil's Loom video?
I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. I have something pretty interesting here for your funnel, which I'm going to get in a minute. But put simply, I saw that we're trying to get as much traffic as possible to this page right here. And so what I wanted to do was share with you a few strategies that I've seen from Russell Brunson about how you can actually convert more people on this existing page and on the VSL page that comes after that, so that you can get as many high ticket lines as possible for your funnel. And so first thing that I've noticed is, as you can see here, when people go ahead and actually submit their information, they're not taken to the VSL. And so last time I checked, it was taking them. So it could be something, and there's also a typo here. I'm not sure if this is something that you're aware of, but just thought I would mention this. But simply, the main thing that I wanted to share was, as you can see here, something that Russell Brunson talks a lot about is optimization. And what optimization is simply just testing multiple variations of your landing page to find out which one is the best landing page that's going to get me as many high ticket clients as possible. And so this is what Russell Brunson does, and he tests multiple headlines and hero sections on his page to find out what exactly is the best variation that converts the most amount of traffic. And so if we were to do the same thing and just optimize your page by, for example, turning this headline and testing something alongside it that's, for example, a testimonial headline where you'd actually just like sharing what you've generated as a result for your clients in the past. And so this could be something. And so not only that, but if we were to actually take a look at the next step of the page, which is the VSL. Now, I actually took this picture before, for some reason, the link wasn't working. And so what I found out was there wasn't any headline above the VSL. And so just by adding a simple headline, even it could be the same headline that you had on your initial page, it just helps with the overall congruency of your funnel so that people, when they land on the VSL, they're not like, wait, like, is this the right video? And so it just helps keep more attention and thus convert that attention into clients. And so here is what the numbers might look like if we were to actually implement the changes that I talked about. So let's say you're currently getting about 500 visitors on this initial page, and you convert about 15% of those right now. So you're getting about 75 on your VSL, and if 50% of those go ahead and book a call, that's 37 bookings, and then 24 of those people show up, then you're getting about 5 high-ticket clients. And if your offer is about $5,000, then that's $25,000. And so obviously this is 20% close rate. And so I know you're a sales professional, you're probably going to get more than that. So that's not to question about. So let's say you were to get about an extra 5% increase in the first 2 steps of your funnel. So on the VSL and on the first page, based on the changes that I talked about, the testing elements. And then we might be able to see just about 100 people out of these 500 people to land on the VSL, and then 55 of those might actually go ahead and book a call, then 36 show up, and then you're getting about 75 ticket clients. And so just by adding these small changes, these optimization tactics, we might be able to see this type of result. Now, obviously, these numbers are very conservative, but what I do know is that this sort of conversion rate optimization tactics can actually be applied to multiple mediums of your funnel, such as your email marketing, to actually get more people to go ahead and show up, and obviously the areas that I've talked about. So if this is something that you'd like to implement, just email me back and let me know. And if not, no worries. Peace.
Sweet. Awesome. The first thing is explaining how a split test works. Probably not the most relevant. And the second thing is putting a headline over the VSL. So I'll give you the vibe of what I'm getting here. The vibe of what I'm getting is, so this guy wants to run a split test and give me a headline, and I'm going to get an extra 10K per month. This is what I'm feeling. Now, the reason as to why I say that is this. Now, actually, let me just open up the Miro. And the reason why is because when you make the solution seem like that simple, it's like it would take me an hour to do a split test and create a headline for it. So it's not really creating much of a need, and you're not really giving any intrigue as to what more they can get. And also the numbers portion was a little bit drawn out. Just a little bit. So I'm going to go into that too. This guy that I'm showing you right here actually, so going back to yours, I would, 1, shorten the part where you kind of explain a little bit about what a split test is and how to implement one. When it comes to the numbers as well, I would go over them a little bit quicker. So you already went through this well, right? 500 people, this many people go, this many people do that. And then you kind of explain the whole funnel again, and it kind of would probably lose most people. So instead, what I would do is I would just be like, when I go to down to that second part, I would say, by just increasing these 2 points by 5%, we'd be able to get 10K per month extra just from high ticket clients because we did those 2 tweaks. And with the other tweaks, I'd be able to implement like this, and this. I believe that we'd be able to grow it and optimize it even more. Now, I don't want to make this video super long. So if you're open and willing, we can hop on a call and even see if all this stuff would even work in your business, and we can go from there. I see. So it's kind of like a two-pronged question. The first is, when should I send the free value? Like, what if I'm already having a conversation and I don't want to send like the opener or the compliment sort of thing? And then the second tier is, what should I really send as free value, or what are good things to send as free value? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I actually have a brand new angle on your first question. And that is, when should I send the free value, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll put it like this. I've been really into barbecuing lately. Like every single 2 or 3 days, I barbecue like 20 chicken breasts every single time. And when I was first barbecuing, I was kind of like, asking ChatGPT, like, okay, how hot should it be? What's the temperature of the stove? What should it be before I actually put the chicken on? What should the internal temperature of the chicken be? How long should I leave the chicken on this side versus on this side? And I was trying to do everything by the book as much as I possibly could because I was so afraid of messing up. But now, once you're a real grill master, you just know. You just like, you look at it, you lift up the chicken, you're like, okay, that char looks good. I'm gonna put it on the other side. I'm gonna do this. And you just know when to do stuff and how to do it. So the reason how this answers your question is, you're right. Sometimes you don't have to follow the script word for word. Sometimes you don't have to, I have to do this, and then 72 hours later, I have to send this, and it has to go that way. It doesn't need to be like that. The more you do it, the more consistent you are for a longer period of time, you'll start to just have that touch where you know what to do. You don't have to follow the system every single time. The system is there to give you a framework. Start doing this, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then once you've been doing that enough, you're like, you know what? The next step is F, but I could just go G here and I think it will work, and then it will. So you're starting to develop that, which is good. So if you see a opportunity where you think it would just be better to send the value, then just do that. Like we were having a conversation. I remember you talked about this strategy where sometimes people send the free value first without asking, hey man, can I send you some free value? And then other times people do ask for the free value. Then the other person says yes, gives permission. And then you go and make the free value and you're asking like, which one's better? Which one should I do? And honestly, like it really depends. It depends on the situation. And again, you're going to have that grow master's touch where you're going to know when to do and what to do. For example, if I outreached to someone big, Grant Cardone, and I was messaging him and he actually replied, I wouldn't ask him, hey man, can I send you some free value? I would just send it because that's like one of my dream clients. That's like a life-changing one where it would be worth just sending it just to, maybe it's a Hail Mary. Maybe there's not that much chances, but I might as well just go for it anyways. If there's the guy that I've outreaching to, he has like 15,000 followers. It looks like he has some money, but not really sure. I would be able to get him, but it would probably just be for like a couple $100 or $1,000 for a testimonial or something. I might ask him first, hey man, or should I give you some free value? The reason why is because if I made free value for him and he watched it or didn't watch it, again, it's just a lower reward, higher risk scenario. So I would rather just not. Now for your second question of what to send for free value. You can definitely start by sending headline reviews, email copy review, and probably would want to work on in the future sending more that has to do with funnel reviews. What people can do to maximize their funnel, email marketing plays. And the reason is this. Right? So let's say you go through and do a headline review. This shows that you can improve their copy. But in order for them to see this as valuable and want to hire you, they have to be in the market for a copywriter and looking for somebody to make their copy better. Whereas, right, for example, if you focus on their funnel, you could say something like, hey, I see that you're running a free webinar right now. And as you probably know, free webinars come with lots of email sequences to get people hyped up for the webinar, email sequences to get people to buy after the webinar, email sequences for people who didn't buy after the webinar, and then also of all the pages that come with it. You have to write the VSLs, you have to create the pages. Not only would I be able to come into your business and do all those for you, but I'd also be able to optimize your strategy so that we make it so that every promo sequence that you do like this actually converts as high as possible. It gets the most people on the webinar and also gets the most people to convert on it as well. When you start talking like that and using those terms, instead of just, yeah, man, so instead of this headline being one line, I put it into 3 lines and there's the eyebrow copy, the deck copy, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it just shows a lot more value and it is a lot more valuable because there are tiers to work in a business. There are like tiers to every person. You have A players, you have B players, and you have C players. C players are like a $5 an hour VA that you got who's like going to post your content and reply to comments, for example. B players are ones that maybe they edit your videos, they do your graphic design, or maybe they write some of the copy, they write some of your pages. A players are the ones that they are helping you make critical thinking decisions that drive your business forward and help you scale. So most people are going to start out with their free value as B players. And the reason why is because they're genuinely just not really A players yet. You can pretend to be an A player, but at the end of the day, when it comes to a funnel audit and everybody's funnel is different, it's pretty hard to pretend to be one. So here's the short answer to your question. It's more than fair to give people email reviews and headline reviews when you're first starting out, you're first learning, you're first getting into it, right? You're just building the habits, you're getting yourself in there. And as you go, I highly recommend trying to make yourself seem like more of an A player over time. So mention things like their funnel, mention things like some promotion sequences they're doing, mention some things like free lead magnets that they're doing, mention some things like some email sequences they can use, some ways that they can actually grow their email list and optimize it as well. Hopefully that answered your question. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 4D. I am back with another installment of the 16. Are you getting tired of my face yet? I hope not. I really hope not. So this is the ultimate sales training. We're going to be talking about fundamentals and principles in this one. Here you're going to unlock core sales skills for long-term growth, essential training for both new and experienced sales professionals seeking to sharpen their approach. In translation, this is where you need to go to get sales skills. This is how you're going to close deals and actually get people across the line. So here's why sales matters and when you'll use it. Sales isn't just about landing clients or making a little bit of cash on the side. It's the skill that blends into every part of life: negotiating, persuading, leading, and connecting. It's how you move through the world and get what you want without screaming for it. And you will use this everywhere: in the cold DMs, discovery calls, client retention, even in any content that you create. Because once you know how to sell, you stop hoping and you start pulling. So what sales actually feels like. Let me tell you something right out of the gate, friends. People are scared of rejection, not sales calls. Scared of not knowing what to say, scared of looking dumb. That is the real fear. Not the pitch, not the close, or the objections. The moment you open up your mouth and someone looks back at you like, why are you even talking to me? That's what keeps people from leaning into sales. But here's the flip side. Once you've had that awkward silence a few times, you realize nothing actually happens. You don't die, you don't implode, you don't burn into a crisp, you just get better. So here's the two main sales opportunities. So the first one is becoming an SDR, and the second one is becoming a remote closer. So if you want to dive headfirst into sales, if you're super energetic, you're very extroverted, you don't mind having to take sales calls and not really having the extreme time freedom that something else like a marketer brings, then this is what the progression would look like. You start by becoming somewhat of an SDR. So this looks like appointment setter or SDR. And then later on down the line, you become a remote closer, which is where you're doing what you see here, hopping on sales calls with people and closing and selling them other people's products. So SDR. In sales, a sales development representative is a sales professional who focuses on generating leads and qualifying them for the handoff to the sales team. The pros here is that you can make money from just typing on your phone. It's a low barrier to entry and it's also in high demand. The cons are that you have to do tons of volume. So you're messaging like 30, 40, 50 people per day and carrying on all of these conversations. Next, you pay cap usually at around $5K per month. It's hard to beat that as a SDR or appointment setter, and you are also seen as a low-level labor, whereas a remote closer is someone who helps a company close deals by going on sales calls, handling objections, and overcoming obstacles. So the pros here is you have high income potential of $10,000 plus per month. You're seen as highly valuable, and you're actually in high demand. The cons are it's best if you're extroverted, like very extroverted. It's a high skill barrier. You have to be like an absolute baller dog boss in order to really be an effective remote closer. And part of it is like, don't get me wrong, like you can get pretty good at sales no matter what. But if you want to get world class, you're making $10,000 plus per month, there's got to be a certain level, there should be a certain level that you're born with, right? So me, for example, I could become a sales closer, but when I started, it's definitely not the fastest path because I was very introverted. I didn't know how to speak on camera. I didn't know how to articulate myself that well. I had to build up all these skills over time. So it is a very difficult skill to learn, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for certain people. So if you have like a very heavy accent from certain countries, like I'm just going to keep it absolutely 100,000. Certain dialects and accents that if you go into remote closing, they're going to hold you back. Now, again, they are contributing factors, but not determining factors. So you can overcome them, but my friend, there's just some things that are just going to be way harder for you. So assess your own current situation. We talked about this in the business models section, but I wanted to bring it up here just again. So your two main suggested paths, like we talked about. You can go down the marketing road or you can go down the sales road. But either way, the high ticket or the high income skills realm is what you want to stay in. So you can start with marketing, start with something like copywriting, get good results, start expanding your skill set. We're going to go over funnel building and all of those secondary skills as well to just becoming a digital marketer later on in the program. And then next is sales, becoming an SDR, learn the ropes, get good results, and then also look for closing opportunities so you can become a remote closer. But no matter where you go, sales will always be necessary. So we're going to go through the sales section. But the word sales makes a lot of people's skin crawl. And they feel like this guy over here on the right, the sleazy car salesman. The toxic stereotype is this. This is the salesperson that everyone hates. Picture the classic used car salesman, manipulative, pushy, self-serving. He sees you as a walking wallet and will say anything to pry it open. It's old and overall cringy. I was at the Kia dealership, and yes, I was buying a Kia, but it wasn't for me, it was for somebody else. And we just wanted to go in there and test drive some Kias and see if they had any good used ones. Next thing we know, we're over here speccing a brand new Kia that we didn't want to do. We didn't want to spec a new Kia. We just wanted to do a test drive, see if we liked it, ask them if they had any used ones. They said, just go over here and do the spec. So we went over there, we did the spec, and then, bro, the amount, okay, here's their exact process, right? They were like, okay, so you don't want the car. And I was like, no, I don't want the car. And they were like, why don't you want the car? I was like, we don't need the car right now, and we're more of looking to get one for winter. And here comes the objection handling, but for them it was just being pushy because we literally just were not looking for one right at that very moment. We were not going to sign no papers. We're not going to buy one. So he gives me every objection handle in the book. Oh, but bro, it's going to be super hard to get one around then. These are like, this spec is super hard to find, et cetera, et cetera. It's not going to be easy. And so now is the best time to get it. Wait, but this is your exact spec, right? So let me read it back to you. This is everything that you want in a car, right? Don't you want the perfect car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when he couldn't get the sale, he was like, all right, well, let me get my manager real quick. The manager comes over. He does the same thing. He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be super hard to get these. They're super rare. And I basically just keep saying, no, don't want it. Nope. And at the end, he's like, we're not trying to be pushing anything. We just, want to make sure that you get the right car, the best deal, etc. So we leave there, and like 2 months later, I find the exact car used, right, for like $10,000 cheaper. I mean, it's literally just a infinitely better deal. So it goes to show a couple things. They were never going to get the sale anyways, but I'm also never, ever, ever going back to that dealership as long as I may live because it was just pushy. But there are ways that actually sell much better. I've bought a lot of cars in my days. I've met a lot of car salesmen and car people, and ones that are super pushy, ones that aren't pushy, and we're going to uncover how to sell extremely effectively, even fight for the sale without being pushy like that and just burning bridges. The reality reframe. Real sales is like being a doctor. You diagnose problems, you prescribe solutions, and guide people toward better outcomes. The best salespeople are consultants, advisors, and problem solvers who happen to get paid when you help people make a beneficial decision. But Tyson, how can I be confident in myself when I don't have any experience? Well, start off by asking, how much do you trust yourself? Confidence in this context doesn't necessarily come from experience, but the trust and belief you have in yourself. As long as you know you are willing to do the hard work and willing to do whatever it takes and willing to learn any of the skills possible, there's no reason why you shouldn't be confident, because with hard work, results will come. The belief ladder. Selling without faking confidence. Confidence isn't loud with that puffed up chest and all that, let me tell you why I'm amazing energy. Real confidence in sales is quiet. It's being genuinely okay when people walk away, right? Not like feeling or pretending like you're genuine, like you're actually genuine. Donald Trump, regardless of what your opinions on him, he has a book called The Art of the Deal. And in The Art of the Deal, he has this quote that I really love, and it says, "You cannot negotiate if you're not willing to walk away." And it's extremely true. Part of the reason as to why people get like that, like pushy and things, is because they really genuinely want the sale. It's called commission breath. Commission breath is an expression where it's like you're talking to somebody and they're like fighting for the sale tooth and nail, and it just feels extremely pushy. It's like that's what it feels like. Disclaimer, be aware of online sales advice. Look, 95% of sales advice is designed for salespeople selling to consumers, not freelancers selling to business owners. So if you're on a sales call with a business owner, you have to understand they already know all the sales calls tactic. If you come in there with your day one little tactics thinking you're going to do something, you're going to look like an idiot. They're going to be annoyed and they're going to want to get off the call as soon as possible. Following this advice is like using a hammer when you need a scalpel. This is important to understand because you'll be talking to a different audience that won't respond like the standard consumer. Standard consumers know nothing about sales at all. Business owners will be familiar with the sales techniques used on consumers. This means you'll have to direct the conversation down a different path. Do this wrong and you'll destroy more than you build. The sales rep versus freelancer reality gap. Traditional sales rep context. So selling to people every day, consumers who don't understand sales, following rigid scripts and processes, and selling established products with set prices. But as a freelancer, it's a little bit different. You're selling to sophisticated business owners who've heard every single pitch. They know every single sales script, building consultative relationships based on expertise, having flexible, value-focused conversations, and selling custom solutions with variable pricing. For example, here's some sales advice that you wouldn't want to use on somebody who is a business owner.
Make a decision, respond with, it doesn't take time to make decisions, it takes information. And I'm the only source of information you have to make the decision. So what are your main concerns? Then we're able to discuss them. And this is one of my favorite strategies that I use in overcoming sales obstacles because it forces the prospect to make the decision today and they actually have the most information to do so.
So for a little bit of context, he's talking about like selling gym memberships to people. People who go to the gym are just basically anybody. You don't have any sales skills. However, if I am giving a freelancer a chance, context, I have $1 million business. This freelancer is probably getting his career started. He's on like level 1. And I'm not on like level 1 billion. I'm probably on level 10. I'm still working my way up. Not to be cocky. And you're going to come on here and say, well, Tyson, let me correct you. You see, you don't need any more time because I'm your only source of information. So instead of letting you leave, why don't you stay here and talk to me even more? Brother, say those words to me on a sales call and I'm literally hanging up in your face, bro. I'm literally hanging up in your face. Just be wary of the sales content that you see out there. Sales script versus frameworks. The framework example. Instead of what's your biggest marketing challenge script, use I noticed you launched a product line last quarter. How are you approaching the market strategy to scale? It's a framework-based question. So the lesson here, right, is that people will take these sales scripts and they will read them off word for word. That is exactly not what you want to do. Instead, you want to have a framework, a general idea of the direction that you usually go down, because you can't script out a conversation. Again, we don't use pickup lines in outreach. We don't use pickup lines in sales. We don't use pickup lines to look for the opposite sex. We don't use pickup lines because they are corny and it's stupid. So just don't use them. Business owners don't want to be sold. They want to work with experts who understand their world. Generic sales advice teaches you to sound like every other service provider they ignore. Success comes from positioning yourself as a knowledgeable peer who happens to solve problems that they care about. So here are some more sales fundamentals. 90% of sales is active listening and question asking. So you can't sell to anyone that you don't understand. Write this down, say it out loud, read it every day. It doesn't matter. Just make sure the principle is burned into your skull. There is a common misconception that most people think sales is about talking, convincing, and persuading. But that's just not the case. In reality, the best salespeople barely talk at all. They've mastered the art of strategic listening and intelligent questioning. And that is where 90% of their success even comes in. The silent close. How to win by actually saying less and not just coming on the call and yapping. A common mistake that most people do that ruins the sales calls is just by talking too much. They fumble, they over-explain, they backtrack into nervous justifications. But the best closers don't get caught in the nasty trap. They make the offer, then they shut up. Silence is power, confidence, and control. Because in that pause, your prospect isn't waiting for more info. They're processing everything you've just said. Let them think, let them sit with it. Don't rush to fill up the space with noise. If they're on the fence, your silence is sometimes the nudge that tips it. Example discovery question. Tell me about your current process, what amateurs will do. Talk 70% of the time and focus on explaining their solution. What professionals do, listen 80% of the time and focus on understanding the prospect's world and then convincing the prospect that you understand what they've said, or just telling them and letting them know. Example, when salespeople pitch before they listen. You ever have a parent tell you to do something like brush your teeth, and then when you ask why, they say, because I said so? Or they give you an entire lecture when they didn't even have your full side of the story, right? It's extremely frustrating. And that's the biggest mistake that you can make in sales. Why this is the perfect analogy, the emotional reality. Let's be honest. Everyone remembers the feeling of being dismissed by a parent who just wouldn't listen, wanting to explain your side, share your perspective, and understand their reasoning, but instead you got shut down with the because I said so. You might be right, but unless the prospect agrees, then what does it matter? But it's kind of like arguing with a woman. There's no way to argue with a woman without coming out the loser. Because even if you're right, you're still wrong. It doesn't matter if you are right. You just need to come to a mutually agreed decision. That's the only way to cure a debate. You might be right. You have the best offer on the planet. You can say all the right things. You can prove that you are the solution. But if the prospect doesn't feel it, if they don't buy in emotionally, you're talking to a brick wall. Focus on being believed instead of focus on being right. And belief lives in their mind, not yours. Learn how to win at the game and you'll make a lot of money. So the relate and extrapolate method. This is the secret weapon of master salespeople, and I'm going to break it down and exactly how it works. So the relate and extrapolate method essentially does this. It, 1, proves to them that you are listening and you can repeat back what they said. 2, proves to them that you understand what they're talking about, which are 2 different things. So if I tell you E equals MC squared, and then you say, oh, okay, E equals MC squared. And then I say, well, what does that mean? And then you're like, I don't know. But if I say E equals MC squared, you say E equals MC squared, that's Einstein's theory of relativity. And then I say, oh, okay, so not only did you hear what I said, but you understand what it is that I said. And then you extrapolate. Oh, Einstein's theory of relativity, isn't that what he used in order to invent such and such? Or isn't that one of the most important equations of all of physics? So I mirrored back what they said. I related to it, saying that like, I know exactly what they're talking about. And then I also extrapolated by asking another question that will get me deeper into understanding exactly where they are. So I have some examples. So 1, you relate by repeating back what they said. 2, you extrapolate by putting it into context. And then 3, you create a follow-up question. So here's what the sequence might look like. Prospect, we're struggling to get qualified leads from our website. You relate. So you're struggling to get qualified leads from your website. Is that correct? Now, you don't have to say it back to what they said exactly, but you can say it back in your own words. So I might say something like, so you are getting leads to your website, but the problem is they just aren't qualified. Their business isn't as big as it needs to be to qualify for your offer, or they're not just making enough money, or they're not from the qualified countries. Is that correct? And then like, yeah, exactly. So I mirrored back what they said. Then I also told them what are the common qualifiers. If I was a complete nobody and I didn't know anything about business, I would be like, qualifies? What does that even mean? What qualifies a business? But because I've been around the block, I work with so many businesses, I'm like, oh, so they're not from a qualified country. They are not making the qualified amount of income, or their business isn't qualified because it's not big enough, right? Those are some common ones. So extrapolate. I see. What kind of impact is that having on your sales team? So then you can ask a question like, is that right? Or you can ask a follow-up question about something completely different. So for example, okay, so you are getting people come to your site, but they're just not qualified. So what are you trying to do right now in order to change that? Do you have a plan for that? Now, that's a really good follow-up question, because they either say yes, then they tell you the plan for that, or they say, no, not really. And you're like, oh, okay, you don't even have a plan for it. And then this is where they're like, oh shoot, maybe I do have a problem. But every once in a while, you're gonna be able to kind of check them a little bit. And once they realize, okay, I don't even have a plan on how I'm gonna fix this, now you are simply just uncovering, you're uncovering the problem and making it feel even worse to them. And when the problem feels worse and they know that you're the solution, then you're gonna make the sale. So here's the complete sales call script / outline. First, you're gonna start with the opening. Surprise, surprise. Now, this is gonna be about 1 to 3 minutes. This is really simple greeting and you're taking the frame. Now, there's so many different types of people you're gonna get on calls with. I've gotten on calls where the client was very dismissive. They just wanted to get through it, see what I had, and just have it done with, right? They didn't want to stay around any longer. So me asking like, hey man, how's the weather over there? Or where are you calling from? They're like, they just don't care. They're like, yeah, it's sunny. I'm from Vegas. Like they literally could not care less. But then other people I get on the call with, and I'm like, hey man, how's it going? And like, hey brother, how's it going? How's the weather where you are? And they actually start making conversation with me. Now, you'll get on call. The thing is, the first guy who was very dismissive, he's getting on the call and he's already extremely skeptical. He's extremely skeptical and he does want to be there because he's curious. But those are the people that you're going to have to work a little bit harder and cut through all the crap and just give them exactly what they want, give them the logic so that they can make those decisions in their head. But the other person, they might still be skeptical, but they're at least open to speaking with you and just, being a little bit more open up with you. But the greeting should be kept as simple as possible and don't force it. Don't be that corny dude that's trying to just do too much. Your prospects will have been on plenty of sales calls already. They know you're going to ask them where they're from. They know you're going to ask them how's the weather and all this other stuff. So if you're going to talk about it, just be real nice and quick. Some prospects see this call as a chore to begin with, so you don't want to go down the how's the weather line of questioning. The conversation will probably look like this. Hey, name. It's great to finally meet you. Can you hear me well? Yeah, I can hear you. Nice. Where are you calling from? I'm California. Oh, nice. I'm planning to visit there next year, actually. If you can relate and extrapolate to like where they're from, that also helps a lot. So I've had people say like, oh, I'm from Toronto, but I'm in Miami right now. And then I'm like, oh, I've been to Toronto. I'm thinking of moving there. Miami is super cool. I went to this club over there, but it's really good for just like networking and business too. And we talk about Miami for a second and then we just move on. Now, as well, before you actually get into the call, you just say something like, cool, if we just get right into it, they're going to say yes. And then you might say something like, for sure, let's go. Okay, so the purpose of the call today, and you want to take frame as soon as possible. A lot of people think that a sales call is like an interview. So you hop on the sales call and they're like, all right, so here's what we want to know. How long have you been doing this? It's really not a job interview at all. You, as the seller, are the one that's setting the frame. So you tell them, here's what we're going to do. We're gonna have a quick conversation so I can get an understanding of your current situation, and we're gonna find out what you're looking to achieve. And if I know with certainty that we can help you, then we can discuss what that would look like moving forward. And equally, if I see that we aren't a good fit for each other, or for some reason you're not feeling it, let me know. We can hop off the call and just go our separate ways. That sound cool? And they say, yeah. So you're giving them a door out before you even start, so they don't feel stuck. Right? And you're also just not being needy. You're just being like, if at any point you don't feel like this is the solution for you, then bro, just tell me straight up and we can get off the call. And that's genuine as well. If you just don't, there's no reason for staying on a 30-minute call, 45-minute call, if in the first 10 minutes you're like, oh my God, I hate this, then okay, no worries. I guess it just wasn't the right fit. No big deal. Next is the discovery phase. This is usually the longest part of the phase and also the most important. This is where you are finding the real problem. This is where you learn about the prospect and the problems that they have. You'll be asking questions that dig down into the root of their problem. For example, okay, first of all, what led you to being on this call with me today, right? People don't get on calls with people for no reason, especially business owners. So this is a great way to just learn a little bit about what they're having problems with, etc. Then you translate to the solution. So this is where you frame yourself as a solution that they need. Okay, so based on everything you told me, and I usually like to ask a little bit of permission here, is it cool if I show you like what I would do in your situation or the solution for that? Then they say, yeah, let me know. And then you just give them the solution, whatever your solution is. The thing with this, and this is part of the reason why I can't be scripted, is because you're gonna have to actually know your shit. If they give you a weird outside the box problem or business issue, you're gonna have to know, oh, okay, this is exactly what I gotta do for this. Solution presentation, the framework. So here's what I recommend based on what you've told me, and then you go through the actual frameworks that you use to get them to where they want to go. And finally is the investment decision, where you start talking about the money, the bottom line. Before you go into that, you first have to get a few commitments. So does everything I say make sense? Right? You don't want to reveal the price unless it actually makes sense to them. Otherwise, they don't even know what the price is. So for example, if I were to get on the call and be like, yeah, bro, it's 15K off rip, they're like, all of a sudden they're going to be way more skeptical off the bat. Like imagine their skepticism just multiplies by 10. That's what you're going to do. So instead, you want to save it for the very end. So does everything in my explanation make sense so far? They're going to say, yeah, okay, makes sense. Okay, is this something that you think could even work for you in the first place? Then they're going to say, yeah, this could work for me. I'm not really sure. And then you can get deeper into that. Why don't you think it will work? Is there something specific about it that you're still iffy on? And then you can handle all of the obstacles and objections early on. So then you just say the price. Okay, I guess the only other thing to cover is just the price, the investment then. That sound cool? And they're going to say, yeah. Okay, for the full thing is going to be 15,000. And then you want to look at the camera and just stay silent, or just let them mull it over, right? Let them think about it. You don't want to start backtracking and be like, oh, it's 15,000. And that's for like a couple of months, by the way. And like, this is definitely going to make you ROI because blah, 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 blah. You're not giving them time to think. You're overwhelming them. You're being needy. You're being yappy. So just shut up. Just let them know the price, 15K. Say it with a straight face. And it's just an offer. That's it. And then we come to the final part, which is objection handling. There's no doubt that from time to time, you're going to encounter some objections, which is them being like, no, I don't like that, or I'm not sure if this is for me, etc. Often, these are just smoke screens that you can overcome if you know how. So if you don't understand the details of handling these objections, you're more likely to lose the sale. Here are the breakdowns of how you handle the most common types. So for example, I need to think about it. Totally understand that you need to think about it. This is an important decision. Can you help me understand what specifically it is that you need to think about? And then what would need to happen for you to feel confident in moving forward? The thing about I need to think about it is that it's a tricky one, right? Because I've had so many sales calls where people do think about it and they genuinely come back and make the sale. But if they're just literally telling you, I need to think about it, don't be a goofball. Don't be a tool. Don't be, bro, no, you don't need to think about it, bro. Stay here, think about it while I'm on the call. Please don't leave. Like you look like a dork. You look like a dork. So let them think about it. It's really not. And I've been on sales calls where I've been the one being sold and I genuinely am like, I need to think about it, or right now is not the right time. I'm not even at home right now. I'm like in another country. So just wait. And we get off the call and then the deal happens, right? So ideally you don't want people to leave and think about it. But at the end of the day, don't be a weirdo and try to keep them there, because that can actually do the opposite effect. Now you want to ask what specifically they need to think about, because there's something specific that's there. And if there's something specific that's there that you can actually handle on the call, for example, I'm not really sure about how well that's going to ROI. And then you can just dig deeper. Why exactly? Well, because you've worked with these types of businesses, but not really this type of business. And then maybe you're able to just speak on that. Well, yeah, of course. Every business looks better from the outside. The expression is that the grass is always greener. There are other people in these businesses that do way better than me. But the other thing is that we've actually done this for businesses in 13 different niches or something, right? We've actually worked with Joseph, and he's actually in the exact same niche as you, and he got some really good results too, for example. Next, the price is too high. I understand the budget is a consideration. Can you help me understand what you were expecting to invest in this? Like, what were you expecting it to be? Right? And then you can kind of work back. So if your solution is 15K and they were like, yeah, we thought it was going to be like 5K, then you can just, maybe you can come up with a $5,000 solution. Maybe you can figure it out, etc. What's it costing you to not have this problem be solved? Now, that is more of a B2C, which means business to consumer. So that's probably not one you're going to want to use on business owners, is what's it costing you to not have this problem solved? Because again, that's like very templated, and they're going to know exactly what you're talking about. We talked about how does that compare to the investment in fixing it. So essentially, again, you're going to want to be fluid in this, but you want to talk about the ROI, right? The ROI. So for example, okay, so 15,000 sounds like a lot. What did you say your price for your product was? The price for my product is 7,000. Okay, 7,000. Do you think that this can make you 2 sales over the course of the 4 months that we work together? mean, yeah, it probably would make me 2 sales. All right, well, if you reach 2 sales, that's pretty much 2 extra sales. I mean, honestly, I think we can get you to 4 or 5 extra sales per month. Will that make the investment worth it for you? Do you think that we could get to 4 or 5 sales per month when I've shown you we've helped other people get 10 sales and 20 extra sales per month? And they'll say, well, I mean, I guess so. And then you can, again, go from there. I need to talk to my partner / team. This is another one of those ones, like, I need to think about it, where it's like, bro, if they need to talk to their partner, then just let them go. Let them go. Don't be weird. That makes complete sense. What concerns do you think they'll have? What do you think that they'll think about it? What do you need to talk to them about? What specifically is it? It's almost like the exact same objection as I need to think about it. Do you think your wife would be mad for you making an effort to generate more money? That's more like a B2C one, not one you're going to want to use for business owners. And when do you think you'll have that conversation? Oh yeah, the other thing is like, when. So whenever you do let them off the call, understand when you're going to talk to them again. So, okay, great. We're going to hop off the call. When do you think you're going to have a decision? They're going to say, well, we have a team meeting in 2 days. So probably then. All right, cool. I'll tell you what, in 2 days, you reach out to me, send me a quick message, and we'll figure it out. And they'll go, yes. So the delayed yes. Objections that are actually buy signals. When someone says, I need to think about it, or I need to talk to my partner, it's not always a no. Sometimes it's a yes that just doesn't feel safe yet. So for example, I was actually on a sales call not too long ago, and I was on a call with the guy's somebody in C-suite, right? CMO or something, so one of his marketers. And but his marketer doesn't have the authorization to just drop like 10 bands on the product that I had. So he actually had to go and talk to his partner. Now that deal itself didn't close, but I've had another deal that was like for that exact same offer that did close, and he was like, yeah, man, I got to hop off the call. But the other thing that's funny about it is he was like, yeah. So we came up with a custom solution to him. That wasn't the one that I already had thought up. And so the pricing had to change a little bit. It was custom to him, so I had to figure out the details. And he's like, you know what? Send me a detailed list of exactly what I get, exactly what the offer is, and we can talk about it. And then he actually like reassured me, I am genuinely interested in this. Like, and if I don't reply in the very first second, don't think I'm like ghosting anything. I'm like, oh, bro, don't even worry about it. Just chill. They want it. They just haven't convinced themselves it's okay to want it. Your job is to don't press panic, and your job is to not press them and don't panic. Instead, you get clarity when you ask questions like, what's on your mind right now? Is this a price thing or something beyond that? Or can I help you have that conversation with your partner? What exactly are you going to say to them? How are you going to relay the value to them in the investment? And in this way, they're actually, basically selling your product to their partner with you on the call. It's like how they are practicing it. Sometimes the delayed yes just needs a little space and clarity. So give it to them and they'll come back ready. So the closing, they've said yes, so here's what happens. Are you ready to move forward? If yes, excellent. Here's what happens next. And you outline the steps. We're going to do a week doing this, 2 weeks doing that, 3 weeks doing that, etc. I'll send you the agreement today and we can start on a specific date. Sound fair? They say yes. If no, they have more objections, you handle them. If still no, you follow up, right? So you outreached to a guy and you got on a sales call with him and it didn't close. Well, a month later, hit him up again. 2 months later, hit him up again. 5 months later, same thing. So getting AI feedback on your sales calls, extremely important. You don't always know how the call actually went. Sometimes you feel like you crushed it, then you listen back and cringe. That's why you need a second set of eyes, or in this case, something that just listens without flinching. I use AI, and here's how. So I record the call on Zoom, Loom, or whatever. Zoom, Fathom is another one that you can use. And then you get the transcript. The transcript is basically like all the subtitles. You drop it into AI, and then you, like ChatGPT, and ask, like, where did I lose control? Which parts did I drag? Did I actually listen or just wait to talk? Now, this is where you'll help find your imperfections and work towards being a master as soon as possible. You can get it to rate your calls and just tell it overall how to make it better. You'll spot what you missed, fix things faster, and slowly strip out the weak stuff that's been costing you deals. So here's an example of my calls. There's 2 calls, the ones actually I just mentioned. I just asked, hey, how'd this call go? And I gave it the transcript. So overall rating, 9.3 out of 10. Here's what they like. Here's what you did exceptionally well. And this was my very first call review that actually didn't close. It was solid. Overall, I rated it a 7.5 out of 10 with some clear wins in a few areas, what you did well, professional tone and clarity, and then whatever the rest was. But overall, you can actually go in there and again, same thing, just ask it how your sales call went and it will give you point by point exactly what you could be doing better, which is extremely, extremely valuable. So this is the video recording technique. The process is to record your role plays that you do with people. So you basically get on calls with other people. Again, if you want more people to role play with, or you're looking for role plays, you can go down below, comment like, yo, and you guys can like connect down there, or you can join any of the free communities where people are, going and like you can call them in the Discord chats, for example, and just do role play sales calls. The reason why is because you're going to mess up your first couple of sales calls. So you might as well have those mess ups on a low pressure environment and not actually on the call with a client. So the benefits, you get to see yourself as prospects see you. So you get to record this and then watch it back. Notice any verbal tics or filler words. So many people don't notice, but they have a lot of filler words or words that they just say consistently. Like I've had a sales guy before and his words that he says consistently all the time were like, oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, got it. Oh, so you're saying that? Oh, awesome, awesome. Okay, cool, awesome, awesome. And he just like spams the same word, and you don't realize it at all until you go and watch your recording. Identify body language issues. So if you're like hunched over, or if you're like playing with your mouth or something, you could track improvement over time. So you take a video a year ago versus a video right now, and you look at how far you've come. So here's what to look for: confidence in your voice, natural versus scripted delivery, listening quality, and response timing. So pro tip, what you want to do is have the Zoom call over here on your left, for example, and the questions that you're going to ask or your overall frameworks over there on the right. Now, again, you don't want a whole script or anything or be reading, but the reason why this works is because you can still look at them, look at him, but you're not somebody who, I actually had a guy before, like basically just go like this. Okay, cool. And, what is it that's a real problem in your business right now? And that's just terrible, right? Nobody wants to sit there and just feel like you're reading off a script to them. It's probably like the worst feeling ever. So you do this split screen, notes versus Zoom, and then you can, peek at your questions. So your action steps for today: write out a few discovery questions. Practice the relate and extrapolate method. So you can just do this anywhere, even in a regular conversation. Relate to what they said, repeat it back to them, and extrapolate. Conduct weekly role play sessions. Master objection handlings through practice. So I used to use cue cards for this, but you list the 5 most common objections you're going to face. You write out the responses using the acknowledge, question, respond, confirm framework. Role play these until your responses feel natural, you feel confident, you can feel like you can actually do it because you don't want to lose out on your first deal. So comment below if you have any questions on this. What was your biggest sales takeaway? And do you have any helpful advice that I missed? So get out there and make some damn sales, my boys. Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson4D. I am back yet again and again and again and again and again. And we're not through here. We still got a few more parts to go, but we're making some good progress. We're making some amazing progress, man. Congratulations for making it so far. We're going to hop into the funnel building and marketing systems masterclass. As for a little bit of a disclaimer before we get into this is going to be some of the more complicated feeling stuff, but it's really not that complicated. The stuff inside here is stuff that I really, really wish that I knew when I first started, because to give you guys a little bit of context, when I first got my copywriting deal, my very first copywriting deal, he wanted me to actually send the emails from his email marketing software. And I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't know what that was. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know anything about it. And I had to learn in the trenches as I went, because I just honestly had a whole bunch of misinformation. I was like, yeah, people are going to pay you and you're just going to have to write the words out in a Google document and send them over the link. And then they're going to pay you very well for that. But it saves them a lot of time and effort to actually have you as the copywriter or anyone on the marketing team to actually go into software and do it yourself instead of having to hire somebody else to do that. So in short, that's how I learned this, why I wish I knew it, and why you will be glad that you know it as well, because the time will come where this information will be highly, highly valuable to you and important for you to know. So learn to build complete marketing funnels that generate recurring revenue for your clients. Turn your copywriting skills into high-value systems that businesses will pay $10,000 per month plus to own. Here, you'll master the art of building marketing machines that clients cannot live without. Here's why building funnels is the ultimate high-value skill. You can have the best product in the world, but it doesn't matter if no one makes the actual buy button itself. But funnels fix that. To put it simply, they are carefully designed set of steps that shape how a potential prospect makes a decision, the decision to buy. Each step is a little nudge, a test, a moment that either builds the belief or loses it. But basically, what to say, when to say it, and how to keep people moving. Those skills are rare and you'll get paid accordingly. And the next big thing is that funnels generate measurable ROI, return on your investment. So the business logic is like this. A well-built funnel basically prints money on demand. When a business owner sees that your funnel generated $50,000 plus in sales, paying you $10,000 feels like a bargain. The math is simple. If your funnel helps them convert 5% more of their traffic and they get 1,000 visitors per month with an average order value of $500, that's an extra $25,000 in monthly revenue. Don't worry, we're gonna go through the numbers and give a little bit more examples as we go on. So your funnel pays for itself in a matter of weeks. Knowledge gap. Most people only know pieces of information. Copywriters can write individual emails. Maybe they can write some sales pages. Designers can create the landing pages or create some of the designs. Media buyers can drive traffic and run ads. Developers can build the websites themselves. But the rare skill is that very few people understand how to architect the complete customer journey from first touch point to final sale and beyond. And that's where the $10,000 plus projects become normal and not exception. I literally have multiple students who have gotten $7,000 deals plus revenue shares from building funnels. So what that looks like is $7,000 to build it. And then if the client themselves makes $100,000, you get 7%. So 7% of $100,000 is another $7K just off that. The customer acquisition math, that changes everything without a funnel. 100 website visitors, 2 make immediate purchase decisions. That's a 2% conversion. 98 disappear forever. You make 2 sales. With a funnel, for example, you have 100 website visitors or landing page visitors, 30 people join your email list, so a 30% opt-in rate, 6 people purchase immediately, which is still 2%, 24 enter your nurture sequence, and over 90 days, 6 more purchase from those emails. So in total, 12 sales instead of 2. So what's the difference there? The difference was that you created, instead of just a page that gives an offer, you created a tripwire. So something where people opt in and then it gives them the offer. Don't worry. Again, we're gonna go through all the terminology, all the jargon, but again, I'm just exposing you guys to everything before we get into it. So the bottom line in plain English, a sales funnel is simply a system that turns strangers into customers predictably and automatically. Instead of hoping people will randomly decide to buy from you, you bring customers to your doorstep. This happens by creating a step-by-step process that builds trust, demonstrates value, and naturally leads to a purchase. Think of it this way. If your business was a restaurant, a funnel would be the difference between hoping people walk in by smelling the food versus having a host outside offering free samples, collecting phone numbers, and following up with dinner invitations. The reality is this. Every successful business has some form of funnel, whether they call it that or not. The question isn't whether you need one, it's whether you're going to build one intentionally that is fully optimized, or you're going to end up with one accidentally that is leaking money at most points. The opportunity is this. While your competitors are still hoping for random sales, you can be systematically converting prospects into customers. That's not just better marketing, that's a completely different business model from start to finish. So now I have a funnel example for you guys. Now, this is extremely overwhelming. I have lots of numbers, lots of blocks, lots of everything. So not only am I going to, again, give this to you down below in the free copy starter kit, you can download this and study it for yourself, but I'm going to walk you through it here in the simplest way possible. So you get an ad, right? And it doesn't even have to be an ad. Maybe you just visit a website. So let me give you another example right here. So all I did was I Googled the word t-shirt. Now, if I Google the word t-shirt and go to t-shirt.ca, chances are, boom, that was not even rehearsed. You can run that test for yourself. You go to any and all websites or anything, Google search anything, it's going to ask you for your first name, your last name, your email, and then maybe a little bit about you. Sometimes it will ask for your phone number, but this is called an opt-in. An opt-in is when you're simply asked for your information. And you're usually incentivized. So usually people give you like a free resource, or maybe they will give you, like this one is giving you 5% off your first order, right? So this is what I mean by an opt-in. So if we go back to the funnel, ads, and then opt into a free resource or 5% off, whatever it is, okay? And then there's a tripwire. A tripwire is simply, after I put that in, it takes me to a page. And the page is, hey, do you want this thing for $27? The reason why this works better is because you're going to have a much higher opt-in rate. And some people might say no to your $27 offer and click off, but you still have their information, so you're still able to email them after the fact. And then that comes with a $57 cross sell. So here's what that looks like. You go to buy the $27 offer, and then there's just a little box, a little checkbox right there. And it says, by the way, do you want this $57 thing? Short description of it. So then some people are going to buy that. Some people aren't going to buy that. All this is increasing your average order value. Your average order value is essentially just exactly how it sounds. On average, how much do people spend? Now, if I only had this $27 offer here and not a $57 cross sell, the average order value wouldn't be that high because people wouldn't have the opportunity to buy things more. So let's say they buy the $27 offer. Maybe they get the $57 one or not, doesn't matter. After checkout, they get taken to another page, which is a $297 upsell. The product is there and it says, yes, do you want to buy it? Or no, do you want to continue and just get your $27 product? If you say no, you want to continue to your $27 product and don't want the $297 upsell, then you get offered a $97 downsell. Right? A downsell is like, no, I don't want the thing for $300. And then, well, how about this thing for $100? And then that's it. That's over. They say yes or no to that. Doesn't matter. They get taken to their product and whatever it is. Now, through the email list, since you now have their email, there's maybe a $6,000 back end offer. This is what a lot of like agencies and service businesses do. So a $6,000 back end offer, this can be $6K, $10K, $16K. I've seen people have a $16,000 back end offer and then like a $40,000 Ascension offer. Don't worry, the numbers don't matter that much. So they're going to hit their email list saying, hey, if you want this $6,000 back end offer, maybe we come in and help you run ads, or we help you grow your YouTube channel, or we help you run Instagram promotions, whatever it is. That's the $6,000 back end offer. Now, not many people are going to buy that, but still, even if only a few do, that's still going to be huge. And then after that, usually they have an option for a $16,000 Ascension. So not only will we help grow your YouTube, we'll help grow your Instagram and your Twitter, for example. Or a $6,000 renewal, which is the same as this right here. So at the end, let's say the offer is $6,000 for 2 months of working with me. Well, you can do another 2 months of working with me just like how you did, or you can ascend to a $16,000 option, which is not only you get to work with me, but you also get to work with me and my team, and we'll help build the stuff for you instead of just consult you for it, right? These are just example offers, but things that I've actually seen before. So some people might say yes to this. Some people might say yes to this. Some people might say no to all of them after they bought the initial offer. That's why it's really important that you knock it out of the park early on with your clients. So then they'll want to buy more from you. So that is the example of an offer. Now, I have more numbers here, like your cost per lead. So if you're running ads, how much ad spend will it cost you to get a lead, meaning getting somebody to fill out this form? So let's say you spend $10 in ads and then you get one person to fill out this form, then your cost per lead is $10. But in this example, it's $5. Anyways, there's so many more things to go on here with the numbers. I'm not going to actually go through them in this video. If you guys want them in a future video, by all means, let me know. But I just don't want to confuse anybody, and all of these things are not extremely important for you to know. Now, I have this last little example right here at the bottom that I'll take you guys through. And this is essentially a live sheets document. And you'll see this often in business. And it's important that you guys actually have a decent understanding of this. Now, I took a business class, business computer science or something like that in high school, where we went through like some crazy functions. I don't remember anything from high school, but I do remember this, right? This is very simple. It's an easy way to visualize everything here. So this is an example for a views to dollars funnel, YouTube views to dollars. So if we got 100,000 views, it would result in $12,000 from the opt-ins with a 3% opt-in rate, the qualified booked calls, et cetera, et cetera. So let's say instead of 100,000, it was 200,000. Now I'm going to get 24. Now I'm going to get $24,000 from that. But let's say, for example, I hit it big and I hit 1.4 million. That's 1, 2, 3. Boom. then that would net me 168,000. But let's say I flopped. I flopped this month and I only got 12,000 views. 12,000. Then I would only get on average $1,400 from people opting in, people booking a call, showing up, closing, etc. So the reason why I show you this is because it's a really easy way to visualize what a funnel looks like. A funnel is just percentages. So 3% opt-in, 3% of the opt-ins are qualified, 50% show up rate, 50% close rate. Those are averages for any sort of agency or anything. So you might be kind of lost. Right? I might sound like that crazy guy with the numbers behind me, like that meme or whatever it is. But all you need to know is that funnel is all about small optimizations. So if, for example, we change this simply from, so this right here is 1% opt-in rate. Let's say I changed it to a 3% opt-in rate. So more people who watch the video actually opt in, and all of a sudden that actually triples my monetary result. Now the question is, how do I do that? How do I make the opt-in as good as possible? How do I make the opt-in page as good as possible, et cetera, et cetera? It's all about making these very, very tiny increases and adjustments so that you can maximize all of the conversions and get as many people to buy as possible and improve this sequence. So more of your views turn into money. And then the other question is, well, how do we get more views? That is increasing traffic. So in business, there's traffic and conversions. If you have lots of traffic, lots of people are viewing you, but if you have no conversions, you still won't get any sales. But if you have no traffic, but really good conversion mechanisms, again, you're not going to get any sales because nobody's actually coming in to your funnel. So hopefully that made sense to you guys. And you can see that building a funnel and understanding the numbers is something that is going to require some skill, obviously. But once you get the skills, it's something that can pay you for the rest of your life. So that was a very, very short example of what a funnel and the back end of a funnel, the systems might look like. So here's the actual funnel building blueprint, the concept to cash machine. Building a funnel is like building with Legos. You need the right blocks in the right order, and each piece must connect perfectly to the next. Miss one piece or put them in the wrong sequence and the whole structure collapses. Well, here are the essential blocks at every single funnel. Block 1 is the irresistible bait, aka the lead magnet. Now, sometimes people offer a free lead magnet. Sometimes people offer just a low ticket product, which is something like $27, $8. Sometimes people just offer the high ticket product, meaning the thing that's for $6,000, $10,000, whatever it is, right? There's lots of different ways that you can do it, but we'll just start with the irresistible bait, which is a lead magnet. This is the valuable offer that makes people say, I'd be crazy not to get this. The psychology is this: people don't want to be sold to. They love getting valuable stuff for free. And your lead magnet is the bridge between stranger and prospect. What makes a great lead magnet? Well, it solves a specific problem, it delivers quick results, positions you as the expert, and relates directly to whatever your higher ticket products are. This is the Trojan horse strategy. So your lead magnet should be so good that getting it just feels like a win, but it naturally creates desire for your paid solutions. And then block number 2 is the capture mechanism, aka the landing page. So this is a single purpose web page designed to exchange your lead magnet for your contact information. Your landing page should have one goal: to get the email address. No navigation, no distractions, no other options. There's a reason why this is the first pop-up that you see, because they want your email address. It's like the number one thing that they want. That's the biggest part of their funnel. Then you have the essential elements down here as well. Next is the thank you bridge. So this is where you go to the confirmation page. This is the page that people see immediately after opting in. Many businesses ignore this, and it's a huge mistake. The opportunity is that they just said yes to you. Their trust and attention are at their peak. Use this moment to strategically use it to your advantage. So here's what to include. So the confirmation that they'll receive the lead magnet, what to expect next, immediate value, social media follows, and optional next step. So the strike while it's hot principle: someone who just opted in or gave you their email is 10 times more likely to give another small action than someone who opted in yesterday, right? So you want to strike while it's hot. You want speed to lead, which is what this is also called. And you want to have people take action as soon as possible, because that's when they are quote unquote warmest. That's when they're willing to take the most action. That's why something like a tripwire is so important. Block 4 is the relationship builder, right? So this happens in the back end. Once you actually get a whole bunch of people's emails, now you start sending them email sequences. And we're going to go over exactly how to build those out too. So the know, like, and trust progression. 1, they know you. 2, they like you. And then week 4, the third one, is that they start to trust you. So once people know you, they know who you are, they know your origin story, they know what you do, then they start to like you because you show a little bit more of your background and your personality. And then finally, they trust you. So now that they know you and they like you, now they trust you so that if they were to buy your products, they have faith that you would give them a good experience overall. So this is the value sandwich formula. You give people value, value, value in your emails, then you may give a soft pitch. Then more value, more value, more value, and then a hard pitch. The more you help people, the more they will want to spend money with you. Again, we live in a thank you economy. And then block 5, which is the conversion engine, the sales page / offer. This is where you make your main offer and ask for the sale. This could be a sales page, webinar, a consultation, whatever it may be. The goal here is for them to hand over their hard-earned money. You've given away all these things for free. You've increased touch points with regular and consistent contact. So now the potential customer should be both familiar with the brand / product / offer and trust you. By giving the lead high quality content for free, buying feels logical. Why? Because the thought pattern is, if this is what I got for free, imagine how good all the paid stuff is. Now, people always look through my lessons and like, oh my God, Tyson, that's what you're doing. It's like, yeah, exactly. I am putting out these insane, ridiculous, giant free courses. People are knowing me, liking me, trusting me, and then they just buy from me. But I'm upfront with that, first of all, because people literally just like see all the value that I give and they just buy. I don't ever have to come on here on my YouTube and be like, guys, I want you to buy my thing. I find it kind of cringy when people do that, and I don't have to, which is an amazing thing for me to get to do. And then on top of that, I probably have maybe over 1,000 people who have ever bought from me, yet I have over 13 million views just on YouTube. And also I get over 1 million views per month on Instagram. So I'm still giving out tons of more value in general. So there are millions of people who will never buy a thing from me, and I'm more than okay with that. It's a win-win-win-win for everybody. Block 6, the follow-up fighter, nurture campaigns. So these are automated sequences for people who didn't buy immediately. So they didn't buy in the first week or so. 97% of people won't buy in their first visit. This increases touch points by floating around the prospect. They'll see your name in their emails, then click on the link. After that, your ads will start popping up. Keeping your funnel top of mind is important because 2% buy immediately, 3% buy in the first 30 days, 5% will buy in the next 90 days, 10% buy within a year, and 80% will never buy. Sounds crazy, but that's the nature of business. That's just what it is, my friend. So here's the minimum viable funnel checklist. Lead magnets, landing pages, thank you pages, email sequences, sales offers, follow-up systems, and basic tracking. Now, you can later expand these sections. You can get a little bit fancy with it and add more, but only start with building and optimizing based on the results from the basic funnel with strong foundations. The trinity of funnel success. You have landing pages, email marketing, and integrations. So think of your funnel like a 3-legged stool. Remove any of the one legs and the whole thing collapses. Use this framework to make sure your funnels print money on demand for your clients. So you have landing pages, which you can build. Super easy. Email marketing, which you can build. Extremely easy as well. And then the integration. The integration is like the whole, how everything interacts with each other. So I have some examples here where I'm going to show you how I build a landing page on Kajabi. But then I also show you how I use Active Campaign as well. Now these integrate with each other, so everything works. All the other softwares know what the other software is doing. And at first, it's going to feel clunky. It's going to feel hard. It's going to feel like, wow, this is so much tech. But brother, like it's literally so easy. Like you got this. And most people who are watching this are going to be 18 to 24 years old anyways. So you should be knowing how to do this. And I'm not going to lie, even if you don't know how to do this, you should still know. I don't care if you're 60 years old. I mean, technology is the future, the present, the past, and it is what it is. So learn it. So like I mentioned before, this is basically like a restaurant experience. The landing page is the front door, and the email marketing is the personal waiter, right? That's what does all the work on the back end. The front door gets you in, the personal waiter actually gets the money from you. And the integration is like the kitchen and management system. Coordinates everything, ensures order flow, tracks performance, and also maintains quality. It's what makes sure everything works together. The club bouncer strategy. Your landing page should be slightly exclusive. Counterintuitively, a lot of people, and this goes with all of marketing, think that they should be marketing to everyone or selling to everyone. That's in fact not the case. Make people feel like they're getting access to something special, not just another newsletter. So you want some people to feel like they don't belong. So for example, if you're selling a product that will help people grow on YouTube, you don't want people who don't have a business to be on there because you're only working with businesses. So you want it to be exclusive. This will make business owners feel like, oh, this is a little bit more exclusive. This is just for me. This is speaking directly to my problems. So instead of sign up to our newsletter, try join 2,847 entrepreneurs getting our insider strategy. The first one is bland, but the second one carries weight, showing how exclusive a low number of people taking advantage of their content. Exclusivity increases demand. Why? Because no one likes to be told they can't have access to something. The curiosity behind the information wall will drive people crazy. So, building landing pages. The key thing to do is start simple. Every landing page only needs 3 things: clear action, copy that speaks to a specific moment in the buyer's head, and design that doesn't fight for attention. Forget perfection. A clean headline, proof, a visual, and CTA, that's a functioning page already. Like, this is an example, very, very simple page. This isn't like a whole sales page. This is just a testimonials page. But as you can see, you have a background up here. Then you have just white down here. And then you have some blocks. And inside these blocks, literally all you do is like, here's where you put the text. There's no code involved. Like it's way simpler than most people realize. Some people think building a website is like this super difficult task, but in 2025, like not even close. Building email automations. Automations aren't as magic as people think. They're just rules. If they do this, then send them that email. Here's what's worth building early. So abandoned cart. So when people are putting things in their cart and then they don't actually check out, send them an email saying, hey, you were about to buy this and you didn't. This is something that can save a whole bunch of people from leaving and never coming back. It actually gets them to buy. Lead magnet follow-up. So, hey, I saw that you downloaded this free resource. How did it go? Did you like it? This is ensuring that they consume it, because once they consume it, again, they will be more likely to buy with you later. And then the welcome flow. So to new people, how do you build that know, like, and trust? Next is building funnels. Funnels are just controlled paths. You decide where they enter, what they see, and how they exit. Think in steps. The lead comes in, you warm them up, maybe you offer them something small, and with that something small, you offer them something else on the side, etc. That's it. Every funnel is just a version of this. Add the bells and whistles later. Start the walk before you're trying to run. So here's the action steps. You don't need a full stack, just make the effort to start. Pick one funnel, sketch the steps on paper, literally draw the boxes, or you can use something like this, which is Miro. Very simple, free to start, and you can build out something. Or what else is good is just go into other people's funnels. If it's something you're interested in, you can even buy it and see what the next step in their funnel is. Then build one page, even if it's a free landing page tool. Something like Canva even is something you can use to visualize a landing page. Now the buttons and things won't work, but again, it's just very simple and free solution. And you can also write an email sequence based on something like this when people come in. So to show you exactly what these look like I said, I have these examples. So if I go back over here, boom. So this is what it looks like, right? And like I said, this isn't like an actual sales page. This is more of just a landing page where people can go to see the 4D Bootcamp wins and reviews. Some context. This is the paid community I was telling you guys about, where I mentor my students. So for example, all it is that we just have wins here. So with this block, and again, anybody watching this can make a simple landing page like this. This block, for example, it shows 18K per month copywriter, something that he says, and then a link to the YouTube video where I did a interview with him. So again, when people come to this page, they will see all these people making tons and tons and tons of money, 13K, $12,000 per month, $18,000 per month with a $97 per month paid membership. And they'll be like, well, I'd be kind of dumb not to join. So that is what the thought process is. And then the buy buttons are somewhere down here. You can enroll. So very, very simple. Now, over here on the left shows you exactly where you are. So as you can see, you have these different blocks. You have a text block, and then you have, this is just another block as well. So I'm going to go into the text block, and that's where I can actually change the headline. So instead of 4D Bootcamp, I can put 4D Boot Lamp. Boom, look at that. Now, I'm not going to save this, obviously, because I'm over here like destroying my own landing page, but that's what it looks like. And then let's say I want to change this block. I want to change the headline. I just go over here. Shout out to Tice instead of Tyson. Boom. And now it changed it. So, and then over here is actually on the left where all of the people are. So we have this guy, he's right here. We have Henry, he's up here. Then we have this guy, he's down here, $23,000 per month. And he started in the 4D Academy. So 4D Bootcamp, I mean. So as you can see right here, what does this tell you? This tells you that it is extremely easy to start and build a landing page. You literally barely have to do anything. You just drag and drop. You drag and drop. And let's say I want to make another one here at the bottom. I would go down here. I might duplicate the one that I already have. Go down way to the bottom. And right here, you can see I have another one. So if I wanted to add something else, then I would put another one. This is cool. Boom. And then instead of this photo, I would take it out and put someone else's win. But as you can see, I mean, it's just stupidly easy. Like you're sitting here telling me you couldn't do that. It's like the easiest thing ever. So I'm going to leave that and not save it because I basically destroyed it. And then over here, I'm going to show you exactly how I would start an email automation. So this is an active campaign. There are lots of different types of automations that you can do and lots of different softwares that you can use. But for right now, we're going to build a really easy one. So as you can see, every automation starts with a trigger. A trigger is someone is added to an email list. Someone gives you their email. So as soon as someone fills this out, this is what you want to happen. So I'm going to add a trigger. Subscribes to a list, any list. Yeah, so someone subscribes to any one of my lists. And then what happens? Then I send them then I send them an email. We're going to create a new email. Can I generate this later? Okay, save and design later. So we send an email. Now, after that email is sent, I want to wait for a day. And then the next day, I want to send them another email. And then now I've sent them 2 emails, but now I want an if else. So if they have opened the email, any email in the last day, boom. If they have opened the emails, then I'm going to send them another email. Actually, I'm going to wait for a day, and then I'm going to send them another email. Oops. Now, if they haven't opened in the last day, that tells me they're probably not that active. So when people come into the list and they're not that active, I don't want to keep sending them emails because you don't want to send emails to people who never open them because it will overall hurt your deliverability. Meaning you will end up in people's spam folders and they'll never see your emails. So if you haven't opened it in a little bit, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to unsubscribe you. Let's see. I don't know where it is, so I'm just going to unsubscribe from all of them. Bam. That's it. That is as easy as it is to build out an email automation. So here's what the process is. Someone joins any one of my lists. Then I send them an email. Then I wait for a day. Then I send them a new email. Then if they haven't opened one of my emails in the last day, then I unsubscribe them. But if they have opened my email in the last day, I wait for another day and I send them another email and they go farther and farther on down the list. This is it. This is as simple as it gets. Now, I just revealed one of the main principles. I'm not going to go really deep into this because I already have like full courses already on my channel on how to do this again. But this is really more simple than it seems. You want to send emails and you want to send more emails and more salesy emails to people who are more active and know you better. And then you want to send less emails or no emails to people who basically never open. And in those emails to the people who never open, you want them more value-based so that they open up more often. That is a very, very basic idea of what you want to do with email marketing, but you can hop in here and do all sorts of automations. You can just let your mind run wild. And again, I have lots of different ways that you can do that, and workflows and ideas inside of my free email marketing course that I have here on my channel. That's like an hour long itself. So with that being said, you now understand how to create funnels, email marketing campaigns, automations, and everything in between. You understand them on a basic level, which is a huge, huge, huge W, because most people go way too long in their careers without knowing how to do this. So everybody, I'll see you on the next one. Yo, what is up, everybody? Back like I never left. It's your boy Tyson 4D. Another exciting installment. And today we're going over personal branding 101. And this is how you engineer instant credibility. So without any further ado, man, honestly, let's just get right into it. Let's just get right into the lesson from today. From unknown face to industry leader. Many experts have the knowledge to dominate their industry, but lack the credibility to actually prove it. I'll show you how to engineer instant credibility from scratch. This is to turn your expertise into an unshakable market authority and scale whatever you're building. Plus, you'll master the exact blueprint to sell this credibility building system to other businesses, turning your skills into $1 million opportunity. Translation: I'm going to show you to not only build your own personal brand as a business card, but if you want to, down the line or right now, build your own personal brand as in building an audience, and then also learn those audience building skills and monetizing skills so that you can sell those audience monetizing skills to businesses, show them how to blow up their personal brands, and you can make money doing it. And of course, this goes along with being a digital marketer, and understanding how to grow somebody's personal brand is already a part of digital marketing as well. So we're just piggybacking off of that concept. So being a niche dominator. It's no secret, I have the #1 copywriting channel in literally all of the universe and the whole Milky Way galaxy. So for example, free 4-hour course, if you look up copywriting and you go to the search filters and you look at most viewed, my video is the most viewed video on all of YouTube with the word copywriting in the title. If that doesn't make you a niche dominator, I'm not really too sure what you could consider a niche dominator. And now my course has like 2.1 million in gaining. So it's already gotten like a whole bunch since then, since I took that screenshot. Overall, the free 8-hour course previous to this one got 700,000 views, and the free 4-hour course previous to this one got 2 million views and $22,000 in estimated ad revenue just off rip. So what I'm at least trying to show you there is that you can get views. I mean, you don't have to create gargantuan free 4-hour, 8-hour, or 16-hour courses. Is not necessary, but essentially all content creation comes down to is just giving out tons of massive value and also making a connection with the viewer and being authentic. Because today in 2025, we're drowning in content, but we're starving for authenticity. But don't worry, I'll get more into that as we go on. The Instagram, I grew it from over here on the left. Sad Instagram. I was getting 2.3K accounts reached in 30 days. I had 2,700 followers, and this was an early screenshot of my account. And now over here on the right, we're at 54,000 followers, got 2 million views in this particular 30 days. So in short, YouTube, we blowing up, Instagram, we blowing up. And this is a highly valuable skill because a personal brand is an asset. Even if you're not building an audience, which we'll get into the differentiating factors here in a second. But even if you're not building an audience and you're just using your social media as a business card, understanding how to do this and create an asset out of your personal brand, extremely valuable. So the credibility crisis foundation. Think about this. Beginners charge $1,000 per month. I might charge $10,000 a month. Alex Hormozi might charge $1 million a month. Why? Is it because we're fundamentally different? No, it's because of credibility. Think about this for a second. If Alex Hormozi woke up tomorrow in a different body with a different name and 0 followers, what would happen? Would clients still pay him $1 million to help them scale their business? Absolutely no chance, because he might have the knowledge, but if he's nobody and he has no proof or claim to that knowledge, then it doesn't even matter. So what would Alex do? He'd be back cold calling, back to proving himself, back to working for years just to rebuild what he already had. Same brain, same knowledge, same track record, but but none of it would matter because nobody would know about it. Business isn't about being the best. Business is about convincing people you can deliver the outcome that they want. And the primary way people judge your ability to deliver outcomes, your credibility signals. There's so much information online in general where our brains are making so many shortcuts. And one of the brain's easiest shortcuts to make is, all right, let me look at this guy's Instagram and see what he looks like. And then you look at a few photos, you look at a few reels, you make an overall judgment. Everyone says don't judge a book by its cover. I mean, man, it just makes no sense. Okay. The expression is this: all is fair in love and war, and business too. Your credibility credit score, your personal brand, works exactly like your credit score of your business. A high credit score means that banks can trust you. Low credit score means that banks aren't going to trust you. You're not going to get very good rates. High credibility score means that clients are going to trust you and they're going to pay you more off rip. And then low credibility score means clients see you as risky, so they're not going to give you that much leeway. Just like credit, your credibility score follows you everywhere and determines what opportunities you qualify for. So think about it this way. A person with a 350 credit score, which if you don't know is very, very, very bad, by the way. They were like not paying their loans. Someone was trying to go repo the car and they like drove away. Like that's like a 350 credit score. And a person with an 800 credit score, I don't even have an 800 credit score yet. Mine's like 770, which is still pretty damn good. I'm very proud of that. Score might have the exact same income and the exact same ability to pay back loans, but the bank doesn't care about their potential. They care about their proof. The same dynamic happens with your expertise. If you don't have credibility signals, you're automatically categorized as high risk. No social proof, no case studies, no followers, no testimonials, no content, high risk. And high risk providers get treated like high risk borrowers. Lower limits, higher scrutiny, and worse terms. Every business decision is a calculated risk. This is not only a lesson for you, but a lesson on how to make yourself seem less risky to other businesses. When someone hires you, they're betting their money, time, and reputation that you'll deliver what you promise. If you appear high risk, the client will only be prepared to pay lower prices. If you're perceived as low risk, you can demand premium prices because you're worth your weight in salt. So, as a disclaimer, if you're someone who is worried about building a personal brand, understand that you already have a personal brand. I can already hear some of you thinking, well, this personal brand stuff, it doesn't sound like it's for me. I don't want to be on social media. I don't want to be like a social media guy, like an influencer type guy. I don't want people knowing about my business or just my things in general. I just want to do good work and get paid for it. Can I just stay private and focus on my craft? Here's the truth, my friend. You already have a personal brand. The question isn't whether you want one. The question is whether you want to control it or not. Do you want to use it to your advantage or not? Right now, your personal brand is whatever shows up when someone Googles your name, whatever accounts that you currently have. You don't get to opt out of having a personal brand. You only get to choose whether you're intentional about it. And I get it. Maybe you have 0 profiles online. Well, guess what? If someone goes up to your friends or family member and asks you, hey, do you know such and such? What are they like? That is actually a part of your personal brand as well, because it's essentially just your reputation. So here's the privacy paradox. But what if people I know see my content, see my profile, and think I'm being salesy or showing off or weird? Or what if I'm being cringe? What if people make fun of me? Simple solution, block them. It's not that deep, bro. I'm being completely serious. If you're worried about friends, family, or coworkers seeing your professional content and judging you for it, just block them from seeing it. Because this is how I felt. And this is what helped me get over it. Every platform has privacy controls for this exact reason. Here's what people don't realize. The people you're worried about seeing your content aren't your target audience anyways. Your college roommate doesn't need to see your business insights. Your cousin doesn't need to see your case studies. And your old coworkers don't need to see your thought leadership content. Block them all. Who cares? You just block them. Then you'll never pop up in their timeline, etc. Now, even though I did this, I grew my YouTube and Instagram to a point where it's like nobody really doesn't know. So it kind of is what it is to a certain point. If you want to build an audience, it's just a price tag, but it's way more than worth it. But when you're just beginning, people aren't going to come across your content anyways. So content psychology and persuasion mechanics. Making content is copywriting in disguise. Again, copywriting and sales, it all just comes into this. Essentially what you're doing is you are selling the idea to the viewer of watching your entire reel, short form content, long form content, whatever it is. You are literally convincing them and persuading them to watch the whole thing. And at the end, usually there's a call to action like subscribe to this YouTube channel so you don't miss the rest of my awesome free courses, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, or, etc., whatever it is. I don't care if you're posting a helpful tip on IG, sharing an industry insight on Twitter, or creating an educational video on YouTube. It's all copywriting and all designed to persuade someone to take action. Most people don't realize this, which is why their content gets ignored while others get the exact same expertise but go viral and build massive audiences. The difference isn't the quality of their expertise. The difference is their understanding of persuasion psychology. Think about it. What is the difference between social media posts and a sales email? The answer is literally nothing. They both have the same goal. Get someone to pay attention, feel something, and then take action. The only difference is that social media content is copywriting that pretends not to be copywriting. And that's exactly what makes it so powerful. The attention economy rules. Understand what actually gets people's attention. Every piece of effective content follows the same psychological framework as direct response copywriting. So pattern interrupt, which is the hook, stop the scroll, break their mental autopilot, and create curiosity. Next is the solution preview, or the value that you give people. And then finally is the call to action, what you actually want them to do next. So I have some examples here that I will play for you that are from my personal brand. So let's check them out. I just want to go over like the hook and then I'll break it down really quickly.
I don't think many people really understand how much money businesses will pay you for doing small things that will either save them time or make them a little bit more money.
Bam. Most people don't understand how much business owners will pay you for just saving them a little bit of time or making them a little bit more money. That's the hook. Do with it what you will. See what it does. Now, next one.
Here are 3 books that are going to make you more money than a 4-year degree. First of all,
3 books that are going to make you more money than a college degree, and then I just get right into it. So those are examples of hooks that did quite well. I think these have decent amount of views as far as my shorts go. Yeah, okay, 1.1K likes. That's pretty decent, but you get the point. Now, if you're sitting there saying, well, Tyson, I don't want to be an influencer. I don't want to grow my page, or I don't want to grow an audience. Relax. Don't worry. You're still going to need to know all these principles, but you're still going to need a profile. So just hang in there. Disclaimer, there are 2 types of personal brands. There's the audience builder and there's the business card. Choosing your personal brand purpose. Here's something most personal branding experts won't tell you, and a lot of people just don't understand. There are actually 2 completely different types of personal brands, and most people are building the wrong one for their goals. Strategy 1 is the audience builder. You're growing a massive following to monetize through courses, coaching, speaking. You have your own products, you have sponsorships, you have affiliate codes, etc. Strategy 2 is the business card, creating a professional presence that converts prospects when they research you or see you after you've already outreached to them, or even if you haven't even messaged them yet and they come across your profile. They know what you do, who you help, and they might want to pay you for your services as well. Why does this matter? Well, these require completely different approaches, different content, different strategies, and different success metrics. And if you mix them up, you'll waste months building the wrong thing, which will push you back. Most people default to strategy 1, which is the audience builder, because that's what they've seen other influencers doing. Oh, well, all I have to do is make videos and try to go viral or something, or try to get views, or try to get likes. The goal as a business card is not to get views or likes. It's actually the last thing you want to do. People ask me all the time, Tyson, should I build a website for my copywriting so I can showcase my writing, tell people what I do, etc.? No, because nobody wants to go and hang out at your janky website. It's going to be ugly. Nobody wants it. It's going to take you way too long to build. Instead, build an Instagram, because people trust the platform of Instagram. I don't know if I'm going to your website and all of a sudden you're going to have all of my data and you're going to be selling it to somebody or whatever. I don't know what can happen. You're going to brick my computer. So they try to grow huge audiences, post consistently, and chase viral content. But here's the truth. If you're a service provider trying to get better clients, you probably need strategy 2. And pretty much everybody watching this is going to start out as a service provider. And I don't see anybody watching this going to be like, yeah, I'm going to be a content creator or influencer, because you haven't done anything yet. Nobody wants to hear you talk, bro. I'm sorry. You got to do something first before people want to hear you talk. I learned this the hard way, so take that to heart. The business card strategy explained. When someone gets your name from a referral, what's the first thing they do? They Google you. When someone considers hiring you, what's the first thing they do? They check out your social media. When someone meets you at a networking event, what's the first thing they do? They look you up online. Your personal brand is what they find when they look. The business card strategy is about making sure the right impression is waiting for people when they research you. So here's the key difference. An audience builder might be like, how do I get more people to see my content? Whereas a business card might be like, how do I make sure I look impressive when people look me up? Audience builder, posting daily, engaging constantly, replying to comments, chasing trends. Business card, curating quality content that showcases competence and success. Audience builder, trying to attract strangers to follow you. Business card, converting prospects who already know about you. For most service providers, the business card strategy is way more valuable. So right here on my Instagram, I have a little bit of a mix of both. This is my Instagram at tyson.scales. If you're not following me already, you're definitely going to want to do that. So over here on the right are, actually this is all my things. So right here is, for example, a picture of me and my birthday. I'm actually gonna make this bigger here. Yeah, so right here, for example, is a picture of me and my birthday. Over here is a picture of me and my students. Over here is a picture of me and my truck. So this is pretty business card, personal brandy. Now, while it might not be a business card like, oh, here are some professional headshots, or here's a video of me saying, hey, if you want my services, services, make sure you click the link below. That is not what you want your business card to look like either. You want your business card to look like a personal Instagram or a personal page that just so happens that you are a professional service provider. But don't worry, we're going to get into that as well. Me at the gym with the homies, me at Vegas, etc. You get the point. Also, fun fact, here's me and The Rock as well. We actually met up in New York. So the personal Instagram principle. The most effective business card personal brands don't look like business accounts at all. They look like personal accounts of successful, interesting people who happen to offer services. Think about it. When you research someone and their entire feed is sales posts, testimonials, and hire me content, what's your first thought? This person is desperate for clients. But you do see something about the industry events they're attending, interesting projects they're working on, professional achievements and milestones, high quality lifestyle content that shows success, thoughtful insights without constant CTAs. You think, damn, this person actually has their stuff together. Okay, maybe I'll follow them and see what they're about. The goal is for prospects to think, wow, this person seems successful and competent, rather than, wow, this person really wants my business. Why business owners aren't watching your content. This is something else that's important to note, because some people just go overboard with the content. Like, yeah, I'm going to make all this content. I'm going to make a YouTube channel, and they're going to think clients are going to somehow see that. My friend, my brother in Christ, business owners do not care. In fact, nobody's cared. What else people do that I don't think I should even have here is they make content for copywriters. For example, we just went over a whole copywriting course. They'll go on Instagram and post like, here's the 3 copywriting hacks that will help boost your email sales. Here are my 3 subject lines that will help boost your email. Business owners aren't looking for your top 3 subject lines. They literally don't care. All you want to do is showcase a little bit about you, a little bit about what you're doing, and a little bit about your competence and some of your recent wins. Lots of examples coming up. Here's a reality check that will save you months of wasted effort. A CEO would pay you $10,000 for a project. It is not sitting around watching your daily Instagram posts. Business owners consume content differently than wannabe entrepreneurs. They don't have time to follow dozens of service providers. They don't follow or scroll social media looking for business advice, and they research people when they need something, not before. This means your content strategy should be optimized for research and not discovery. Yes, I've gotten inbound leads before, meaning people message me. I've shown you the students or the people I work with get inbound leads, but they were just from making the best business cards and interacting with brands that I wanted to work with. So it's not something you should optimize for. High value activities showcase. So instead of posting daily tips or trying to go viral, focus on showcasing high value activities that increase your perceived value as a person. For example, professional activities, speaking at industry places, working with recognizable clients when appropriate. Now I get it. Some of you guys are just gonna be sitting there thinking, well, all I do is spend time in my mom's basement, so I don't have any of these pictures. Well, guess what? Go outside, touch some grass, take a picture, and just put it on your Instagram. Don't whine, don't complain, talk about, well, I don't have any of these. Brother, just do it. Success indicators, quality workspace. You have like a cool office setup, professional equipment, travel for business purposes. If you're ever traveling, that's always high value activities, results and achievements tastefully shared. So, last month I helped a business that I'm working for reach 7 figures, for example. Lifestyle elements, so quality experiences that suggest success, nice restaurants, hotels, venues, professional wardrobe, presentation. Key is subtlety, documenting a successful professional life and not bragging. For example, well, maybe I'm just chilling and I am reading my Bible. I'm just sitting down, reading my Bible. Now, the thing about just reading in general, you could be reading any book. It could be a religious book, or just any book, business book, whatever it is. Just reading is a high value activity because reading is not playing video games. So, for example, you put your phone over there and then you go like this, opening up your book, and then you go. You already have your first photo. It's really that easy. Just show things that you're doing that make you look like somebody who's worth working with. That's it. So, the reason why I went so hard there is because I hear the most excuses on that basically ever. The success signal framework. To be crystal clear, you don't need penthouses, Rolexes, Lamborghinis. I'm not telling you to flex. People misunderstand this all of the time. Take the time to make the effort to look like someone who has their professional life together. This will speak volumes. Most of your competition won't do this, so you'll stand out. All businesses is figuring out how to stand out. This was me at Funnel Hacking Live with Jacob Louvard or something. I'm not really sure how his last name is spelled, but he's the e-commerce dude. And he's huge on like TikTok and I don't know, other short form. Then I'm over here with Peng Jun. He's a OG marketer as well. He has like over 1 million followers on Instagram. Then me at acquisition.com, which is Alex Hormozi's freaking hideout right here in Vegas. It's gigantic. Then here's me publicly speaking to my students. I got a couple guys in the crowd wearing suits as well, which is, completely G move. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Joel. You guys are awesome. Shout outs to you. So, the micro judgment reality. Also, hey, George, what's up? Got to shout out George as well. I did an interview with him on the channel not too long ago about how he hit 16K per month. Dude's a G. The micro judgment reality. People make irreversible judgments about your competence, trustworthiness, and your value in 7 seconds of seeing your profile. That's right. You've only got 7 seconds to make an impression that actually counts. Screw this up and you've potentially lost tens of thousands of dollars. Your personal brand is built through thousands of moments where people form micro judgments about who you are and what you're worth. Every photo, every caption, every story, every post. So no pressure. The evidence stacking system. Testimonials, case studies, and credibility signals. For example, when you go to my IG page, what do you see? Countless case studies from me, from my students, from the 4D family. If a premium client wants to work with me, I don't have to prove anything because my results speak for themselves. Not only am I a 7-figure entrepreneur with copy that's generated crazy amounts of money, but I've also taught others how to do the exact same. And now lots of them makes tens of thousands of dollars every single month. Example right here. I made a post and there was a caption actually on the photo itself. You guys can do this as well. And then if you swipe over, these aren't actually the same post, but just as an example, you swipe over, you see a picture of me looking professional in my Corvette, top down, right? Looking like a G. And then a testimonial of someone saying, wow, we had a lot of leads. Your emails are doing really good and your copy is crushing it. The quiet authority testimonial strategy. The goal isn't to look like you're trying to sell anyone what you're worth. The goal isn't to look like you're trying to sell anyone that you're worth your weight in salt. You want to show that you deliver results consistently for serious clients and that they're happy with your work. So, promotional testimonials. Avoid these. Oh my God, this guy is the best marketer ever in quotation marks. Amazing results. You won't find anyone better. Changed my life. Hire him now. Professional testimonials. So we use this. Here's how I increased my clients' conversion rates by 34% in the first quarter, resulting in $40K per month plus from email marketing. Where it's just actual, this is what businesses would actually care about. Nobody cares if, I worked for this guy named Joe and he said that I was really good. Don't care. People want to know about your results. People want to know about your case studies. People want to know about who you work for. For example, if you've worked for somebody who's making $10 million a year, you work with an 8-figure business, that's pretty big. It's a pretty big deal. If you're working for a 9-figure business, it's a pretty big deal. If you're working for somebody who has millions of followers, again, big deal. And all of this should be shared. Cracking the code. How to make algorithms work for you. So I'm going to cover algorithms very, very shortly for the people who will need to grow an audience in the future and for the people who want to sell their ability to grow an audience in the future. The 2 content strategy. Here's a framework that changes absolutely everything. You need 2 different types of content if you want to build an audience and convert that audience into clients. The first type is discovery content, meaning it gets you new followers and new viewers. And then second is the conversion content, which pushes your current followers into leads. But most people make one of 2 mistakes. 1, they only create discovery content, or 2, they only create conversion content. The solution is purely strategic. Use discovery content to grow your audience and then use conversion content to monetize that audience. Building your personal brand from day one, exactly what to do. So if you want to build your business card, I want to show you exactly what to do as fast as possible. Again, we want to speed run absolutely everything. Quick action plan for 14 days. Week 1 to 2 is a foundation and setup. You want to create your 9-post grid. You want 9 posts because the way Instagram is set up, everything is square. So 9 posts is going to make it look basically full, right? You don't want 2 posts because you just look like a nobody. Follow 100 strategic people, a mix of peers, competitors, potential clients, content creators, etc. Start engaging with people, meaning liking posts, leave 5 to 10 thoughtful comments, add stories to your own page, respond to any engagement you receive. And then finally, on the second week, you can outreach. So the goal is to look like an established professional with an active, credible presence before you start reaching out to prospects. 14 days is more than enough time to build credibility so that your outreach needs to be taken seriously. Right? If you outreach with a completely blank profile, what is the business owner to think? Oh, wow, this must be a very highly qualified person with no social presence at all. That is, I promise you, that's not what they're going to think. So instead, what you want to do is, like I'm showing you here, build that personal brand, build out 9 photos of you just doing things. If you have any testimonials, post those too. If you have any results, post those too. Since you're watching this, you're probably not, already rolling in testimonials and case studies, but that's okay. Because when the time comes for you to start posting those case studies, then you'll be more prepared. Now, if you want even more inspiration, then I highly recommend you just follow my own Instagram account at Tyson.scales. I upload not only just like audience building content, but also business card sort of content as well. You can see how I put testimonials up, how I talk about my case studies, etc. So everyone, that's it for today. And of course, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace. Yo, what is up, everybody? I hope you are ready because today we're going to be talking about the big stuff. The big boy talk, building an investment empire. Now look, we ain't talking about spreadsheet or budgeting or any of the other lame stuff. I'm talking about how to multiply your wealth, okay? Within this program, there's no reason why you can't be making tens of thousands of dollars per month. And with tens of thousands of dollars per month, you should be investing that money heavily because that's how you're going to multiply your wealth. That is the real vision. It's making a ton of money, getting a huge income, and then taking all of that disposable income and putting it into assets where it can multiply. And don't worry, because I have tons and tons and tons of different examples of me doing just that. And I'm gonna actually show you my crypto investment portfolio because I think it's just important you guys know that I practice what I preach, etc. So we're gonna hop in here. Some misconceptions. Most people think investing is about picking stocks and hoping for the best, but that's just gambling with fancy charts. Building an investment empire is a systematic approach, one that turns a single vision into a diversified multi-asset wealth that compounds automatically. You'll learn how real wealth builders think about money, construct bulletproof portfolios, and create investment systems that work. Whether markets go up, down, or sideways, or diagonal, or whatever way you want to even think of it, you're going to be able to come out on top every single time. So let me be clear about this. Here's about what this isn't. This is a practical launch pad that teaches you where to park your money, how to make it work for you, and the wealth management principles actually matter. This isn't a deep dive into advanced trading strategies, cryptocurrency mining, or inner workings of blockchain technology. To be clear, you don't need a PhD in finance to build wealth. I don't know that much about cryptocurrency and stocks. Like, I know what they are. I know what I'm investing in. I have an idea about the blockchain. I read some books about it, but I ain't out here a complete crypto nerd, right? And you don't need to be. Right? No offense to any of the crypto nerds out there. You know, we love you. Keep doing your thing. You just need to understand the basics and implement them consistently. Most people overthink investing because they think they need to become financial experts before they can start. That's backwards thinking. The big things you need to know about investing: simple risk management, risk to reward ratio. We're going to talk about that as well. Risk tolerance, and also just making well-informed picks. That's basically it. Well-informed picks. So the truth about wealth: the 1% don't become wealthy because they understand a complex financial instrument. They reach the highest echelon of financial success because they understand simple principles and follow them for decades, long term. That's kind of how the investing game is just played. It's played over the long term. If you look at Warren Buffett, he picked some really lame ass stocks. He picked Coca-Cola. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. But a lame stock where everybody knew it was going to do well over the long term. He invested in it and he made tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of money. And also, the dude's literally old as dirt. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. It was, I think I mentioned this before, but it was a passage in a book called The Richest Man in Babylon. And it was, a portion of my money is mine to keep forever. And that is the thought you want to go about this. You want to accumulate, like, imagine this, right? You had $100 million. A lot of people would just go and spend that $100 million, like a lot of lottery winners do. Instead, you can just invest it into a low risk, low yielding return class of investment. So for example, if you're getting like 4% on $100 million, that is $4 million per year. I don't know about you guys, but I'd be just okay with $4 million a year, completely passive income, not having to touch a thing. Now, the goal is just to, how do you get to that $100 million? Well, with enough income and also enough multiplication through compound interest, you can get there. It's actually not a crazy number to get to, or probably when you're old, but still we can get to $1 million, couple $1 million in semi-liquid cash. Say semi-liquid because if it's inside of assets, then it's not really that liquid, is it? Don't worry, we'll talk about it. The ancient wisdom that built every fortune. So this is actually about Babylon. It's funny because I think about these slides as soon as they come up because I wrote them. Therefore, the thought process is the exact same, even though I wrote this like a week ago. 5,000 years ago in ancient Babylon, there lived a man named Arcad. He discovered a secret that made him the richest man in the city. When asked how he became so wealthy, Arcad shared a principle that has created more millionaires than any financial investment strategy in history. A portion of my money is mine to keep forever. This quote is the foundation of every fortune ever built. It's the one principle that separates people who build wealth from people who just earn money. Look, poor people see money as a tool to pay bills. Rich people and wealthy people see money as an asset, as a tool to multiply itself. You literally just you're basically just planting money seeds and then getting money trees. People say money doesn't grow on trees. Money can grow on trees if you are investing, my friend. Income first, investing second. This is one I have to stress billion times. If you're making $40K a year and have $200 left over at the end of each month, your biggest financial problem isn't your investment allocation. I see people on Reddit and just everywhere in my daily life saying, bro, where should I park my $500? Nowhere. You want to know where you should park your $500? In your pocket for when you go and get an inevitable emergency. You should park it somewhere that can actually increase your income. Go out there and get some course, get some program, get something that's going to help you make more money. That's where you should put it. The entire personal finance industry is built around the assumption that you have significant disposable income to invest. But with that being said, it's still hyper important for you guys to understand this, even if you don't have a ton of disposable income yet, because you understanding this before you get disposable income is going to help you save that disposable income, because these lessons can be expensive. I learned the hard way. Don't worry, we're gonna get into that too. But I was the dude who was trying to stack up every single extra dollar and put it away into crypto, put it away to stocks, and I got burnt. I got absolutely fried, grilled, baked, whatever you really want to call it, whatever form of cooking you'd like to express. That's what I got. But what if you don't? Well, in that case, obsessing over whether to put your money in index funds versus individual stocks doesn't matter. You need to focus on the biggest lever for wealth building, which is increasing your income. So consider this like a launch pad. I'm going to show you where to go, show you where to look, show you what things to think about, because there's also tons of misinformation out there. And, I don't have any courses or programs or anything on this. So you can be rest assured that I don't have any ulterior motive like a lot of the other people who teach you this sort of stuff are going to have. They're going to say, oh, bro, you got to invest in this stock or whatever. And it's a stock that like they own a lot of, or you see that a lot with crypto, mostly crypto pump and dumps, but don't worry, we'll get into it. Understanding the investment universe, where your money can work. Now, there are dozens of different places you can put your money to work, but here's my honest take on what actually matters. Most asset classes are distractions. It's just the truth. You need to focus on the ones that give you the best risk-adjusted returns with the least complexity and the least work involved. After years of investing and testing different approaches, I stick to 3 main categories. Super easy. Stocks, which is the foundation. Crypto, which is mostly the speculation. And then yourself, which is the highest ROI. So in programs, in your business, in investing in yourself, coaches, etc. Everything else is either too complicated, too time intensive, or doesn't offer enough advantage to justify the effort. For me, in my opinion, and my advice to you. Now, people will say, oh, but bro, real estate's so good, real estate's so good, real estate's so good. Do I have something about real estate here? Yes, I do. Okay. It's almost like I'm reading my own mind. Real estate, why I don't recommend it. Everyone talks about real estate, how it's the holy grail of investing. Oh my God, it's so good. Here's why I disagree. Real estate reality. Buying and selling houses is incredibly more time consuming and complex than buying a stock. You can buy a stock from your phone in 2 seconds, like you post on Instagram. You need a significant capital to get started investing properly. I know there's like, you can invest in REITs and other forms of, you can borrow money. I get it. Start with any amount of money, no maintenance management or surprise costs. Unless you're willing to become a real estate expert and treat it like a business, stick to stocks. That is my genuine thought process. You can go with real estate, but you're going to have to learn a ton of stuff, take more risk, and you're not going to be as liquid or as movable as you would if you were just to invest stocks. Stocks is just easy. You set it and forget it. You just leave it alone. Real estate, and also you don't really get that crazy amount of return compared to stocks in the first place. So I never understood it. I know there's tax benefits. I know there's cool stuff about it, but I just was never been interested. And I don't recommend you to be interested either, unless it has something to do with your main business. The highest ROI investment is going to be in yourself. I showed you guys me spending around $60K in the last year or so on courses, programs, and mentorships. And that's because those are the things that are going to get me the highest ROI. That's what's going to help me make more money. And if I'm able to make $10,000 extra per month, let's say, that's $100,000 every single year. Over 10 years, that's $1 million. And let's say the actual course itself was 10K, spend 10K, make $1 million over 10 years. I would take that. I would take that. I don't know about you guys. I'm taking that. Here's what most people get backwards. Oh my God, did I basically say the exact same thing again? They'll spend months researching whether to buy VTSAX or VTI, which are basically identical funds, but won't spend money on a program that could increase their income by $20,000 a year. The ROI on self-investment is often 500 to 1,000% in the first year alone. The biggest ROI I've ever got, and I'm going to show you some pretty crazy ROIs that I've gotten. The biggest ROI I've ever got is the money that I've spent on myself, the money that I've spent on programs, courses, mentorships to teach me how to do things. It's extremely important. The traditional path. Our parents tell us to go to college, take on $50,000 in debt minimum, get a degree that might increase our income by $10,000 per year, spend 4 years to maybe get a better job prospects, and all of that when you want to spend $1,000 on an online course, hire a coach for $5,000, join a mastermind for $2,000. People will see that I spent $60,000 on online programs and mentorships and things like this. I mean, bro, I got the crazy ROI, and that's not even, a lot of people spend more than that to go to school to get like $100K a year job or less, or less in a lot of cases. So when you really put it into perspective, people are spending easily $50K on school for a 4-year degree, and then maybe in 4 years they can maybe make money. Think of it this way. Imagine you spent something 3K, no, 6K. 6K is a lot, right? 7K, 6K, somewhere around there. And you didn't make money for like 8 months. But once you started making money, you started making 5K per month. Now you're making $5,000 every single month, one 6K investment. So 1 month later, you're basically covering what you invested. And every single month after that, you are then adding more money onto your ROI. Whereas the traditional path, which has been around for years, which your parents will tell you is the best way. I mean, it's just insane to think about. How we live in kind of like such a backwards world where it's crazy to spend $1,000 on an online course, yet $50K for a 4-year degree, bro. That's what you need to be doing. That's what your parents will encourage you to do. Insane. But that's part of the reason why you're here, right? Now, this is luckily enough for you, free education, which should cost thousands of dollars, but you get the point. So this is backwards thinking. Universities have been selling the invest in your education for decades. Universities are the biggest course sellers that are out there. The only difference is online education is faster, cheaper, and often more practical. Crazy thing is, a 2K program that teaches you a skill you can monetize immediately is a better investment than a $50,000 degree in most cases. Just be aware of who you're buying from. That's another big thing. Make sure they have real student results. That's the other big thing. Don't buy from a guy because he has a cool car or a cool watch. You want to buy from people who, one, are already giving you value, you're already learning from, and the reason why is because if they're giving a ton of value for free, then they're going to give a ton of value in their paid stuff. On top of that, you want to make sure that they have real student results and people are actually winning. You don't want a guy who says he's going to show you how to make a bunch of money, but then if you look through his profile, he doesn't have anybody who's ever made money for who's telling you about. So those are the other big things. So if you're going to invest in something, invest in courses, invest in mentorships, invest in anything, at least be on the lookout and be wary because there's a lot of crap out there. So be careful. Cryptocurrency, the controlled speculation. I love me some crypto. I do recommend crypto, but with strict rules. So crypto guidelines. Again, you can break these if you want. There's a disclaimer at the bottom of this video in the description. And whatever you invest into, do your own research. This is all speculation. This is all my suggestion. I'm not telling you what to buy whatsoever. Therefore, I am not liable if you mess up. So I do recommend crypto with strict rules, crypto guidelines. Only money you can afford to lose. Treat it like gambling. Absolutely. And that's with stocks as well. Only put money in there that you're willing to lose. Another reason why you shouldn't put your life savings into crypto or into stocks. This is not a smart idea. I learned this the hard way. I'm going to show you. Crypto guidelines. Only the top coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe 2 or 3 others. Maybe like top 5 or top 10 cryptocurrencies. That's all you want to invest in. If you're going to invest in like freaking sock rocket and then lose all your money and be like, yo, Tyson 40 and told me to invest in crypto, so I did. Brother, you played yourself hard. Don't be investing in no meme coins or crap or garbage. You want to invest in things that have actual value to them. No meme coins, no gambling or on random projects. Why these rules? Well, top coins only. Bitcoin and Ethereum have survived multiple market cycles and have real use cases. Random altcoins are basically just lottery tickets. You'll hear about some people 10xing their income or 100xing their income, but you won't hear about the people who got rug pulled and got their money basically taken to zero. So money you can lose. If crypto went to zero tomorrow, it shouldn't affect your ability to retire or reach your goals, right? If all my crypto portfolio disappeared tomorrow, I'd be a little bit bummed, but it wouldn't be the end of the world, right? I'd be like, oh man, well, that would have been nice, but whatever. Think of crypto as a lottery ticket that might pay off, but not as your retirement plan, right? You probably don't want to put all of your life savings into crypto. It's not that smart. Stocks is going to be the foundation. So stocks should be the majority of your investment portfolio. And here's why. Now, a little bit of a caveat. This is all mostly determined on your risk tolerance. Your risk tolerance is how much risk you are willing to tolerate, as the name suggests. So with your risk tolerance, you're going to want to have a few things in mind. Number one is the younger you are, the more risk you're going to want to take, because I lost thousands, like the only thousands of dollars I had to my name when I was, I want to say 21. When I was 21, lost all my money, lost it all. And I was riding on that. I was going to buy a car with that. It was extremely important to me and I lost it all. All that to say that now we're here. I had time. I didn't have tons of responsibilities. I didn't have a wife and kids to take care of or care for, and I still don't. Therefore, I have a higher risk tolerance than somebody who is 40 years old, 30 years old. They got wife, kids, and they're saving up for their mortgage or they're saving up for their actual retirement. Me, I could lose everything tomorrow and then come back. I mean, been doing business for like 3 years now. So I could just come back and do it all again. All that to say, if you're younger, which you're watching this video, you probably are, you want to take a ton of risk. Just take a bunch of risk. Not too much risk. Leave stock rocket alone, crazy cryptos. But you do want at least some risk for sure. Because with more risk usually comes more reward. Bitcoin is a gamble. You might 10x your money and you might have $0 left. It's a gamble. Who really knows? Now, stocks are less of a gamble, right? Stocks is where you're still gonna have some, where if you make 20% over the span of a year in stocks, you're doing pretty well. Whereas crypto, if you 3 to 5x your money, then you're basically Warren Buffett, right? You're basically Warren Buffett. Now, some people can, like I said, 10x, 100x their money with crypto, but don't bother. Don't bother. It's basically blackjack. You don't want to do that. Instead, you want to have your assets diversified. Well, Tyson, why don't we just go all in on stocks or all in on cryptocurrency? It's important not to do that because diversification is a hedge against risk. Meaning, if you have all of your eggs in one basket, then if one bad thing happens, then all your money's going to go. That's why I wouldn't recommend investing all of your money into a stock like Apple, for example. Even though it seems awesome, what if tomorrow there's some big scandal that comes out and Apple is no longer a player in the game? Then all your eggs were in one basket second, while it might seem like that is still a really good pick, again, anything could happen. So if you were diversified, for example, between Apple and another stock like Google, well, now if your Apple all went to crap, at least you still got Google to go with. So that's a little bit of just about diversification of your wealth. Now, to actually get into stocks, there's some advantages here. So one is they're liquid, so you can buy and sell instantly. They're diversifiable, so you can own thousands of companies. If you wanted, you should only just pick like 3 to 5, but historically reliable. So 8 to 10% annual returns long term for just the top 500 stocks in general, and low maintenance. It's set it and forget it. You want to keep it simple. Total stock market, index funds, and growth ETFs. That's all I do. So some index funds, some ETFs, a couple of growth stocks, and that's it. Now, ETF is an exchange trade fund. It is essentially like a basket of stocks. So it already has diversification built in. So let's say you buy one ETF. With that one share of that ETF that you might put $1,000 into, you're buying a little bit of Apple, a little bit of Google, a little bit of Nvidia, etc. So now, right, you've bought this ETF, you are still gonna enjoy those gains, but also you're at less risk. But with less risk comes inherently a little bit less reward. So if Apple, like what we're talking about, instead of it crashes, it actually goes up like crazy, now your whole portfolio is only going to get a little boost. Whereas if you're all in on Apple, you'd get a big boost. So, you take the risk and reward trade-offs. You don't need to pick individual stocks. You don't need to think you're some crazy stock picker. This is not Wolf of Wall Street. You don't need to time the market. Please don't time the market. You don't need to be clever. So timing the market is when you're like, oh my God, the stocks are going up. Therefore, I'm going to buy. And I'm going to buy at the top, I'm going to buy at the bottom, and I'm going to sell at the very top. It just doesn't work like that. It doesn't happen. So the set it and forget it investing philosophy, my exact portfolio. So here's exactly how I allocate my investment money. 40% stocks, 60% crypto, and the biggest investments is always in myself. So these aren't really that accurate anymore, but I digress. This is what I would probably suggest. But the biggest investment is always going to be in myself. Like I said, coaches and mentors, courses, education, business tools and systems, and employees, and just overall growing the business, because I make a lot of money from the business, but also I put it back in so that the business has longevity. The money I spend on self-improvement generates more wealth than my stock portfolio ever could. But what about everything else? What about commodities like gold, oil, etc., private equity, hedge funds, options trading, forex trading, art and collectibles? My take is that these are distractions for most people. They're either too complex, too expensive, too risky, too time intensive. You have to master stocks and self-investment first. That's what I recommend. Everything else is advanced tactics that won't move the needle for most people. You don't need to be out here trading options, etc., etc. Don't try to get rich with investments. Instead, just use your investments to get 10, 20, 50% returns per year. And if you do that over a long enough time, you're putting tens of thousands of dollars into your investments every single month. You are also multiplying your investments by an extra 10%, 20%, 50% every single year, and you will be a millionaire literally before you know it. And this is how you're going to also just jump that huge gap from, sure, you might be making $30K per month, you might be making $50K per month, but still, that's going to take a little while until you're at that $1 million mark. That's still going to take a while until you're at that $1 million mark. However, though, if you start investing, it's another way to, one, create a forced savings account. So money comes out of your account every single month automatically. You can do that as well, which I very much recommend. And then two, you also get to enjoy more profits. So I'm actually going to show you here on my phone my actual portfolio. Now, the reason why I'm going to show you my portfolio is because there's a story behind it. So I'm going to start my video recording. All right. So we're here in my crypto portfolio. Now, when I zoom out to all, as you can see, the total amount in my crypto portfolio is right there on the top. So when I scroll back here, you can see that I actually invested in crypto back in 2021. And what I did is I invested a few $1,000s. As you can see, the net deposits is there on the right. A few $1,000s, and my portfolio value was $1,100. And that's when I started taking money out. $2,500, still at $18,000 in profit. So I was negative. So I basically put $2,500 in, which was my life savings at the time. And I only had $1,800 in value. And then I had to take it out. I had to start taking money out. So not only did I not make any money, I lost a bunch of money. And the reason why I had to take the money out is simply because I had to buy a car. I had to buy a car. And what I wanted to do is put that 2K in there and have it like 5X. And then I'd have to make 10K. I'd be able to buy a $10,000 car. I'd be balling. People would be asking me, Tyson, how'd you buy that car? And I'd be like, I do stocks and stuff. And that was just what I wanted to do. And I fell into the trap of thinking that I could do that. But when we hop over here to recently, my total portfolio value is 380K, and that is up 154K overall, aka 68%. And this is just my crypto, by the way. This isn't any stocks or anything of that nature. So if we go over into what happened last year, I want to tell just one more story. Over here where I'm putting my kind of cursor, you can see that at net deposits, I was at 226,000 net deposits. So I deposited about $250,000. And the portfolio value was $183,000. So to give you a little bit of perspective, this was in April. Right now is July 21st. So this was only a few months ago, and I was at 183,000. Now, the thing with crypto is that it could be easy for someone to be scared. Like, oh my God, I'm down. How much was that? I'm down $40,000. I'm scared. I'm going to take my money out. That is how people lose, is when you get scared, you take your money out. But I'm a seasoned investor. I just showed you I've been investing for years. I've already lost money, baby. So I'm not even chilling. This is another reason why you should only invest money that you're willing to lose, because you're not going to make emotional decisions after it. So at one point, it was at 360,000. It went all the way down in April to 180,000. And now, as we speak, it went back up and it's at 380K. Over the last month, 30 days, my portfolio has increased in value $134,000 over the last 30 days. $134,000. You can't make this up. What did I do? What work did I do? That's literally 10K per month for a whole year. What work did I do? Nothing. I did nothing. Over the last 3 months, it increased by 193,000. So it went up by 100%, but I was in the negatives anyway, so it doesn't really count. Overall, right now, I'm up around 70%. And really, the game of crypto is to just buy and hold it during the bear market. And then once the bull market comes, you start to sell off as the crypto goes higher. So for a little bit more context, oh yeah, this is my stack, by the way. A couple $1,000s in Cardano and Solana, tens of thousands of dollars in Bitcoin, and then also like hundreds of thousands of dollars in ETH. I went all in on ETH, kind of stupidly, not really stupidly. It will pay off. I probably could have had more Bitcoin in there because Bitcoin is my biggest winner right now, but only time will tell, man. And this video might age very poorly. I don't know, maybe in the next few days, it will all crash and I'll have no money left. But hey, that's just how it is with crypto. Crypto is just that type of game. So now that I've shown you everything inside here, what I want you to take away is this. One, you should understand risk versus reward. You should understand your risk tolerance, right? So how much risk you're willing to take. Two, you need to do a little bit of your own research on things like ETFs and individual stocks. And you can, right now, practice your dollar cost averaging. So going back to my phone screen here, you can see back when I started investing, my net deposits are right here on the right. I was investing just a little bit at a time, a couple $1,000s, a couple $1,000s, a couple $1,000. That's called dollar cost averaging, where you just put in a little bit. Maybe it's $100 a week you put in there. But still, after months and after years, that will accumulate and you'll be able to have a ton of money in there as well. And you'll also get good buy points. For example, if I had $1 million, I wouldn't just put it right into a stock all at once. That would be stupid, because tomorrow, what if the stock crashes? So again, to hedge against risk, what I would do is just put in a little bit every single week or every single month. So for a little bit more context, yeah, I put a few $1,000s in there every once in a while. Over here, I kind of went crazy. I went from $100,000 in there to $200,000. I put like $100K in there in the span of like a couple months. But still, it was dollar cost averaging, and I didn't put it all in there at once. And now I'm blessed enough to have 380K in there, and I'm not going to start taking any real profits until it hits 600K, and then I'll probably roll it over into stocks afterwards. So 600K in stocks, and then if I do 10% on 600K, that's $60,000 per year. That's about 6K per month. So I'm okay with that. 6K per month and basically passively. Now, it doesn't work exactly like that. It's not every single year I'm going to make 10% no matter what. Some years I might make 20%. Some years I might make 0%. To give you a little bit more of an understanding, I started with some high risk investing. Then I got a bunch of money. Now I'm going to take my big bunch of money and I'm going to put it into low risk investing. So wealth is created with a lot of risk, but wealth is kept and multiplied with a low amount of risk, but still some reward in the equation as well. So everybody, hopefully I didn't go over everybody's heads. I went real deep into my own portfolio, which I didn't think I was going to do. Boom! It's me again. I got rudely interrupted last time because my computer was completely out of storage, so all my recordings stopped. In short, one trip to the store and an external hard drive later, and we good. But it turns out recording and editing a 16-hour free course, it eats up a lot of storage. So we back. Nothing will stop us. And today we're going to be covering building the lifestyle of Millionaire and covering the myth versus the reality. And this is probably one of the most important parts for you to understand early on so that you have a clear picture of the entire path. And then your journey starts. So we're gonna go through everything here because look, there's a tragic irony in our culture. Some people become so obsessed with making money that they have to sacrifice everything that makes life even worth living in the first place. Their health, relationships, and passions. They end up so poor, all they have is money. Building the true millionaire lifestyle means creating wealth while preserving what actually matters the most. Working on what you love, building a high-value network of genuine relationships, and maintaining your well-being. Here's why people are so poor, all they have is money. The empty success syndrome. This is when people become wealthy but spiritually bankrupt. I know people who make 7 figures, 8 figures a year who are absolutely miserable. They have everything they thought that they wanted, money, status, success, but they're just empty inside. They sacrificed their health, relationships, and happiness to build wealth. And now they're rich, but poor in every way that actually matters. This is what I call the empty success syndrome. Having all external markers of success while being internally bankrupt. Money solved their financial problems, but created existential ones. And you'll hear this from pretty much every person who got wealthy, is that they got wealthy to the point where now all of their financial needs are met. And now they're just like, well, what do I do now? Do I keep growing my business? Do I sacrifice my life force for getting more money when at this point it's just a number in a bank account? I've shown you guys like one part of my investments, and it's the same thing that I talked about. Actually, it comes full circle what I was talking about in the very beginning of the 16-hour course, where it's like, there is no real monetary gain or reason as to create a whole 16-hour course other than the fact that you're just passionate about it. Now, that's it. People in my life be texting me, asking me, yo, Tyson, where are you, bro? Text me back. Are you even alive? And I'm like, one word for you, my friend. 16-hour course. 16-hour free course. That's what I've been doing all day, every single day. And that's because at a certain point, money just doesn't really matter as much. If money mattered so much, I would just be out here grinding. I do a 16-hour course. You can buy for $100, you can buy for $200. But at a certain point, it really does come down to you making sure that you're doing everything that you want to do and making sure that everything outside of your business and online success is also up to par. You got to make sure that you're staying in the gym. You got to make sure that you're reading your Bible or whatever your religion is, or at least just staying grounded in certain ways. The just one more trap. Here's what happens. Once I make 100K, I'll be happy. Then they get to 100K. Actually, 250K a year. That's when I'll feel really secure. They get to 250K. Okay, 500K is my real number. Then I can relax. Then they get to 500K. I need $1 million a year to truly be wealthy. Then they hit that. And then the cycle just keeps going. The goalpost keeps moving because the underlying problem was never about the money. They're using money to fill a hole that money cannot fill. External achievement can't solve eternal emptiness. Money is just one bucket. Wealth is about more than bank account balances. True wealth has multiple buckets. I'm not saying this to discourage you from your path to reaching $1 million, retiring your parents, buying the supercar. You should do all of those things. I heavily encourage you to do all of those. But again, it's not everything. You should learn that your whole life's purpose is becoming dangerous, a freaking weapon. You want to be a weapon of mass, not destruction, but a weapon of mass construction. You want to make everything. You want to leave your mark on the world. And to do that, you got to be more than just wealthy. So here's the life integration framework that I want to share with you guys so that when you actually inevitably hit the $1 million, when you are rolling in dough, you know what to do next. What is next? What to do now? Because the game doesn't stop there. That's another mistake that people believe is that, okay, well, once I hit that million, then I'll be happy and then the game will be done. I think Alex Hormozi says this, but the goal of being in a relationship or getting married isn't just to just get married. It's to stay married. It's to have a happy, fulfilling, and effective marriage until you die. And it's the same with business. Business, the game, the goal is to be in the game the whole time until the end. Here's how to build wealth while enriching all aspects of your life. The daily balance checklist. Am I making progress financially? Am I maintaining my health? You can be working hard as hell, but if you're still eating Mr. Noodles and Big Macs every single day, what's the point? You got to eat clean. You got to still train and go to the gym. Look at Alex Hormozi. He's probably one of the richest dudes out here. He's made the big moves in business, and bro's yoked. Bro's more jacked than you or me probably will ever be. I don't know if I'll ever be that jacked. I'm not really quite sure. But either way, bro's jacked. Most really, really financially successful people are. And if they aren't, honestly, how can you really respect them? How can you like really, really want to learn from somebody, want to do business with someone who can't even delay gratification, who can't even control what they put in their mouth? Am I maintaining my health? Am I nurturing my relationships? Like, I'm not going to lie. You're going to be going through a lonely chapter if you want to reach that millionaire status, but you don't have to stay in that lonely chapter. If you just work and grind and you're making millions of dollars, but yet you're still like a basement dweller, it's like, what was the point? What was the point there? It's like, you still want to have a network of people. You still want to have relationships with people. You still want to talk to your family and be a part of the family. But for 1 to 3 to 5 years, you're just going to be around a lot less. Am I growing as a person? Am I getting better? Because you don't want to be that lottery winner who made the money, but then is not the type of person who can sustain financial achievement. Am I enjoying the journey? Now look, it's not going to be all sunshine, rainbows, and buttercups, but you should learn to find joy in the pain. If any of this box goes unchecked for too long, you're headed for empty success syndrome. So lifestyle design for wealth builder, creating a life that gets better as your net worth grows, because that is the goal. The goal is not to sacrifice more and more so that your business gets bigger and bigger. The goal is to have a life that gets better as your business gets better and as you start to make more money. Creating a life that gets better as your net worth grows. The lifestyle inflation trap is the cruel irony of building wealth. Let's get into it. The more money you make, the more money you spend. This is an evil trap, my friends. This is an evil trap. I just showed you my one crypto account. I could buy like a Lamborghini with just that cash, which most people don't even do. Most people don't even realize that you can be really quite broke and afford a Lamborghini. To go through the numbers, if you're going to get a $300,000 Lamborghini, the down payment might be 20% on that. Down payment on 20% of 300,000 is $60K. You'd have to put $60K down and then pay, let's say, probably around $5 or $6K a month. $60K down was $6K per month. People can make that at like a $20K, $30K per month business. That's like nothing. Not to mention what a lot of these dudes do, which you don't even realize. You literally don't even realize they literally buy a group Lambo. So now, if you split a Lambo with 3 different dudes, you're now paying, instead of a $60K, you're paying $20,000 down and you're paying $2K a month. And you still get to take pictures in the Lambo, ride the Lambo around. I mean, that's what these dudes are doing. And then you out here buying their course. You out there buying their course. It's crazy work. All that to say, all the glitters is not gold, okay? Most of you guys' favorite gurus are broke. Some of them, not all of them, obviously, but the more money you make, the more money you spend. That's what you want to stay away from. I've heard this a lot as well. Oh, if you want to make more money, you got to spend more money. You should blow your first 10K, blow your first 100K. You should buy a Lambo because it will force you to make more money. This is oh man, your financial advisor will hate you. This is not a smart thing to do. If you need to feel like financial urgency in order to take action, you're drawing energy from the wrong place, my friend. And it's the same goes with the Miami effect. People say, oh, well, you should move to Miami because you'll meet more rich people and you'll be around more rich people. And sure, in theory, that works. But the same thing, at that point, you are just doing that, to keep up with the Joneses so that you can keep up with appearances. I mean, is that really a true and fulfilling form of wealth? I would argue that it's not. Most people's expenses rise to meet their income. So they make 50K per month or something, they'll spend 50K. They make 150K per month, they'll spend 150K per month or a year. And this is not people getting wealthier. They're just funding a more expensive version of the same financial stress. You can be making 100K a month and still be broke. This is the lifestyle inflation trap where increasing income leads to increasing expenses instead of increasing your actual wealth. Bro, my monthly expenses are under 10K per month, yet the income is over 100K per month. So you do the math there. All the money just gets put away so that I can become financially invincible. And at the end of the day, bro, spending 10K per month is still like fairly not difficult because I'm not actually trying to spend anything. But like, brother, I be getting Amazon packages every single day. If I see something and I like it and it's $2,000, it's basically free. I just buy it. Yet, like, you don't need to be spending 50K per month. At that point, you're doing dumb stuff like going to the club in Miami and buying a table and a bottle for like 10K. If you're at that point, don't try to spend your money because most of those people just try to spend their money to look cool. The ownership illusion. You don't actually end up owning stuff. Your stuff owns you. And look, I know it might sound hypocritical because in the beginning of this 16-hour course, you saw me with my 3 cars. But the thing is this, that stuff does work in the beginning. It's like a little bit of motivation, and it gets you pumped up, to fired up to actually make a change. And you can get those, but you don't own your stuff owns you. How? Because every purchase creates obligations. Car payments own your monthly cash flow. Big houses own your weekends because you have to do maintenance on them. And expensive clothes own your self-image. So now it's like you got to be super careful not to get anything on your shirt because it's a $400 shirt. This translates to the more stuff you buy, the less freedom you actually have. Each purchase is a small reduction in your options. People sometimes ask, Tyson, why don't you get a Lambo as well? Or, get some other crazy car. I have 3 cars right now. At the most, I've had 4 cars before. Let me tell you, it's an awful feeling because I don't have to leave my house. Like, I work from home. The only place that I go is the gym, which is literally, I can see the gym from my window. So to have 4 cars is an absolute waste. I get my groceries ordered to my apartment. It's an absolute waste. And then I feel bad because I'm not driving them. So then I go out and drive them, not because I really want to drive them, but just because I feel like I have to. And then don't get me started every couple of months where I got to do an oil change on all of them, change the tires on all of them, like I mentioned before. It just becomes more of a burden. And it feels like, oh yeah, I own all these things, but they don't. They own you. And they actually take away freedom. Because, for example, I want to go out and move to a different province here in a couple months. And now I have the added complexity of taking all of the things that I've purchased over to there. Whereas the less things that I actually have more freedom. And with the more finances I have completely liquid in the bank, I actually have way more freedom than if I were to be out here, buying even more cars that I don't need and it don't matter. Not to mention driving a really nice car is a lot like just wearing a tuxedo everywhere you go. It's like, it's not very comfortable. I got to do like freaking gymnastics. I got to do contortionist moves to even get into the seat of my Corvette. And the Corvette's not even a supercar. I don't want a Lambo. I'll be going over a bump and hitting my head on the ceiling. But why do people do it? Again, they do it for appearances. And the richer I get, the more I really do realize that the truly wealthy people, they really don't care about showing off. Post-purchase clarity. Have you ever bought something expensive and felt empty? The moment of clarity when you realize this thing doesn't actually make your life better, doesn't make you happier, doesn't solve all your problems, the excitement wore off in days, and you're now stuck with payments for something. This is post-purchase clarity. The realization that stuff doesn't solve life's problems, but by then, you're committed to months or years of payments. The temporary high of buying becomes the permanent burden of owning. So what do you actually want to focus on? For example, high value network construction. This is me with all my students and also a couple of teammates as well, cranking it at the gym in Vegas. I mean, awesome experience. And us again at Vegas at a business event called Funnel Hacking Live. Boys looking sharp, the men's looking sharp. So don't follow normality. I'm not talking about, chasing random LinkedIn connections or just like trying to force a network. Your goal is to build genuine relationships with people who challenge you, support you, and open doors you didn't even know existed. Finding a group of brothers, like a wolf pack, and growing with them. Most people's network consists of coworkers from their current job, friends from high school or college, family members, and neighbors. But this is just a comfort network, not a growth network. High value networks include people who are ahead of you professionally, building similar goals, connected to opportunities, and thinking at a higher level. So by curating your network, you're going to make a lifestyle, construct a lifestyle that is far more impactful than just the people that you currently know. And that's the game plan. And one thing I'll suggest to you right now is to find a group of brothers to actually do this with. And I met some of my best friends on just like Discord money-making servers where we just chatted a little bit, we shared some videos around, and then we started talking every single day. Then we started holding each other accountable. And then the crazy part is that once you make it, you're going to be able to say, I made it with my bro. We were both broke. These were the texts we were sending to each other talking about how we're going to make it, how we're going to make money. A couple of years later, we actually did it. So this video, for example, share this video with somebody that you know, somebody in your current network, someone else who you know wants to make some damn cash, some damn money. For example, you've made it this far, so obviously you like it and you've gotten value, so you might as well. On top of that, I also have free communities, the free Discord community that you can go in and talk to. There's always people in the lounge there already on video chat, just chatting already. Then you also have the school community where people share their own posts and experience as well. But going through this with someone is going to be huge. And especially once you've already made it, then you're going to want to definitely get out there and not just be that, again, the goal is not to be that basement dwelling millionaire. It's not. You want to be the millionaire who actually has a millionaire network as well, or at least a network of people who are grinding and chasing their dreams and chasing their goals too. So does this make the journey to millionaire any less important, that you shouldn't be, ogling all of these expensive things? After talking about empty success syndrome and the importance of life balance, you might be wondering, well, does this mean pursuing wealth is shallow? Should I just be content with less money and focus on happiness instead? Absolutely not. Understanding that money isn't everything doesn't make money unimportant, not by any means. You should be grinding and sacrificing your life force in order to increase your income. It makes money a tool for creating the life that you actually want. And that's all what this huge video is about. It's not about making a millionaire, because let's be honest, who cares about having $1 million? That's just a number in the bank. You want the freedom to architect the life that you want. You don't want to have to wake up and go to a job, for example. My friends, I'll put it this way. We only have around 4,000 weeks to live. 4,000. And I don't believe in my heart of hearts that spending the majority of that time should be you at work, at a job that doesn't fulfill you, working for a boss that you don't like, working with co-workers that you could not really care for. Instead, I think that you should be in charge of your own life. You should work when you want to work. And the saying goes that I really do agree with. I would rather work 80 hours a week for myself than work 40 hours per week for someone else. And I think that that is true freedom. And that the lifestyle is what I want to bestow upon you guys and show you how to attain for yourself. The goal is to build wealth in a way that creates more happiness and not less. So why your millionaire journey matters more now. Here's the truth. Every lesson about lifestyle design and life integration makes your wealth building journey more important and not less. Financial freedom gives you choices instead of obligations, time to focus on relationships and health, resources to invest in experiences and growth, security to make meaningful risks, and ability to help others and create an impact. Poor people don't have these options because they're stuck in survival mode for the most of their lives. And wealthy people who understand life integration have everything. So my friends, I'll leave you with this. This is unfortunately where we depart. This has been the end of the 16-hour course. And now it's time for you to get to work. Now it's time for you to suffer. Now it's time for you to grind. Now it's time for you to labor so that you can put everything you've learned so far into action. So what I recommend doing is I recommend going through and watching again and actually doing all the action steps as they are presented to you. Make the decisions, make the choices. And if you've made it to the very, 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 very end, go down below and comment the word genie if you know you know, just to show that you are one of the warriors that actually did the whole entire thing. So my last words, guys, is this journey is going to be tough. This journey is going to be hard. You're going to have times where you're going to wonder if it's worth it. But if I could leave you with one thing to remember from this whole 16 hours is that the journey is going to be tough, but my goodness, will it ever be worth it? So brother or sister, stay in the game, work hard. It's going to be tough, but it's going to be worth it. And I'll see you guys at the top. Make sure you subscribe to the channel because I'll be releasing even more amazing free courses just like this one that you're not going to want to miss. And I genuinely cannot wait to see you succeed. So get out there and do it. Peace.